Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 488, The Spacetime Police. Just as Leonard was lost in thought, Pallas suddenly spoke lightly in his mind, no need to follow any more. That person has disappeared. Disappeared. Leonard's expression changed. He quickened his pace and ran forward, only to find that the figure was indeed gone without a trace. Did you notice how he left? Roughly. Pallas replied, it wasn't teleportation, nor was it spirit world traversal. It was a special method, one you've actually seen someone use right before your eyes. Who? Edward. Leonard's eyes instantly burned with excitement. So that person really was connected to Edward. I finally caught hold of his trail. Pallas poured a bucket of cold water over him. You only found someone related to him. Don't act as if your great vengeance has been avenged. And besides, have you considered, even if you do find him, are you his match? I'm preparing to advance to Sol Ashura next week. Not enough. Then I'll keep advancing, all the way up. Heh. You may be foolish, but your persistence and courage are commendable. Old men, if you don't feel like giving a compliment, then don't force it. Ha 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 ha. Elsewhere, at the Harvest Church. As soon as Danitz stepped into the chapel, he let out a long breath of relief. Emlyn, who was polishing a candlestick, curled his lips and sneered, well, you're still here. I'm waiting for news from the captain. She's coming back from Lenberg this time, and she'll be passing through Backlund's port. Danitz slumped into a seat with a gloomy face. Backlund is just way too unfriendly to me. I was just drinking at a tavern, didn't provoke anyone, but the moment I stepped outside, someone started tailing me. If not for the stone port key Gehrman gave me, I probably wouldn't have made it back. Oh, what a pity that would have been. You son of a... Before Danitz could finish, Emlyn suddenly leaned closer. After glancing at Father Yutravsky, who was bowing his head in prayer at the altar, Emlyn lowered his voice. Danitz, do you know how to make a large sum of money in the shortest time? Oh. Danitz crossed his arms and leaned back. Now that's my area of expertise. I've earned enough over the years to buy quite a few properties. How much do you need? 5,000, no, 8,000 pounds. Danitz almost fell off his chair. He dug at his ears and stared blankly. 8,000 pounds. Emlyn, do you even know what that amount means? Of course. That's only the price of 2 or 3 premium dolls. A gleam flashed in Danitz's eyes. Those things of yours are worth that much. Emlyn immediately shot him a vigilant glare. I'm warning you, if you even think of coveting my treasures, this time I'll really fight you to the death. Even Father Yutravsky won't be able to stop me. I was just curious. Purely surprised, nothing more. Danitz lowered his head, pondering. With your apothecary skills, making money shouldn't be too hard. Just attend a few more bee under gatherings. I did, but the demand was too small. Then look for the gatherings with larger demand. Where would those be? Danitz spread his arms wide. Out at sea, of course. So many pirates, so many beyonders, are you afraid no one will buy your potions? How about this, come with me this time. Stick with me, and if I get meat, you'll at least have soup. Emlyn sneered. So I'm only worthy of soup, is that it? Danitz shrugged. I've given you the suggestion. Whether you take it or not, that's your choice. I'll think about it. Getting a shut-in to leave home wasn't something that could be done with a few words, especially when said shut-in also got seasick. Past, year 1160. Trier, in the luxurious Roselle family villa. Bernadette was seated on a swing, holding a pen and scribbling in her notebook. On the page were sketches drawn from memory, everything she had witnessed that night aboard the pirate ship. The prince on a white horse was the helmsman, Cinderella held the flag, the 7 dwarves served as sailors, and Pinocchio manned the cannons. At first glance, it looked like a complete mess. In truth, it was a mess. But that didn't diminish the magical experience she'd had. Little Bernadette had never received systematic training in art, yet she still managed to capture the essence of each character. Anyone familiar with them would recognize them at a glance. And finally, Bernadette drew a cartoonish castle on the sail of the pirate ship and, beneath it, wrote in tiny intis letters, Fairy Tale. Done. She was quite satisfied with her masterpiece. Hugging her knees on the swing, she giggled at the drawing. I'll make another one later, so both Papa and Mr. Sparrow can each have a copy as a gift. What gift? For whom? Her father's voice suddenly drifted over. Dressed in loose home clothes, Roselle strolled in holding several newly carved dolls. For Daddy, of course. Bernadette held the drawing out to him. Daddy, can you recognize everyone in the picture? Oh. Roselle took the sketch, his expression turning comically exaggerated. The crew of your ship is quite the mix. Snow White and the Evil Queen handling logistics. Are you sure that won't end in disaster? Pinocchio as the cannoneer? What's he going to do, fire shots with his growing nose whenever he lies? And why is the prince on his white horse still riding it aboard ship? Won't he get seasick? Won't the horse? Bernadette went silent for several seconds, then reached out to snatch the drawing back. If you don't want it, fine. I'll give it to someone else. Roselle laughed heartily and pulled it out of her reach. Of course I want it. He sat down on the swing beside her and wrapped her in his arms. This is my little treasure's first work of art. A priceless treasure. I'll cherish it for life. But Papa is curious, why did you put all these fairy tale characters on a ship? She didn't lie. Because I saw it with my own eyes. Proudly kicking her legs, she announced, it was a pirate ship made up of fairy tale characters. And I, the great pirate Bernadette, was its captain. Amazing. Roselle gave her an exaggerated thumbs up, not doubting for a moment that it was merely a child's dream or innocent fantasy. These past few days, has Uncle Grim spoken to you alone? Bernadette knew her father was really asking about Mr. Sparrow. After Mr. Sparrow's selfless rescue of her just days before, she felt there was no longer a need to hide the truth from her father. But whenever she tried to say it, a thought would surface in her mind, we agreed to keep it secret, and the words stuck in her throat. Nope. Roselle didn't press further. He stood up, scooped her into his arms, and said cheerfully, come on, time for dinner. Midnight. The sky was thick with clouds, the crimson moonlight failing to bathe the ground as it usually did, leaving the night gloomier than usual, though to Roselle in his study, it felt oddly nostalgic. This is how nights should be back home. He set a large chest onto his desk. Inside were neatly arranged mechanical tools, a artisan's kit, obtained from the church for constructing mechanical marvels and low-grade mystical items, props for playing the role of and digesting the artisan potion. Yawn. He tilted his head back and yawned. Feeling drowsy, he drained a cup of cool water, rubbed his cheeks hard, and muttered, no. Roselle, why are you working so hard lately? You're becoming unrecognizable. Taking a deep breath, he declared, tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll go to the banquet. After a few days away, the ladies must be missing me terribly, especially that charming one, was it Lady Scarlet, Lady MacGuffin, or someone else? Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Just then, a shrill siren pierced the night. Roselle frowned. Who the hell is making that racket outside my house at this hour? Wait, this sound. This wasn't just any alarm, this was the wail of police sirens from his previous world. He rubbed his ears furiously, certain he hadn't misheard, and leapt up in panic, rushing to the door. The moment he opened it, a familiar red and blue light flashed across his eyes. Hovering in midair outside was a silver-white craft shaped like a flying saucer, its lights and sirens blaring from its underside. This is a UFO. Hadn't he crossed into the beyonder world? Since when did UFOs show up? As he doubted his sanity, the saucer beamed down a golden light column. A few seconds later, a figure stepped out, clad in silver-white, futuristic armor, visor down, a high-tech rifle in one hand, and in the other, a photograph of Roselle. The figure's visor clicked open, revealing a young face, Edward's original visage. Huang Tao Roselle, Gustave, he declared. I am Officer Edward of the Temporal Enforcement Division, badge number 1386. You are hereby under arrest for 1,256 counts of illegal time travel, unlawful interference with world development, and unauthorized temporal residency. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used as evidence in court. Roselle. What the hell? As Edward strode closer, Roselle instinctively backed away. What are you talking about? There must be some misunderstanding. Huang Tao Roselle Gustave, are you resisting arrest? If you resist, I have the authority to execute you on the spot. First warning. Like hell there's any difference between resisting and not. Roselle didn't hesitate. He immediately infused his accessories with spirituality, gifts from a high-ranking bishop, capable of withstanding a demigod's attacks for a short time. But nothing happened. His accessories were utterly inert, as though stripped of power. Second warning. Suddenly, his clothes writhed and morphed into ropes, binding him tightly before slamming him to the ground. Wait. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, he shouted. The time police ignored him, hoisting him up with one hand and dragging him toward the saucer's light beam. By the authority vested in Officer 1386, you are now formally under arrest. For 1,256 counts of illegal time travel, unlawful interference with world development, and unauthorized temporal residency, you are hereby sentenced to 13,200 years in prison. I won't even live that long. Rest assured, we have methods to ensure you live out your entire sentence. How the hell is that supposed to be reassuring? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 489, Chapter 489, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Sea God. Roselle thought he could still talk his way out of this and hurriedly said, the time travel thing wasn't intentional. I was at home just fine, and the next thing I knew, I woke up here. I'm a victim too. Then how about you return me to where I came from? I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm merely the officer responsible for arresting you. All orders I execute come from the temporal judges. What you're asking exceeds my authority, the time police said in a cold tone. However, you can try appealing later. Time criminals get one appeal every 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Might as well be a lifetime. No, I swear I'm innocent. When I traveled to this world, all I did was make a few small inventions and minor creations. Nothing else. Even if you're going to arrest time criminals, shouldn't you at least prioritize the real offenders first? Like. Roselle babbled in desperation, like Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan, Sea God Tang San, they're the real troublemakers destabilizing the world. The time police froze mid-step and lowered their head to look at him. Roselle's heart leapt with joy, thinking his nonsense had worked, but the officer merely said, the two you mentioned were captured and brought to justice 300 years ago. Unless unexpected circumstances arise, they will be your fellow inmates for the duration of your sentence. Ah. Wait, seriously. There really is a Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Sea God. And both of them had already been captured by the time-space police. At their level of power. Roselle felt an inexplicable sense of pride, as though being arrested by the time police were somehow his personal honor. By now, they had reached the golden light beam under the flying saucer. The time police pressed a button on their earpiece and said, time criminal Huang Tao Roselle Gustave has been apprehended. Proceeding immediately to the temporal prison for custody. Wait, let's negotiate a bit more. Temporal laws are not open to negotiation. No sooner had the words fallen than a beam of light shot from the distance, striking the flying saucer. A deafening explosion followed, and the tremendous shockwave sent Roselle and the time police sprawling. Spitting out sand and dirt, Roselle stared blankly ahead, utterly confused. What the hell just happened? He saw the time police holding their rifle and firing laser beams into the air at something, which the target easily evaded. He frowned, perplexed. Wait, you're capable of arresting a venerable and sea god, and this is all you can do. Whoosh. A beam pierced straight through the time police's head, leaving a gaping wound smoldering with black smoke and mangled flesh. But somehow, the officer remained alive and calmly pressed their earpiece again, reporting to the Temporal Enforcement Division. Officer 1386 has failed this arrest and was attacked by time criminals, including Huang Tao Roselle Gustave. Immediate reinforcements requested. Repeat, immediate reinforcements requested. Roselle was stunned and shouted, no, I didn't resist. I don't even know that person. I have nothing to do with them. Execute Plan Number 3, completely annihilate Huang Tao Roselle Gustave's world, sparing no time criminal. Confirmed execution. Destroy immediately. Roselle rolled and scrambled forward, yelling, why the hell destroy the whole world all of a sudden? I didn't resist. I don't even know those people. Are you time police insane or what? The next second, an intense white light burst forth in the pitch-black night sky. In just a few heartbeats, it seemed to engulf the entire world, devouring everything. Watching the light approach, Roselle's last thought was, fuck all of you time police bastards. Boom. Everything vanished into the white light. Slap. Roselle trembled as he suddenly sat up at his desk, his face filled with a mixture of anger and fear, breathing heavily as he cursed, fuck all of you time police bastards. Having vented, he fell into a daze. Wait, wasn't I just arrested? Then the time police got attacked and killed, and before dying, triggered some annihilation protocol. What in the world is going on? His eyes glanced at the water stain on his desk, and then he touched his mouth, face falling into a long, dark line. So I was just dreaming this whole time. No wonder the whole thing was bizarre, inexplicable, and made no sense whatsoever. Roselle clasped his head tightly and scratched furiously. Ah, it must be the recent stress getting to me. Between potential time travelers, evil gods, murder cases, and a mysterious figure who scared away Zeradel, one strange event after another shattered the peace and ease of Roselle's life. His carefree, protagonist mindset was starting to crumble. Sigh, maybe I should just go, set sail far away as soon as possible. In fact, according to his original plan, he should already be out at sea by now. But recent incidents had delayed his journey, mainly because he couldn't bear to leave his family behind. However, the desire to go on a grand voyage was something Roselle had harbored ever since arriving in this world, for more than a decade now. If he didn't set sail this time, and instead joined the Kingdom Army as an officer, the next opportunity might be never. No way. I, Roselle, am the protagonist. My world doesn't just consist of my daughter and family, but of great ideals and freedom. Hesitation isn't part of my character. I'm going to be the greatest navigator this world has ever seen. Roselle Columbus Magellan Gustave. On the other side. In the Sapphira Castle, Edward leaned back against the bronze seat, rubbing his throbbing temples. Praying to himself and then responding to himself might be the safest method, but the consumption of spirituality was indeed much higher. Just now, the drain from using false reality was enough to make even a sequence 4 feel his head ache. That whole absurd performance just now wasn't some random dream Roselle conjured, it had been a carefully constructed illusion Edward imposed on him. It wasn't that Edward was idle and trying to tease Roselle for fun, rather, he was verifying the principles of the spiritcaster's acting method that he had deduced earlier in the day. By using words and actions to leave deep impressions in the target's memory, thereby making oneself immortal in their memory. Edward was certain that after such a farce, even if Roselle dismissed it as a dream, it was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Yet, disappointingly, the spiritcaster potion's digestion was not as smooth as expected. Was it because Roselle's sequence was too low? Or because he simply brushed it off as a dream and didn't truly internalize it? Or, was there another reason altogether? Just then, a star flared in the depths of the grey fog. It was the little girl, Bernadette, once again. As Edward infused spirituality into it, an image formed of her curled up under her quilt in pajamas. She timidly peeked with one eye half open and whispered, "Mr. Sparrow, are you done with your work? Can you take me to see the mermaids yet? Mr. Sparrow, are you asleep?" When no response came, she finally murmured, "All right then, good night. May you have sweet dreams," before pulling the quilt over her head. Splash, splash. Bernadette had just dozed off under her quilt when the sound of crashing waves suddenly filled her ears. Am I dreaming? She poked her head out of the blanket, rubbed her eyes, and looked around in confusion. This doesn't seem like my bedroom at all. Bang. The door burst open, and a figure strode in quickly. "Vice Captain Bernadette, we're about to reach the Sea of Ruins." Still dazed, she stared blankly at the pirate-garbed Edward. Then, all at once, realization struck, and she scrambled up from the bed, exclaiming in excitement, "Mr. Sparrow. Call me Captain Sparrow." "Captain Sparrow," she repeated earnestly. Without even bothering to put on her shoes, Bernadette bolted from the captain's cabin. The sight before her was breathtaking, an endless expanse of blue sky and sea, with a ship bustling full of fairy tale characters rushing about. Wow. Amazing. Just then, Prince Charming rode up on his horse, dismounted with a graceful flourish, and offered his hand like a gentleman. He lifted Bernadette onto the white steed, then led it forward. She looked all around, wide-eyed in wonder. Suddenly, her gaze froze straight ahead, and she gasped, "Wow. What's that?" Not far away, the endless blue sea was abruptly severed by a vast chasm. Water cascaded like a boundless waterfall into the abyss below, plunging into unfathomable darkness. Edward walked alongside and said, "I already told you, it's the Sea of Ruins." The Sea of Ruins. What's that? It's a remnant left behind from a battle between gods. Gods, fight. Of course. That's such a pity, Bernadette sighed. Edward was startled. Why a pity? Bernadette spread her hands. I thought gods were all noble, selfless, and great. I didn't expect them to quarrel and fight like ordinary people. How did the topic suddenly rise to this level? You'll understand when you're older. Before she could reply, the ship, formerly Black Tulip, now the fairy tale ship, approached the edge of the chasm at full speed. With a loud splash, it surged beyond the edge and began to plummet. The sensory impact at this moment was far more intense than merely watching from afar. In an instant, every crew member on the ship was lifted into the air. Various ropes, barrels, and other objects floated upward, as if they were about to drift away from the ship entirely. Yet, the ropes seemed to have come alive, shooting out in precise trajectories to bind every person and object, preventing them from drifting away under the weightlessness. Bernadette clung desperately to the white horse's neck, refusing to let go. She was terrified, yet this time she did not scream. She forced her eyes wide open, determined to witness the miraculous scene with her own eyes. Just as the fairy tale seemed about to vanish into the abyss, a mighty surge of water erupted from below, geyser-like, lifting the ship high into the air and hurling it across the rift. After a brief weightless sensation, the ship landed smoothly on the other side. The crew, along with all the floating objects, came crashing back down in a comical heap, dripping wet from the spray. They looked utterly bedraggled, yet somehow, the sight was also hilarious. Bernadette burst into giggles, and soon the fairy tale crew were all laughing together. For a moment, the entire ship was filled with joyful laughter. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 440 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 490, The Old Man and the Pirate. As a sequence 2 of the sailor pathway, such minor waves naturally posed no threat to Edward. He immediately waved his wand, returning scattered items to their places and drying everyone's clothes, restoring them to normal. Only then did Bernadette turn her attention to the surroundings. She looked at the various ruins around them, noting that their styles and structures were completely unlike anything she had seen in Trier. Curiously, she asked, are these ruins remnants of the Divine War? Did the Divine War happen a very, very long time ago? Which gods participated in the battle? Why did they fight? From the very start, she launched a barrage of questions. Evidently, she was well suited for the mystery prior pathway. However, Edward selectively answered only the simplest questions she could comprehend. Bernadette propped her chin on her hand and listened with great interest for a while before saying, I don't really understand it. It's not as fun as fairy tales. Huh. She suddenly looked up at the sky. I remember it was still morning not long ago. How did it suddenly turn to dusk? That's because the sea area is affected by some mysterious power, Edward explained seriously. The time here doesn't synchronize with the outside world. Sometimes, it even seems a bit chaotic. Oh. He continued in a solemn tone, if it gets dark later, you must fall asleep immediately. Otherwise, you'll vanish into the night and never return. Ah. Bernadette's small face tensed up. But it's not like I can fall asleep just because I want to. Edward shrugged. Then there's nothing we can do. Either we go back now, or you'll just have to disappear. She was stunned for a moment but quickly realized Edward was teasing her. Pouting, she said, then Mr. Sparrow can just knock me out with a stick when the time comes. Fine. A club as thick as an arm suddenly appeared in Edward's hand. Bernadette. Humph. She turned her head, choosing to ignore Edward. For the next period, the fairy tale sailed rapidly across the deep blue sea. The ocean looked the same as the outside world at first glance, vast, silent, and boundless waves undulating endlessly. Occasionally, they passed a cluster of ruins, or a derelict pirate ship drifting aimlessly, or even saw bonfires floating on the sea surface. Yet, there was no trace of any marine life anywhere. Everything was so desolate and lifeless that it made one feel uneasy. At first, Bernadette remained enthusiastic, treating it all like a fairy tale. But as time dragged on, she began to yawn while leaning over the prow. Do mermaids really live in a place like this? Exactly, but they should be even deeper, Edward replied. Oh, yawn. She yawned again, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, clearly nearing the limit of staying up. Edward patted her head. All right, it's time to go back to sleep. Huh. But we haven't seen any mermaids, nor is it dark as you said. She yawned once more mid-sentence. But if it turns dark now, I wouldn't even need you to knock me out with that stick, I'd just fall asleep by myself. Mr. Sparrow, can you tell me another fairy tale? What do you want to hear? I don't know. Edward thought for a moment. Then, how about The Old Man and the Pirate? Her spirit perked up instantly. That sounds interesting. Ahem, I got the name wrong. It's actually The Old Man and the Sea. The two sat side by the railing. Edward retrieved the book he had collected earlier, opened it to the first page, and began reading. A man can be destroyed, but he cannot be defeated. That's the theme of this book, he explained. Bernadette tilted her head, half understanding. Once upon a time, there was an old man who made his living by fishing. He sailed a small flat-bottomed sailboat, fishing alone in the bay. However, it had been 84 days since he last caught a fish. Bernadette murmured drowsily, if he hasn't caught any fish for so many days, what did he eat? If you don't want to hear it, I won't continue. She didn't speak again but gradually grew more drowsy as Edward continued telling the story. In less than 10 minutes, her head tilted and rested against Edward's shoulder, and she fell into a deep sleep. Edward narrated for a few more minutes before closing the book. Looking at her small face so close, he couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. In the future, I'll tell you stories to lull you to sleep. In the past, I still have to tell you stories to lull you to sleep. Bernadette, half unconscious, patted his hand away and murmured, mermaids are really beautiful. That's enough. It's time to go back. With a thought, Edward made all the fairy tale characters on the pirate ship vanish, restoring it to its original form. He picked up the slumbering Bernadette in his arms, ready to put away the fairy tale and teleport them back. But just then, darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The sunlight disappeared from the sky, quickly swallowed by thick shadows. Bernadette, who had been murmuring just moments ago, suddenly became silent. Clearly, she had entered the black monastery world in her sleep. TCH. Of all times, night had to fall just as I was about to leave. If Bernadette hadn't been pulled into the Black Monastery, Edward could have simply carried her out with a teleport. Now, he had no choice but to follow her in. With a flash, Edward reappeared in the captain's cabin, placing her on the bed. Then, he sat back in a chair, and aided by cogitation, swiftly entered a deep sleep. The next moment, he opened his eyes in a dim, grey world. He was standing in the same spot as when he had first entered before, a monastery-style complex of black buildings. Looking down from his vantage point, many pirates and sailors stood near the monastery entrance. Each of them appeared dazed, performing incomprehensible actions. Soon, Edward noticed a small figure standing by the monastery entrance, wearing an expression of confusion and fear. She glanced around as if searching for Edward, and then followed the crowd that parted the gates into the monastery. Strange. Bernadette was only about 6 or 7 years old. How could she possibly remain conscious here? A sudden jolt in his spirit gave Edward a premonition. He immediately activated his spirit vision and just caught a strange eye flickering past behind Bernadette's head. The hidden sage. No way. She wasn't even a beyonder now. How could the hidden sage be focusing on her? Had she already been targeted by the hidden sage in her original history, or was this some change brought about by his presence? Edward's guard tightened. He stepped forward into the monastery. Just like 200 years later, there were still 2 dim towers, and rows of black buildings connected by covered walkways, surrounding a wide grey stone plaza. The plaza was riddled with craters and embedded with gigantic arrows. A few bonfires still burned, suggesting an attack had occurred there. Bernadette stood there, staring blankly at everything, biting her lip as if forcing herself to remain composed. Edward approached her. Bernadette. At the sound of his voice, her body trembled, and she dashed into Edward's embrace. Mr. Sparrow. Don't be afraid. Where is this place? Why am I here? I was just on the ship listening to your story. Do you remember what I said earlier? In this sea area, once it gets dark, you must fall asleep. And once asleep, you enter this world. This is the dream world, a collective dream shared by everyone in this sea area. Bernadette suddenly understood. No wonder everything feels like a dream. Then, she sensed something was amiss. But why am I conscious? Ding. Edward tossed a coin. Bernadette has caught the attention of the hidden sage. The coin slipped from his hand and clattered onto the floor. The divination failed, but the failure itself already spoke volumes. Perhaps you're special, Edward remarked half-jokingly, rapidly analyzing why the hidden sage targeted Bernadette. Suspicion aside, one explanation stood out: as the direct rival of the god of Steam's path to the Great Old One, it made a twisted sort of sense for the hidden sage to mark the daughter of the Steam's chosen one. In the future, Bernadette would even form the Elemental Dawn specifically to oppose the hidden sage, perhaps indicating a long-standing grudge between the two factions. The current problem was how to deal with the hidden sage's gaze upon Bernadette. Klein, who also possessed the Sapphira Castle, could use the card of blasphemy's power to bless others, so theoretically, Edward could do the same. But he didn't have the card. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Edward suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, I don't need to worry about this at all. Regardless of whether the hidden sage targeted her because of the god of Steam, once Roselle knew about it, he wouldn't ignore the matter. As soon as Roselle learned his precious daughter was under the hidden sage's watch, he would naturally seek help from the church. Mr. Sparrow, can we go over there and have a look? Bernadette's curiosity returned. She pointed at the magnificent city that seemed to float in the air in the distance. I'm afraid not, Edward said, taking her hand and sidestepping the others. He entered an empty room and said, we'll stay here. Don't go anywhere, and just wait until we naturally wake up and leave this place. Why? Because it's too dangerous. Although this is a dream world, any harm you suffer here directly affects your real body. As I said, this is a shared dream for everyone in the sea area. No one knows what kinds of dangers might be lurking here. Bernadette looked somewhat disappointed but didn't argue further. All right. She turned to inspect the small room, about 10 square meters in size. It looked somewhat aged but was meticulously clean. Opposite the door stood a desk and chair, and on both sides were dilapidated bookshelves stretching to the ceiling. The shelves held a scattered collection of old books and ornaments. Can I look at the things in this room? She asked. Edward divined for confirmation and found no issue. Of course. She strained to drag a chair to the left bookshelf and climbed up to curiously examine the various objects. But most of them were glanced at briefly before being returned to their original spots. Edward, having nothing better to do, wandered over to the other bookshelf and began leafing through its contents. Most of the items were outdated trinkets, appearing antique in design. The books were primarily written in Elvish, Ancient Faesac, and Ancient Hermes. While some contained relatively rare, extraordinary knowledge, none were particularly useful to Edward. At that moment, Bernadette suddenly voiced her curiosity. The words in this book. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 491, Chapter 491, Akasha is captured. Edward turned his head and smiled. The books here are written in some ancient languages. It's normal that you haven't seen them before. He chuckled as he said, you'd better learn Intis properly first. Bernadette immediately objected, don't underestimate me. Daddy says my current level of Intis isn't much worse than his English level 4 back then. Edward was silent for a few seconds. Do you even know what English level 4 means? Her small face remained earnest. No idea, but Daddy said it's an extremely high level of language skill, 1 in a million. Impressive. No, that's not what I meant. Bernadette quickly said, I've seen this script before, inside Daddy's diary. Exactly. Daddy said he invented a whole new language so that no one could guess what he wrote. She waved the book in her hand. But the text in this book looks exactly the same as what's in Daddy's diary. Swish. Edward snatched the book from her hands and flipped through several pages swiftly. The blocky printed Chinese characters mixed with pinyin caught his eyes, and he quickly confirmed his suspicion, it was a primary school language textbook. At the middle of the book, the pages slightly bulged, as if something was hidden inside. Edward turned to that page and saw a flattened, bright red flower. His heart jolted. This was the same book Lilith had used to self-study Chinese. And this was the collective dream of everyone in this sea area, which meant, Lilith was right here. At that moment, the textbook in his hands rapidly turned transparent. Then, a blinding light flooded the scene. Everything first shone dazzlingly white before fading and disappearing. Edward suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself back in the captain's cabin. Outside, daylight had returned. We're back. Bernadette also sat up from the bed. She still looked a bit sleepy, but there was a spark of excitement in her eyes. It's so amazing. After falling asleep, you can go to another world. Even though it's a dream, it feels just like reality. Ah. Mr. Sparrow, what's wrong? She turned her head and saw Edward's expression, half joyful, half disappointed. Was it because of that book just now? Or the text inside it, she asked. She thought for a moment and then said, are you really interested in that kind of writing? Do you want me to sneak Daddy's diary out for you to look at? No need. At that moment, Edward wasn't in the mood to tease her, Daddy's little heartbreaker. He carried her in his arms and stepped across the spirit realm back to her room. I have something very important to attend to. I'll be off first, he said simply. Without further ado, Edward teleported away again, leaving her scratching her head, full of curiosity, what exactly was written in that book that caused Mr. Sparrow to react so strongly? So curious. Sea of Ruins. The moment Edward returned, he shifted into a spirit form and began flying swiftly through the sea area. Divination still failed to locate Lilith. So he resorted to the most primitive method, though he knew well it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Throughout the journey, he encountered various pirate ships and adventure vessels, each of which he carefully inspected one by one. During this, he experienced several instances of darkness again, but never managed to find the library containing that elementary school textbook within the monastery. This suggested that if it really had been Lilith's dream earlier, she must have already left the Sea of Ruins by now. Still, Edward held on to a sliver of hope. Coming specifically to the Sea of Ruins must have a particular purpose, and having a purpose implied she wouldn't leave easily. Even if she left, returning remained a possibility. In this era, there were no 4 kings or 7 admirals yet, but many large pirate ships or fleets inevitably had the support of the church or secret organizations. Edward specifically targeted 6 or 7 pirate ships, captained by suspected Witch Pathway individuals, and conducted careful searches. Unfortunately, he discovered no clue related to Lilith. Thus, 7 or 8 hours passed in an instant, spent entirely in searching. When Edward once again explored the Black Monastery and woke from the dream, he had to admit that this time, he had truly missed Lilith. Let's think positively. Edward gazed at the distant blue sea. At least this further confirms that Lilith is still alive and well. He smirked. As a god, Cheek had spent so many years searching for Lilith without success. Yet Edward had intersected with her in such a short time, a rather remarkable achievement. Cheek. The very thought of that name stirred a wave of irritation in Edward's mind. Although at the very start of his return through time, Edward had been filled with anger and hatred toward that name, he soon deliberately tried to forget the existence of that entity. Because Cheek was a true god. Any amount of anger and hatred was nothing more than a self-inflicted torment. Edward knew deep down that, for a very long time to come, he would have no chance of opposing such a being. The Evernight goddess had schemed for thousands of years just to barely eliminate the unsuspecting god of combat through Lilith's betrayal. Even if Edward someday ascended to Sequence 0, eliminating Cheek would still not be a simple task. So the immediate priority was to find a way to advance his rank as quickly as possible. Of the two potions, one was steadily progressing while the other had begun to take shape. Now, the biggest problem was clearly that both Sequence 3 Beyonder characteristics remained completely without clues. How to obtain the Wanderer and the Dreamweaver characteristics? Oh right, there was that ritual too, making the characters from the story step into reality. If only he could return to the Harry Potter world, it wouldn't seem too difficult. But, wasn't it impossible to go back? Just as the thought occurred, Edward's mind suddenly sparked. When I met Pallas yesterday, didn't I overlook a crucial clue? Back at Villa No. 7, Rose Street, the moment Edward sat down in the study chair, his spirit immediately alerted him that someone was at the door. Thanks to the enhanced intuition gained after ascending to demigod, his mind automatically conjured an image of Du Bois pacing anxiously at the door. With a wave of his hand, the door opened automatically, and Du Bois rushed in almost immediately, shouting, "Mr. Sparrow, something's happened." "What is it?" "Miss Akasha has been arrested." Edward was momentarily stunned but not entirely surprised. Arrested? Who did she provoke outside? It wasn't that she provoked someone. Du Bois explained, it was the other way around, someone provoked her and ended up getting disciplined by her. "Tell me everything." "We're moving to the house on Emerald Street in a few days, right? That villa is considerably bigger than this one, so I figured we could hire a few more people. But the daily expenses for the villa were all managed by Miss Akasha, so I asked her to come with me." "Wait." Edward interrupted immediately. "I already gave you the money. How is it in her hands?" "Ah. But in noble households, the female housekeeper generally manages the finances. So I transferred the money to her a few days ago." You gave the money to her? Isn't that like throwing meat to a dog?" "Ah. Forget it, continue." "When we got to the market district, our standards for picking people differed. I thought we should look for strong, capable workers, while she insisted on recruiting those with good looks. So we split up and planned to let you decide in the end. When I came back with my picks, I found her already in a fight with some men. The cause was that the men seemed to mistake her for a streetwalker and tried to lay his hands on her, which enraged Akasha. Such a classic, cliché plot. Akasha immediately incapacitated the man's bodyguard and even dislocated his arm. The men furiously threatened her, and in turn, Miss Akasha angrily stepped forward and kicked him in the groin, right as the police arrived. Originally, Miss Akasha wanted to fight the police too, but I managed to persuade her. After that, she was taken away." Edward frowned. "And you? You just stood by and watched the whole thing?" "Of course not." Du Bois hurriedly replied. "I tried to help too, but was quickly subdued by the bodyguard. I'm certain that bodyguard must have been a Beyonder, no normal human could possess such strength." Edward knit his brows. But wasn't the other party clearly in the wrong first? Harassing a woman in public, doesn't Intis law cover such cases? He paused and asked, "Wait, what exactly was she wearing at the time to make someone mistake her for a streetwalker?" "A suit with a short skirt and black stockings." "Damn you, Roselle. What kind of nonsense ideas did you spread to the people of this world?" Du Bois explained, publicly harassing women is considered a minor crime, typically punished with apologies and compensation. But Akasha's behavior crossed into deliberate bodily harm. Isn't it self-defense? The person she hit was a noble's grandson. Given the actual situation at the scene and the fact that Miss Akasha boasted about knocking down the police as well, it would be hard to convince anyone it was self-defense. Edward was silent for a moment. Would going to Roselle even help in such a case? It's probably difficult to use privilege to release Miss Akasha directly. I've already inquired. The person she injured is the grandson of Count Clare, a highly influential noble in Intis. Du Bois paused seriously, and the only grandson. This Count Clare is among the few who despise and hate Roselle, because many of Roselle's inventions and creations have undermined his interests. Furthermore, if Miss Akasha's kick truly caused irreparable harm, Count Clare's revenge might not stop at Akasha alone but could extend to you as well. Count Trier. The name sparked something in Edward's mind, and he quickly recalled where he had heard it before. Twilight Hermit Order. During the meeting's conclusion, Hermes had proposed 3 tasks for the future. The last one specifically mentioned Count Clare of Intis's conservative faction, suggesting he might even act against Roselle to protect his interests. And Roselle was the key figure, endorsed by the Russian priest, to drive the tide of the era forward. Naturally, no one could be allowed to threaten him. Although Edward always remembered this matter, he had no intention of getting involved. After all, he had just joined and preferred to observe how the elder members operated, to learn the ropes and avoid making mistakes. Yet unexpectedly, while he hadn't intended to interfere with Count Clare, it was Clare's grandson who came knocking on his door. Note, 600 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 492, Chapter 492, The Assassination of Count Clare. Edward furrowed his brow and asked, "How do you think this matter could possibly implicate me?" After all, Akasha is just my hired housekeeper. Whatever she did outside shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Du Bois shook his head. When power reaches a certain level, one can ignore many laws and regulations. For the sake of venting anger, Count Claire could fabricate any reason or charge. For example, a rapid series of footsteps sounded, and soon the door was flung open with a loud bang. A person dressed in Trier police uniform entered, holding a paper, and declared loudly, "Klein Sparrow, I am the chief of the Quartier de la Maison d'Opera Police Department. You are hereby arrested on suspicion of murdering the previous owner of the villa at 7 Rose Street, resulting in the deaths of 18 people. Du Bois, you're coming along as an accomplice." After saying this, he waved his hand, and the officers behind him lunged forward like wolves. Edward and Du Bois exchanged a glance. Now they knew what fabricated charges were being pinned on them. Must admit, it was ingenious. Bang. Edward and Du Bois were harshly shoved into a prison cell, without any interrogation or trial. Edward gazed at the dark, damp, and foul-smelling cell, feeling that justice had arrived far too quickly. Just last night, he had arrested Roselle in the name of the Spacetime Police, and now he himself was being arrested. At present, the only way to leave by legitimate means seemed to rest on Roselle. Edward waved his hand to clean the prison cell and transform 2 sofas, though to outside eyes, under the veil of false reality, the place still appeared filthy and damp. Although it wasn't unfamiliar for Mr. Sparrow to possess such abilities, seeing it with his own eyes still left Du Bois quite astonished. Edward sat down on a sofa and asked, "What's the next procedure? Await a trial, or a direct conviction?" "I suspect they'll just make us commit suicide out of guilt." Seeing Edward remain composed, Du Bois calmly analyzed the situation. "You're a newly arrived nouveau riche in Trier, and I've offended many people. They won't need any formal legal procedures to deal with us. Making us suicide out of guilt is the simplest way." "Is Akasha being held here too?" "Probably." Edward tossed a coin, the side facing up indicating negation. "She's not here." Du Bois instantly showed signs of anxiety. "In that case, Count Claire must have ordered special treatment for her. If so, she's probably in serious danger right now." He blamed himself. "I was so foolish back then. Why did I advise her to surrender peacefully? Whether she surrendered or not doesn't change the outcome. Do you really think the official Beyonders organization of Trier would play by the rules? And where is she now? I'll go check." Huh. Edward left the false reality in place to maintain the illusion of the cell, but in fact, he stepped out in spirit form, quickly using his dowsing rod to locate Akasha's position. Unhindered in spirit form, he swiftly made his way there. Soon, he arrived at the dungeon of a villa several kilometers away. This seemed to be a privately established prison by some noble family, but the defenses weren't particularly official. However, since it was designed for common criminals, it was utterly meaningless against someone like Edward, a sequence 4 with various methods at his disposal. Akasha lay bored on a bed inside the cell, staring blankly at the ceiling with bright red eyes. She didn't look like she had been tortured for interrogation. She had indeed swapped yesterday's pants for black stockings. At first glance, it gave off a hint of uniform temptation. Combined with her fiery figure, it wouldn't be hard to imagine any man being blinded by lust. As soon as Edward stepped in, she jumped up, her red eyes flickering with surprise. "Mr. Sparrow, you're dead." Edward lightly flicked her forehead with an invisible hand. "Who told you that spirit form means you're dead? Don't you know some pathways allow one to become a spirit or even a wraith?" Akasha tilted her head, puzzled. "But you're clearly not from one of those pathways. Isn't a sealed artifact sufficient?" Edward crossed his arms. "Hey, I have to say, you're quite unconcerned about this, still finding time to ask these nonsense questions." Akasha replied matter-of-factly, "What would I have to worry about? I know you're definitely coming to rescue me. Otherwise, when Arda comes back and finds out you abandoned his beloved sister, would he still help you investigate the things you're curious about?" Edward sat down next to her. "Do you know that Du Bois and I were arrested and thrown into prison because of you?" She was genuinely surprised. "Why?" "Because the person you injured." Edward revealed Count Claire's identity. After listening, she nodded and clenched her fist. "So that's how it is. In that case, we'll have no choice but to escape. Let's go." Without hesitation, she jumped off the bed and went to kick the door, but Edward quickly pulled her back. "Escape what prison? If we escape now, all my prior efforts will have been for nothing." "Ha, I knew it. How could a demigod powerhouse waste time pretending to be some nouveau riche desperate to mingle with nobles?" Akasha nudged Edward's shoulder with interest. "You're up to something big, aren't you? Is it some higher sequence promotion ritual? You need to cause a disaster or something. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. TCH, must be nothing good anyway." Edward's eyes narrowed. "That kick you gave, did you cripple Count Claire's grandson?" She scratched her cheek. How should I know? I was pissed and kicked him, that's all. Didn't measure my strength. But, well, he did scream pretty miserably. Edward asked again, since you were locked up here, has anyone come to see you? He had assumed Count Claire brought her here to torture her for revenge. But was it that he simply hadn't had time yet, or was there something else? Yeah. But I don't think it was Claire's man. Oh. Why? Because the guy said he'd create an opportunity for me to kill Claire. Then he'd help me escape. Edward clicked his tongue. This development, it felt like someone deliberately wanted to use Akasha to assassinate Count Claire. The Twilight Hermit Order's handiwork. And you agreed? Of course not. Only an idiot would fall for that. I'd rather sit tight here and wait for you to rescue me. At least that's reliable. Edward thought for a moment. I see. Just then, his spirituality stirred, something was happening elsewhere. He said, stay here for now. Huh? Aren't you worried the Count will take his revenge on me, kill me, or worse? His figure faded away. If that happens, I'll personally avenge you. Hey. Hey. Akasha chased after him 2 steps, fuming. I'd rather live than be avenged after death. Ugh, I hate you high-sequence types, never straightforward, always roundabout. Infuriating. She threw herself back on the bed, swinging her long pale legs, restless with both boredom and anxiety. Time passed. Footsteps approached. A voice echoed outside her cell, the same man from earlier. Kill Count Claire, and we will help you ascend to Sequence 4, become a demigod. Akasha froze. Even someone as careless and free-spirited as she was couldn't deny the temptation. From Sequence 6 straight to a demigod, it was enough to stir her heart. But she quickly steadied herself and sneered, TCH. Our sanguine's advancement isn't the same as you ordinary beyonders. The voice outside said coolly, over the years, countless vampires have died out in the world. What we hold are those unclaimed, unretrieved characteristics. Akasha's crimson eyes narrowed, her fangs flashing. Do you have any idea how insulting that is to us sanguines? I'm only stating facts. Whether you accept them or not, facts remain facts. After a long silence, Akasha asked, why choose me? I'm only Sequence 6. It is not we who chose you, it is the trend of the times. Edward had barely returned to his own cell when the iron door swung open. Roselle swaggered in, his tone arrogant and domineering as he addressed the guards. You know me, I always speak bluntly, so no offense intended. What I'm about to say isn't personal. But Claire's brat got what he deserved. This whole matter was of his own making and has nothing to do with my friend. Anyone who dealt with his nonsense before knew exactly what he meant, release him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and release Mr. Sparrow. Why yes, sir. The guards scrambled to bow and gesture. Sir, you may leave now. Before they finished, Roselle shoved them aside. My apologies, Klein, for letting you suffer this indignity. He didn't even glance at Du Bois. Ah. No, it's us who should be thanking you, Edward replied politely. No. Roselle's face carried a flicker of restrained fury. This whole scheme of Claire's was aimed at me. The coward couldn't touch me directly, so he went after my friend. That old bastard. Ah. Did Roselle think Count Claire targeted me because of him? What a convenient misunderstanding. Edward thought for a moment, then decided to explain softly, actually, what happened was. He recounted Akasha's clash with Claire's grandson. Roselle was first stunned, then burst into raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Brilliant. That housekeeper of yours, I simply must thank her. That damned Wells always tried to steal women from me. Now his grandson's been kicked where it hurts, ha. Let's see if he dares challenge me again. Roselle leaned in, voice lowering mischievously. No. I should send him more women. Ha 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 ha. After his fit of laughter, Roselle's face turned thoughtful, his hand stroking his chin. No wonder that old bastard Clear suddenly lost his mind, throwing you in here with such a flimsy excuse. He's trying to cut off his line. In that case, your housekeeper's situation is tricky. Edward immediately said, I can hire the best lawyer in Trier to defend her. Roselle waved it off. Lawyers won't help in a matter like this. He pondered for a moment. Let's get out of here first. He clapped Edward's shoulder, and the two of them strode out of the cell. Du Bois hurried after them. Roselle glanced back in surprise. Who let you out? I came to bail out my good friend Klein. Who the hell are you, tagging along? Du Bois. Oh, I remember now. Isn't this the darling of Trier, the heartthrob of countless noble ladies and young misses alike, Du Bois? Tell me, why didn't any of your lovers, no, true loves, come to rescue you? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 493, No Brain and No Characteristics. Du Bois. Roselle clicked his tongue. TCH. I could have pulled a few strings to get you out too, but I figured you wouldn't want to owe me a favor, right? Du Bois's continued silence made Roselle's one-man show feel a bit dull. He gave a cold snort and stopped bothering with him. Edward chuckled quietly beside Du Bois. Oh. I thought you'd act ungrateful, maybe even trade barbs with him like you did at the Roselle family banquet the other day. Du Bois shook his head. I'm not that clueless, Mr. Sparrow. Whether I like it or not, this time I do owe Roselle a favor. The group soon left the prison and came to a carriage waiting by the roadside. Roselle said, I'll try finding someone to pull strings with Claire, but you should be prepared. Someone will have to bear the brunt of his fury at losing his only heir. The only reason Roselle stepped in for Edward was because he thought Edward had been dragged into this because of him, and partly to repay the debt of Edward saving Bernadette. But he was never going to put much effort into saving a housekeeper. No matter how much he admired her guts, a servant was still just a servant. In this era, or even centuries later, the life of an ordinary person was still the cheapest of all currencies. I understand. Thank you, Roselle. No need for thanks. Roselle vaulted into his carriage with a grin. I'll be waiting for the invitation to your housewarming banquet. The carriage rumbled off into the distance. Du Bois turned to Edward. Mr. Sparrow, did you see Miss Akasha just now? I did. You don't need to worry about her too much for the moment. Why? There are some things you don't need to know. Du Bois opened his mouth but swallowed his words, lost in thought. The two rented another carriage back to 7 Rose Street. Edward instructed Du Bois to keep an eye on Akasha and count Claire's movements, then retreated to his bedroom. With 4 backward steps, he ascended to the Source Fortress. Seated on the bronze throne, he thought for a while before manifesting a quill and parchment. He wrote down the divination statement. The truth behind Akasha's incident this morning. He closed his eyes and entered a dream. In the hazy vision, Akasha appeared, dressed in her office lady outfit as she browsed the servant hiring market. A handsome blonde youth in his 20s noticed her, paused, and glanced several times in her direction. At that moment, a slave merchant led a dozen slaves past. A carriage rolled by, creating brief chaos. One slave stumbled and bumped into the blonde youth. He frowned, but the merchant hurried to apologize. Abruptly, the young man shoved the merchant aside and strode toward Akasha, then the events Du Bois had described unfolded. The vision shattered into blackness. 10 seconds later, within the darkness, a blurred silhouette emerged, speaking in a solemn tone. All for the trend of the times. Snap. The dream ended. Edward's eyes snapped open. As expected, it really was the Twilight Hermit Order pulling the strings. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Why would the Order send someone like Akasha, a mere sequence 6, to assassinate a powerful count like Cleo? In the future, when they attempted to assassinate Duke Negan, their first pawn was Kalangos, also a sequence 6, yes, but one who wielded the sealed artifact Creeping Hunger. In actual combat, that was equivalent to a sequence 5 powerhouse. If not for Audrey discovering it, that assassination might have succeeded. Unless Count Claire was completely unguarded, without Beyonder protection, Akasha couldn't possibly kill him. TCH. If I interfere directly, will that draw Adam's attention and displeasure? Even with that concern, Edward knew, if Roselle failed to resolve this through official channels, he would have no choice but to personally extract Akasha and send her back to Phaenopotter. Having made up his mind, he as usual devoured abilities from Groselle's travels and Book of Calamity, then stretched his spirituality toward a deep crimson star in the fog. Meanwhile, over the course of a full day and night, Palaz Zoroast scoured Trier from end to end. Though he knew he needed to find a host soon, he didn't rush. Whenever weakness overwhelmed him, he simply stole small bits of life force from healthy passers-by. For Palaz, parasitism was not merely about surviving weakness. It was a kind of symbiosis. Only by cooperating with his host could he truly recover. Last time, in desperation, he had chosen an Abraham descendant, seemingly a good option. Yet that fool nearly dragged him to death. This time, he had to choose more carefully. But just then, endless gray fog swept across his vision. In the next moment, the world shifted around him, he once again stood in that mysterious, little garden. The mysterious presence, suspected to be Sapphira Castle itself gaining sentience, had indeed seized complete control over his life. Your Excellency, may I ask why you summoned me? Palaz gave a slight bow. Pick a chair and sit. Edward gestured casually. I recall you said yesterday that the reason you broke into Amon's tomb was because the Abraham descendant you were parasiticing acted on his own, ignoring your warnings. That's correct. Edward cut straight to the point. I want to find the hiding place of the Abraham descendants. Do you know where they are? I know a little. Where? Pallas did not withhold. According to that Abraham descendant I was attached to, their branch seemed to be hidden near the county of Midseashire in Loan. But the exact location, he never revealed. Midseashire County, huh? Edward pressed. Anything else? More precise information about the Abrahams. Pallas hesitated, then carefully asked, Your Excellency, may I ask why you seek them? I need one of the Abraham family's sealed artifacts, Edward replied evenly. I see. Pallas nodded. Forgive me, I truly know nothing more about their whereabouts. But, yesterday in Trier, I did encounter someone who seemed to be an Abraham descendant. Oh. I only noticed him from afar, but that familiar aura, I couldn't be mistaken. He looked slightly embarrassed. However, after my last misstep, I immediately kept my distance. So I don't know where he is now. Edward mulled this over. After Mr. Dorr's disappearance, the Abraham family had been devastated by both external suppression and the madness of the full moon's whispers. They had scattered, breaking into small hidden groups across the continent. For a few of them to appear in Trier was not surprising. If you discover that descendant again, Edward instructed, recite my honorifics immediately to inform me. I understand. Oh, one more thing, do you know how to reach Bethel? At the sudden name, Pallas blanked for half a beat. You mean, Mr. Dorr? I'm sorry, I don't. Back then we were enemies, each supporting opposing empires. Fine. So then. Edward's gaze left Pallas and drifted into the depths of the grey fog, his spirituality stretching toward the crimson star that represented Rainet Tyneker. He spoke calmly, find a safe, empty place. Count to 100. I'll come to you. Southern Continent, Highlands Kingdom. Rainet sat listening as elders of the Temperance faction reported the latest moves of the Indulgence faction. Her brows knit tighter and tighter. Truth be told, ever since Mother Tree of Desire had suddenly attacked her last week, she had expected this turn. Yet reality was still bitter to accept. And there was nothing she could do. For most people in the world, a Sequence 2 angel was an unattainable, godlike existence. But to an outer god, it was pitifully weak. I've heard enough, Rainet said calmly. We must continue to avoid the Indulgence faction's edge. Leader, if this continues, our Temperance faction will be driven completely out of the Rose School. Survival matters more than anything. But more and more within the faction wonder, if Temperance brings only repression and retreat, why not embrace indulgence and enjoy pleasure instead? Rainet's reply was cool, those who think that way were never suited for Temperance to begin with. At that moment, endless grey-white fog suddenly welled before her eyes. A hazy figure seated upon a bronze throne intoned. Find a safe, empty place. Count to 100. I'll come to you. In the blink of an eye, the fog and figure vanished. Her heart thumped hard. She glanced around, the elders seemed utterly unaware anything had occurred. You're dismissed. Leave me time to consider. Yes, leader. Once they were gone, Rainet drifted through walls in wraith form until she reached a secret chamber. She lay down, clutching the chained god's puppet, and waited silently for the mysterious chairman. Truthfully, she had been anticipating this moment. Only gods could oppose gods. If she could draw this grey fog, god, into conflict with Mother Tree of Desire, the outer deity would have no leisure to meddle with the Rose School. Then Temperance would no longer need to retreat, it could strike back. 92, 93, 98, 99, 100. The instant she reached the count, her vision blurred. When clarity returned, she found herself in the grey-shrouded little garden, seated at the bronze round table. The self-proclaimed chairman still sat in the main seat. But this time, a new figure occupied a chair diagonally opposite, another member. Rainet remembered the last time she came, the chairman had said he might convene a gathering here. Welcome, Miss Nohead. It's a pleasure to see you again, Edward's voice rang out. Rainet inclined her head. Greetings, Mystery, Chairman. You may call her Miss Nohead. Of course, that's just her code name. Actually, I suddenly feel No Brain sounds better. Would you consider changing it? Rainet. Whatever makes you happy. Edward chuckled, then turned to the other. And this is Mr. No Characteristic. Pallas. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 494, Chapter 494, The First Misery Contest. Actually, I still have a few beyonder characteristics left. Pallas immediately understood what no characteristics meant, but seeing Rainet's perfectly intact head, he was somewhat puzzled why she was called No Brain. Hello, Miss. No Brain. Pallas obediently greeted Rainet. Rainet pinched her fingers but eventually accepted this ridiculous codename. Hello, Mr. No Characteristics. Excellent. Edward smiled lightly, adjusting his posture. Actually, there's a third member for our gathering, but I haven't decided yet whether to invite them. So for our first meeting, we'll proceed without them. Naturally, he was referring to Roselle. So then, our first misery contest officially begins. Palez and Raynette simultaneously. That's right, you heard me correctly. This gathering is called the Misery Contest, and its theme, as the name suggests, is competing in misery. Edward reclined in the bronze chair. Whoever wins this misery contest will receive a carefully prepared gift from me. Aren't you too excited? He gestured expansively. Well, let's cut the nonsense and get straight to the point. Please begin your performance. As his words settled, a heavy silence filled the Sapphira Castle. Palez and Raynette looked at each other, both instinctively silent, absolute madness. Even gods shouldn't humiliate us like this, right? They already suffered plenty, and now they were being forced to compete over their tragedies. Even a rabbit, pushed too far, would bite. This guy, couldn't it actually be Amon? Palez couldn't help but think so, only Amon would have such a perverse taste. Oh, it seems our two members are rather shy, Edward said with an unsurprised smile. Well, I'll first give you a hint of the reward for winning. He looked at Raynette. Miss No Brain, do you remember what I said the last time we met? This gathering is somewhat related to the fate of all participants. That was what Edward told Raynette previously. Exactly. As one who transcends past and future, I can give you a glimpse, accurate, not vague, of what lies ahead for you. Tell me, does that really not tempt you? Both Raynette and Palez's hearts skipped a beat. As angels of their respective pathways, they were well aware that some pathways could vaguely predict future events. But those were always fuzzy forecasts, just like Zeridal's vague prophecy to Roselle that Bernadette would become a major figure in the mystery world. Yet this mysterious being above the grey fog clearly implied it could see the future precisely and clearly. Was that even possible? After a pause, Palez spoke faintly. For over 1,000 years, I've been hunted like a stray dog by a certain enemy. Because of that, I've lost all of my sequences except sequence 1, barely surviving by parasiticing and stealing the life force of ordinary humans. Edward immediately applauded encouragingly, excellent. Mr. No Characteristics has bravely taken the first step, though I must say, your experiences aren't that tragic. Palez. I already described myself as a stray dog barely surviving, isn't that tragic enough? In spite of himself, he found a strange anticipation building. What kind of story would this Miss No Head tell? Edward clasped his hands and prompted, your turn, Miss No Brain. Raynette sat down in the chair, fidgeting as she pinched her fingers together, mentally persuading herself, this evil god's request, though humiliating, was still better than the mother tree of desire's constant corruption, erosion, and thirst for human lives. Besides, no one here knew who she really was. 1,000 years ago, my father and I established an ancient kingdom and founded a Beyonder organization. But later, an evil god known as the Mother Tree of Desire targeted our organization. It didn't just corrupt the deity we worshipped and split our organization, it also ruthlessly exterminated all members not under its control. My parents, my brothers, my students, all perished one by one in battle. Now, only I remain, desperately holding on. Raynette felt no shame in speaking the words aloud. To recount her persecution at the hands of Mother Tree of Desire was hardly disgraceful, merely a statement of fact. But the Mother Tree of Desire clearly doesn't intend to let me or the remaining members following me go. Just a few days ago, in a conflict, the last person I could truly call a friend died. At that moment, Raynette raised her eyes and looked at Edward. Chairman, can you help me? Of course I can, but not now, Edward replied. He asked, tell me, how much do you understand about the power of the Mother Tree of Desire? Raynette was momentarily stunned. I only know that it's an outer god. Palez, listening from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. He thought being hunted by Amon was already tragic enough. He never expected that Miss No Brain would attract the attention of an outer god. This misery contest was already lost for him. That's right. The Mother Tree of Desire is indeed an outer god, an existence that even the 7 gods can't counter. Therefore, I, naturally can't help you at the moment. At the moment. Both of them caught that word. Raynette began to sense a clearer understanding of the chairman's power. Palez suddenly had a realization, if this being in front of him was truly what he thought, then sooner or later it would also snatch away his own sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, just like Amon. He felt a mixture of reluctance and helplessness. His only hope was that it would only take away the sequence 1 characteristic, not his life. Clap. Edward lightly clapped his hands. All right, let's return to the main topic. So far, Miss No Brain seems to be ahead in this misery contest. After all, her family, relatives, and friends are all gone. But this also has something to do with Mr. No Characteristics holding back a bit. Since Mr. No Characteristics is being modest, I'll just relay it on his behalf. Pales, there's no reason to be modest about this. As an angel of one of the fourth epoch's most powerful families, after the War of the Four Emperors ended in defeat, Mr. No Characteristic and his family endured the reckoning. He himself became the prey of a king of angels' millennium-long pursuit. They say the Jacob family fared the worst among families wielding Marauder pathway, living like rats in the gutters, barely surviving. But in fact, Mr. No Characteristics' family vanished in the course of the purge. As far as I know, except for Mr. No Characteristics himself, no direct descendants of that family remain in this era. So in terms of misfortune, everything Miss No Brain endured, Mr. No Characteristics experienced equally. Your entire lives have been accompanied by death, relatives, descendants, students, friends, one by one departing before you, while death seemingly deliberately passed you by, leaving you to suffer alone. Do you consider this a torment, or a mercy? Pales and Raynette fell into silence. Having lived for over 1,000 years, Pales was long detached from life and death. But having the chairman state it so blatantly still carried a touch of melancholy. Of course, death is actually fair. Maybe it let you live this long just to give you hope, only to extinguish it brutally later. Since this is a misery contest, we won't just compare past sufferings. We'll also look at your respective fates in the future. Edward snapped his fingers. The next moment, the scenery in the little garden shifted dramatically. They were transported to the outside world, where in the distance, a figure rapidly approached. Behind her, more than 10 figures followed. As they came closer, it was unmistakable, Raynette, dressed in an elaborate, dark black gown, and the two leading the chase were Abomination Sua and the King of Curses Barranca. Soon, the people of the Indulgence faction blocked Raynette's path. After a fierce battle, her stunning head was first severed, followed by a brutal onslaught that ended her life. Watching this unfold, Raynette's spirit collapsed. Even though she had long anticipated this ending, actually witnessing it filled her with inevitable despair. So, everything I did was in vain. So, all my struggles were meaningless. Pales gazed at her beautiful face and thought, oh, so that's why the chairman calls her no brain. Snap. Edward snapped his fingers again. Raynette, along with Sua, Barranca, and the others, vanished. After another whirlwind of shifting clouds, they arrived somewhere else. This time, it was the future Backlund. A person parasiticized by Pales returned home through a porch, only to see someone already sitting on the sofa, a figure dressed in a classic black robe and a pointed hat, with one leg casually resting over the other, leisurely reading a newspaper. Upon detecting Pales' presence, the figure lifted his head, adjusted his monocle over the right eye, and revealed a mocking smile. It was Amon. Pales turned to flee. But the surroundings changed. Pitch-black stone pillars suddenly rose up, supporting a grand, magnificent cathedral. Each pillar, arch, and dome was inlaid with bones of various races, densely packed in chaotic disarray, their hollow eyes staring at Pales in the center of the hall, as if presiding over a judgment. Amon's right hand reached out. The next moment, Pales was forcibly drawn from the parasitized human body and swallowed by Amon in one gulp, transformed into a sequence 1B under characteristic and absorbed. Amon turned his head toward Pales and displayed that signature, sinister grin. Pales. Though he knew it was an illusion, that final glance from Amon still sent shivers through his soul, more terrifying than even witnessing his own demise. Yet compared to young Raynette, the elder Pales remained relatively calm. The crucial point, Amon needed his sequence 1B under characteristic, and so did this enigmatic chairman. Which meant neither would let the other take it easily. Fine, Pales thought with bitter resignation. I'll be the spoils of war between you two great powers. Do as you please. I'll just lie down and let it happen. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 810 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 495, keep the bluff going. Alright. As the three returned to the little garden within the Sapphira Castle, Edward spoke again, judging from the future, one of you will be besieged to death, beheaded and torn apart, while the other will be swallowed whole in a single bite. Which of you do you think is more miserable? Pales raised his hand immediately. I believe, I may be the more miserable one. At this point, he no longer cared about saving face. His dignity had already been stripped bare. If he couldn't even win this so-called misery contest, then he'd be embarrassed for nothing. Raynette did not object. She said nothing. Miss No Head, you don't plan to argue. Edward pressed lightly. In truth, both your tragedies have their merits, each has its special flavor. That means the final verdict may very well depend on how much effort you put into convincing me. If Miss No Head could describe in a bit more detail just how miserable she has been, perhaps I'd be more inclined to cast my vote for you. Raynette remained silent. Good. Since Miss No Head has no objections. Edward clapped his hands. Then let us congratulate the winner of the very first misery contest, Mr. No Characteristic. As he spoke, a large crimson rosette bloomed on Palez's chest, like the festive flower pinned to an ancient top scholar. Though seemingly festive, it was inexplicably comical. Now, will Mr. No Characteristic please deliver his victory speech? Palez froze. A victory speech? After all this humiliation, you still expect me to make a speech? Spare this old man. After a moment of bitter inner cursing, Palez put on a facade of calm indifference. Ahem. I must thank the chairman for granting me this opportunity, for awarding me the victory in this misery contest. I also wish to thank Miss No Head for her support. In the future, I will certainly. He faltered. Words failed him. What, keep striving to be even more tragic? That's madness. In short, thank you all for your support. Thank you, thank you. Raynette gave him a long look, relief flickering in her heart. Fortunately, I didn't argue just now. Edward smiled faintly. As the prize for Mr. No Characteristics victory, I offer two choices. You may select one. The first, I can provide you with guidance on a suitable future host, ensuring you avoid being devoured by a mon. The second, I can tell you the whereabouts of one of your direct descendants, someone you once cherished deeply. Yes, you still have a great-grandson alive. He may be little better than dead, but since he yet lives, there remains hope, does there not? Without hesitation, Palez answered, I choose the second. Edward feigned surprise. Oh. So decisive. Perhaps because I've lost too many characteristics, my humanity has paradoxically grown stronger over the years. Compared to the life and death of the future, I care more about this single direct descendant. Very well. Edward nodded. His name is Mobit Zoroast. Do you remember him? Palez's voice turned suddenly aged, then steadied again. Oh, so it was him. I recall he vanished after a great war. I had thought Amon or perhaps one of the Jacobs killed him, which was why I could never divine the culprit. It seems the truth was more complicated. He was indeed one of my favorites, his temperament resembled mine somewhat. Even as a beyonder of the error pathway, he always left room in his actions. Tell me, Chairman. Where is he now? Edward placed Grozel's travels onto the bronze table. In this book. Palez's expression barely shifted, but Rionette's eyes widened. This book. He stared at the unremarkable travel journal, frowning in contemplation. It feels anything but simple. Of course, Edward replied smoothly. This was once the relic of the dragon of imagination Ankwelt. You should understand the weight of that name. Within it lies a world almost as real as ours. The dragon of imagination. Even after thousands of years, that name still struck like thunder to Palez and Raynette alike. In the distant past, Ankwelt had been one of the rulers of this world, far mightier than the seven of today. Perhaps this relic truly did contain unimaginable power. Palez asked carefully, Chairman, you said my great-grandson was little better than dead. What do you mean? Oh, he has been inside the book for over 1,000 years. And he remains merely a Sequence 5 dream stealer. The only reason he still lives is the peculiar rules of that world. The moment he leaves it, time will consume him in an instant, and he will perish. Palez fell silent for a long moment. I understand. Of course, Edward added casually, there may yet be a way to keep him alive. Edward smiled faintly. The simplest method would be for you to extract your Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic and hand it to him, so that he may ascend to a demigod. Granted, a demigod of the error pathway won't live for 1,000 years either, but through parasitism, he could at least prolong his existence. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration lit up Edward's mind. The ritual for ascending to Sequence 3 was to deconstruct a story and let it step into reality. Until now, Edward had been troubled and regretful that he could not return to the Harry Potter world. But in truth, he already held another story in his hands, Grozel's Travels. And the simplest way to bring this story into reality was to let the characters inside walk out alive. His spirits lifted at once, as though he had stumbled into light at the end of a dark tunnel. How to make them walk out alive? Aside from Palez's great-grandson, who could rely on the Sequence 4 characteristic and the parasitic method, the others could be registered in the Sapphira Castle first. Edward could then pull their spirits up directly, at worst, they would exist as evil spirits. Thinking of this, he turned to Palez with a smile. See, as for the other method, I'll tell you next time. The word stuck in Palez's chest, but he could only force a polite smile. Many thanks, Chairman. You're welcome. Edward now looked at Raynette. Of course, as a participant in this very first misery contest, even though Miss No Head did not win, I think a consolation prize is still in order. What should I give you? What is it you most desire? Raynette clenched her fingers tightly. Does the Temperance faction still stand a chance of defeating the Indulgence faction? Edward chuckled. Heh. Even if you were to defeat them, what would it matter? As long as the mother tree of desire remains, you will never fully escape its pollution and control. He paused. But, since you've asked, there truly is an opportunity. In December of 1349, the Indulgence faction's upper echelon will suffer a heavy blow. That may be your chance. What Edward was referring to, of course, was the battle he had seen before his transmigration, when Leodora's powers grievously injured and killed several of Sua's subordinates. 1349. Nearly 200 years later. By then, I'll likely already be dead. Even if I know of it, what use is the knowledge? And besides, how can I even verify if this prophecy of 2 centuries hence is genuine? Enough. Edward clapped his hands. I hereby declare the first misery contest a perfect success. Next, I'll begin selecting contestants for the second round. When the time comes, the 2 of you may act as judges and spectators, casting your votes for the next winner. And once more, you will each receive my help, for instance, aiding you in saving your great-grandson. Isn't that something to look forward to? Edward's lips curled into a faint smile. Well then, until next time. Oh, and remember, not a word of today's events to anyone else. With a wave of his hand, he severed the connection, watching them dissolve into crimson starlight and vanish. The vast Sapphira castle once more sank into silence. Edward sat still, eyes closed, quietly sensing the progress of his potion digestion. Indeed, the so-called first misery contest had been crude, almost laughably simple. But its purpose was achieved. It was another experiment Edward had devised to digest his spiritcaster potion. He had to carve deep impressions into the minds of others without altering the course of history. His options were extremely limited. First, he had tried planting a dream in Roselle. The results were modest. This time, he tried a deliberately absurd, even nonsensical method. The so-called misery contest was, in essence, the unearthing of Rionette's and Palais' old scars, and rubbing salt into them. Such memories were bound to linger. The key was that, aside from half-truthful visions of their future deaths, Edward had revealed nothing concrete. Still, there was no guarantee that this would not ripple into the timeline. But if he wanted to digest the potion, he had no choice. For any sequence that required an audience, there were only 2 approaches: either seek a small number of high-sequence beyonders for faster progress, or draw upon a large number of ordinary people for slower progress. Edward judged the latter far riskier to history. Fortunately, none of this was wasted. The spiritcaster potion's digestion leapt to 1/2 complete. The secret sorcerer potion surged past 2/3. As expected of 2 angels, the efficiency was extraordinary. A pity, though. Such a method likely only worked once. Today's events were enough to make Rionette and Palais remember Edward for the rest of their lives. Next, he would need new targets. Speaking of which, why hasn't Medici recited my threefold honorific yet? Edward knew the reason couldn't simply be that the angel was sealed and thus unable to speak. Often, prayers to gods required no spoken words at all, silent recitation of an honorific was sufficient. Which meant Medici was simply too cowardly. If this continues, I'll just have to pay him another visit. Right. Medici should know how to contact Mr. Dor. Though Medici and the Dor had belonged to opposing factions in the 4th epoch, the fact that he had cooperated with Amon in luring an Abraham descendant to release Mr. Dor from the cosmos proved that he possessed some knowledge of him. A short while later, Edward extended his hand, channeling spirituality into Roselle's crimson star. Resting his chin on his hand in a casual posture, he said, "A free reminder, the hidden sage has set his sights on you and your family. Go to Stiano." With a flick of his finger, he sent the message through. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 496, Chapter 496, Catlia. Trier, the luxurious villa of the Roselle family. After bailing out Edward and Dubois, Roselle returned to his villa. Not long after, William and Polly brought back the news. The grandson of Count Clare had indeed been grievously injured, so badly that he was beyond any hope of fulfilling his marital duties. Currently, Count Clare was extremely furious, and the female housekeeper would certainly not be spared. Next, his wrath would definitely be directed at Klein Sparrow. "Sir, your decision to bail out Klein Sparrow will surely make Count Clare, who already holds a great grudge against you, even angrier. He might even resort to some special measures." Roselle crossed his legs and lounged on the sofa, smirking. "It's as if this never happened. That old man always had it in for me. It was only a matter of time. As for that female housekeeper, let him vent his anger there. After all, I have Klein Sparrow secured. If I can't even protect the men who saved my daughter, how could I ever survive in Trier?" He pinched his chin, thought for a moment, then added, "If push comes to shove, I'll visit the Archbishop, owe him a favor, and have Klein serve as a cleric in the church. I refuse to believe that old men would dare touch a church official. Ah, it's just a pity about that housekeeper." William, Polly, did you see what she looked like? The two exchanged speechless looks. Grim, sitting nearby, said, it said she was wearing that erotic outfit you invented, a stunningly beautiful woman with an exceptional figure. Otherwise, Count Claire's grandson wouldn't have been so blinded by lust. Erotic outfit. Roselle was dumbfounded. Wearing an erotic outfit out in public. That Klein knows ball. He even plays harder than I do. Oh wait, you don't mean an OL, office lady, uniform, do you? He massaged his forehead in disbelief. He swore that when he originally designed the OL uniform, it was just meant to be eye-catching, a playful tease of the classic uniform allure. It was definitely not meant to be some erotic wear. Who knew how those nobles twisted his original idea? Truly, morals are deteriorating, and humanity's virtue is vanishing. Condemn them. Strongly condemn them. In front of those noble ladies in OL uniforms, deeply condemn them. Just as he was thinking this, his vision blurred for a moment. He straightened up abruptly and saw the thick gray fog spreading before him. Deep within, sitting on a high-backed chair, a mysterious entity loomed, observing everything. A free reminder, the hidden sage has set his sights on you and your family. Go to Stiano. A few seconds later, everything dissipated. But Roselle's heart raced wildly, his expression turning grim. Hidden sage. Wasn't that the evil god from the mystery prior pathway? He had first heard of it while studying extraordinary knowledge, a particularly malicious entity that loved to inject excessive knowledge into the minds of mystery prior, driving them to madness, loss of control, and even death. It also liked to exploit others' weaknesses, manipulating them into irrational actions, only for them to ultimately spiral into loss of control and death. But our family doesn't have a mystery prior pathway member. Why would that evil god target us? Could it have been a deliberate ploy by the one above the gray mist? Damn it. Prepare yourselves. We're heading to Trier Cathedral. Roselle stood up and briskly gave the order, then strode out to find Matilda and Bernadette. Today, Bernadette undoubtedly overslept again. Last night's experience had been far more thrilling than the last. Although she still hadn't encountered a mermaid, the collective dream, accessible through sleep, seemed far more fascinating than any mermaid encounter. For the first time, she discovered that multiple people could share the same dream, meet, and even communicate with each other within it. The only pity was that, aside from Mr. Sparrow, the others seemed clueless and unresponsive, behaving as though sleepwalking and performing odd actions. But me, I'm special. I can remain fully conscious in dreams. Every time she thought about it, Bernadette beamed with pride, eager to tell everyone. Yet, she knew better than to blurt it out. If Dad found out, she might never get the chance to hang out with Mr. Sparrow again. Ah, I wonder why Mr. Sparrow suddenly reacted so strongly later on. What exactly did he see in that book? Bernadette curled up on the bed, pondering, could it be because of that strange, special script Dad invented? But didn't Dad invent that writing? Why would it appear in a dream? Oh, could it be because of me that it appeared? If I brought Dad's diary to Mr. Sparrow, could I help him somehow? Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and Roselle walked in. Darling, are you awake? Bernadette immediately stretched and yawned, awake. Daddy, good morning. Morning, huh? Roselle walked over. It'll be lunchtime soon. Ah, is that so? She touched her stomach. No wonder it feels flat, I'm a bit hungry. Roselle sat by the bed and playfully pinched his daughter's nose. Did you stay up late last night? Come on, tell me. What mischief were you up to? I didn't do anything bad. Bernadette brushed away her father's hand and giggled. Last night I went out to sea on another adventure with Snow White, Cinderella, and the others. I saw the blue sea, the blue sky, lots of ancient buildings, and even entered a wondrous dream world. She spoke nothing but the truth. Of course, Roselle didn't believe a word, chuckling as he said, oh. Sounds more like Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. Bernadette's eyes lit up immediately. Is that a fairy tale too? Daddy, tell me, tell me. No rush. First, come with me to the cathedral. Ah. To the cathedral. But it's not even Sunday, Massachusetts. Roselle pretended to frighten her, because a terrible evil god has set its eyes on us. We need to pray to the god of steam and machinery for his protection. Bernadette's heart instantly leapt, ah. Does Daddy know about Mr. Sparrow? Seeing his daughter freeze up as though frightened, Roselle quickly rubbed her head. I'm teasing you. We're just going for a walk. Come on. Wash up. Oh. Beaming, she jumped off the bed, her fair little legs flashing as she ran into the washroom. Half an hour later. A luxurious carriage pulled away from the Roselle villa, heading for Trier Cathedral. Inside the carriage sat the Roselle family of 3. Matilda cradled her daughter, whispering things that made the girl giggle with delight. Roselle simply watched mother and daughter quietly, a faint smile tugging unconsciously at his lips. He felt that even though he smoked, drank, chased women, and slept around, he was still a good father and a good husband. At least all that messy debauchery never crossed the threshold of his family home, and it hardly ever touched his wife and daughter. Matilda. Roselle suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Du Bois admitted defeat to me this morning. She gave a light smile. Congratulations. Do you know what I plan to do next? Holding her daughter, Matilda thought for a moment before asking, invite him to dinner, drink, and then keep him as your dog. Roselle was dumbfounded. You're a transmigrator too. By now, she was used to the odd phrases that frequently slipped from her husband's mouth. With a smile, she reminded him, you told me that once when you were drunk. Oh. Cough, cough. That's right. Bernadette's eyes shifted back and forth between her parents. She suddenly felt that ever since Mr. Sparrow had appeared, her father and mother seemed closer than before. She tugged at her father's hand, then at her mother's, and pressed them together. Then she wrapped both of theirs in her own small hands. This sudden gesture made Roselle feel a little awkward, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he looked at his daughter and said, Bernadette, once we're at the cathedral, I'll need you to help Daddy with something. Can you do that? Of course. Good girl. Year 1349, future. The past few days had been nothing short of thrilling for Klein. He had encountered 3 of the 7 pirate admirals, Vice Admiral Ailment, Vice Admiral Dusk, and Vice Admiral Deep Sea. Vice Admiral Ailment, Tracy, could be considered an old acquaintance. This time she had come for the witch on Simeem Island. They bumped into each other at the docks and exchanged brief blows. But this clash was more like a greeting. Afterwards, Tracy openly declared that he was the moody Gehrman Sparrow. That proclamation helped Klein digest quite a lot of potion. As for Vice Admiral Dusk and Vice Admiral Deep Sea, the former had attacked the passenger ship Klein was aboard. Klein was forced to defend himself and managed to wound him. The latter came directly for Gehrman Sparrow, only to be beaten back by the sea god's scepter, his ship shattered and crew scattered. At the same time, news of Gehrman Sparrow's defeat of Admiral Hell spread across the seas. His epithet was already shifting from Moody to Pirate Admiral Hunter. Of the 7 pirate admirals, Admiral of Blood was dead, Admiral of Hell captured, Vice Admiral Ailment nearly slain, Vice Admiral Deep Sea and Vice Admiral Dusk wounded and routed. Only Admiral of Stars and Vice Admiral Iceberg had yet to cross paths with him. A betting pool had even quietly started on the seas, when Gehrman Sparrow would strike at the remaining 2 admirals, and when he would challenge the 4 kings. Meanwhile, Klein persisted in wielding the sea god's scepter, playing the role of the sea god without flaw. And so, without him even realizing, the faceless potion was nearly fully digested. In other words, it was time to prepare for his advancement to Sequence 5. For the seer pathway, Sequence 5 was marionettist. Its main ingredient had long been sponsored by Master Rosago, while the supplementary materials were already collected. What remained was the mermaid song required for the advancement ritual, which meant he needed to visit the Queen Mystic Sea Palace. It was on a small island called Raja, located deep within the Fog Sea. Sailing there from the Worsted Sea would take ordinary ships nearly 20 days, though certain ghost ships could have that. Thus, Klein decisively sought the Queen Mystic's aid. 3 mornings later, at an abandoned dock on Blue Mountain Island, he met the 4th pirate admiral, Admiral of Stars. Her ship was an enormous sailing vessel flying the banner of a lashless eye encircled by 10 stars. This was her vessel, Future. Future halted some 30 meters from the shore. Then, shimmering starlight cascaded down, condensing midair into a transparent bridge. A woman descended the bridge, walking as though on air. She wore a black classical robe embroidered with countless symbols and arcane sigils. At her waist hung an astrolabe and a short staff. She came to stand before Klein. Gehrman Sparrow? Klein maintained his aloof, forbidding demeanor. That's me. Come with me. I'll bring you to Raja as quickly as possible. Much obliged. Soon, the 2 of them crossed the starlit bridge and boarded Future. Klein immediately sensed the eyes of the crew upon him, curious, intrigued by this so-called Pirate Admiral Hunter. But the Pirate Admiral's first question was, how did you come to know Her Majesty? Note, 950 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 497, Chapter 497, Roselle continually lowering the bar. Klein said calmly, we are members of the same Beyonder organization. Katlia pondered for a few seconds. Element Dawn? Of course not, it's another organization. Katlia was extremely surprised. As the leader of Element Dawn, it was truly unexpected that Queen Mystic had joined another organization. Klein noticed the curiosity in her deep violet eyes, and said calmly, for specifics, you should ask Queen Mystic herself. He paused briefly, then added, however, I've heard that the Admiral of Star seems to have fallen out with Queen Mystic. From the looks of it, things aren't so simple. Kathleen lowered her head and said bitterly, how could I have fallen out with her? I was merely exiled by her. Exiled? That was rather curious. But given Jermaine Sparrow's identity, I couldn't ask further. It was truly frustrating. How much longer until we reach Raja? At full speed, about a week. Klein removed his hat and thanked her, then I'll trouble you for the rest of the journey. No, it's my good fortune. If it weren't for escorting you there, I wouldn't have had the chance to return and see her. Raja Island, Emerald City. Bernadette wandered through the section of the castle specifically constructed for the mermaids to reside. Though it was said to be domesticated, their freedom wasn't restricted, rather, they were allowed free access. However, the worsening living conditions still led the mermaids to voluntarily spend most of their time there. People often said freedom was more important than life itself, but when witnessing fellow kin being brutally slaughtered, even the most beautiful freedom seemed to lose its significance. From afar, Bernadette saw figures sitting at the edge of the coast, playing and frolicking. These beings had human faces, with pure yet somewhat alluring features. Their chests were prominently arched but covered in dark red scales. Their lower bodies were large fishtails, rhythmically swaying against the reefs, exuding an odd beauty. As soon as they saw Bernadette, they wagged their tails and swam over. Some lay along the shore, others perched on the rocks, all looking at her with charming, captivating gazes, and began singing sweetly. Bernadette watched them calmly, memories flickering through her mind. She took out a delicate little mermaid figurine and gently touched it, but unlike her childhood experiences, no illusion of a mermaid appeared. After a long while, she sighed softly. 1160, 7 Rose Street. As the red moon rose, night quietly descended. Without the chattering Akasha, Edward enjoyed a rare quiet dinner. But platter after platter of steak and roast meat soon left him queasy. No wonder Roselle had gotten constipated not long after transmigrating. Thus, he only ate a small piece of grilled meat and mostly fruits and vegetables. The cook, Endelai, looked worried and hesitated before softly asking if she had done something wrong. It's not you, my appetite has been poor lately. Edward casually comforted her, pointing to the grilled meat on the table, you can take this back and share it, don't waste it. Just as the servants began clearing the table, Du Bois hurried back, Mr. Sparrow, I'm back. What did Roselle say? He said he can't do anything either. The fact that Count Claire's grandson has been incapacitated is indisputable. Someone has to take responsibility. I see. Though Du Bois cared about Akasha, who had helped him control his spirituality, he didn't probe further, knowing Mr. Sparrow had his own plans. By the way, congratulations on becoming a Beyonder as you wished. Edward remembered something and smiled at him. How does it feel? He pondered and replied, it's quite magical. After becoming a spectator, I realized I could detect many previously unseen things. By analyzing subtle movements and expressions, I could deduce a person's general character and current thoughts. Then have you noticed anything about me? Du Bois blinked. Mr. Sparrow doesn't seem worried at all about Miss Akasha's current condition. Either you don't care about her safety in the slightest, or you already have a foolproof plan. Of course, I leaned toward the latter. Edward remained noncommittal and continued, what about Roselle? Thanks to your saving his daughter last time, out of obligation and face, he will certainly try his best to help you this time. But obviously, he won't pay too high a price for a mere housekeeper, though that's quite normal. I can't help but feel your analysis isn't derived from your spectator ability but rather conclusions based on your prior understanding of others. Du Bois chuckled. They complement each other. All right, I wish you success on your Beyonder pathway and hope you ascend to a higher sequence soon. Thank you. After exchanging a few more words about moving house, Edward returned to the bedroom upstairs. Since it was confirmed impossible to rescue Akasha through conventional means, the only option left was to bring her out directly. He altered his appearance and was about to act when a voice reciting a 3-part prayer echoed beside his ear. It seemed to come from a man, whether it was Roselle, Palez, or Medici, he couldn't tell. Ah, the owners of Sapphira Castle all seemed doomed to toil. He immediately retraced 4 steps to enter the Sapphira Castle and sat in the small garden shrouded in grey fog. In the depths of the mist, Roselle's deep red star pulsated and flickered continuously. Roselle. What could he want at this hour? Could it be that Stiano failed to handle the attention of the hidden sage? It was no wonder Edward thought so, after all, throughout the entire Lord of the Mysteries, the god of steam and machinery was notoriously incompetent. As he infused his spirit into the star, Roselle's figure appeared within the Sapphira Castle. He first bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Excellency. Has the hidden sage issue been resolved?" "Yes. The Archbishop of Trier Cathedral told me that the god of steam and machinery had erased the mark left by that evil god on our family." He paused for 2 seconds. "But he also advised that we should frequently pray at the cathedral in the future, as that evil god might fixate on us again at any time." Edward nodded. That makes sense. May I ask what method can completely prevent that evil god from watching over us again? Oh. Edward leaned back. Is that what you wish to ask me tonight in your prayers? He paused. Did you manage to get the item I told you to obtain? Roselle cleared his throat and nodded. I have. He looked at his empty right hand. But it seems I couldn't bring it up here. Oh. How did you get it? Edward was genuinely curious. Didn't you go to the church this afternoon to pray to Stiano for help? How did you still have the audacity to swipe the Archbishop's vestments on the side? Just a little trick. In truth, he'd simply let his daughter Bernadette wander freely and pocket it. After all, it was only natural for a child, driven by curiosity and playfulness, to casually take a piece of clothing. Even if discovered, it would at worst be considered mischief. After hearing his words, Edward fell silent. Roselle really does keep setting new lows for me. So, your question tonight is how to make sure the hidden sage never targets you again. Roselle hesitated. He originally thought that since this mysterious evil god had already generously provided the information that the hidden sage was watching over his family, this question would be answered offhandedly. He hadn't expected to be charged. Really not acting like an evil god, more like a shrewd merchant. Originally, Roselle had intended to use this chance to probe for information about transmigration. But now, perhaps he ought to prioritize his immediate safety first. After much internal struggle, Roselle finally asked, I want to know, is the hidden sage targeting me? Why? Oh. Why the sudden shift in question? Roselle feigned an innocent smile and scratched his head. Actually, I already asked the Archbishop of Trier earlier, and his answer was that only if the hidden sage died would the problem be solved. I worry your answer will be the same. Maybe that's a correct answer, but to me, it holds no significance. And for this newly asked question, I also asked the Archbishop, but he chose to remain silent. Though I suspect this implies tacit acknowledgement, I'm even more eager to understand why. Why would such a long-renowned evil god be interested in me? What he didn't say was this: could it be the hidden sage has discovered I'm a transmigrator, and intends to exploit me? Perhaps even use me to breach into Earth itself? Why is it that other transmigrators don't have their identities discovered until the story's conclusion? Why must I be so unlucky? Edward leaned back and said calmly, I'm also not certain whether the hidden sage is targeting you. I can only tell you that the god of steam and the hidden sage are natural mortal enemies. Only one can ultimately survive. But what does that have to do with me? Perhaps because you are a follower of Stiano. But I'm not the only follower. But you are the only one capable of helping Stiano stabilize his divine position. Edward chuckled. Otherwise, why do you think he changed his name from god of craftsmanship to god of steam and machinery? Roselle was stunned. He could feel the church's and the deity's recognition of him, but never thought he'd be so important to a true god. According to the current speaker, the god of steam and machinery and the hidden sage were mortal enemies. Naturally, the latter wouldn't idly allow the former to stabilize their divine status and grow stronger. Thus, they targeted Roselle, the culprit. Truly, a senseless calamity. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 498, Chapter 498, The Emperor Must Suffer First. If that's the case, then if I insist on setting out to sea next, won't it be extremely dangerous? Roselle hesitated. Or perhaps. The thought of backing down barely surfaced before he immediately denied it. If I get scared off like this, wouldn't that make me, a transmigrator, unbearably pathetic? With that conviction, Roselle asked seriously, Your Excellency, how may I obtain your protection? Edward was slightly surprised. Haven't you always been extremely cautious around me? Why now suddenly seek my protection? Isn't Stiano's protection enough for you? But his protection requires me to keep running to the church. Isn't that just another form of restricting my freedom? Edward feigned a thoughtful pause, then said, The rule is still the same as before. You help me with one matter, and I can grant you protection to a certain extent. Please, tell me. Go to Stiano's church. Take a sealed artifact, any one will do. As long as it's a sealed artifact, it will suffice. So the evil god finally reveals his true motives. What he wants is a sealed artifact from the church, isn't it? This time, it's any one. Next time, it will be narrowed to a specific one. And the time after that, maybe he'll demand a grade 1, even a grade 0 sealed artifact. Step-by-step digging pits for me to jump into, that's what this is. Roselle's reaction was clear to Edward. A sharpman like Roselle could naturally see the scheme. But what he didn't know was that this so-called evil god wasn't after some terrifying grade 1 or 0 artifact at all. What Edward really wanted was simply a grade 2 sealed artifact, the bootlicking mirror. Anything else? Roselle hesitated for a few seconds, then asked in a low voice, May I ask, are there others like me in this world? Others like you? Edward repeated blandly, then said lightly, no. You are the sole special existence right now. This answer is free. With that, he severed the connection with Roselle. And it wasn't even a lie. The previous one who left Sapphira Castle, Amon Isis, had already ascended as the Evernight goddess, dwelling in the astral plane. The next one, Klein, wouldn't appear for nearly 200 years. And Edward himself came from the Harry Potter world, utterly different in nature. So, at this point in time, Roselle truly was the only unique existence. Roselle opened his eyes in the study. Did he catch what I was really trying to ask at the end? Does this world truly have no other transmigrators? Then, that doll he gave to Bernadette, was I just overthinking it? Or did he merely follow my lead, giving yet another vague and ambiguous answer? Roselle pinched his fingers together, gritting his teeth. Damn it, I really am sick of this endless game of guessing. Next time, maybe I should just come right out with it. If my transmigration truly was orchestrated by him, then all this suspicion, this acting and second-guessing, it's nothing but a joke, isn't it? And if it has nothing to do with him, then what does it matter if he knows? Could he slice me open, research me, and discover a way to Earth? If it were that easy, he'd have acted long ago. He doesn't need my confession at all. While Roselle agonized, Edward sat within Sapphira Castle, calmly observing his reaction. He could more or less guess what Roselle was thinking now. If it were him, he would probably fall into the same mindset. But there was no helping it. For the sake of my own path, I can only let you suffer for now, Emperor. In the future, I swear, I'll do everything I can to help you back up again. Until then, may you have good mornings, good afternoons, and good nights. May peace follow you through the years. At Count Claire's mansion. When the old Count Clear repeatedly confirmed that his grandson had indeed been crippled, he smashed everything in the room he could lay his hands on, completely consumed by maddened rage. I want everyone involved to die. That woman, her employer, those responsible for protecting the wells, and everyone else who was there, don't let a single one of them escape. Quick. Immediately. Right now. Go. The butler cautiously reminded, that woman's employer was already bailed out this morning by Roselle. What did you say? Count Claire glared, his cloudy pupils flashing with vicious light. Why didn't you tell me earlier? At that time, you were accompanying young Master Wells. Roselle. He roared like a wounded lion, beard bristling. I understand now, I understand. All of this was designed by Roselle. He planned every step of this, all to retaliate for the suppression I dealt him before. Good, very good. If that's the case, then I won't bother giving the church any more face. I'll offer a huge bounty for those damned beyonder, the bounty being Roselle's head. At that moment, muffled screams echoed, followed by several attendants carrying in a blond young man in his 20s on a stretcher. His face was pale, twisted with madness. Grandfather, I want to kill that woman with my own hands. Hurry. Take me to her, quickly. No, Wells. Before his grandson, Count Claire calmed somewhat. What you need most now is to rest well. Don't worry. Ordinary doctors may not be able to help you, but don't forget the Beyonders, some of them may have special methods. I don't care. I want to kill that woman right now. Hurry, take me to her. He thrashed wildly, rolling off the stretcher, the motion tearing at his wounds and wringing new screams from him. Take Wells back to rest. Grandfather, grandfather. Leave that woman to me, I must kill her myself. You must let me kill her with my own hands. If not, I will never forgive you. Midnight. Akasha fled like a phantom through the darkness, cursing under her breath. Good thing I didn't believe their bullshit and actually go kill that old bastard, otherwise I'd have died on the spot. For Sequence 5's guarding inside and out, and they expected me, a Sequence 6, to assassinate him. What a goddamn joke. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light descended from above, aiming straight for her head. She halted sharply, swerved, and darted off in another direction. But another Sequence 5 had been lying in wait. His rifle roared, one bullet tearing through the night with overwhelming force. Though only a single round, it sealed every possible escape route. Spectral wings burst from Akasha's back. She shot into the air, barely dodging the bullet. But before she could flee further, her skull throbbed as if struck by an invisible hammer. Her vision spun, and she plummeted straight to the ground. 3 Sequence 5 Beyonders instantly closed in. If the Count hadn't demanded she be taken alive, there was no way a Sequence 6 like her would have left the courtyard of that estate alive. Just then, all 3 of them staggered into a daze. By the time they blinked themselves clear again, they were standing exactly where Akasha had fallen, but where is she? The spot was empty. She had vanished as if into thin air. Disbelieving, they tore through the grounds in a grid search. 10 minutes later, they had no choice but to admit, she had truly escaped. The three men's expressions darkened, ugly as thunderclouds. She must have used some kind of sealed artifact. No shit. This time we've really messed up. 3 sequence 5s chasing a sequence 6, and still she slipped away. The disgrace was crushing. They exchanged looks, none of them knowing how to explain this to their master. Just then, another figure descended rapidly from afar, the Count's 4th sequence 5 bodyguard. Well. Where's the woman? She escaped. She must have had some apprentice pathway sealed artifact. Ha. And saying that does us what good? Better think about how we'll face Count Claire. The newcomer gave them a strange smile. I've got one good news, and one bad news. Which do you want first? Are you kidding? Is this the time? The good news is, you don't have to worry about explaining it to Count Claire anymore. Why? The bad news is, Count Claire is dead. Just after you chased her out. The worst news is, we're unemployed. Akasha blinked awake, utterly confused. The room looked awfully familiar. Wait. Isn't this Mr. Sparrow's study? How the hell did I end up here? You really went and tried to assassinate Count Claire. Edward's voice came from nearby. He was leaning against the edge of his desk, vest and suspenders neatly in place, arms folded, his expression complicated. He had known beforehand this scheme involved the Twilight Hermit Order, but he hadn't expected them to move so fast. Akasha had only been arrested in the morning, and by nightfall, the assassination attempt was already underway. Fortunately, when he checked on her earlier, he had left a contingency in place. Of course I wasn't that stupid. Akasha puffed herself up indignantly. I only pretended to agree to that guy, acted like I was going to assassinate the Count, but in reality, I was just looking for a chance to bolt. But even though I was already being careful, those 3 bastards still caught me and chased me down. She frowned. What happened afterwards? I just remember my head suddenly exploding with pain, then blacking out. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. Edward said flatly, what else could have happened? I got there in time and pulled you out. Akasha grinned. I knew it. No way would boss ever leave me to die. You'd already left a backup in place, huh? You're as reliable as me. Reliable my ass. Edward shot her a glare. Do you realize you were nothing but a tool from start to finish? What do you mean? Count Claire is dead. Right after you lured off those 3 bodyguards, someone else assassinated him in his bedroom. Edward's tone was cool. They never counted on you to succeed. You were nothing but bait. What? Akasha immediately flew into a rage. So even if I had somehow killed that old bastard, that guy still wouldn't have given me what he promised. So you really were planning to assassinate him, only you chickened out because you weren't strong enough. Note, even with an extra hour, we still missed our PS goal, just 6 stones short. So here's the deal, 1,100 power stones, that's 50 less than usual, for an extra chapter tomorrow. Cool? Go, vote. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, the Aurora Order, though late, ultimately arrives. She suddenly furrowed her brow and asked, but what if I hadn't escaped back then and had actually attempted the assassination? Facing 4 sequence 5s, I definitely would have been taken down on the spot. So how exactly did they plan to assassinate that old man? Either they calculated that you would definitely escape, or they had other contingencies prepared. It's also possible this was just a random attempt. In any case, judging by the outcome, their objective was achieved. After all, looking at the original attempt by the Twilight Hermit Order to assassinate Duke Negan, even though the first attempt failed, Negan eventually died, and everyone involved was eliminated, leaving the Twilight Hermit Order hidden in the shadows, having advanced the so-called trend of the times. What made Edward particularly wary was whether this assassination attempt had been arranged by that Intis and was deliberately aimed at himself. If Intis had indeed hidden something important in this villa, there was no way they would lower their guard just because of the piece of investigative intelligence Edward previously provided. They would, while attempting to assassinate Count Claire, take the opportunity to probe the residence here, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If that were the case, this matter was far from over. With that thought, Edward gestured and activated the traveler's door. Let's go. To where? To send you back to Fainapotter, Miss Accomplice in the assassination of Count Claire. Since when the hell did I become an accomplice? Who said I was an accomplice? After tonight, the whole of Trier will say exactly that. Akasha clenched her fists, her blood-red eyes gleaming with righteous indignation. Boss, Mr. Sparrow, I'm your housekeeper. Being tricked like this, used as a pawn, and nearly killed, how is that not the same as humiliating you? Such an insult, can you really endure it? Because I sure as hell can't. Edward glanced at her and said, I can. No, I mean, you're a demigod. Where's your dignity? Shouldn't you strike back immediately? If you really can't stomach it, then hurry back to Fainapotter, round up your parents, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, hell, your entire clan, and bring them here to avenge you. She actually pondered seriously for a moment, then frowned. But I don't even know who the hell they are. Edward was about to say something when he suddenly arched an eyebrow and smiled slightly. You might find out now. What? Edward didn't answer. Instead, the spiritual power of a demigod surged, and false reality instantly blanketed the villa, bringing everything under his control. Let's go meet the person who actually attempted to assassinate Count Clare and see what their true identity is. Edward knew very well the assassination attempt tonight originated from the Twilight Hermit Order. But the Order had a rule when, guiding the trend of the times, they never personally dirted their hands. The future assassination of Duke Negan had involved first contacting Kalangos and the Devil families. Tonight's attempt on Count Clare was no different. Akasha was merely one piece, paired with another partner. Akasha's eyes lit up. She cracked her knuckles eagerly. Boss, please restrain him for me later. Let me finish him myself. The two of them had barely descended the staircase when a man in a grey tweed coat and gentleman's hat, reeking of blood, walked straight through the wall. Despite being only a few meters away from them, he seemed completely oblivious to their presence. He first smiled faintly and glanced at the stairway leading to the second floor, then proceeded directly toward the basement. Huh. Edward was surprised and stopped Akasha, who was about to rush forward. Let's observe first. The men strode swiftly into the basement, heading unerringly for a corner. He pressed a hand to the floor and channeled spirituality. Accompanied by a creaking sound, the spot infused with spiritual power began to slowly contract, revealing inside a wrist-length metallic rod made of what appeared to be brass. He bent over, reached out, grasped the rod, and slowly pulled it out with deliberate force and rotation. The surface of the brass rod was engraved with shallow, circular patterns, but neither Edward nor the men seemed able to sense any extraordinary power or figure out what purpose it served. After several minutes of examination, the men pulled out a black pouch, placed the brass rod inside, and turned to leave. His eyes gradually gleamed with a mixture of excitement and cruelty. But at that very moment, he saw two figures appear as if from thin air directly behind him. Frenzy. Without hesitation, he unleashed the psychiatrist's frenzy. His body instantly swelled, his skin darkened to pitch black, two curved, wickedly patterned goat horns sprouted from his head, and sulphurous wings unfurled from his back. His height surged to nearly 3 meters, transforming him into a demonic creature. With a guttural roar, he lunged at Edward and Akasha. What the hell is that thing? Akasha was startled. She instinctively tugged Edward backwards, yet instead of retreating, he stepped forward, the ancient gears in his eyes beginning to turn. The next moment, the charging demon rapidly shrank in size, and in the blink of an eye, reverted back to his previous human form. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. He had just plummeted from Sequence 5 Shepherd to Sequence 6. And this regression continued. Soon, he became Sequence 7. Even for a frenzied fanatic like him, a chill ran down his spine at this point. What on earth was happening? Edward extended a hand and stole the man's current thoughts, raising his brows slightly in surprise. Aurora Order. TSK, as expected, all the dirty and rotten schemes of this world, sooner or later, ended up connected to the Aurora Order. After a brief consideration, Edward used the invisible hand to grasp the men and, together with Akasha, teleported them to the outskirts of Trier City. The instant they landed, the shepherd regained consciousness. He immediately dove into the shadows, attempting to flee, only for a streak of silvery white lightning to crash down, striking his shadowy form and reducing him to a lump of scorched charcoal. A Sequence 5 shepherd, killed in an instant. Only then did Akasha fully react. She stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the charred remains, then turned around in confusion and asked, "Shouldn't we have interrogated him first with severe torture? Why kill him outright? There's no need to ask questions. Spirit communication will suffice." Edward smiled lightly. This guy is a lunatic from the Aurora Order. Getting anything useful from his living mouth is practically impossible. The Aurora Order. At this point in time, the Aurora Order had only been established for a short period. Far from the illustrious reputation they held in the future, they didn't yet claim responsibility for every little matter. Edward first divined whether touching the brass rod was dangerous or if it would alert anyone to his presence. Upon confirming there was no risk, he said, "Wait here for me." With a wave of his hand, he concealed the area he occupied, disappearing from Akasha's sight. Then, entering his leather pouch along with the shepherd's residual lingering spirit and the brass rod, he took 4 steps backwards and reappeared inside the Sapphira Castle. Thanks to the Sapphira Castle's enhancement, Edward didn't need to beseech anyone when performing spirit communication. He could channel spirits more directly than any so-called spirit medium. Looking at the muddled, remaining spiritual presence before him, he asked, "Did you kill Count Clare?" "Yes." "Why did you kill him?" "For money. To spread the glory of the Lord." Who ordered you to kill him? Don't know. Don't care. Why did you take that rod from number 7 Rose Street? Same person's request. What's the rod for? Don't know. After the deed is done, where should the item be delivered? He will come find me. State your base of operations. Number 2 Camellia Street, Quartier de Noël. Edward then tried to ask several more consecutive questions, but the shepherd remained utterly ignorant, answering nothing useful. So, he simply leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and directly used dream divination. Who sent him to the villa? In the grey, hazy, unreal world of dreams, a provocatively beautiful woman dressed in revealing attire appeared, holding a thick stack of falcon bills. You Aurora Order people will accept any commission. Of course. I want you to kill Count Claire. Impossible. Why not? He has 4 sequence 5 bodyguards around him. Attempting to assassinate him is equivalent to suicide. Why do you know that so clearly? Ha ha ha, what do you think? If I could lure away 2 or 3 of his protectors, then it's worth a try. Fine. This money is the deposit. The rest will be paid after the task is completed. She paused for a few seconds. Oh, by the way, after the assassination is done, go to the villa at number 7 Rose Street and retrieve an item from the basement. Should I kill the resident there while I'm at it? Doesn't matter. I only want the item. Hee hee. The woman vanished. The shepherd then took out a hanged man's cross from his chest and murmured to himself, Lord, we will soon spread your supreme radiance across the entire world. Then all will know the Aurora Order. All will piously worship you, becoming lambs under your shepherding. The dream ended at that point. Edward leaned back and chuckled. As expected, the Aurora Order just does dirty work for money. But it's truly amusing how Adam's people found a true believer of the true creator to help push forward the tide of time and assist Adam in becoming a god. However, the woman in the dream seemed oddly familiar. Where had he seen her before? He then clapped his hands and exclaimed in surprise, isn't this the witch from Roselle's family banquet? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 500, a small squeak. But she had long since turned by Zeradal into a marionette, and then used by him for, hell nah bro I'm outta here, technique, leaving her behind at Roselle's estate. By now, she should have been handed over to the authorities by the Roselle family. So, her commissioning the Aurora Order must have happened before the banquet. This witch should be one of Intis' people. The fact that she deliberately sent the Aurora Order to retrieve the brass rod means that the item must have value to Intis. But if that's the case, why would Intis then make such a show of sending people to inspect 7 Rose Street at the gathering? Isn't that the same as shouting there's treasure here and drawing covetous eyes? Judging by that, the thing doesn't seem so important after all. Truth and falsehood, real and fake, it's not easy to pin down. With that thought, Edward once again picked up the brass rod. He had seen it before in a dream divination. The only reason he had refrained from touching it all this time was to avoid playing into Intis' schemes. He had planned to investigate it after relocating. But now, with Aurora Order lunatics already having tanked the thunder, the trouble had been taken care of for him. Edward rolled the brass rod lightly in his hand. Let's see exactly what use this thing has. He manifested a pen and parchment, writing swiftly. The purpose of the brass rod. Closing his eyes, he slipped once more into dream divination. In the hazy dreamscape, one hand handed over 7 or 8 bronze rods to another hand while speaking. Place them in the proper locations, and they can amplify spirituality. Another voice answered, I understand. I've already given you what you wanted in advance. Next, it's your turn to do something for me. Please, speak. Do everything you can to cooperate with that son of steam to see through Intis' coming reform. The vision shattered with a crack. Edward opened his eyes. Compared to his first dream, the second carried far more information. Unsurprisingly, this brass rod was yet another product of the Twilight Hermit Order. No shock there, after all, Intis was one of their members. The only question was, which of those 2 hands in the vision belonged to him. So its function is to amplify spirituality. Not to increase spirituality, not to strengthen it, but to amplify. How exactly does one amplify spirituality? And what effect does amplification have? Furthermore, why hide an object that can amplify spirituality under a basement floorboard? Wait, in that second dream, there had been 7 or 8 rods. Could it be that the rest were also hidden beneath different spots throughout Trier? Edward immediately divined again. The locations of the other rods. But this time, he got nothing. After Edward vanished, Akasha waited more than 10 minutes without seeing him return. So she simply leaned against a tree and dozed off. She had no idea how much time had passed when she suddenly felt something poking her face. Startled, she sprang up, her clawed fingers glowing with mysterious runes as she slashed at the air. Only to hit nothing. She spun in place, frowning at Edward. What were you poking me with just now? Edward was speechless. My finger. What else? Akasha checked, then quickly asked, so? What did you get from the spirit channeling? Edward replied that Shepard was just doing a paid job. He had no idea who commissioned him. Her face fell with disappointment. So after all that, I still don't know who set me up. You didn't get a good look at the one who ordered you to kill Count Claire. There was a door between us. I'm not clairvoyant. Fine. Time to send you back. Before she could object, Edward gave her back a gentle push, and the two of them stepped into the inky depths of the spirit world. At Count Claire's manor, chaos reigned. As the family's pillar, the old Count's death almost certainly meant the collapse and dissolution of the entire network of vested interests that revolved around him. Perhaps one of his sons would inherit the title of Count, but the Claire family would never again see its former glory and influence. The Count's 3 sons immediately cast aside their father's death, falling over one another to carve up the spoils. Wells, who had originally stood at the center of this storm, suddenly seemed, out of fashion, left alone in the room, ignored by everyone. Yet he no longer seemed crazed or furious. Instead, he sat calmly on his bed, smiling faintly as he leafed through one of Roselle's published works. After a long while, he turned his head toward the window, lips curling upward, and whispered placidly. All for the sake of the trend of the times. Fainapotter City, capital of the Fainapotter Kingdom. It was a city whose style was utterly different from both Trier and Backlund. Yet when Edward stepped out of the spirit world, he felt the buildings around him looked vaguely familiar. After thinking for a moment, he realized the architecture here was faintly similar to what he had seen in Moon City within the Forsaken Land of the Gods. No doubt this was due to the influence of vampiric aesthetics. Pfft. Out of nowhere, Akasha suddenly burst into laughter. Edward gave her a look of exasperation. Weren't you reluctant to come back just now? Why are you suddenly so happy? It's not that. She explained between chuckles, I was just imagining, when Arda returns in a few days and finds out I beat him here, his expression will be priceless. Your sense of humor is really that cheap. Enough. You'll stay here for now. Once things calm down, remember to come back and continue working for me. Akasha folded her arms, full chest thrusting forward as she huffed, humph. This is my turf. Believe it or not, if I shout once, 10 or so vampires will jump out immediately and pin you down before you can even teleport away. Is that so? The ancient gears in Edward's eyes began to turn. Akasha instantly felt a wave of weakness wash over her, followed by the sensation of something rooted deep in her bloodline vanishing into nothingness. She clearly sensed herself drop from sequence 6 to sequence 7, then down again, until she was merely a sequence 8 human. What did you do to me? Even Akasha panicked now. Just teasing. Edward stepped back, his figure blurring into disappearance. Wait, she shouted. You'll recover in half a day at most, his fading voice replied. No, what I meant was, didn't you promise to teach me how to make beautiful women approach me on their own? You still haven't told me yet. Edward fell silent. Was this woman truly brainless, or just completely carefree? It's simple. Open a high-end hot spring spa. Make sure your clients are noble ladies and young misses. Build the image that soaking there is a mark of status and fashion. Before long, there'll be an endless stream of beauties willingly stripping down to find you. Akasha froze. That's it. That's it. She angrily rolled up her sleeves. Did I really need you to tell me that? The moment I saw that so-called Son of Steam's invention, the public bathhouse in Trier, I already thought of it. And here I was expecting someone of your caliber to give me unique insights. Turns out your level is just this mediocre. Edward was struck speechless again. After a pause, he waved his hand and vanished. Goodbye. Hey. Hey. Akasha called after him, jogging a few steps before pouting. Can't believe after going in circles, I ended up right back here. Her crimson eyes turned, and she muttered righteously, that Klein Sparrow, what's he really planning? He can't just be digging around about the ancestor Lilith's fate, right? But why would a demigod care about that? Strange. Truly strange. She lifted her gaze toward the crimson waning moon, murmuring, Ancestor Lilith, if you truly have not perished, would you kindly grace us with your presence and inform Klein directly? Drop out of the sky with a roar and scare him to death. Or, maybe a little squeak would also be fine to me. As she whispered, a thin red bolt of lightning suddenly cracked down from the heavens, striking her squarely on the head. Akasha immediately spasmed, black smoke pouring from her mouth as her eyes rolled back. Squeak, squeak. Quartier de Noël, 2 Camellia Street. Edward, disguised as the shepherd, pushed open the door and entered very naturally. A servant immediately approached him and respectfully said, Mr. F., you've returned. Edward followed Shepherd Mr. F's usual habits. First, he walked to the basin in the living room to wash his hands, then strolled over and sat on the sofa, snapping his fingers. The servant hurriedly presented a glass of red wine that had already been prepared. "Did anyone come looking for me tonight?" "No one, sir." "Good." Edward nodded, sipping the wine. "I've received orders from the Lord. For the foreseeable future, I'll be away most of the time. If anyone comes, place a pot of camellias at the second-floor window." "As you command." "All right. You may leave." Once the servant withdrew, Edward lingered a little longer, savoring the wine, before heading into Mr. F's personal room. His eyes fell on the fireplace. He knew it concealed the entrance to the underground chamber. And in that chamber stood a statue of the true Creator, where Aurora Order emissaries performed their prayers and sacrifices to receive his guidance. Thus, even though he knew vast wealth and treasures lay below, he refrained from entering. It was far safer to avoid the risk of drawing the true Creator's attention. The reason Edward bothered to impersonate Mr. F, despite knowing the witch who had commissioned him was dead, was twofold: first, to uncover the forces behind her, and second, to seize the Aurora Order's resources and try her for himself. He chuckled softly. "Ah, thank you again, true Creator, for making things so convenient for me. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 501, Chapter 501, The Machinery Hive Mind's Investigation. Half an hour later. Edward returned home. After washing up in the washroom, he emerged, drying his wet hair as he sat down on the bed, sighing, "What a busy night." Leaning back against the headboard, he used the invisible hand to return the towel to the washroom. Then, he cast a simple spell to dry his hair before pulling the covers over himself. Next up is a good night's sleep, and then wait for the news of the assassination of Count Clare to ferment by tomorrow. Just as he closed his eyes, Edward suddenly sensed someone intruding into his false reality. The image of the intruders immediately appeared in his mind. 4 men, riding in a carriage, dressed in similar uniforms. Their expressions were stern. Through the window, they observed his villa. One of them held a small jewelry box, carefully channeling spirituality into it. Members of the machinery hive mind. As expected of official beyonders, their reactions were lightning fast. Edward made no unnecessary moves. Instead, he allowed himself to fall asleep further, patiently waiting for their next action. Soon enough, he felt the surrounding environment shift, blurring briefly before settling into sharp clarity. He found himself sitting on the living room sofa, holding a newspaper in one hand, sipping coffee as he read. Clearly, someone had entered his dreamscape. Whether they were nightmares from the machinery hive mind or using some sealed artifact of the sleepless pathway, he couldn't tell. Before long, a young man with a lean build and a gentle smile pushed open the door and walked in, taking a seat opposite Edward. He asked politely, "Mr. Sparrow, may I sit here?" Edward looked at him as though just noticing him, replying calmly, "Of course. May I ask if you know Akasha?" "She's my housekeeper." "Anything beyond that?" "Beyond that? Nothing." "Tell me how you came to know her." Edward's tone was flat, devoid of emotion, like a normal person caught in a dream. "She came to me one evening last week and applied for the position of housekeeper. I thought she seemed fine, and more importantly, very attractive. So I hired her, and her younger brother as well." "Do you think there's anything strange about Akasha?" "Yes, her eyes are red." "And what else?" "Why did her younger brother suddenly leave?" "Arlda said he was going home to visit his family." "Do you know what Akasha did today?" "Yes. She offended Count Clare's grandson in the marketplace district and was thrown into prison. Afterwards, my housekeeper and I were implicated and also taken by the police. Fortunately, thanks to Roselle's help, we were bailed out." "Did you think of rescuing Akasha?" "Of course, but Roselle said there was nothing he could do either. I plan to visit Count Clare's house tomorrow to apologize in person, try my luck." "Did you see Akasha tonight?" "No." "Do you know that she attempted to assassinate Count Clare?" "No." "Very well. Thank you for your honesty. May you have pleasant dreams tonight." "Thank you." Edward once again lowered his head to continue reading the newspaper. The young man stood up, offered a slight nod, and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. A moment later, the young man opened his eyes inside the carriage. Beside him, a colleague from the machinery hive mind placed a gemstone into the jewelry box the young man held, sealing it within a metal container. "How did it go, Oramic?" The question came from an older team leader, a man with a buzz cut and an always friendly smile. "I just inquired within the dream, questioning a total of 12 people, including Klein, Sparrow and Du Bois. Initial assessment indicates nothing suspicious." The captain lounged lazily in the carriage. "All right then, let's withdraw." Horamic was stunned. "Ah. Just end it like this?" The captain shrugged. "What do you expect? The assassination happened several hours ago. Do you really think the killer would foolishly wait around for you to dream investigate? Then. The captain picked up a notebook and said, based on the current clues, report it truthfully. Akasha is suspected to be a Sequence 6 vampire. Although she didn't kill Count Claire directly, her actions created the opportunity for the assassin. The murderer used a variety of beyonder abilities, faceless, devil, psychiatrist, and others, strongly suggesting they were either a shepherd or a scribe. For now, we can preliminarily designate the two as accomplices. The rest depends on what the higher-ups decide. Who knows? Maybe they'll even hand us some powerful sealed artifact to track the real culprit directly. Yes, sir. Edward opened his eyes on the bed, his expression tinged with surprise. A powerful sealed artifact. One that can track people. Don't tell me it's a Rhodes. If that were the case, should I just snatch it away when the time came? Heh. Who would have thought? An assassination attempt, and yet there was an unexpected bonus windfall. Early the next morning. When Du Bois got hold of the latest newspaper, he was utterly dumbfounded. What the heck, I just slept for a bit, how did something this huge happen in Trier? Count Claire assassinated. One of the assassins was Akasha. The king is furious. He stared at the headline again and again, unable to believe that the carefree, thoughtless woman could become an assassin. Mr. Sparrow. The moment Edward came downstairs into the villa, Du Bois hurried over, holding the newspaper, and asked, what is going on here? Edward took the newspaper, glanced at it, and said coolly, doesn't the newspaper explain it clearly enough? I mean, how is that possible? Akasha was locked in prison, right? How could she have broken out to assassinate Count Claire? Impossible. I don't believe it either, Edward said calmly, but the newspaper is right in front of us. What else can we do? But. Du Bois was about to say more when he suddenly realized how unusually composed Edward's reaction was. His mind went blank for a moment. So he immediately held his tongue, but his gaze toward Edward subtly changed, carrying an extra layer of suspicion. What's with the way you're looking at me? Nothing. He shook his head vehemently and added without holding back, it suddenly feels like the boss treats his subordinates very well. Oh, so you think I'm the one who killed Count Claire, taking revenge on behalf of Akasha, right? At that moment, a commotion arose from the villa's gate. More than a dozen uniformed people pushed aside the blocking servants and stormed into the villa with imposing momentum. At the front, the commanding officer bore a cold expression and waved his hand lightly, search. Immediately, the group of agents rushed into the villa, spreading out and beginning a rough, ransacking-style search. The officer declared, we are from the Special Services Bureau. Klein Sparrow, where were you last night? I was sleeping. Do you have proof? Edward replied, expression utterly stunned. Eh? Sir, I was alone in my bedroom. What kind of proof could I possibly have for that? The officer glanced at the newspaper in his hand and said, you must already know what your housekeeper did last night, right? Sir, she's just a housekeeper I employed. Whatever she did outside, it doesn't concern me, does it? Whether it concerns you or not isn't your call. The officer took a step forward, his tone laced with undeniable authority. Did you see your housekeeper last night? Edward pretended to look frightened, no. Then his gaze shifted toward Du Bois. How about you? I didn't see her either. At that moment, the searchers gradually returned, several carrying sheets, combs, toothbrushes, and other personal items, all evidently confiscated from Akasha's room. For the next 2 days, stay home and don't wander around. Having said that, the officer turned and led his subordinates out of the villa at a brisk pace. Inside the villa, servants and slaves were terrified, their faces pale, clearly shaken by the visit from the Special Services Bureau. Du Bois cleared his throat and muttered, what are we waiting for? Hurry and clean up. After the servants and slaves dispersed, he lowered his voice, those Special Services Bureau guys didn't even bring us in for questioning. Really strange. Edward thought for a moment, then said, my guess, Roselle helped again. Du Bois froze briefly before the realization hit. As Roselle's former drinking companion, he knew Roselle was the type who hated owing favors to others. And just a few days ago, Mr. Sparrow risked himself to save Bernadette, forcing Roselle to feel indebted. So the previous night, after Du Bois and Edward were locked in jail by the police, Roselle appeared immediately to bail them out. When Akasha became the prime suspect in Count Claire's assassination, Roselle must have known the Special Services Bureau would show up, so he sent a heads-up in advance, a favor repaid. He's still as unwilling to owe anyone as ever. Edward only smiled slightly. Roselle wasn't necessarily averse to owing people, but simply unwilling to entangle himself too deeply with this world's NPCs, so as not to affect his game mentality. Of course, perhaps that wasn't how he thought anymore, but deeply ingrained habits were hard to shake. Oh, by the way, Du Bois, I have a task for you. Please say, boss. Every day from now on, send someone to check number 2 Camellia Street in Quartier de Noël. If a camellia appears in the second-floor window, come back and tell me. Edward smiled. Don't get caught, it could be fatal. Dubois' nerves tightened, but without hesitation he declared, I'll accomplish the task, boss. In the Roselle family's luxurious villa. Bernadette noticed her father in an unusually cheerful mood that morning, seemingly delighted by some good fortune. Even his breakfast intake far exceeded the usual amount. At her age, questions could no longer be contained. Daddy, why are you suddenly so happy today? Ah. Ha 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 ha, am I that obvious? Where do you see happiness? I'm mourning, Bernadette. Devastated by Count Claire's death. Can't you see? I'm so grief-stricken I can't even eat. Then he raised a hand and called out, another helping of breakfast for me. Note, enjoy the extra chapter vote if you like the chapter so far. Chapter 502, Chapter 502, I disapprove of this marriage. Bernadette puffed out her cheeks, staring at her father. All right, Roselle relented, leaning back in his chair. Let's just say someone Daddy really couldn't stand finally kicked the bucket last night. Now that's worth throwing a banquet over. Kicked the bucket. Was it a woman? Ah, it just means he died. Oh. She understood. How did he die? Assassinated. Roselle leaned back further, humming as he spoke. I've come to realize that these nobles are truly foolish. They clearly have better chances than commoners to obtain extraordinary power, yet they're always too timid, too cautious. And the result? All their wealth and power are meaningless. A single assassin can wipe out a lifetime's efforts. This kind of tragedy happens every year, yet they never learn. He smirked. When I ascend to a high sequence, let's see who dares assassinate me then. Bernadette raised her hand eagerly. Daddy, I want to become a Beyonder with extraordinary powers too. Huh. Roselle froze. You're still too young. When you're older, Daddy will help you become a Beyonder. How about that? Though he often mocked nobles for refusing to advance, he had to admit the truth, taking a potion was risky, and children whose minds weren't yet mature were especially vulnerable to its influence. Oh. All right. Bernadette's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Roselle softened his tone. Next time I'll ask Zeradel to check which pathway suits you best. Then I'll prepare all the formulas and materials you'll need, so when the time comes, you can advance all the way to high sequence under Daddy's protection. At that, his mind wandered back to that night, when Zeradel had been frightened off by that mysterious figure. He still didn't know what had become of him afterwards, or if he would ever dare to return. TSK. To think even Zeradel, a dignified sequence too, was scared off like that, the waters of this world really are unfathomably deep. Knock, knock, knock. Grimm tapped on the dining room door. Sir, the men from the Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee Special Services Bureau indeed went to Klein Sparrow's residence. But, they didn't take him away. Heh. Seems my influence is getting more effective by the day. Roselle stroked his mustache, a trace of smugness on his face. When he first learned that one of Count Claire's assassins was Klein Sparrow's housekeeper, he had been dumbfounded. Just that morning, Klein had been dragged off because of Claire's fury over his grandson, and by nightfall, Claire himself was dead. Though secretly delighted, Roselle had forced himself to stay clear-headed. Perhaps this was all part of Klein Sparrow's plan. So he first contacted the church, confirming that Klein had already been provisionally cleared of suspicion. Only then did he send Grimm to put in a word with the Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee. If Sparrow truly was guilty, deal with him as the law demanded, but if no evidence existed, then please, for Roselle's sake, spare him torture or forced confessions. With that, I've now saved you twice in a row, Roselle thought smugly. That should more than repay Bernadette's life debt. Daddy. The moment Bernadette overheard Mr. Sparrow's name, she perked her ears up. But having caught nothing useful, she couldn't help asking aloud, what about Mr. Sparrow? Oh. My little darling seems awfully concerned about him. Of course I am. He risked his life to save me. That's the kind of kindness one should remember for a lifetime. Isn't that what you taught me? Cough. Roselle covered his mouth, suddenly awkward. That was a figure of speech. You don't have to literally remember it forever. Besides, in the past 2 days, Daddy also saved him, twice. What? You saved Mr. Sparrow? Wasn't that dangerous? You didn't get hurt, did you? Not dangerous at all. For me, just a small inconvenience. A small inconvenience. Her sea blue eyes blinked with doubt. Roselle thought a moment, then explained patiently, you see, darling, the same matter can carry very different meanings for different people. What might be a mere inconvenience to me could be a life or death matter to someone else. It all depends on your position and the power you possess. Do you understand? Bernadette rested her chin on her hands, pondering. Oh, I think I get it. Mr. Sparrow is very strong. Taking me out to play or telling me stories may seem simple, but when he does them, they aren't simple at all. So I can't just cancel out what he did with something equally trivial. Daddy said people shouldn't only take, they should also know gratitude. But I'm only 6 years old. I can't do anything. She clenched her tiny fists, determination flashing in her eyes. I've decided. Since Mr. Sparrow is interested in Daddy's invented scripts, I'll borrow Daddy's notebook and let him read it. Backlund Central Train Station. As the steam train from Pritz Harbor slowly ground to a halt, a young man in his 20s with golden hair leapt down from the carriage. His black trench coat fluttered slightly as he spread his arms wide, stretching lazily. Backlund. At last, I've returned. The air still smells the same. 2 voices called out in quick succession. Alfred. Alfred. He turned his head and saw his elder brother Hibbert and younger sister Audrey waiting for him on the platform. Compared to their last meeting, Hibbert's demeanor had grown more serious, increasingly resembling a true statesman. Audrey, meanwhile, had matured into even greater beauty and grace, deservedly known as Backlund's most dazzling gem. Yet this gem of his family had apparently been stolen by someone else. Alfred narrowed his eyes. I'd like to see which man has the audacity. He strode forward, embracing Hibbert firmly, noting how his brother's physique seemed stronger than before. Then he ruffled Audrey's hair, smiling. It's been too long. It really has, Hibbert replied with a smile. Ever since Alfred's transfer to the southern continent years ago, the siblings hadn't all been reunited. There had been a moment of awkwardness at first, but now the warmth of familiarity returned instantly. Alfred suddenly began circling Audrey, inspecting her back, then lifting her arm as though searching for something. Puzzled, Audrey asked, "What are you looking for, Alfred?" "That rascal who chased after you, of course. My return from the southern continent is a huge event, yet he didn't even come greet me. Doesn't he take me seriously at all, He folded his arms and huffed. Your taste in men is lacking, Audrey. The mention of Edward caused Audrey's face to dim. Nearly 3 weeks had passed without any news of him. No matter how much faith she had in Edward, or in Mr. Fool, sometimes dreadful thoughts still crept into her heart. Seeing this, Hibbert quickly interjected, Edward got entangled in some troublesome matters. He won't be able to come back anytime soon. Audrey has been worried enough already, so don't pour salt in the wound. What kind of trouble? Alfred's teasing vanished, replaced by seriousness. Do you need my help? Over the years, I've made plenty of contacts across the southern continent and at sea. Audrey forced a small smile. No need. It's just a minor issue. I believe he'll resolve it soon. That boy's name is Edward, isn't it? Yes. What's his family background? Audrey shook her head. Nothing special. He's just an ordinary person. Alfred burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. The most dazzling gem of Backlund falling for a so-called ordinary person. Impossible. Besides, with father and us 2 brothers here, even if he truly were ordinary, we could easily make him extraordinary. Hibbert coughed, his tone slightly awkward. Edward is anything but ordinary. Well, you'll understand when you meet him yourself. Though he had only recently become a Beyonder, Hibbert had done his homework. Extraordinary abilities were countless and diverse, but someone who could literally pull their father back from the brink of death, that, Hibbert had never heard of until Edward. Alfred crossed his arms with interest. Oh. Now I want to meet him even more. From the way you 2 describe him, I can't picture him at all. Audrey hesitated, then said, actually, you might have heard of one of his former identities. Oh. Another identity? Tell me. Lowering her voice, Audrey whispered, when he went to sea, he used the name Gehrman Sparrow. Alfred's smile froze on his face. Who did you just say? Gehrman Sparrow. The moody Gehrman Sparrow. A rush of memories flashed through Alfred's mind. His expression darkened, and the first words out of his mouth were a curse. Hibbert and Audrey both stared, bewildered. Alfred jabbed a finger in the air, face contorting. This marriage, I do not approve. Past, year 1160. 2 days later, Intis Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee's Bureau 7 lifted its investigation and blockade on Rose Street No. 7. Both the overt and covert surveillance teams withdrew, and the suffocating tension that had hung over the villa eased at last. Du Bois was the first to rush out. He headed straight for Emerald Street No. 28. He remembered Mr. Sparrow saying the villa on Rose Street was unsafe, and considering all that had happened recently, it truly felt cursed. They had to move out immediately. Fortunately, Akasha's situation hadn't affected that property. Madame Marcia had already taken away her personal belongings, so Edward's side could relocate at any time. Let's move tomorrow, Edward decided flatly. We don't have much to carry. One carriage trip will do. I'll arrange it right away. Du Bois hesitated, then asked in a low voice, Mr. Sparrow, about Miss Akasha. She's doing just fine. That's good. He said no more and departed. Edward had barely settled down on the sofa when a low hum of prayer suddenly echoed in his ears. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. Though faint, the voice was clearly that of a little girl. Without doubt, it was Bernadette. Edward reversed 4 steps and ascended into the palace of above the grey fog. His spirituality spread toward her star, and soon the little girl's figure appeared within the depths of mist. Mr. Sparrow. Bernadette piped up, her eyes bright. I've got something really good to give you. Do you want it? She waved a little black-covered notebook in her hands, swaying side to side like she was offering a treasure. What is it? The surge of grey mist and the looming figure seated upon the bronze chair startled her at first, but then she answered crisply, Daddy's notebook. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 503, Snow White and the Magic Mirror. Edward asked in puzzlement, why are you giving me your father's notebook? Bernadette replied earnestly, because in that dream world last time, you seemed very interested in that kind of writing. Daddy's notes are all written in that script, so I thought, maybe it would be useful to you. What had fascinated him wasn't the script itself, but that elementary school textbook, or more accurately, its owner, Lilith. Still, since Bernadette had already brought the notebook, he decided to keep a copy. Who knows, perhaps it could serve some strange purpose in the future when dealing with Roselle. Especially reading it aloud in front of Bernadette, that might carry more weight than 1,000 anchors. As the swirling mist before her dissipated, Bernadette began to hug the notebook, swinging her legs patiently in the room as she waited. Not long after, Edward's figure stepped out of thin air. Here. She hopped off the bed, held the notebook in both hands, and handed it to him like a treasure, reminding him earnestly, you can only study it here. I still have to return it later. All right. Edward took the diary and flipped through it rapidly. As expected, Roselle's early entries were filled with daily trifles and complaints, a jumble of amusements at first glance. Especially during his days as the newly anointed son of steam, basking in the limelight. He was young, handsome, and greatly welcomed by noble ladies and daughters. He truly enjoyed himself to the fullest, no limits on location, no limits on the number of partners, and perhaps, no limits, period. What was shocking was that he shamelessly recorded every detail in the diary. Roselle didn't write in the diary every day. He would skip 3 or 5 days, sometimes even an entire week. Most entries were brief. This single black leather notebook contained all of his diary entries from the time shortly after he crossed over, all the way up to when Bernadette was born. After Bernadette's birth, the diary entries noticeably became more restrained. Although there were still occasional inappropriate remarks, the overall tone had clearly become far more serious. Seems that saying is true, only after becoming a father do men truly begin to grow up. All right, finished. So fast. Bernadette's eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly asked, did it help you? Yes. Very much so. That's good. She exhaled in relief, as though a heavy burden had lifted. Edward thought for a moment and asked, Bernie, do you know what your father actually writes in this notebook? Daddy said it's just random, unimportant things he jots down. Unimportant. Yes. He always leaves it lying around on his desk. He even said that if anyone could understand a single character, he'd reward them with 1,000 virgins. Bernadette spread her hands. Otherwise, how could I have brought it to you? I see. Edward easily guessed Roselle's mindset. Since no one in this world could read Chinese, the more casually he treated it, the less suspicion it would draw. No wonder his diaries would one day end up scattered across the world. Mr. Sparrow. Bernadette called out again, pulling something from behind her back. This is for you, it's a drawing I made myself. I drew 2 copies. One for Daddy, and one for you. Edward quickly took it, smiling. Thank you. The drawing depicted her, Edward, and fairy tale characters happily playing on a ship. The artistry wasn't refined, but it radiated childish charm and genuine effort. Seeing Edward study it carefully, she fidgeted and muttered, I just drew it casually. It's not nearly as good as Mama's. If you don't like it, you can throw it away. Your face is practically shouting, please keep it. Thank you, Edward said seriously, carefully tucking the drawing away. I'll treasure it. She forced a nonchalant look, stretching out her small pale hand. Then what about the thing you owe me? What thing? When you gave me the Little Mermaid doll, you promised that as long as I kept my promise, you'd give me more dolls. I want. She thought hard. Snow White. You didn't forget, did you? Of course not. Edward was about to cast a transfiguration, but Bernadette hurried to her bedside table, pulling out another doll. Daddy carved this one. Can you make it the same as the Little Mermaid? Of course. He snapped his fingers, activating false reality. Go ahead, try it. Bernadette eagerly stroked the doll. In the blink of an eye, she found herself inside a lavishly decorated castle chamber. One wall held a massive, ornate mirror, but there was no sign of Snow White. Where's Snow White? Edward's voice echoed gently. Ask the magic mirror. Bernadette walked to the mirror and asked softly, Magic mirror, do you know where Snow White is? A faint light shimmered across the surface. Inside the mirror appeared a girl in a delicate princess gown, her skin fair and pale. Far away, yet right before your eyes, my princess, the reflection replied. Huh. Bernadette blinked in surprise. But, isn't that me? Edward's figure surfaced in the mirror, smiling faintly. So, you are Snow White. Bernadette froze for half a second before breaking into delighted laughter. Thank you, Mr. Magic Mirror. Once convinced that Rose Street number 7 was cursed, Du Bois's efficiency doubled. By noon the next day, the Sparrow family had already completed their move from Rose Street to number 28 Emerald Street, a prime district just 1 block away from Son of Steam Roselle's residence. The entire morning was a blur of frantic activity for everyone, servants and Du Bois alike. Only Edward, the great master, spent the time lounging about, sitting, leaning, or lying down, eating when food was served, drinking when poured, basking in everyone's service. Ah, now I finally understand why nobles are so addicted to this life. Once you rise from frugality to luxury, you'll never go back. New house, new life. Servants and slaves bustled about unpacking and rearranging. Edward stood on the third-floor balcony, overlooking the busy courtyard below. A peculiar feeling settled in his chest. In the future, with Lilith and Audrey by my side, I never had the chance to think of a home of my own. But here, in this foreign past with no family, I've somehow assembled a household. Oh, Henry's irony now, isn't it? By late afternoon, the villa finally looked presentable. But since the previous owner had taken a lot of belongings, there were still many things to purchase. If Akasha were still around, she would have enjoyed managing this kind of thing. As night fell, the villa's gas lamps flared one by one, casting a warm amber glow that softened the darkness outside. Du Bois hurried over. Boss, Roselle is here. Edward was startled. He's here? Why? Apparently, to congratulate you on your housewarming. That Roselle knew about the relocation was no surprise. But etiquette dictated he wait for a housewarming banquet invitation, not show up on his own. Since when did we become this close? Edward rose with a smile. Well then, let's go welcome the great Son of Steam. When he entered the living room, Roselle, his wife, and little Bernadette were already seated on the sofa, sipping coffee. None of his guards had followed him inside. Welcome, Mr. Gustave, Madam, and the lovely Miss Bernadette, Edward said warmly. Roselle waved his hand, feigning sternness. Ah, Klein, I already told you, just call me Roselle. All right then, Roselle. Edward chuckled, settling into the chair opposite them. It must have been you again who smoothed things over with the Special Services Bureau the other day. I can't thank you enough. Without you, I'd probably still be rotting in a cell. Ha ha ha, think nothing of it. It was just a word in the right ear. Roselle suddenly leaned forward, waggling his brows mischievously. You really haven't seen that maid of yours again, have you? Not at all. Edward looked genuinely frustrated. To this day I still don't understand what really happened. First that brat of a count's grandson causes trouble, then somehow it's my maid who gets arrested. I racked my brains trying to save her, and the very next day, I hear she has assassinated the count. How does that make any sense? He slammed his palm down in indignation. I can't believe it. Either she's been made the scapegoat, or the whole thing was a setup against me. Maybe someone saw I'd come to try her with money and thought I'd be an easy target. Bernadette suddenly huffed. Don't worry, Mr. Sparrow. With Daddy here, no one will dare bully you. Isn't that right, Daddy? Roselle raised an eyebrow. You heard her. In Trier, I've got your back. Then I must thank you, Miss Bernadette. She giggled, exchanging a knowing glance with him. Roselle, meanwhile, sighed dramatically. Honestly, I rather hope it really was your maid who killed Count Claire. Edward blinked. Because then I'd have a chance to meet her and say, thank you. Ha 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 ha. I've been sick of that old bastard for years. Then his eyes flicked toward Du Bois, who stood quietly behind Edward. Pretending just now to notice him, Roselle called out, "Well, well, if it isn't Du Bois. Don't you see an honored guest in front of you? My shoulders are sore, come give me a massage." Du Bois's expression didn't shift. "Forgive me. I'm a butler, not a masseuse. If you need one, I can arrange it. 3 girls. Or 5. Roselle's mouth twitched as both his wife and daughter glared daggers at him. He forced a smile, his eyes twitching. "Klein, when are you finally going to fire this insufferable bastard? I'll pay to hire you the best butler in Trier." Edward put on a thoughtful look. "All right, I was just thinking I'm not very satisfied with Du Bois either." Roselle leaned back with a smug grin, raising his chin. "You hear that? You're fired. Note, 210 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 504, Chapter 504, Roselle prepares to set sail. Du Bois restrained himself from giving a middle finger and instead turned to the kitchen to instruct them to prepare dinner for the honored guest. "Roselle, I only just moved in today, and haven't even unpacked properly. I can't even produce a single good bottle of wine to entertain you with." Edward spoke casually. "I was originally thinking of preparing things well over the next few days before inviting you." "Ha ha ha, well, I didn't wait for an invitation and just came myself." Roselle chuckled. "The main reason is that I'm about to take a long trip and may not make it to your housewarming dinner." "A long trip? Where are you going?" "Setting sail for a long voyage." He looked utterly proud, full of vigor and ambition. Bernadette immediately looked over, astonished in her heart. Daddy was going to set sail. She hurried to look at her mother, only to see Matilda's expression calm and composed, obviously already aware of the matter. She couldn't help puffing her cheeks in displeasure. Adults really were annoying. Nevertheless, it didn't stop her from tugging at Roselle's arm and swinging it. "Daddy, will you take me with you?" "No, you must take me, because you already promised me." Roselle patted her hair with a smile. All right, all right." Edward, however, froze in disbelief. "Seriously, Emperor? Your situation with the hidden sage isn't even resolved yet, and you're thinking of setting sail? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Should I say this or not, Roselle had always been like this in his youth, reckless, fearless, charging forward without hesitation. Thinking of this, Edward gave him a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, the idea of setting sail has been brewing in my heart for over a decade or two. It was always postponed by various affairs, but now I'm finally taking the step in earnest. I've always believed that a man's true journey lies in the stars and the seas." "Ha ha, stars and seas. And then you'll stumble across that primitive island tainted by the mother goddess, and later Mr. Dorr will trick you into visiting the moon. That's what leads to your tragic future. Sigh, should I try to stop him, for Bernadette's sake, and change the tragedy that awaits him?" But Roselle was the protagonist of this era. His encounters were all pivotal turning points. If Edward meddled with events like that island, the entire future could collapse. "No, Emperor, the suffering that is yours alone to bear." "Wait, hold on." Suddenly, Edward realized something. Here I am, playing both a noble and an evil god, trying to approach Arad's through Roselle at the same time. Everything's progressing smoothly, and now you're about to set sail. Believe it or not, the evil god's going to crawl into your bed tonight and beat you up. Cursing inwardly, Edward maintained a nostalgic expression on his face. The sea, indeed, it's a place people can never forget. Freedom, wealth, passion, danger, and opportunity all coexist. That's why every year, countless people bravely step into the ocean, just like I did back then. Looks like I came at the right time tonight. Roselle's face brightened. "I heard your fortune was made at the sea. Then you must have considerable sailing experience, right?" With his current status, Roselle had no shortage of professional sailors. What he clearly wanted, however, was not formal navigation experience, but the kind that led to the unsafe, uncharted places he wrote of in his diaries. Some, yes. Edward quickly recalled his past experience at sea, coughed, and said, it was mostly to get by. "Personally, I think besides experience and strength, the most important thing at sea is luck. Bad luck, and a storm will sink your whole ship. Good luck, and you might randomly hit a small island and find an ancient ruin. You won't have to worry about the rest of your life. I think luck itself is a part of strength." That makes sense. So hurry up and share more." Bernadette's eyes flickered between them, feeling rather pleased. "Humph. I already went to sea with Mr. Sparrow. He even has a huge pirate ship." "Huh. Could Mr. Sparrow really have been a great pirate before? Leading a ship full of fairy tale characters, robbing everywhere. That's way too exciting. I want to be a pirate too in the future." Faced with Roselle's persistent questioning, Edward could no longer modestly hide his skills. After some thought, he taught Roselle a few sailing tips. Of course, none of them were his own. Some were things he heard from Danitz, others from Bernadette. Roselle got more and more excited as he listened, already fantasizing about his future voyage. Matilda, however, looked worried but remained silent, quietly listening. These are just some of my personal experiences, and they may not apply to everyone. I understand. Roselle seemed still unsatisfied. Klein, have you heard of anyone who went beyond the end of the sea? That, I'm not sure. The farthest I've ever gone was the eastern edge of the Sonia Sea, a sea area rumored to be the relic of an ancient divine war, full of oddities and dangers. I almost didn't make it back, so I didn't dare venture further east. Bernadette raised her hand. If you go on an expedition next time, can you take me along? Edward glanced over. This little girl even knew how to speak in double entendres. Of course. The two exchanged glances again. Roselle chuckled, fiddling with his fingers. Just wait. This time, when I set sail, I will definitely reach the end of the sea, and the legendary western continent. Ha ha ha, then your name will surely be remembered forever. No, no, no. He waved his fingers proudly. My name is already renowned throughout history. Du Bois walked over. Mr. World-renowned son of steam, it's time for dinner now. He paused, adding mockingly, if you don't mind the simplicity of the dishes here. Roselle stroked his handlebar mustache and snorted. Klein, can your butler serve me dinner? Edward shrugged and gestured, be my guest. Did you hear that, butler? Understood, Du Bois said dryly. I'll fetch you a baby's high chair. Of course, dinner wasn't actually simple. At worst, there weren't any rare or fancy dishes, but Roselle had already tasted almost every delicacy over the years. Many of the finest dishes most people couldn't afford in their entire lives had long since become tiresome to him. What actually felt somewhat novel were Endelai's special roast meats and grilled fish, so much so that Roselle immediately decided to go back and find a few such chefs. Oh, by the way, speaking of overseas delicacies, there are two things you absolutely must try someday. Edward poured himself a glass of wine and filled the glasses of the two ladies with juice while speaking. One is a dish from Bansi Island, supposedly of elven origin, blood curd. The taste is apparently quite remarkable. Blood curd. Roselle's voice shot up. The quintessential Chinese dish left him stunned. Ignoring everyone else's confusion, he quickly asked, you're sure it's of elven origin? Well, that's what the legend says. Are there elves on Bansi Island? No, it seems elves have gone extinct, and only a small number of humans with elven blood remain. Do you know any other legends about elves? Edward shook his head. I'm not sure. All I know is that they can be traced back to the Third Epoch or even earlier. Because they are nearly extinct, information about them is extremely scarce. The last known settlement was on Sonia Island. Sonia Island, huh? Then that's definitely somewhere I need to visit. Roselle seemed somewhat disappointed. Bernadette raised her fork and asked, what's the other delicacy? Edward smiled as he winked at her. Mermaid meat. The little girl dropped her fork with a clatter. Mermaids. Roselle also looked puzzled. Wait, do you mean the mermaids I think you mean? You're telling me they're eaten? Shouldn't they be? Standing beside him and pouring wine, Du Bois asked calmly, should they be what? Matilda cast her husband a cool glance. Roselle immediately straightened. Admired, of course. What else? Bernadette anxiously interjected, Mr. Sparrow, that can't be true, right? How could anyone eat mermaids? They're so cute, beautiful, and kind. Right. Maybe I shouldn't tease a child with this kind of joke. Sorry, I didn't explain it clearly enough, Edward explained. More precisely, it should be called a sea monster. It's a special aquatic creature that silently sneaks onto passenger ships to attack humans, dragging them into the sea to devour them. It's basically a beast. Bernadette immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was about to give a detailed explanation that real mermaids were actually man-eating monsters disguised as beauties, but then thought better of it, no need to shatter a child's imagination. During the meal, Du Bois went out briefly, but returned quickly to continue serving Roselle, personally cutting his steak, stirring his mushroom soup, and nearly trying to feed him directly, which grossed Roselle out. Toward the end of the meal, Roselle suddenly picked up his glass and offered it, while taking the remaining half bottle of wine himself. We haven't had a proper drink in quite a few years, have we, Du Bois? Du Bois silently stared at him for a moment, then took the glass. Roselle's mustache twitched upward in a grin. He clinked bottle to cup. I won't waste words. Just, may you find true love and have many children. Ha ha ha. Du Bois tilted his head back and down the wine, responding plainly, smooth sailing. By 8:30 p.m., Edward escorted the Roselle family to the front gate and helped the slightly tipsy Roselle into the carriage. All right, better get some rest now. The carriage had just started moving when Roselle poked his head out again. Klein. Don't forget to fire Du Bois. All right, next time for sure. Good night, Mr. Sparrow. Bernadette stretched out a small hand from the carriage window and waved several times. The carriage slowly drove farther away. Edward pinched his chin and clicked his tongue. You know, Du Bois. What? I used to think Roselle came tonight to repay me a favor. Then I figured maybe he came to seek advice about sailing. But now. Edward patted his shoulder. I'm absolutely sure he came for you. Now be honest with me, what exactly is your relationship? Du Bois sighed heavily. I like women, and so does he. That's why you two are perfect for each other. After a brief silence, Du Bois said, during dinner just now, I received a message, a camellia flower has been placed in the window of the second floor of number 2 Camellia Street. Oh. Edward's smile vanished. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 505, I want to see rivers of blood. Mr. F. The moment Edward returned to the Aurora Order's safe house, a servant rushed up eagerly. That lady is still waiting for you in the parlor. Lady? Edward asked casually, when did she arrive? How long has she been waiting? Almost 5 hours. Edward followed the routine, washed his hands in the basin, took the towel from the servant, and dried them slowly as he made his way to the parlor. At the doorway, he saw a woman in a dress and a veiled hat, seated on the sofa. He quickly searched through Mr. F's memories and confirmed this was his first time meeting her. And you are, madam. What business do you have with me? As he spoke, he sat opposite her. The instant his gaze pierced the thin veil and caught her stunning features, Edward concluded that this woman was, 9 times out of 10, also a witch. So, she had come because of the previous witch. I'm Lena's elder sister. Her voice was soft and alluring, enough to melt bone. Lena. Who? Edward wasn't feigning ignorance, Mr. F truly had no idea what that witch was called. The girl who commissioned you to assassinate Count Clare. Oh, her. Edward laced his fingers together and leaned back in his chair. Where is she? I already handled the matter, and the remaining payment should have been given by now, right? The woman placed a pouch heavy with coins on the table. She couldn't come. This is the final payment. Where's the item? What item? Edward frowned. You can't mean the Count's head, surely. I don't have that. The commission was only to kill him. She stared at him in silence. The item in the basement of number 7 Rose Street. Oh. Edward casually reached beneath the coffee table and retrieved a brass rod. This. The woman froze. This thing had been hidden right under my nose this whole time. Then what on earth did I waste the last several hours for? She reached out to take it, but Edward pulled it back. First, the money you've paid is merely for the assassination of Count Clare. Second, I need to know what this thing is for. I can pay more, she said calmly, but as for this item, I honestly don't know its purpose. Edward's expression darkened. Are you messing with me? No. Her tone was earnest. I only know my enemy desires it greatly. That alone makes it valuable to me. Its use doesn't matter, what matters is that my enemy cannot have it. Enemy? Wait a minute. The way this is developing doesn't quite match my expectations. Wasn't this woman supposed to be Intis agent, carrying out the Twilight Hermit Order's assignment to eliminate Count Clare and retrieve the brass rod? So how had it suddenly become her enemy's possession? Edward signaled to the servant with a flick of his hand. A goblet of wine was immediately placed before him. He tapped the rim, chilling the liquid inside, and took a slow sip. The woman, unhurried, simply gazed at him through her veil. I've suddenly grown curious, Edward said with a faint smile. Why exactly did you commission me to kill Count Clare? Because someone wanted him dead. So I found you. Who? Many people. Many who profited from the Son of Steam's inventions, including Roselle Gustave himself. Edward's lips curled upward. You're telling me it was the Son of Steam who pushed you to hire me for Count Clare's assassination? You can put it that way. Interesting. Edward abruptly tossed the brass rod onto the table. Pay up, then. She seemed prepared for this. Producing a blood-red gemstone, she set it delicately upon the table. A pleasure doing business. Then she rose and headed for the door. See her out, Edward ordered. Once the servant had led her away, Edward flicked a coin with a sharp snap. TCH. Not a single word of truth. He donned his cloak of invisibility, shifted into spirit form, and activated concealment. Slipping silently from the house, he shadowed the witch's carriage. The coach rumbled north across the iron bridge, through Quartier de l'Observatoire, and down 2 bustling streets. It never stopped, but Edward noticed, when it crossed paths with another carriage, that she had slipped away, switching vehicles mid-motion. So, she's cautious of being tailed too. Edward watched her little performance with patience. She switched once. Then a second time. Then descended into the sewers, circling around until finally arriving at a rather ordinary townhouse in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. The first thing she did inside was rush to the bath, evidently unable to endure the stench of the sewers. Half an hour later, she sat at the vanity in a bathrobe, staring fixedly at her stunning reflection in the mirror, occasionally tracing her features lightly with her fingers, completely enchanted by her own beauty. I admit you witches are beautiful, but do you really have to be so full of yourself? At last, she slid open a drawer in the vanity, withdrew a human skin mask, and placed it upon her face. The witch's radiant visage vanished, replaced by the face of a heavily made-up woman in her mid-30s. Edward's eyes widened. Isn't that, Madame Marcia, the landlady who rented me number 28 Emerald Street? She's a witch. In that moment, Edward gained a deep appreciation of just how terrifying a faceless could be. In the worldview of the mysticism system, aside from those on the spectator pathway, no other beyonder, whether demigod or angel, could discern that someone at their side was an impersonator. Of course, there were many ways to test for a faceless, but you had to first suspect them before you could attempt such a check. The good news? I'm even more shameless than a faceless. The only question was whether this Madame Marcia had always been a witch using a faceless-type mystical item to disguise herself, or if she had switched with someone else midway. If it was the former. Heh. Then Du Bois had also experienced a demonist taste firsthand, no wonder he and Roselle were true soulmates. Since Marcia was a witch, and clearly had some connection to Intis, the fact that she rented the house to me, could that really have been mere coincidence? At that thought, Edward revealed himself, abruptly appearing in the room. Almost instantly, Marcia's attack came. Razor-sharp spider silk shot out in every direction, filling the room and twisting toward Edward to tear him apart. Black flames and freezing icicles burst forth simultaneously, while unseen pathogens spread through the air. But in the very next second, all of it vanished. Marcia realized she was still seated before her vanity, as though nothing had happened at all, that her frenzied attack had been nothing more than a hallucination. Snap. A withered hand pressed down suddenly on her shoulder. Through the mirror's reflection, she saw a bearded old man in a hooded black robe standing behind her. The next moment, her body went limp with paralysis, her consciousness scattering as she slumped helplessly. Regression, truly a god-tier skill for bullying weaklings. Anyone below demigod level can easily be forced down by 2 whole sequences, making it child's play to kill them with magic or supernatural abilities. Even so, Edward didn't kill her. Unlike the Aurora Order's Mr. F, the simple mercenary terrorist, through whom he could seize the Order's entire trier network for himself, Marcia was more valuable alive. Edward swiftly set up a ritual and began spirit channeling. Your name. Your true name. Marcia answered dully, Marcia. Your affiliation. I am a member of the Demonist sect. Why did you send people to Rose Street number 7 to retrieve the brass rod? For my lord. HM. So this even ties back to Cheek. Oh, right. Cheek also needs the Conqueror Beyonder characteristics. Still, for something so significant, entrusting the task to a mere Sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction seemed rather careless. What does your lord want with this brass rod? I don't know. What would you have done with it once you obtained it? Wait for my lord's messenger. When is this messenger supposed to arrive? I don't know. Edward folded his arms, frowning in thought, before continuing. Why did you commission the Aurora Order to assassinate Count Clare? I was only relaying the commission for someone else. Oh. A new lead. Who? Tarek. Tarek? Who is that? He is a palace guard of Intis, working for one of Intis' great figures. Why did Tarek ask you to handle this? He said it was inconvenient for him, but gave no further reason. How did you come into cooperation with him? He and the person behind him had long maintained dealings with the Demonist sect. The previous witch responsible for contact was killed, so I took her place. Give me Tarek's address. I don't know. He doesn't trust me. I can't even be sure Tarek is his real name. Edward's brows furrowed. After a pause, he asked again, the witch who attacked during Roselle Gustav's banquet, was she one of yours? Yes. Why did she attack? To create multiple simultaneous murders, and in the chaos, kill Klein Sparrow, the tenant of Rose Street number 7, so no one would associate his death with the so-called haunted house. That answer genuinely shocked Edward. He had never expected that witch's true target back then had been him. Why did you want to kill Klein Sparrow? On the surface, it was to help Tarek remove the resident of Rose Street number 7. In truth, it was a ploy to draw attention, forcing Tarek to relocate that item, and in the process, see if anything else hidden might also surface. And he never realized your true intention. In his eyes, I am simply a madwoman who would stop at nothing for my lord. Edward suddenly spotted a blind spot. Wait. If Tarek, and his powerful backer, wanted to keep people from moving into Rose Street number 7, why not just buy or rent the place outright? Surely they can't be short of money. Tarek said that doing so would draw the wrong kind of attention. It would backfire. Whose attention? I don't know. Edward paced back and forth a few times. Some questions had been answered, but many more remained. So he attempted another dream divination. The vision revealed Tarek's face, an utterly ordinary-looking blonde man in knight's garb. The real question now was how to handle Marcia. Killing her was out of the question, he still needed her for more leads. His hesitation was whether to erase her memory of tonight, or let her keep the impression of having encountered Zeradal. The former meant proceeding cautiously, step by step. The latter meant deliberately startling the snake out of the grass. Surely when they realize Zeradal himself is watching them, they won't remain idle, will they? Looked at that way, the choice seemed clear. Zeradal versus Intis, and if I can throw in the Aurora Order as well. Hee hee. I want to see rivers of blood. Note, 410 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 506, Chapter 506, Two Doting Fathers. In the days that followed, Edward had the Aurora Order continue searching for this Tarek, while also assigning men to quietly keep watch on Marcia. That night, after regaining consciousness, Marcia was clearly terrified. She cowered in her residence like a quail, not venturing anywhere nor contacting the outside world again. As for Edward himself, he played the role of a respectable rich man without complaint. Every day, he took leisurely walks, attended various salons at clubs, and blended seamlessly into the Trier noble circle. If Edward's true objective was merely to infiltrate the aristocracy of Trier, then his progress was undeniably going smoothly. Originally, moving into a new house should have warranted a proper housewarming banquet, but since Roselle had already visited ahead of time, Edward simply cancelled the plan. Instead, he treated the household servants and slaves to a lavish feast. By Dubois' suggestion, they ought at least to introduce themselves to their neighbors. But the family to the left had gone south on holiday, while the villa to the right belonged to an elderly couple who disliked socializing. So, the matter was dropped. In this way, time passed until the day of Roselle's voyage. Although Edward was displeased, he remembered well that Roselle's diaries had explicitly mentioned his experience at sea. This was part of history itself. The night before, Edward paid a personal visit. Roselle greeted him with his usual warmth. Klein, did you come especially to see me off? Tomorrow morning at 10, I'll depart from Trier's harbor. Be sure to come. Of course. They sat down in the drawing room with drinks. Roselle raised his glass. I only wish you could join me this time. With someone as seasoned as you aboard, I'd save myself no end of trouble. Edward chuckled. But isn't exploring the unknown what makes it exciting? If everything is prepared, every step already mapped, doesn't that take away the fun? Ha ha ha, that's true enough. Where's Bernadette? She's been sulking ever since she found out I wasn't taking her with me. Matilda is coaxing her now. Honestly, the whole thing started when I made an offhand promise at your house that night. Children take such things seriously. Roselle spread his hands. I can hardly bear to leave her behind, but she's only 6 years old. How could I dare bring her on such a dangerous voyage? Then why insist on going to sea at all? Roselle thought for a moment, then replied seriously, because the sea is right there. Edward froze, then understood. He was echoing that famous line from his past life, why climb a mountain? Because it's there. Oh. You caught my meaning. Roselle looked pleasantly surprised, and immediately clinked glasses with him. Ah, if only I'd met you sooner. A kindred spirit is hard to find. Don't forget, when it comes to the sea, I'm your senior. I've had those same thoughts before. That's true. Roselle leaned back in his chair with a grin. All right then, Klein. Tell me, what brings you here tonight? Edward feigned embarrassment. You saw through me. Of course. It's written all over your face. The truth is, Roselle, I need a favor. Go on. If it's within my power, I'll help. I don't know if Bernadette mentioned it, but I also have a daughter. We were separated years ago. Roselle's smile faded. His brows knit together. How could you lose her? Ever since becoming a father, he had been painfully sensitive to such matters. In his heart, he felt a stab of anger. What sort of father lets his daughter slip away? Edward's words were half fabrication, half truth, but the sorrow in his tone was genuine. At the time, I was being hunted by enemies. To draw them away, I had no choice but to separate from her. After that, we were lost to each other completely. I've been searching for her all these years. Part of why I came to Trier, why I've tried to integrate into noble circles, is to meet important people who might help me. Oh. So now I count as one of these important people. Roselle gave a solemn nod. Very well. Give me her description, her portrait. At least within Intis, I'll do all I can. I've been searching for so long. Edward's expression dimmed. Sometimes I wonder if perhaps she's already. Roselle cut him off firmly. No. She's alive. I've told myself that again and again. Later, I thought, since ordinary means have failed, perhaps I should try extraordinary ones. Edward looked at him intently. To be frank, during my years at sea, I learned of the existence of beyonders. Roselle's brows lifted, though he wasn't particularly surprised. His first thought was Zeridal. I do know someone skilled at finding people. Edward's eyes lit up, his voice trembling with hope. Truly? Where is he? What must I pay to hire him? This. Ever since Zeridal had fled, there had been no word of him. He had always been elusive, and Roselle had no idea where he was now. That person, I may not be able to contact him for some time. I see. Watching the light of hope fade in Edward's eyes, Roselle frowned and thought hard. Don't despair. There are other ways. Edward hadn't even needed to remind him. Roselle quickly thought of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Surely the Church possessed sealed artifacts capable of locating people. As it happened, that evil god had also asked Roselle to retrieve a sealed artifact from the Church. It would kill two birds with one stone. Roselle lowered his head in thought for a moment. I'll think of a way for you. Thank you so much, Roselle. Roselle smiled easily. You risked your life to save my daughter. Helping you find yours seems only fair, doesn't it? At first, he felt that helping Edward twice already counted as repaying the favor. But now that he knew Edward had been searching for his daughter all this time, he no longer wanted to be so precise about counting favors. It was the empathy of a fellow father. He stood and patted Edward's shoulder. Don't worry. You'll find her. Edward nodded. When he returned to 28 Emerald Street, it was just after 8 o'clock. Roselle had agreed to help, and he had clearly thought of borrowing a sealed artifact from the church. But the odds of it happening to be a Rhodes were still quite slim. Still, progress had taken another big step forward. If not this time, then the next. And by the next time, success would be almost certain. The only regret was that next time might have to wait until Roselle came back from his voyage. Boss, you're back. Du Bois was waiting at the door, as if he had been standing there for some time. I asked Endelai to prepare a hangover soup. No need. I didn't drink much. Boss, did everything go smoothly tonight? Edward gave him a look, teasing. Are you asking because you're worried about me, or worried about Roselle? Of course you. Edward sat down on the sofa. It went smoothly enough. But, smooth doesn't mean success. Du Bois opened his mouth, hesitating whether to press further. You're a smart man, and you've helped me a great deal these past weeks. So there are things I won't hide from you. Edward said frankly, it's true, I came to try her for Roselle. But only because I hoped he could help me with one thing. What thing? To find my daughter. Du Bois was stunned. You have a daughter. For certain reasons, we were separated. You know how vast the world is. Normal means won't suffice. So I thought to use special ones. I understand. Du Bois exhaled in relief. At the grand villa of the Roselle family. Once Bernadette learned the exact date of her father's voyage, her little face had been drawn tight for days. Daddy is a big liar. He clearly said long ago that he would take me with him to see the world, but now he's going back on his word. She sat on her bed, propping her chin in her hands, every line of her face spelling, this young lady is furious. Of course, she could beg Mr. Sparrow to take her to sea. But that wasn't the same. Mr. Sparrow didn't owe her anything, he couldn't always be expected to help her unconditionally. It was all Daddy's fault. At that moment, the door creaked open. She glimpsed Roselle sneaking in, hands hidden behind his back. At once she turned her head with a sharp huff. My darling, my angel Bernadette. Roselle grinned shamelessly, leaning toward her. But whichever way she turned her face, he darted around to follow. At last, when she was brimming with irritation, Roselle revealed what he had been hiding, arms full of dolls. Ta-da-da-da. Bernadette calmly glanced at them. So, you feel guilty, and you think you can make up for it with toys. Sigh, kids are too smart nowadays. It's really a headache for us parents. Roselle sat beside her. The truth is, no one wishes more than I do that you could come with me. She cocked her head, narrowing her eyes. But, this is my first voyage. Everything is unknown, uncertain. I don't want to drag you into danger. To his surprise, Bernadette shouted back, that's exactly why I'm angry. What? Because it's dangerous, Mama, and I can't stop worrying about you. You'd leave us at home while you go off alone to risk yourself. If something happened to you, what would become of us? And nothing will happen. Then take Mama and me with you. Too dangerous. Bernadette jabbed a finger at him. See? You're contradicting yourself. Roselle pressed a hand to his forehead. He had never felt so helpless, not even when facing evil gods. After a long silence, Bernadette sighed. Forget it. I know. Once you've made up your mind, not even a dragon could drag you back. Roselle scratched his head, muttering, a dragon really could drag me back, though. Her voice softened. She clasped his large hand in her little one. Daddy, you must promise me, be careful, and come back soon. Mama and I will be here, waiting for you. She stuck out her pinky finger. Pinky promise. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 507, Chapter 507, The Missing Erodes. For a moment, Roselle's heart melted. He pulled his daughter into a tight embrace, seized by a sudden urge to cancel the voyage altogether. But in the end, he forced the impulse down. Taking a deep breath, he hooked his finger gently around his daughter's small, delicate one. Pinky promise. Half an hour later, after finishing her bedtime story and coaxing Bernadette to sleep, Roselle crept quietly out of her room. The moment he opened the door, he saw Matilda waiting in the hall. You haven't gone to bed? He asked softly. Matilda shook her head. Roselle carefully closed the door and took her hand, leading her a little farther away. Do you blame me, Matilda? For what? A trace of puzzlement flickered in her eyes. For being so reckless, running off to sea with some half-baked excuse, leaving you and our daughter here alone. She thought for a moment, then replied gently, You've always been like this. Roselle patted his own forehead and let out a self-mocking laugh. Yes, I've always been unreliable. No. Matilda tilted her head up, her gaze steady. What I mean is, this is who you are. Roselle froze. After a long silence, he reached out and stroked her cheek. I'm going to the church. MHM. Back in his bedroom, Edward immediately heard Bernadette's soft prayer. The moment he linked into the grey fog, her clear little voice rang in his ears. Mr. Sparrow, can you think of a way to stop Daddy from going to sea? Huh? Why? Because, I can't bear to part with him. Please, Mr. Sparrow, Mama can't bear it either. I saw her crying in secret. I know we aren't really related, and you have no obligation to always help me. But I swear, when I grow up, I'll repay you. Please. Edward hesitated for a long moment. I don't think that's a good idea. The next morning, Edward arrived at Roselle's house with Du Bois. From a distance, they could already see servants loading trunks onto carriages. Roselle's 4 horsemen were on site, directing the work. Around 8 o'clock, Roselle emerged at last, dressed sharply in a fitted trench coat, with his wife and daughter by his side. Edward stepped forward. Morning, Roselle. Morning, Klein. Roselle greeted him warmly before continuing, I went to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery last night. You know, when it comes to valuable artifacts, no one has more than the church. Edward's heart skipped. Was it possible, such luck? To find it in one try. But. Roselle arched a brow. That particular sealed artifact, one said to know all kinds of things, vanished not long ago. What? Vanished. Edward was jolted, almost certain he'd misheard. Erodes is missing. Impossible. Although people often joke that among the 7 gods, the god of steam was the weakest, and that his church was also somewhat inferior in power, it was never to the point where someone could casually sneak in and steal a sealed artifact from the church, right? If you said they stole it while the mechanical hive mind was using it, that would be understandable. But going deep into the church to steal it. Don't be fooled by how Insangwil later seemed to casually steal 0-08, the quill of Alzahad, that had clearly been a backroom deal between the Evernight goddess and Russian priest. If Erodes had gone missing long ago, then what on earth have I been working so hard for all this time? Wait. No, that didn't make sense. I clearly divined before that Erodes was right there in the Trier Cathedral. Who would dare steal from the church? Edward muttered. The question made Roselle fall silent. It was me. These past weeks, he had already stolen twice. True, both times he had relied on tricks and roundabout means, but in essence, he had still stolen. All thanks to that damned evil god. Roselle cleared his throat. The Archbishop said, they still can't confirm how exactly the sealed artifact went missing. It's possible it wasn't stolen at all, just misplaced for the time being. Would the church really be that careless? The main issue is that the sealed artifact's negative effects were extremely severe. It hasn't been used for a long time. Edward frowned. Negative effects. The Archbishop didn't go into detail. Roselle patted his shoulder. But don't be discouraged, Klein. I've already asked the Archbishop to help search for it. By the time I return from this voyage, perhaps there will be good news. Ah, thank you, Roselle. Ha ha ha. Come on, then. Let me show you my vessel for this journey. The group soon arrived at Trier's Harbor, a great inland river that connected directly to the sea. All ships bound in or out of Trier had to pass this way. It was the lifeline of Intis's foreign trade. Moored at the dock was a massive ship. Crew and sailors bustled back and forth, loading supplies in an unbroken stream. This was still the age before ironclad steamships, but traditional sailing vessels were already being fitted with steam turbines as auxiliary power. Many nobles who had long heard of Roselle's impending expedition had gathered at the harbor, eager to offer their farewells to the famed son of steam. Du Bois. Do you see? The boast I made years ago, today it will be fulfilled. I'll sail this vessel to the Aurak archipelago, then trade it for an ancient ghost ship, the Black King. Heh. That ship will be my true confidence in braving the seas. Roselle lifted his chin proudly. Du Bois gazed up at the ship. For once, he didn't sneer or mutter something sardonic. Instead, just as he had on that dinner night, he simply said, fair winds and smooth sailing. Roselle felt oddly unsatisfied by the lack of sarcasm. So he added, or better yet, come with me. Do you remember when I told you the world is a sphere? That if you sail in one direction long enough, you'll return from the other side. You dismissed it as nonsense. Well, I'll take you to witness it with your own eyes. Then, glancing at Edward, he asked, Klein, do you believe me? No. Ha ha ha. Then wait for the great Roselle, Columbus, Magellan, Gustav to return in triumph. An hour later, everything was ready. Standing tall on the deck, Roselle waved grandly to the crowd on shore, his spirit ablaze. Farewell, everyone. The hull rumbled as the great ship pulled away from the dock. Suddenly, the clear sky turned black. Clouds boiled above, winds howled, and lightning flashed in tangled arcs. In an instant, the Trier River surged with towering waves, tossing ships large and small like children's toys. Roselle, who moments before had been brimming with pride, now clung pale-faced to the railing, struggling not to be flung into the water. The crowd erupted in confusion. Only Bernadette's eyes lit up, brimming with a strange delight as she turned to look at Edward. Edward pressed a finger to his lips, winking. So it really was him. Of course, Edward hadn't acted out of last night's plea from Bernadette. But if a Rhodes was merely misplaced for now, then keeping Roselle stuck in Trier for another day. 2 days. 3 days. On the 4th day, Roselle once again stood at the prow, declaring his voyage. But this time, the excitement and bravado of the first day were gone. The crowd had dwindled to barely a tenth of its original size. 4 times they had gathered to see him off. 4 times storms had struck. Sometimes before he even left the dock, sometimes the moment he entered open water. It was as if the heavens themselves opposed him. Many sailors had been frightened off. Rumors spread that Roselle had been cursed by the sea. One after another, men resigned. Furious, Roselle had roared, cursed by the sea. Damn it, I haven't even reached the sea yet. How can I be cursed by something I haven't set eyes on? So on the 4th day, he summoned the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery himself to stand as witness and bolster morale. Of course, even if the Archbishop hadn't come, Edward had already decided not to interfere again. His divinations in the Sapphira Castle had confirmed a Rhodes was still within the cathedral. After 3 days of fruitless searching, the only explanation left, aside from the faintest of possibilities, was that someone had deliberately withheld a Rhodes from Roselle. But why? A Rhodes was merely a Grade 2 sealed artifact. For Roselle, the son of steam, the church had no reason to be so secretive. Could it be intentional, just to spite me? That made no sense. Farewell, everyone. Roselle waved again, this time with little confidence. On shore, Bernadette and the others waved back half-heartedly, resigned to the storm they assumed would follow. But this time, nothing happened. The ship slipped free of the dock, turned into the main channel, and surged southward with the current. Before long, it vanished from view. Only then did the crowd stir in realization. Roselle had, truly departed. They would no longer need to gather day after day to bid farewell. Bernadette stood frozen, staring blankly at the distant waters. For a moment, she forgot to be sad, or perhaps she simply didn't know whether she should be. Part of her still expected a sudden storm to drive him back again. But when she met Mr. Sparrow's gaze, she finally understood. Her father had truly left. Wah! The little girl burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy! She cried from the harbor all the way home. Matilda had spent the whole way trying to comfort her. But whatever Bernadette whispered midway, it made Matilda break down as well, and soon mother and daughter wept together. Note, 535 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 508, Chapter 508, The Woman in the Black Dress. The mother and daughter clung to each other, crying in each other's arms. Edward kept shooting Dubois meaningful looks. Dubois quickly shook his head. Boss, when it comes to children, I really don't have a single trick. What about Matilda, then? You know what sort of methods I use with women. I may despise that bastard Roselle, but in a case like this. All right, shut your mouth. Edward sighed and walked over. Matilda, may I have a few words with Bernadette? Of course you may. Matilda rubbed her reddened eyes, forced a small smile, and walked back into the villa. Edward crouched before Bernadette and gently wiped her tears. How long are you planning to cry? Until Daddy comes back. Then you'll be crying a long time. Conservatively, Roselle's trip will take at least a month. Do you really have that many tears? She sniffled, her lips trembling. Then I'll just drink more water. All right, all right. Did you forget? Edward tapped her nose with a smile. I can go wherever I want, whenever I want. Eh. Bernadette's eyes flew wide open. Right. If Mr. Sparrow could take me out to see mermaids, then of course he could take me to see Daddy too. How could I forget something so important? Edward chuckled. So if you really miss your father, instead of sitting here crying, wouldn't it be better to think of ways to please me, so I'll take you to see him? She grabbed his arm tightly. Really? That depends on how you behave. Edward stood up. Now go back inside. Your mother is already upset enough. She shouldn't also have to console you. I know. The little girl bolted back into the villa. Edward exhaled in relief and turned back. Dubois asked curiously, Boss, what did you just say to her? Just words to comfort a child. You really want to hear those too? Ah. Scratching his head, Dubois muttered, Now I really do believe you have a daughter. Back at 28 Emerald Street, Edward had just stepped down from the carriage when he noticed several houses away, 7 or 8 villas down the street, a line of carriages stood parked at the gates. Servants were unloading furniture, ornaments, and boxes, carrying them into the house. Edward raised a brow. New tenants moving in. I thought noble residences were notoriously difficult to rent out. Dubois shrugged. That I don't know. But most nobles care fiercely about face. Unless they're absolutely desperate, they would never rent or sell an ancestral home. You know the special circumstances of our villa, Madame Marcia didn't have those scruples. Just then, a woman stepped down from one of the carriages. She wore a long black gown, and as if sensing their gazes, she turned her head, offering a polite nod and smile. She wasn't stunning in appearance, but her poise and bearing were exceptional. After the brief greeting, she followed her maid into the villa. Eh? Boss, is she your type? Seeing Edward glance a few more times than usual, Dubois looked as though he had discovered a new continent. It was no wonder, since meeting him, Dubois had never seen Edward show the slightest interest in any woman. Even Akasha, whose looks and figure were impeccable, had elicited nothing. If he hadn't recently learned Edward had a daughter, Dubois might have started questioning his orientation. Edward shook his head. No. But ever since discovering Marcia was nothing more than a disguise created by a witch with the help of a mystical artifact, Edward couldn't help but harbor suspicion toward any woman of ordinary looks who nevertheless seemed noteworthy. Who could say? Perhaps another witch was hiding behind that face. Everyone knew, wherever witches went, trouble followed. Cough, cough, except for Lilith, of course. Meanwhile, inside the villa. The woman in the black dress gave a few instructions to her maid, then proceeded directly upstairs to a bedroom. She entered the washroom and, facing the mirror, whispered, Why hasn't Marcia responded yet? A few seconds later, a vague human figure appeared in the reflection. Don't be impatient. The woman brushed her dark hair aside with a fingertip. Understood. Settle down here for now. I know. Then the blurry figure asked, Rhodes, do you know where the rest of Intis's brass pillars are hidden? The mirror shimmered with light. Rippling water-like waves gathered into 7 visions. A knightly clad man burying one brass staff after another, sometimes covering them with soil, sometimes resetting floorboards with mechanisms, sometimes concealing them with sealed artifacts. Each scene then panned upward, displaying the distinctive surroundings of each hiding place. Moments later, the visions faded. In their place, crimson words bled across the mirror. According to the principle of equivalence, it is now my turn to ask a question. If you lie or fail to answer, you must accept the task I assign, or suffer punishment. Can you truly lead me to my great master? The hazy figure in the mirror smiled faintly. Of course. After finishing dinner, Edward strolled around the garden to digest, his thoughts circling back to Rhodes. Why wouldn't the church lend a Rhodes to Roselle? If even Roselle can't get his hands on it, then what other way is there to access it? Break into the church and steal it directly? If he knew its exact location, perhaps it was possible. But barging into the church blind and hoping to find it on the spot, what, did he really think the god of steam was a pushover? There was another possibility. He suddenly recalled the future case of serial murders orchestrated by the devil. Perhaps he could mimic that strategy, manufacturing a string of incidents that would force the machinery hive mind to bring out a Rhodes to aid in the investigation. But then again, even the assassination of Count Clare, a case of that magnitude, hadn't drawn out a Rhodes. Just how big of an incident would he have to cause? If he went that far, it might attract 2 or 3 angels at once. That wouldn't be trouble, it would be outright suicide. The thought left Edward momentarily adrift. Ever since arriving 2 centuries in the past, his greatest driving force had been the search for Lilith. To find her, a Rhodes had always been the safest, most reliable method. That was why he had set so many plans into motion. But now, faced with the possibility that a Rhodes was out of reach, he found himself at a loss. Slap. After a long pause, Edward smacked his forehead. Edward, what are you even thinking? Even if I do find Lilith, that's just the first step. Don't forget, she has at least 1 god and 2 kings of angels as her enemies. Without enough strength, even if I find her, how could I possibly protect her? Right now, I don't even have the 2 sequence 3 characteristics. Instead of brooding here, I should be thinking of ways to acquire them. Besides, everything about a Rhodes was just speculation for now. Perhaps, when Roselle came back, the church would have found it after all. That thought eased the knot in his chest. As always. 1 step at a time. That night, Edward went to bed unusually early, and even began to dream. In the dream, he found Lilith. Together, they spent 2 peaceful centuries, until the day when they finally reunited with Audrey in future. Then, he personally helped Klein ascend to the position of Lord of Mysteries, letting him clash head-on with the outer gods, while he himself remained comfortably in the rear, living happily with Audrey and Lilith. On that day, Audrey wore a snow-white wedding dress, walking toward him with radiant joy. Susie followed in a lovely gown, flower basket in her mouth, while Lilith scattered petals along the way. As they drew closer, Edward reached out to grasp Audrey's delicate hand. Suddenly, a muddled chorus of chanting shattered the scene. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. Edward's eyes flew open. He realized he was still lying in bed. Everything had been a dream. The sudden awakening left him somewhat dazed, his mood turning emo. Moments later, he cursed aloud, "Damn it, I'll see which bastard is disturbing me in the middle of the night." He leapt up, quickly ascending into the Sapphira Castle. At a glance, he saw Roselle's star pulsing in the depths of the grey fog. Didn't that guy just set sail? Frowning, Edward infused spiritual power, linking their connection, and pulled Roselle into the hall. "Your Excellency, good evening." Roselle bowed. Edward gave a curt nod. The matter you entrusted to me last time is complete," Roselle said, almost raising his hand to show it off. "I successfully acquired a sealed artifact from the church." Seeing Edward silent, he quickly explained, "I used the danger of my sea voyage as a pretext to request it from them. Of course, though I said borrow, when the time comes I'll simply report it lost at sea. The church won't truly expect its return. Your Excellency, does this count as fulfilling your mission?" Edward propped his chin on his hand, pretending to ponder. "It counts. So, you wish to use this to earn my protection?" "Of course." Roselle immediately shook his head. "But, besides protection for myself, I also hope you can extend it to my family, my wife and my daughter. Today, I sailed out into the sea. In the coming months, I likely won't be able to return. The church has promised to protect my wife and child, but I still can't rest easy. So." His request genuinely surprised Edward. His tone, however, turned cool. "Roselle Gustave, perhaps you misunderstand. When I say protection, I mean a single intervention." Roselle forced a strained smile. "Then, that is enough. Thank you, Your Excellency." Bowing once more, Roselle said, "Then I shall take my leave." Edward frowned slightly. Roselle hadn't pressed with further questions or requests. Was it because he knew the real game was about to begin, and chose to stop there? Or was it because he was already at sea, knowing he couldn't possibly fulfill Edward's next tasks, and so opted to stay silent? Either way, it didn't matter. With the Rhodes out of the picture, he couldn't count on Roselle to steal it from the church. So, time to change the rules of the game. "Roselle Gustave." "Yes." Edward gestured. "Sit at the chair to the left of the round table." "Understood." Though puzzled, Roselle obeyed. "I sometimes host interesting gatherings here." Before you, 2 members had already participated, each leaving with a satisfactory experience. From this moment, you are the 3rd member. When the time is right, I will convene another gathering. Rozel's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to respond solemnly, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Edward said no more, severing the connection. Back in his captain's cabin, Rozel drained a glass of liquor in one gulp, easing the heat in his chest. As expected, an evil god is still an evil god. There's no way to get cheap favors from one. Whatever that so-called gathering was, he didn't believe for a second that the other 2 members had truly left satisfied. I should have just kept asking questions honestly. Now that I'm at sea, even if he does want something stolen from the church, I'll be useless for months anyway. He poured another drink, swallowing it down in a single draught. Grim. He shouted toward the door. Soon, Grim entered, dressed in adventurer's garb. "What is it, sir? How many times have I told you? Address me as captain. You're on the sailor pathway, don't be so unprofessional." Grim shrugged helplessly. "All right, captain. Tell the men to rest when they can. I'm not in such a rush. No need to sail day and night without pause." "Understood. You've worked hard." Grim saluted and left, closing the door. Knock, knock, knock. Almost immediately, the door was rapped again. "Come in." This time, it wasn't one of Rozel's 4 horsemen, nor any of his crew. It was a man in a black robe. Zeradal. Rozel shot to his feet. Zeradal. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 509, Audrey investigates Klein. "Good evening, Rozel." Zeradal appeared once again in his usual calm, enigmatic manner. Rozel poured him a glass of wine, pushing it across the table. "That night, what exactly happened? That man with the monocle, who was he?" "Amon." Even when he spoke the name, a ripple of emotion flickered through Zeradal's eyes. "An extremely terrifying existence. You should count yourself fortunate he showed no interest in you." Terrifying." Rozel recalled the scene. Yeah, back then Zeradal really did look scared out of his wits. That was only one of his avatars, Zeradal explained coolly. "If it had been his true body, even if I managed to escape, the price I'd pay would be disastrous." "All right, got it. You're really scared of that Amon guy." Rozel muttered inwardly before speaking aloud, "Then why have you come tonight? Why did you suddenly decide to sail out to sea?" "Why else? I've been stuck in Intis for far too long. I've wanted to see the other side of this world for years, but either I was too lazy, or the opportunity never came. Recently, my application to become an officer in the army was approved. I know if I don't seize this chance to set sail now, I'll have no time at all in the future." Zeradal narrowed his eyes. "Just a military officer's duties, could they truly keep you that busy?" Rozel only smiled, offering no further explanation. In truth, all of his experience dealing with that mysterious god above the grey fog came from his prior dealings with Zeradal. He knew perfectly well that this angel, who had sought him out and handed him so much precious knowledge, harbored ulterior motives. And most likely, only he could fulfill whatever Zeradal sought. Still, unlike dealing with the evil god, when it came to Zeradal, Rozel felt he held more initiative, at least until the deal was sealed. "Since you've lived so long, Zeradal, surely you know plenty about the sea. Got any nautical experience, rumors, secrets, whatever, you can share?" Zeradal pondered for a moment. "You intend to head east, to the Sea of Ruins?" "Of course." "Then you should know, once night falls there, you must fall asleep." "I've heard. I've already stocked up on potions to knock me out instantly when needed. Those corpses that emit loud, heavy breathing, the war chariot pulled by 2 golden horses." Zeradal began listing various horrors one might encounter in those ruins. Some Edward had mentioned before, but many were new, making Rozel's eyes widen in disbelief. That place is really that dangerous. It was once a battlefield of gods. What do you think? Gods. Rozel scratched his head. Zeradal, have you ever heard of a god dwelling above the grey fog? Above the grey fog? Zeradal's expression remained calm, but his tone shifted slightly. Where did you hear that? At that moment, a realization dawned on him. He had assumed Amon's attention was on himself, but he was still fretting over the Antigonus notebook, still far from sequence 1. Why would he merit Amon's interest? But, if it was that thing, then it all made sense. I saw it once, by accident. Rozel, knowing Zeradal could divine the truth, didn't bother to lie. In Trier. Yes. Zeradal's heart ignited with heat. If it truly was that, how could he not covet it? But he quickly tempered his greed. You claim a god resides above the grey fog. That's right. Zeradal frowned. Better to lie low for now. Securing the Antigonus notebook and advancing to sequence 1 takes precedence. By the way, Roselle said suddenly, while I'm at sea, if you happen to return to Trier, could you watch over my family for me? Zeradal shook his head calmly. In the near future, I don't intend to return to Trier. Roselle's lips twitched. This old bastard is too much of a coward. How the hell did someone like him ever become an angel? Fine then. He extended his hand. Got any defensive sealed artifacts lying around? Just hand me 10 or so I don't die in some godforsaken corner of the world. Zeradal, long accustomed to Roselle's way of speaking, reached into his robes and pulled out a paper figurine. This paper doll substitute will take your place in the event of a fatal injury. Roselle's eyes lit up. He snatched it eagerly. Now that's a good one. But always remember, Zeradal warned, it can only be used once per day. If you exceed that limit, it will shatter completely. If you don't, it will reset the following day. Its drawback is this: the longer you keep it, the deeper your connection becomes. In the end, you may end up becoming its substitute, bearing damage on its behalf. Roselle chuckled. That's simple, so long as Zeradal cut him off. If you're thinking of passing it to someone else and then reclaiming it, I'm afraid it won't work. The duration accumulates regardless. Roselle pursed his lips. That's all. I wish you smooth sailing. With that, Zeradal's figure dissipated into nothingness. Roselle stared at the empty spot, silently sipping his wine. When I mentioned the god above the grey fog, he acted calm, but his pointed questions betrayed interest. Could Zeradal also know about the existence above the grey fog? Future, 1349, the Hall family mansion. Alfred had been home for 3 days. At first, he was showered with warm hospitality from his parents, like a university student returning home for summer break. But once he voiced again his objection to the marriage, everything changed. Overnight, the attitude of everyone in the household, his parents, his siblings, shifted. The feeling unsettled Alfred deeply. I'm your son. I'm your brother. Why are you siding with an outsider, especially one like Gehrman Sparrow, infamous across the seas? Well, to be fair, Alfred didn't actually care much about Sparrow's notorious reputation. He was simply twice humiliated by the men, and he refused to stomach it. That morning, after Audrey and their father had gone out, Alfred confronted Hibbert, who was studying law in the library. Hibbert, tell me honestly. What exactly has Edward done to make all of you like him so much? Hibbert closed his book with a small smile. Why don't you first explain what he's done to make you dislike him so strongly? He caused all kinds of trouble at sea. He's still wanted by the Church of the Storm. If it weren't for me stepping in, he'd still be wanted in loan too. Hibbert nodded thoughtfully. That's the issue, isn't it? You were willing to plead for him, to have Byam lift its wanted order, yet you still react with such hostility. There's only one explanation: you hold a personal grudge. Alfred was silent for a moment, then scowled in defeat. Fine. I admit it. I suffered losses at his hands, twice. I just can't stand the guy, all right. Hibbert's expression softened. That man who saved father's life, twice, that was Edward. He leaned back, speaking calmly. Of course, that's why father and mother trust him. But as for supporting Audrey's relationship with him, the reason is even simpler: Audrey likes him. Alfred was speechless. While the brothers debated, Audrey had already slipped away with Susie, heading quietly toward Tingen. This city is much smaller than Backlund, Audrey, Susie remarked curiously, wagging her tail as she observed the streets and houses. Different cities have different styles of architecture, Audrey explained with a smile. Backlund has buildings like these too, but mostly in the East Borough and Dockside districts. You seldom go there, so you wouldn't have seen them. Oh. Susie's tail swished happily. But why are we in Tingen, Audrey? There are some questions I want answered. What kind of questions? For now, I can't tell you. All right then. Susie didn't seem disappointed. Soon, the girl and the dog arrived at 2 Daffodil Street. At this hour, Benson should be at work, but Melissa ought to be home. Knock, knock, knock. Audrey rapped gently on the wooden door. Footsteps sounded from within, followed by Melissa's voice, coming. The door opened, and Melissa poked her head out, wearing a single-lens magnifier. Benson, you're back early too, eh? She froze. Then her eyes widened in shock. Miss Audrey. Why are you here? Flustered, she pulled off her lens, glancing behind Audrey. Did Klein come back too? No, Audrey said softly. It's just me today. Oh, all right. Please, come in. Melissa's face showed a trace of disappointment as she hurried to welcome Audrey inside. This is my friend, Susie. Melissa smiled politely. Hello, Susie. Hello, Melissa, Susie replied. Melissa's jaw slackened. The dog talked. Though she'd heard rumors, witnessing it firsthand still left her utterly shaken. Once inside, Melissa busied herself making coffee for Audrey. After a moment's hesitation, she even poured a cup for Susie, who wagged her tail even more furiously. Miss Audrey, may I ask what brings you here today? Audrey sipped her coffee, pausing a moment. It's nothing too important, I just wanted to ask you a few things. Of course. Well then. Audrey hesitated, then finally asked, Klein, is he truly your and Benson's biological brother? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 510, The Puppet. Year 1160, passed. On the third day after Roselle had set sail, Bernadette could no longer hold back. She went straight to Edward, begging him to take her to see her father. This time, she didn't even bother with the three-step prayer. Instead, she ran all the way to 28 Emerald Street and knocked on Edward's door. Mr. Sparrow, take me there, please, just take me there. In the garden, Bernadette clung to Edward's arm, swaying it gently, acting spoiled. Edward, holding a cup of coffee in one hand and a video camera in the other, was recording her. His plan was simple: next time he met that aloof and dignified Queen Mystic, he'd show her this footage and see how long she could keep up that cold facade. What are you doing? Bernadette poked the camera with her finger. You've been pointing that thing at me this whole time. Oh, nothing. Carry on. Her lake blue eyes darted quickly. Even if you won't take me to see Daddy, can you at least take me to see the mermaids? It's been a whole week since last time. Her words reminded Edward of something. After discovering that elementary textbook in the Black Monastery of the Dream, he'd spent several consecutive nights exploring the remnants of the Sea of Ruin, hoping to stumble upon fortune. But then came Akasha's assassination attempt on Count Clare and the whirlwind of events that followed. He truly hadn't been back for a while. How about this, Edward said, if you dance for me, I'll consider taking you there tonight. Dance. The little girl blinked, scratching her head. How do I dance? It felt like being dragged to a relative's house during New Year and being forced by her parents to perform a talent. Any way you like. Bernadette glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then began to sway her little hips and dance clumsily. Edward recorded every second with relish. Perfect. Perfect. All of this would make excellent blackmail material someday. After a few minutes, Bernadette panted with exhaustion and glared at him. I'm done. Is that enough, Mr. Sparrow? Well done, it's time for your reward. Edward waved a hand. We'll set out tonight. Yay. At that moment, Dubois approached with an odd look on his face. Why do I get the feeling, when Roselle comes back, Bernadette will be closer to you than to him? No way. Bernadette immediately retorted, puffing up indignantly. Dubois shrugged, muttering under his breath, Camellia. I got it, Edward replied. What camellia? Bernadette tilted her head curiously. Secret. Edward closed the camera, handed the coffee cup to Dubois, and said, take her home. Bring me with you, Mr. Sparrow. Bernadette quickly raised her hand. You want to tag along for everything. Edward flicked her lightly on the forehead, making her pout, then strode away. Back inside, Edward teleported directly to the Aurora Order's stronghold in Quartier de Noël. He entered as though returning home, washing his hands at the basin while a servant approached with a dry towel and a report. Mr. F., we've uncovered some information about this Tarek. Speak. He is a member of Intis's Royal Guard, but only part of the ceremonial unit, an idle position. He lives in the guard barracks at the palace, but we found no trace of his family background. An orphan. No, it seems most of the palace guards are in a similar situation. Likely intentional obfuscation. I see. Edward nodded. If I wanted to meet him, where would I go, aside from the palace? This. Knock, knock, knock. The servant broke off as knocking echoed against the door. Before either could react, the door creaked open. A man in knight's uniform stepped inside, calmly shut the door behind him, and approached unhurriedly. Aurora Order. Mr. F. The servant's expression changed, about to speak, but Edward raised his hand to silence him. Leave us. Yes, sir. The knight stopped before Edward and sat down across from him. Edward asked evenly, what do you want from me? Oh, wasn't it you who was looking for me? I thought you had business. The man in knight's garb, Tarek, spoke flatly. The two men locked eyes in silence until Tarek finally spoke first. You killed Count Clare. That's right. Did Marcia hire you? If you mean that woman who came a few days ago, then probably. Did she ask you to do anything besides kill? Edward's lips curved into a small smile. I don't betray my employers. Tarek nodded. So she did. Clap. Suddenly, Tarek reached into his coat and drew out a large, heavy revolver, pressing its barrel directly against Edward's forehead. This bullet has been specially treated. At this distance, a shot to the head would kill even a shepherd instantly. His tone was cold. Now tell me, did Marcia send you somewhere to retrieve something? Where is it? Staring at the muzzle so close to his face, Edward actually chuckled. Nice gun you've got there. Click. The next second, the oversized barrel was pressed against Tarek's own head. Edward now held the revolver himself, smirking. Now it's mine. A gleam flashed in Tarek's eyes. You've grazed a marauder. Regression. Ancient gears turned slowly within Edward's eyes. But this time, something unexpected happened. The effect of regression did not cause Tarek's sequence to fall. Instead, it produced only a sharp, grating, teeth-grinding screech. Tarek jerked back, retreating swiftly. As he flung several coins into the air, he bolted toward the door. That was a reaper's cull. Edward blinked out of place, avoiding the deadly coins, and immediately cast several thefts in succession, attempting to steal Tarek's thoughts and abilities. Failure. Every time. His first reaction was disbelief. If this man were truly at such a high sequence that regression and theft were both ineffective, would he really need to flee? By then, Tarek had already smashed open the door and bolted into the street. It was noon. Pedestrians bustled to and fro, turning curiously at the sudden commotion. Edward pursued, flashing forward. Weeds, stones, and debris at the roadside twisted into chains, snaking around Tarek, and a bolt of lightning split the air, crashing down. Tarek strained, ripping apart the chains, and rolled across the ground to narrowly avoid the lightning strike. Springing to his feet, he pushed off with explosive force to dash away. Ding! A small screw clattered from his right leg. Bang! The entire limb detonated, scattering into screws and chunks of metal across the cobblestones. Tarek's body pitched forward violently, collapsing in a shower of parts. Boom! His form erupted, dissolving into piles of gears, bolts, and springs. Only his head remained intact, rolling several meters across the ground. For a moment, even Edward froze in astonishment, just as much as the horrified bystanders. Now he understood. That was why regression hadn't lowered Tarek's sequence, and why theft hadn't stolen any thoughts or powers, because this Tarek wasn't human at all. He was a puppet. Fortunately, regression cared nothing for such distinctions. It had reduced him straight into a heap of parts. Very good. I'll remember you, Mr. F of the Aurora Order. Tarek's head rasped mechanically. Then the glimmer of awareness faded rapidly from his eyes, and with a sharp pop it too exploded, bursting into screws, wax blocks, bones, and springs that clattered onto the street. Edward regarded the wreckage for a long moment. Then he flicked his wand, sweeping the remains into a pile and packing them into a suitcase. With that, he returned inside. Mr. F, are you unharmed? The servant asked nervously. I'm fine. Edward's tone was calm. But this base is compromised. We'll need to relocate. I understand. Leaving the suitcase on the table, Edward sank into thought. When it came to puppets and golems, the most adept were those of the Mother's Pathway, Sequence 4, Classical Alchemist. But the Savant Pathway could achieve something similar. Take Oromik, the future Archbishop of Backlund, for example. Most of the time, the Archbishop people saw was actually a puppet of his own making. His true body lurked hidden elsewhere. From the abundance of screws, gears, and springs scattered before him, Edward could conclude with some certainty, this Tarek was crafted by someone of the Savant Pathway. In other words, it likely had ties to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. And yet, it was also known that Tarek was associated with the Twilight Hermit Order's mysterious Intis. Could it be that Intis was in fact connected to the Church of Steam and Machinery? Several minutes later, Edward returned home and logged into the Sapphira Castle to divine the origin of this puppet. He closed his eyes and quickly slipped into a hazy dreamscape. A figure dressed in the white priestly robes of the Church of Steam and Machinery, wearing a soft priest's cap, pointed at the motionless Tarek next to him and asked, "Is this doll acceptable?" A young man dressed in opulent clothes respectfully replied, "Certainly, thank you very much, Your Holiness. Are you sure you don't need me to inject a soul into it, transforming it into a living being?" "No need, Your Holiness." The divination vision ended there. That young man refused the Archbishop's offer to inject a soul into the puppet, then how did it gain life? Perhaps the young man didn't trust the Archbishop and instead found someone else to complete the final step for him. But that raised a new question: who exactly was that young man in the vision? Edward felt as if he were caught in a Russian nesting doll of mysteries, peeling back layer after layer, only to reveal yet another hidden secret beneath. It truly felt like he was investigating a case. In reality, his motivations for chasing this trail were twofold. First, he considered Intis a hypothetical rival competing for the Conqueror's Beyonder characteristic against Lilith. Second, he wanted to track down Intis in revenge for having previously given him the treasure map of the Amon ruins. Ah, whatever. An investigation is an investigation. He only hoped it wouldn't be a waste of effort. Half an hour later. Members of the machinery hive mind completed their investigation of every household along Camellia Street. Aside from number 2 Camellia Street, they had found nothing. Captain, we've got something here. Oromik crouched before the fireplace in Mr. F's bedroom. There seems to be some sort of mechanism hidden here. But, I can't find how to open it. The captain arched a brow, striding forward. That's easy. He pulled a grenade from his belt and casually tossed it into the fireplace. Oromik froze in shock. What? Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 740 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 511, Chapter 511, Roselle sheds tears of pain. The next second, the captain yanked Oromik by the collar and bolted out of the bedroom with him in tow. Boom. Stone and dust erupted, filling the room with smoke and debris. Flat on the floor, Oromik's face twisted in disbelief. Captain. The captain hauled him upright by the arm. Remember this, Oromik, our enemies in the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery are all dangerous Beyonders. When you're facing people like that, don't be rigid or play by the rules. Your safety comes first, always. After all, the machinery hive mind never lacks firepower. He grinned. No matter what kind of traps or mechanisms they set up, just blast your way through with firepower. As the dust cleared, the two stepped back into the bedroom. The fireplace was gone, blown apart by the grenade. In its place yawned an opening leading down underground. The captain smirked with satisfaction. See. Simple. Oromik still didn't understand, but he was deeply shaken. Moments later, the captain emerged from the hole with a grim expression. Everyone, pull out. Guard the perimeter. I need to return to the church immediately. Late at night, in Bernadette's room. She stood before her mirror, gazing at her reflection, a small boy, entirely unlike her true self. She struck a few cool poses, admiring her transformed appearance. Had enough of admiring yourself? That wasn't admiring myself. She pulled a silly face. It's just, so amazing. I look completely different. You said you wanted to see your father, right? You can't exactly show up looking like yourself. I thought we were going to see the mermaids. Edward grinned. Because of that dance you gave me, tonight we'll see your father first, then the mermaids. Yay. The little girl bounced with joy. Go on, laugh now, Edward thought to himself. Years from now, when you look back on today, let's see if you can still laugh. Let's go. He extended his hand. Bernadette clasped it tightly, and in a blink her vision shifted. Once again, they passed through that inky, surreal space, yet quickly emerged into a bustling scene. They stood on a lively street, not particularly wide but crowded with people. Shops lined both sides, lanterns and lamps ablaze with light. This was one of the port islands of the Aurak archipelago. Most Intis vessels used it as their first stop to resupply and rest. At that moment, Roselle had anchored here with his 4 horsemen. Hand in hand, Bernadette trailed alongside Edward, her wide eyes darting curiously about. The closer they drew, the brighter her smile became. I'm about to see Daddy. He, he'll never know I came to see him secretly. Mr. Sparrow, what should I say to him first? Do you think Daddy's been missing me these past few days? Ah, I wonder if he's lost weight already. Before long, they arrived at an outdoor tavern. Bernadette's eyes lit up instantly as she spotted Roselle seated not far away. Daddy's right there. At the same time, Roselle was glaring at Grim, his face thunderous, jabbing a finger at the 2 women Grim had brought along. Grim. Who the hell do you think I am? What do you mean by bringing them here? Grim looked baffled. Captain, but it was you who. Roselle flung his arms in frustration, looking as if he might explode. I told you to find me beauties. Tell me, what part of them is beautiful? Grim. Edward and Bernadette. Bernadette turned to Edward, her face blank, her voice flat. I suddenly don't want to see Daddy anymore. Edward was momentarily speechless. He should have known Roselle couldn't keep himself out of trouble, but of all times, Bernadette had to stumble upon this the moment she arrived. She'd been so full of joy and anticipation on the way here, only for this. When he didn't answer, she tugged at his sleeve with a pout. Let's go. Let's see the mermaids instead. All right. Just as they turned to leave, they saw Edwards also returning, accompanied by 2 women. Bernadette's expression soured instantly. Her small fists clenched tightly. Edward coughed lightly. Ahem. Pretty angry, aren't you? I am not angry at all. Do you want to teach Roselle a lesson? Bernadette froze, then asked, half hesitant and half expectant, how do we teach him a lesson? Don't worry, we won't really hurt him. Just enough to let him learn from his mistake. After wavering for a while, she clenched her teeth. All right. On the other side, Roselle's order for Grimm and Edwards to find him beauties wasn't because he truly couldn't control himself. It was simply that after being cooped up on a ship for days, surrounded only by brawny men, he was desperate for some eye candy. But the two women Grimm brought. Forget eye candy, Roselle felt his eyes were being gouged out. Grumbling, he downed a mug of beer. When he turned his head, he spotted Edwards returning, also with two women in tow. Roselle's eyes lit up. Edwards, now you have taste. Edwards was momentarily dumbfounded, looking at the two equally unremarkable streetwalkers he'd brought, unable to tell if Roselle was mocking him or had suddenly developed a new preference. Roselle quickly beckoned the women to sit on either side of him. Come, sit here. What followed was a familiar routine, persuading the prostitutes to leave their trade, phrases like, you're so pretty, why work in this line of trade? Have you thought about your future? It's better to stop now and find a good man to marry. The four horsemen exchanged puzzled looks, unable to decipher Roselle's true intentions. But since he was the captain, they could only watch. Meanwhile, Bernadette and Edward sat at a nearby table, each sipping a glass of milk as they watched Roselle gesticulating passionately. You used that magical ability, like with the Pinocchio and Snow White dolls, didn't you? She asked suddenly. Then her face fell in realization. So in Daddy's eyes, those women must look very beautiful, right? But wait, you said this was to teach him a lesson. Isn't this rewarding him instead? Be patient, Edward said lightly. 20 minutes later, after several bottles of alcohol, Roselle was swaying drunk. The two streetwalkers offered to escort him back to rest. Roselle gladly agreed and staggered away with them toward the inn. His four horsemen exchanged glances. Surely, he isn't that desperate. But they couldn't spoil their captain's fun, so they trailed behind. Roselle soon led the women into his room, shutting the door in the horsemen's faces. What follows is the part you pay for, still want to come in? The four fell silent. Forget it. They'd confirmed the women were ordinary humans. Perhaps Roselle truly was pent up after so many days at sea. Fine, they'd stand guard outside. Mr. Sparrow. Bernadette grew anxious and tugged Edward's sleeve. The two of them slipped through the wall into the room. Inside, Roselle lounged on a sofa, basking in the women's massage. 10 minutes later, he yawned and waved them off lazily. All right, you can go now. Remember to get your pay from Edwards, the one who brought you here. He admitted the women fit his aesthetic, but he wasn't so desperate as to actually bed streetwalkers. Even if he'd long since invented condoms, he still didn't feel safe. Just as he was drifting into a stupor, two figures suddenly loomed before him, two hulking men, nearly 2 meters tall. Both wore sleeveless undershirts that displayed massive, blocky chests and thick tufts of chest hair. One was bald, the other close-cropped, and both bore eerie grins. Roselle shuddered, instantly sobered. Who are you? How did you get into my room? Though he didn't cry for help outright, his words were a coded signal for the four horsemen outside. The captain is in trouble, get in here now. The bald brute chuckled. We walked in, of course. Your men are all drunk outside, snoring away. No way. Grimm. Edwards. The two advanced, cracking their knuckles. Go on, scream all you want. Scream until your throat bleeds, no one will hear. You don't know, we've been tailing you since you landed. Took us this long to get the perfect chance. Ha 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 ha. Roselle glanced at the women and suddenly realized. Oh, a honey trap. He whipped out a wad of cash and threw it at them. Fine. I admit defeat. Take the money and get lost. But one of the brutes smacked the bills aside, grinning. We don't need money. What we lack is someone like you, fresh from the big city. I'm a man. Roselle blurted. Ha ha ha. If you weren't, we wouldn't be interested. Roselle's face drained of color. His breath caught. You. He sprang up, pulling a revolver from his coat and leveling it at them. But before his finger touched the trigger, one brute slapped the gun from his hand. Roselle tried again, channeling spiritual power into his fingers, unleashing every mystical item he had on him, defensive, offensive, auxiliary. None of it worked. The two men ignored everything, kicking aside the sofa as they closed in. This time, Roselle truly panicked. Backing into the corner, he shrieked at the top of his lungs. Help! Grimm. Edwards. William. Polly. Get your asses in here and save me. Help. Somebody help me. Trapped, Helpless, he cowered as the two towering shadows loomed over him. Ha ha ha, come on. Rip. The men reached for him with gleeful grins. No. No. Shrieik. One brute hoisted him effortlessly and hurled him onto the bed. Before Roselle could react, both bodies crashed down on him, his head smashing into the bedframe. Darkness engulfed him. A single tear slid from the corner of his eye. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 512, Chapter 512, Drank Too Much, Ass Hurts. Bernadette stood inside the room, having watched her father make a complete fool of himself, yelling, flipping over, drawing his gun, crawling on the floor, then shrinking into a corner and screaming miserably. For the first time, she felt a pang of pity for him. Mr. Sparrow, what on earth did you make Daddy see? I've never seen him so scared before. Relax. It was just some monsters chasing him around the room. Oh. Only when her father finally collapsed into sleep on the bed did the little girl's anxious heart settle. At that moment, Edward conjured up a thick stack of banknotes and scattered them all over Roselle, then patted Bernadette on the head. All right. That should be enough to teach your father a lesson. Come on, let's go see the mermaids. Okay. Bernadette glanced back at her father one last time before leaving the room with Edward, vanishing into the depths of the battlefield of the gods. They spent 2 or 3 hours sailing the fairy tale through the Sea of Ruins, passing through 2 dream worlds along the way. Unfortunately, they neither encountered an elementary school textbook nor found the mermaid. What surprised Edward, however, was that even though he thought the church had dispersed the hidden sage's gaze, making it impossible for Bernadette to remain lucid in dreams, she was still bouncing around lively as ever. Then he remembered, the future queen mystic was also someone who could remain clear-headed within dreamscapes. Whether it was due to her unique constitution, or some kind of residual effect left behind by the hidden sage remained unknown. The next morning. At an inn on the Aurak Islands, Roselle jolted awake from sleep, bolting upright in bed. Fragments of broken memory clung to his mind, like scraps of nightmare. Thank heavens, it was just a dream. He wiped his forehead in relief, only to notice his torn clothing, the random banknotes strewn over him, and the utter disarray of the room. His mind went blank with a loud buzz. The broken memories pieced themselves back together into a coherent sequence, the honey trap. The 2 hulking men. His clothes being ripped apart. Being thrown onto the bed. The 2 brutes lunging at him. Roselle's expression twisted into terror, his heart sinking into despair. He jolted upright like he'd been electrocuted, only to collapse back onto the floor with a heavy thump. Wait. Why does my ass hurt so much? Was it from falling just now? Or, from what happened last night? No. No. Roselle, a man destined for greatness, the protagonist chosen by fate, how could I have been defiled by 2 brutes? For a moment, he felt his heart collapse. Bang. The door suddenly burst open as the 4 horsemen rushed inside. Seeing the wreckage, they immediately surrounded Roselle, eyes sharp and alert. Captain, what happened? Grim asked anxiously. And nothing. Roselle scrambled to hide his true emotions. Last night, did you hear anything? No. You got drunk, those 2 women escorted you back, and not long after, they left. Just, the 2 of them. Of course. Roselle's backside throbbed even worse. The 4 horsemen, satisfied he was unharmed, turned their worried eyes toward him. But in Roselle's state, their gaze felt like the judgment of a tribunal. He opened his mouth, closed it again, hesitated several times. At last, he declared in a heavy tone, from now until we return to Trier, no one is allowed to drink. Grim blinked. Why? Roselle clenched his teeth, staggering upright with a limp. Because, when you drink too much, your ass hurts. The 4 horsemen. Trier. After Edward's divination revealed the young nobleman behind Tarek, the Aurora Order combed the city for information. Yet after days of searching, they uncovered nothing. That wasn't surprising. The Aurora Order of this era was a shadow of its future self. With so few members scattered across a metropolis of over 1 million, tracking down one man was like searching for a needle in a haystack. So Edward's life slipped into another quiet, uneventful week, until the next scheduled gathering of the Twilight Hermit Order. Early that morning, fresh from washing up, Edward stepped out of his room to find Du Bois waiting at the stairs. Morning, Mr. Sparrow. Someone wishes to see you. Edward frowned. Who? Aside from Roselle's family, he knew no one in Trier. Matilda certainly wouldn't visit without reason. As for Bernadette, that girl practically came over every other day already, it hardly counted as a visit. A prospective tenant, Du Bois explained. They want to rent the villa at 7 Rose Street. Edward froze. Why are they looking for me? Oh, right. He remembered that he had prepaid half a year's rent. Until the lease expired, anyone wanting to rent the place would indeed have to come through him. Any issues with them? Du Bois shook his head. Not that I could see. Just a young couple with a child. Their family supposedly produced a count in the past, but now all they have left is the empty title of Baron. Edward nodded knowingly. Ah, just like you, then. Du Bois choked a little. Boss, you don't have to hit below the belt like that. Ah, sorry. He continued, they used to live in the Opera District. But the house they were renting was sold off when the owner went bankrupt, so they had no choice but to move. Still, they didn't want to leave the Opera District, so they searched around, and eventually found number 7 Rose Street. Didn't want to leave Quartier de la Maison d'Opera, so they want to move into a haunted house. Edward sneered. Do you think I buy that? Du Bois shrugged. As far as I know, it's precisely because you lived there for 2 or 3 weeks without incident, and walked away completely safe, that real estate agents are now proclaiming there's nothing wrong with the house at all. Oh, so now I'm their spokesperson, am I? Spokesperson. Cough, never mind, not important. Du Bois added, they're still waiting in the parlor. Do you want to meet them? Of course. Edward had been fretting over how to track down the young man behind Tarek, and now someone was knocking on his door asking to rent number 7 Rose Street. That was practically delivering the suspect straight into his hands. He tapped his chest lightly, and his loungewear shifted into a casual but elegant suit. Taking his gem-inlaid cane, he strolled downstairs. Du Bois watched with open envy. He might not have been as obsessed with suits as Arlda, but he still regarded them as his closest companions. If only he could master such a trick, how satisfying would that be? When they reached the first floor, Edward saw a young couple seated on the sofa. They looked to be in their 20s, with the distinct features of Intis citizens. Both were sipping coffee with visible anxiety, their eyes occasionally flicking toward the stairs. The moment the men saw Edward descend, he quickly stood up. Are you Mr. Klein Sparrow? I am. Good morning, sir, madam. The man hurriedly removed his hat and bowed. Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. Please forgive our intrusion. I'm Henry Onston, and this is my wife, Camille. Your butler should have explained our purpose. Edward gestured for them to sit back down and took a seat on the opposite sofa. Yes, he did. So, does that mean? I'd certainly be glad to rent out a vacant house, Edward said, idly turning the gem on his cane. But I want to confirm something first. Before finding me, had you already looked into number 7 Rose Street? Henry's expression faltered slightly. Yes. In fact, we'd already looked into it even before you rented it. He explained, as your butler mentioned, we only need to move because the house we're renting was sold. That was nearly 2 months ago. The new owner gave us 2 months to find another place. At the time, we actually considered number 7 Rose Street. But because of what had happened there, we didn't dare rent it. So we kept searching. Then you moved in, lived there for nearly 3 weeks without incident, and eventually relocated here. That gave us confidence. Edward nodded. So now you believe there's no problem with the house? Yes. Then have you ever wondered, if it's so safe, why did I leave all of a sudden? Both husband and wife froze. To tell you the truth, it was precisely because I discovered it wasn't safe that I went out of my way to move. Edward's expression grew serious. Of course, if you still insist on renting it, I won't object. After all, the remaining 5 months' rent plus the penalty fee add up to dozens of Falcon, enough to cover my butler's salary for over half a year. The couple exchanged uneasy glances, clearly wavering. Think it over carefully, Edward advised. After a pause, he asked casually, by the way, why are you so set on staying in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera? Henry sighed. Because my ancestor once seized an opportunity, rose from humble origins to become a count, and established our family here in Trier. He lived at number 7 Rose Street. According to family records, before his death he left strict instructions, no matter what happened, the house must never be sold, because it was the root of our family. But, as generations passed, a string of unreliable descendants squandered away the family's fortune. Eventually, the house was sold off. He smiled bitterly. By my time, the family had long since declined. To be frank, just a few years ago I was living in Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman and Quartier de Noël. Only after business picked up did I finally move back toward Quartier de la Maison d'Opera. Last year, I finally saved enough to repurchase our ancestral home. But then, disaster struck, the warehouse caught fire, wiping out most of my savings. The plan collapsed overnight. Soon after, the murder case at number 7 Rose Street happened. Sometimes I wonder, if the warehouse hadn't burned down, would my family have been the ones to die there instead? Edward and Du Bois listened in silence until Henry finished. Then Edward spoke, I see. So your plan is to rent it first, and eventually buy it outright, yes? Exactly. Thanks to the Son of Steam's new policy, tenants have the right of first purchase. I understand your feelings, Edward said. But I've told you the truth of the situation. Please, reconsider carefully. I understand. Henry and Camille rose, offered their thanks, and left. Du Bois saw them to the door before returning. So, boss, did you notice anything? What about you? He spread his hands. Honestly, nothing. From my perspective, Henry was telling the truth. Edward chuckled. He was indeed telling the truth, just leaving out a few things. After all, he hadn't relied on intuition but on legitimacy to peek into the man's thoughts. What did he hide? He has this inexplicable belief that renting number 7 Rose Street will bring him good fortune. Du Bois blinked. What do you mean, inexplicable belief? I can't say for certain. But it feels a lot like the psychological cues of a psychiatrist. He added, by the way, psychiatrist corresponds to sequence 7 of the spectator path. So, a Beyonder's interference? Edward nodded. Most likely. Whether it was connected to Intis, however, remained uncertain. After all, the brass rod had already been removed and secured in Sapphira Castle. By rights, number 7 Rose Street should now be just another ordinary house. So why go to the trouble of weaving yet another scheme around it? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, The Second Twilight Hermit Orders Gathering. Just as Edward was mulling things over, a small figure came bouncing in. Who were those people who just left? Bernadette held a delicate little box in her hands. She plopped down on the sofa and handed it to Edward. This is from Mama. She made it herself and told me to bring it to you. Oh. Thank Matilda for me. But why are you here so early? At once, her face puffed up with indignation. Mama found me several tutors, painting, piano, etiquette. She wanted me to start 2 years ago. Back then, Daddy asked if I wanted to learn, and when I said no, he cancelled it. But now that Daddy's only been gone a week, she's forcing me to study again. With Daddy away, there's no one to stop her. So I came here to hide. No wonder, Edward thought. At Audrey's age, she could already play several melodies fluently. Bernadette was supposed to be even smarter, yet she hadn't learned any talents. Edward opened the box, picked up a piece of pastry rich with buttery aroma, popped it in his mouth, and raised his brows in surprise. Huh. Mama heard you don't like things too sweet, so she made it lighter. Bernadette reached in with her little hand, grabbed a piece, and took a bite. Her face scrunched up. Bleh. Not good. Your taste is weird. Edward handed the rest of the pastry to Du Bois. Do you know what happens if you eat too much sugar? Toothache. She replied immediately. But I always brush my teeth carefully after eating sweets, so I'm not afraid. And besides that. Bernadette tilted her head, thinking. It makes me happy. Whenever I'm upset, sweets make me feel better. Well, you're not wrong. Sugar does make people feel happy. Her little mouth chirped on, but. Du Bois chuckled from the side. Edward flicked her forehead. But, it makes you fat. Being chubby is cute, too, and in winter, you don't get cold. Oh really? Then as you wish. Snap. With a crisp finger snap, Bernadette's body and face puffed up before his eyes, swelling until she was nearly twice her size. The little girl who barely reached a meter tall suddenly weighed over 100 pounds. Her once delicate, pretty face ballooned into something resembling a Michelin doll. Ah. She panicked, trying to stand up. But she sank deeper into the sofa instead, flopping around helplessly like a fat carp on land. The harder she squirmed, the more she sank. Pull me up. She stretched out her chubby hand, pleading. Edward folded his arms. Still think being fat is cute? Let me look in a mirror first before I answer. Edward hauled her up, then wordlessly pulled out his camcorder again. Bernadette first hopped in place, realizing her limbs were now sluggish, weighed down like lead. Still, she didn't rush to complain. I'll check in the washroom mirror, she said, and waddled off. Moments later, her voice called out, Mr. Sparrow. Edward walked over. Well. Still think it's cute? Not sure. Standing before the dressing mirror, she jumped repeatedly. The mirror was too tall, so if she didn't jump, only her head was visible. But thanks to her added weight, she couldn't get very high at all. Edward covered his forehead. With an invisible hand, he lifted her so her whole body reflected. Bernadette studied her chubby form in the mirror, twisting her waist, pinching her cheeks, then finally turning with a smile. It really is cute. Edward recorded every moment. As long as you're happy. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Edward waved, restoring Bernadette to her normal size. She, however, looked disappointed. Eh? Why'd you change me back already? Someone's here to see you. What? Back in the parlor, 3 young women stood at the doorway, looking uneasy. Bernadette's eyes widened in shock. You followed me here. She planted her hands on her hips and glanced at Edward. This is someone else's house. You're not planning to make me play the piano and dance here, are you? Humph. Mr. Sparrow wouldn't allow such nonsense. One of the women spoke gently. Madame Matilda sent us. In truth, the 3 tutors felt awkward. In all their years of teaching, this was the first time they had to chase a noble child down to someone else's home. Bernadette immediately turned to Edward. Mr. Sparrow, chase them out. Edward patted her head and addressed the teachers instead. The piano's in that room. Painting supplies are ready as well. Bernadette was dumbstruck. Sorry. Matilda asked Du Bois to inform me yesterday. You grown-ups are terrible, she fumed. Never caring about children's feelings. Once you decide something, you never give me a choice. Edward laughed. Who said you don't get a choice? You can choose to take lessons here, or go home and take them. Humph. Bernadette gave a heavy snort, turned around, and marched off with the 3 teachers. Du Bois chuckled. I thought you'd side with Bernadette, boss. Even someone as much of a doting father as Roselle has his limits. This is what you call, for her own good. At that moment, a sharp glint flashed in Edward's eyes. I'll be in the study. No matter what happens, don't disturb me. Understood. The instant he entered the study, Edward sealed the space, then walked 4 steps backwards into Sapphira Castle. From one of the suitcases he had previously sacrificed, he took out the silver-white cross of the Twilight Hermit Order. As before, it shimmered faintly with light. He infused it with spirituality. The cross floated into the air, releasing a blurred projection, the same chilling yet sacred ossuary-like cathedral. But this time, there was one less figure within. Had they not yet arrived? Or were they absent entirely? Edward poured in more spirituality, and after a haze of distortion, he once again stood within the cathedral, at the far end of the left-hand row, just like the previous time. It was not the witch, nor Hermes, nor the indistinct figure who reacted first, it was the hunter. He opened his mouth as though to speak, but forcibly swallowed the words back down. Edward quickly swept his gaze across the congregation and realized the one missing was none other than Intis. No way, could that brass rod really be so important? Important enough to make him skip a Twilight Hermit Order's gathering. If so, it only made his decision to expose himself last time seem all the more illogical. The group waited in silence for a few minutes. Then, the figure who had been standing with his back to them before the enormous cross turned around, Adam. His golden eyes swept calmly, swiftly across every participant. The trend of the times, he intoned softly, has been disrupted by something that should not exist. It has deviated from its intended path. At once, the entire assembly was shocked. Especially Edward, not only shocked, but guilty. No way. No way. Don't tell me this has something to do with me. But no one dared interrupt. They simply waited quietly for Adam's next command. Investigate the cause of the deviation in the trend of times. Hermes bowed his head. Understood. Adam's golden gaze lingered on Edward for several seconds, gentle yet unyielding, before his figure dissipated once again. Damn. Did he see something? As before, the atmosphere instantly relaxed once Adam was gone. The hunter was the first to speak, clapping with a grin. Congratulations, number 8. Truly beyond my expectations. I thought you'd be the one absent today. Who'd have thought it'd be Intis instead? TSK, terrifying newcomer you are. Edward immediately asked with feigned puzzlement, Senior Hunter, what do you mean by that? Hey, don't play dumb. Obviously Intis tried to trick you, but ended up getting killed himself. Impressive. He clapped again, leaning forward eagerly. Mind sharing how you pulled it off? Interested in taking a commission from me, say, killing that war bishop for example. Before Edward could reply, Hermes interjected calmly, Intis is not dead. He is absent today for other reasons. Ah. The hunter groaned in disappointment. What a pity. The witch nodded in agreement. Indeed. I've always thought a gathering without Intis is the best kind of gathering. Edward seized the chance. Why is that? Because he's a lunatic disguised as a sane man, the witch replied coolly. So far, 3 members have died indirectly at his hands, all fools who trusted him enough to cooperate. The hunter snorted. And I thought you'd be the 4th idiot. Edward shrugged. Sorry to disappoint. No. Even if you didn't kill him, you clearly have some skill. My offer still stands. Edward tilted his head. But didn't you last time mention working with Senior Witch? The witch sneered. That fell through. His terms were to join forces against the war bishop, with him keeping the Beyonder characteristic and me taking the scraps. Risking my life against an unknown sequence 3 just for a gamble. No thanks. I prefer concrete benefits. He couldn't provide any. The hunter only spread his hands. Then my apologies. Number 8, he pressed on, I'm not lying. That war bishop likely possesses a sealed artifact from the apprentice pathway. You might even snag a wanderer characteristic from it. Edward smirked. Sorry, I don't gamble on blind boxes. A shame. Such a golden opportunity. Then, the androgynous figure finally spoke, their voice soft and uncertain. Number 8, did you truly investigate that house for Intis? I did. And you received the treasure map? Yes. And you went to the ruins marked on it? I did. Did you find what you were looking for? Edward spread his hands and shrugged. Of course not. I nearly died instead. The hunter leaned in eagerly. Oh. Tell us, what happened? It was nothing much. That so-called Abraham family ruin was actually an Amon ruin. I ran into him there. The words had scarcely left his lips before the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even the cheeky hunter wore an expression of raw fear, his usual levity vanishing. The two members who had remained silent the whole time showed obvious horror. So that was it. Amon's name alone was enough to make every Beyonder who had heard of him tremble. Edward let his gaze sweep the circle, then slowly raised a monocle to his right eye. A sly smile tugged at his lips. Why are you all staring at me, my dear colleagues? Note, enjoy the extra chapter 950 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 514, The Cowardly Coward. The next second, something completely unexpected happened. That androgynous figure, the one whose gender no one could quite discern, abruptly vanished from the ossuary cathedral. Ah! Edward blinked in disbelief. Wasn't that a bit too much of a reaction? So quick, so practiced, don't tell me they're from the Jacob family. The sudden disappearance clearly unsettled the rest of the gathering. The others glanced at each other, hesitant, as though debating whether they too should bolt. Edward was at a loss for words. Had his little joke really gone too far? Still. The potion digestion for Spiritcaster suddenly accelerated by another chunk. Edward almost wanted to thank the brothers and sisters of the Twilight Hermit Order for this lovely rocket booster. After a stretch of tense silence, Hermes finally spoke. Number 8, it would be better not to make such jokes in the future. One never knows when they might become real. Edward laughed, taking off the monocle. Ha 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 ha, I was only trying to liven things up. Don't take it too seriously, everyone. The hunter leaned closer to Hermes, muttering, Hermes, are you sure that was just a joke? I've heard rumors that one really is capable of such things. The witch patted her chest with a faintly nervous look. Yes. If 8 truly entered an Amon ruin, how did he walk away unscathed? His strength must be. You may not trust me. Hermes said evenly. But surely you trust our leader. If number 8 truly was Amon, there's no way the leader would have remained silent. That reassurance calmed the others considerably. But then another voice spoke up, the figure in the opposite row, wrapped so thickly in robes he resembled a human-shaped pillar, his build indiscernible. His voice, however, was clearly male. Yet, I noticed our leader seemed to glance at number 8 several times before leaving. That set the group on edge once again. Edward raised a brow. And you are, sir? The hunter raised his hand. His codename is Wisdom. Wisdom. Could he be from the Reader or Seer pathway? Thank you, Hunter. Well then, Mr. Wisdom, I think the leader only looked at me several times, because I'm handsome. Wisdom replied with utter seriousness, That possibility cannot be ruled out. Just then, the figure who had fled before reappeared. He glanced briefly at Edward, then spoke in a cold voice. The leader says, he is not Amon. Edward only shrugged. The hunter burst into laughter. Oi, coward, don't tell me you really ran off just now because you were scared. And what if I did? I am the one who chose the codename, Coward. Isn't that perfectly normal? Ha ha ha, I always thought you picked that name as a disguise, to make us think you were timid, when in fact it was the opposite. The one called Coward said flatly, you're overthinking it. I told you from the beginning, apart from tasks issued by the leader, I will never collaborate, accept commissions, or make deals with any of you. That's because I am timid. I don't trust you. He paused, then looked directly at Edward. Just like now. I possess information that would be of great interest to number 8, but I will not reveal it to him in any form. Edward's jaw tightened. Damn you. He held his silence for a few seconds before asking anyway. Does it have to do with the two sequence 3B under characteristics I mentioned last time? Coward said nothing, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Ha 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 ha, the hunter roared with laughter. Every month, I look forward to these gatherings. Just when I think I've figured you all out, the next month you always find a new way to surprise me. The witch covered her mouth, giggling. Senior hunter, you never fail to show me new sides of yourself, either. The hunter flashed her an internationally friendly gesture, then swept his gaze across the cathedral. All right, everyone. Truly, no one's willing to join me in hunting down that war bishop. I swear, he's carrying something good. When no one so much as twitched in response, he finally shut his mouth. Fine, then I'll just have to risk it myself. Hopefully, I'll still be alive to attend next month's gathering. Ah, can you imagine how boring this meeting would be without me? Edward secretly nodded. On that last point, the hunter wasn't entirely wrong. The corpse cathedral fell into another brief silence. When Hermes was sure no one else would speak, he began, at last month's gathering, we arranged 3 matters. As of now, the first and third have been completed, while the second is a long-term task, one to be pursued step by step. The first task was completed under Mr. Phainopotter's direction, and the third was undertaken by Mr. Intis, who has not joined us today. Both will receive the leader's reward. As Hermes mentioned Phainopotter, he glanced at the last silent member present. The man simply inclined his head slightly, still offering no words. Hermes continued, now then, aside from the remaining matter, there are 2 more tasks to be addressed. First, to discover the reason behind the deviation of the trend of times. How it has deviated, or in what form it manifests, the leader has not revealed to me. You must all do your utmost. Second, the Demonist sect seems to be plotting something. Ordinarily this would not concern the Twilight Hermit Order, but their target location lies in Trier. And as you know, the one chosen by the current of the times, Roselle Gustav, resides in Trier. We must ensure his safety. The hunter raised his brows. Oh ho. Usually our assignments are about killing this or that. This time we're to play bodyguards. Edward interjected smoothly, I think instead of playing bodyguards, it'd be far simpler to eliminate every witch that dares enter Trier. The hunter's tone faltered. Number 8, don't you think that's a bit extreme? The witch put on a pitiful air, her voice soft and sorrowful. Number 8, are you saying, you'd even kill me? Didn't you claim you weren't part of the Demonist sect? And what if I actually am? Edward clapped his hands and laughed. All the better. Then you can simply share the sect's plans with Mr. Hermes. If they pose no threat to the Son of Steam, everyone will be satisfied. If they do, we can prepare in advance, and the mission's reward will go straight to you. The witch froze, then covered her mouth with a lilting laugh. That does make sense in that case, I'll gladly accept this mission's reward. The hunter thought for a moment. Mr. Hermes, I want to know, what exactly is in Trier? Why would the witches be drawn there? Hermes shook his head. I don't know. Come now, you're the leader's most trusted aide. How could you not know? Even though his expression was hidden, everyone could imagine his exaggerated waggling brows. Perhaps Intis's absence today is related. Hermes only shook his head again. I don't know. I recall Trier was once the capital of the Tudor Empire. Could the secret remnants there be involved? I don't know, Hermes repeated. Boring. Where's the trust between people? The hunter clicked his tongue, folding his arms in mock despair. Coward sneered. And those fools who did trust others? They've been dead for how long? The hunter thumped his chest. But I'm absolutely trustworthy. No one acknowledged him. Realizing his joke had fallen flat, the hunter turned toward Edward. Hey, number 8. Intis's absence today, it really has nothing to do with you. He tricked you into walking into an Amon ruin. You're not even a little angry. Don't you want revenge? Edward spread his hands. It'd be a lie to say I'm not. But, even if I want revenge, I'd have to first find out who and where Mr. Intis actually is, right? Otherwise, what use is my anger? Ha! He called himself an Intision, and he was the one who had that count killed. So it's basically certain he wasn't lying. He's most likely in Trier. But Trier has over 1 million people. How would I ever find him? Edward sighed. And even if I did, what then? I'd still need the strength to face him. The hunter rubbed his chin. True enough. Conservatively, Intis is an angel. Ordinarily, I'd act like a scared little cat before such a being, terrified of offending them. But here, I mock him, ridicule him, even curse him, and it feels amazing. Joy often begets sorrow, hunter, the witch murmured. Shut it, you. The hunter flipped her another rude gesture before turning back to Edward. Let's make a deal, number 8. Help me kill the war bishop so I can advance to sequence 3. After that, I'll not only help you secure a Sequence 3 characteristic, I'll also stand with you against Intis. How about it? TSK. Why is he so fixated on me? Just because I'm the rookie. Easy to rope in. Edward lowered his head in thought. I'll consider it. How long will that take? I don't know. All right, everyone. Hermes raised his voice. For the coming month, I ask you all to continue your efforts. He was about to close the gathering when Edward quickly interjected, Mr. Hermes, could I perhaps have a private word with Mr. Coward afterwards? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 515, A Confession to Hermes. The hunter flew into a rage. You bastard, after all the words I've wasted on you, you don't trust me, but you trust him. I'll celebrate your death before next month comes. Edward placed his right hand over his chest and offered a slight bow of apology. Hermes's golden eyes flickered as he said evenly, everything for the trend of times. The corpse cathedral collapsed with a thunderous roar, fading into darkness. But this time, Edward did not return immediately to the Sapphira Castle. Instead, he remained within the darkness left behind by the fallen church. Across from him stood Coward. Coward folded his arms, snorting coldly. I've nothing to say to you. My apologies. My earlier conduct was wrong. Please forgive me. This has nothing to do with you pretending to be Amon. I've already made myself clear, I won't engage in any trade or dealings with anyone. If you tell me something for free, that doesn't count as a deal, does it? Edward thought this, but did not dare say it aloud. After a moment's thought, he said instead, very well. I only want to confirm one thing. The news you said would interest me greatly. Was it about the witch pathway enemy I asked you about last time, or about a beyonder characteristic? Heh. Coward sneered, but gave no answer. I know why you avoid dealings, you're afraid of being tricked. But what if it's nothing more than a simple exchange of information? Unlike my business with Intis, there'd be no need to investigate his sites or venture into ruins. No danger, no trap. Isn't that so? Coward gave a small nod. Go on. I can exchange news concerning Amon. Coward gave a harsh laugh. He, I admit, I'm terrified of Amon. But that doesn't mean I care for his secrets. After all, what good would knowing them do me? Aren't you of the Jacob family? Coward fell silent. In truth, he knew his cowardly display today would inevitably expose him. After a brief hesitation, he dropped the pretense. Yes. And what of it? My information concerns Amon, and it's tied to the Jacob family itself. Oh. Let's hear it, then. Edward spread his hands. Why don't you first share the news you claimed would interest me? Not happening. Or, we can choose a middleman. We each write our news on parchment, let the mediator confirm, and then exchange them. Who? Mr. Hermes. What do you say? Coward considered for a moment. Fine. Then next gathering. Before he could finish, Edward called out, Mr. Hermes, are you still here? The next instant, Hermes appeared from the darkness, his golden eyes calm as they settled on the two of them. Edward bowed slightly. Mr. Hermes, could you serve as our intermediary? After a few seconds of silence, Hermes said simply, I can. At once, parchment and quills appeared in both Edward's and Coward's hands. They exchanged a glance before Edward quickly scribbled a line. The secret treasure your Jacob family laid down in the fourth epoch has already been discovered by Amon. He has dug his trap and waits for you. Soon, both had finished writing. They handed their parchments to Hermes. Hermes read both in turn, then extended the sheets toward them. I can confirm that what is written is indeed information of interest to each of you. But whether it is of equal value, whether it satisfies you, that, I cannot judge. Do you confirm the exchange? Edward nodded. I do. Coward shrugged. Exchange. Hermes released his hands, allowing the two sheets to drift into their new owner's grasp. Coward quickly skimmed the parchment, then shuddered and asked in horror, How do you know of this? I have my channels. But I can assure you, the information is true. Coward fell into silence. Though his face was hidden, Edward could easily imagine his expression had turned very grim. Meanwhile, Edward read the message Coward had left for him. The Abraham family has fallen into internal strife. Some of its members are planning to migrate elsewhere. It's highly likely that among them exists the Wanderer's beyonder characteristic you seek. Ah. Edward sighed inwardly, disappointment welling in his chest. He had been so urgent, had even pulled Hermes into it, because he feared Coward's information might concern Lilith. But in the end, it was merely about the Abrahams. Edward asked at once, do you know where they intend to migrate? I don't know. Coward hesitated before offering an explanation. This information, I happened to overhear it from a member of the Abraham family not long ago. I don't know the details. After a pause, he asked, do you know the location of that treasure? Edward was taken aback. You don't mean to actually go after it, do you? No. Coward curled his lip. The Jacob family left quite a few treasures scattered across the world over the years. The various descendants of the Jacob family have been searching for those treasures for a long time. I just want to know in advance, so I can avoid that one. Edward chuckled. I don't know either. But here's something I'll leave you with. What? There's an old saying, when you discover one Amon, it means countless Amons are nearby. By the same logic, when you learn that one treasure contains Amon, it means. Coward's voice sharpened, almost shrieking, all of them, all the treasures contain Amon. Edward hadn't said it out of kindness. It wasn't that he wanted to help Coward, much less the Jacob family. After all, among marauders, there's barely a sliver of conscience to go around. Amon owes one part, everyone else owes one part, and Old Man Palez claims 3 parts for himself. No, Edward said it simply because, whatever Amon liked, he was determined to oppose. Coward, weighed down by new worries, departed. Edward turned to see Hermes still standing there, unsurprised. He had already anticipated this when he invited Hermes to mediate. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Hermes gave a faint hum, gazing at Edward for several seconds before saying, I am searching for an ancient mind dragon. You mentioned that at the last gathering. Then tell me, number 8, do you know anything of the one I seek? Edward answered honestly, I'm not sure. The reason I reacted last time when you mentioned a mind dragon was because, not long ago, I happened to encounter one myself. But there should still be more than a few ancient dragons alive in this world. I can't say whether the one I met was the one you're looking for. Hermes gave a slow nod. The one I seek is called Arihog. Edward frowned. I don't know the name of the one I met. He drew me into a vast sea of collective subconsciousness that he had shaped. But when I awoke, all I remembered was having seen him. I'd forgotten entirely what he told me, or why he sought me. But I can be sure of one thing, he left behind a suggestion, an imprint, deep in my mind. Ever since, I've paid close attention to anything concerning mind dragons. That much was true. Since his encounter, aside from the psychological cue, Arihog had made no further moves, something Edward still found puzzling. Hermes fell into thought. After a while, he said, if you are willing, we can meet in person. That way, I can confirm whether the dragon you encountered is indeed Arihog, and perhaps I can help you remove the cues he left behind. Agreed. Edward answered without hesitation. Hermes, however, fell silent. If I can find him through you, I will reward you with a Dreamweaver's Beyonder characteristic. That would be truly generous of you. Once I finish with what's on my hands, I'll come find you. Hermes, are you trying to fool a child? He said nothing more, simply staring deep into Edward. Then, the surrounding darkness contracted into a single point. Hermes's form drew away rapidly, leaving Edward once more in the Sapphira castle. Phew. Edward let out a long breath, propping his chin with one hand as his thoughts raced. If I tell Hermes about Arihog, what impact will it bring? The first and most direct effect was clear, Hermes would learn Adam's true identity far earlier than in the original history. Inevitably, Hermes would defect right away. And Hermes's defection would strike a heavy blow to the Twilight Hermit Order, perhaps even altering Adam's trend of the times. In the original timeline, Hermes had defected only after Adam had already ascended to Sequence 0, becoming the Visionary. By then, the Twilight Hermit Order was irrelevant, and Hermes was a negligible piece. The second consequence, in the original timeline, Edward had encountered Arihog in that dragon-worshipping village. If Hermes now sought him out early, who knew if Arihog would still remain there in the future? And those are just the obvious changes. The deeper chain reactions, who can say? Yet if he remained stuck, unable to obtain the Dreamweaver characteristic. Ugh, what a headache. Edward shook off the thoughts, turning his attention instead to Coward's message about the Abrahams. A faction of the Abraham family planned to migrate elsewhere. The instant he'd read it, he'd thought of what Christine had once told him. The legendary sunken laurel had in truth belonged to the Abraham family, carrying many of their sealed artifacts and treasures. It had sunk in the Berserk Sea under mysterious circumstances, becoming one of the ocean's great legends. Parts of the wreckage had later surfaced near Bansi. Christine had sailed in search of the laurel, and somewhere along the way, she became the fallen mother goddess. Or rather, as she herself had claimed, she had always been the fallen mother goddess, or corrupted by her influence. Edward didn't believe a word from an outer god. Which left open the possibility that Christine had only been corrupted after finding the wreck of the laurel. Meaning, the ship's sinking was no simple matter. But one point of Coward's rang true, if the Abrahams carried treasures with them when they departed, among those things there could very well be sealed items tied to the Wanderer Beyonder characteristic. If so, a method came to mind. The Abrahams could lie, could hide their identities. But a ship's name would not lie. As long as he kept a close watch on the ships leaving the major ports, he might just catch them. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 516, Chapter 516, The True Identity of Intis. Edward didn't know how to split himself into multiple bodies, nor could he keep watch over all the ports and harbors 24 hours a day. What he could do, however, was visit various ports, take control of a few people, and have them keep watch for him. Once they spotted a ship called Laurel preparing to set sail, they would recite the 3-verse prayer to notify him. Of course, there was also the possibility that when the Laurel sailed, it wouldn't use an official port. The Abraham descendants might even employ a sealed artifact to conceal their tracks. In that case, there truly would be nothing he could do. Still, what had to be done, had to be done. The thought gave him a headache. He rubbed his temples. This is going to be a massive amount of work. After leaving the palace above the grey fog, Edward went to find Du Bois and told him to procure a map marked with every coastal city's ports. Du Bois hesitated. "Boss, when you say every, do you mean that literally?" "That's right." "Then it'll be rather troublesome. Such maps are rare in the market. I might need some time to have one specially made." Edward nodded. I understand, just do your best." He paused, then added, "Oh, for now, buy me one with as many ports marked as possible. I'll get right on it." "Wait." Edward picked up a portrait from his desk and asked, "Have you seen this man before?" The painting was of the young man he had divined a few days ago. Judging from the clothes and the fact that he had access to a high-ranking bishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery, the fellow was certainly someone wealthy or noble. Du Bois might recognize him. Du Bois studied it carefully, then shook his head. "No, I haven't." "May I ask who he is?" "I don't know either, but he's likely some kind of noble." "Understood. I'll make some inquiries." "Good." Once Du Bois hurried away, Edward poured himself a glass of water and leaned on the terrace railing, staring absent-mindedly down at the garden. He wasn't really looking at anything, just letting his mind drift. That was when a cacophony of awful piano notes slammed into his ears, pounding mercilessly through his head. That was when he remembered Bernadette was still taking lessons in one of the other rooms. But didn't smart people pick up new skills quickly? With Bernadette's intelligence, it was impossible that she could play the piano that badly. Edward shifted into spirit form and entered the room where Bernadette was taking her lesson. Sure enough, she wore a mischievous grin as her fingers danced chaotically over the keys, while the piano teacher's face twisted in suffering. Confirmed. The brat was deliberately trying to play as horribly as possible. That was a talent in its own right, like filling out a multiple-choice test with nothing but wrong answers. To score 0, you first had to know every correct answer, then deliberately avoid them all. What a child. All that cleverness wasted on mischief. Edward snapped his fingers lightly, casting false reality. Bernadette, of course, thought her playing was awful too, but when she saw the 3 tutors suffering more and more with each note, yet forced to feign patience as they explained over and over, her pride outweighed her discomfort. "Humph. Let's see if you still dare to teach me after this. Let's see how Mama handles me now." Just then, her fingers suddenly felt the keys grow soft, sticky, and faintly warm. She froze, staring down. Her face went pale. The piano before her had become a monstrous maw, full of jagged teeth and a crimson tongue. Countless blood-red eyes bulged across its head, and foul-smelling fluids oozed from its body. Bernadette's mind went blank, pupils locked wide with terror. The next second, the monstrosity lunged at her, jaws gaping wide. She screamed, stumbling backwards, only to trip over the stool and crash to the floor. The creature drooled as it crept closer and closer. Panic-stricken, she scrambled back, shrieking, "Aw! Help me!" Then, in the blink of an eye, the monster vanished. All that remained were the 3 home tutors staring at her in shock, the piano still sitting neatly in place, no monster, no attack, no pursuit. As if it had all been a hallucination. No. Not as if. It had to be Mr. Sparrow. Bernadette quickly pieced it together. She puffed up her cheeks, ready to shout out Mr. Sparrow's name, but when she caught sight of the 3 bewildered tutors beside her, she rubbed her sore backside, scrambled to her feet, and bolted for the door. Mr. Sparrow is too awful. Not only did he team up with Mama to bully me, he even used illusions to turn the piano into a monster just to scare me. Humph. Today he must take me out to sea again to look for a mermaid, or this won't be over. Bernadette ran out and began searching for Edward. Unfortunately, in spirit form, even if he stood right before her, she wouldn't be able to see him. She hurried into the parlor, but he wasn't there either. After a moment's hesitation, her little shoes went tap-tap-tap up the stairs until she reached the study door. Instead of barging in recklessly, she raised her little hand and knocked politely. "Mr. Sparrow, are you in there?" Edward's voice came through the door. "No." She immediately pouted, twisted the handle, and pushed the door open. "Are you trying to trick a child?" Edward leaned back in his chair, replying with a perfectly straight face. "Ah, you saw through me. How clever of you." Bernadette stomped over, huffed, and said, "That piano turning into a monster just now, that was your doing, wasn't it?" She plopped into the chair by his desk, cheeks puffed out. "I was scared." So, you have to take me to find mermaids as compensation, ow." Edward flicked her on the forehead, leaving a red mark. "Your mother trusts me, and Du Bois, enough to let you come here every day. But you're not taking your lesson seriously. How am I supposed to explain that to Matilda?" "Who said I wasn't?" Bernadette looked very serious. "I already learned what the teacher taught today. But she still wanted me to play it over and over. It's too annoying, too boring." She crossed her arms. "And painting, all the teacher ever makes me do is draw lines, over and over. Even more boring. You could prove to your teacher that you've mastered it, then ask her to teach you something new." "No, that's wrong." She immediately raised her voice in protest. "Isn't it true that once you've learned it, you should get to rest? Why should learning faster be treated like punishment? Learning quickly should earn you a reward, not more work." Edward blinked. "Huh. Look, say two people are in class. One learns everything in an hour, while the other takes 4. Isn't the faster one more outstanding?" "Yes. And shouldn't outstanding students get rewarded?" Edward nodded. "Correct. So tell me, should the reward be letting her rest, or forcing her to study something even harder?" "Of course it should be." The words slipped to the tip of his tongue before Edward caught himself. His expression flattened. "Of course it should be continuing with harder lessons. Clothes." Nearly fell into this little girl's trap. Bernadette glared at him furiously. "You're saying the opposite of what you really think. Damn it. If it were Lilith, a single little red flower would have solved everything. But Bernadette, she could argue me into silence with logic. No. I'll have to invoke the grown-ups' exclusive arsenal against children, double standards plus sophistry plus denial plus it's for your own good." At that moment, Bernadette picked up the portrait from his desk. "Why do you have his picture? What a timely interruption. You recognize him?" She hesitated for a few seconds. "If he really is who I think he is, then yes, I know him." "Who is he?" Bernadette's blue eyes flickered slyly. She curled her lips into a smile. "Not telling you. Unless you admit that, letting the faster one rest is the real reward." Edward stood up and made for the door. "Then I'll go ask Matilda." The little girl hurried down from the chair and grabbed his hand. Fine. I'll tell you. I saw this man once at a banquet last year with my parents. Daddy said he's the most powerful man in Intis, the king of Intis." Edward's heart lurched. Though he had anticipated that the man from his dream divination must be someone wealthy and noble, he hadn't expected this. He'd never even considered king as a possibility. Damn. This really was a big figure. So, Intis was actually the king of Intis. No wonder he chose that codename. In a sense, the entire nation belonged to him. If Intis truly was the king, then it made sense that he used the puppet Tarek to handle things for him. Though his status was exalted, his movements would be heavily restricted. A puppet could accomplish what he could not. Edward frowned. As the king of Intis, shouldn't he have had 10,000 ways to keep the villa at 7 Rose Street under his control, without renting or selling it out? Even if it had been rented, shouldn't he have had 10,000 ways to investigate the tenants? Why did he have to commission the task at the gathering? Could it be, he simply wanted to use that map as a trap to swindle others? And what about that brass rod that amplified spirituality? What was its purpose? Did he really skip the meeting because of that? Or was it because I destroyed that puppet? Previously, he and I both attended the Twilight Hermit Order gatherings through puppets. So many possibilities. TSK. Now the real question was, how does one take revenge on a king? Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 1170 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 517, Still Medici. Edward's first thought, of course, was to knock him off the throne. In the future, Roselle would indeed do just that, first hollowing out the king's authority and seizing real power as consul of Intis, then later declaring himself emperor and toppling the Sauron royal family entirely. But all of that was still a decade, or even several decades, away. Still, it was rather amusing. The current guiding principle of the Twilight Hermit Order was to shape the trend of times around Roselle. Intis had loyally followed this directive, carrying out missions such as the assassination of Count Claire. Perhaps the Russian priest had promised him something when pulling him into the gathering, but ultimately, the Sauron dynasty was doomed to perish in Rozel's hands. One could easily imagine how furious and despairing Intis would be when that moment came. As expected of the Russian priest indeed. Anyone could be sacrificed, including himself. Hey. A fair little hand waved before his eyes. Bernadette leaned in curiously. Why did you suddenly zone out? I wasn't spacing out. I was thinking. Huh. That shows how much I trust you. If it were anyone else in front of me, I'd have found a safe place before I let myself think. Her face instantly blossomed into a grin. She patted her chest lightly. Exactly. You can completely trust me. Edward picked her up and set her down on the desk. Bernie, do you know what kind of man the king of Intis is? What do you mean, what kind of man? His personality, preferences, habits, things like that. Bernadette furrowed her brows, recalling carefully. At the time, he was very cheerful and warm and welcoming Daddy. He praised Daddy's inventions for their contributions to Intis, and even conferred a title of nobility on him. After that, it was like any other banquet, smoking cigars, drinking, eating, boasting. But the king himself spoke very little. He always stayed quietly in one spot, wearing a gentle smile. Edward pressed further, and your father? The others? How did they treat him? I don't know, everyone seemed happy. She frowned. That was over a year ago, I've forgotten most of it. All right. Thank you, then. You've helped me a lot this time. She immediately stretched out her small hand. So where's my reward? Edward placed a figurine of a fairy tale character into her palm. She examined it happily, then whispered, Mr. Sparrow, please take me out to sea again. We still haven't seen a mermaid. I actually have something important to do later. Then can you take me with you? Of course, Anne. Edward paused for half a second. Well, maybe I can. After all, he was only planning to hop from port to port. It would just be boring. She shook her head. Better than playing the same song and drawing the same lines over and over again. Before leaving, Edward made Bernadette apologize to her tutors. She then carefully demonstrated everything she had learned that day, proving she had indeed mastered it. Once the three instructors departed, the little girl threw both arms high in the air and shouted gleefully, Freedom! Long live freedom! Not long after, Du Bois returned with a massive map. The moment Edward unfolded it, he felt a wave of dizziness. He had seen maps of the northern continent before, but only the simplified kind. This one, however, was astonishingly detailed. Just looking at the endless coastline dotted with densely packed ports made him feel dazed. If I really tried to follow through with my original plan, I'd go mad. And worse, the ports on this map weren't even exhaustive. No. I need to narrow the scope. With no news from Palez and no other leads on the Abraham family, he considered another option. Should I just try contacting Mr. Dorr directly? Looks like I still need to visit Medici. Of course, he could already predict that fellow would never honestly hand over a way to contact Mr. Dorr. Even if he did let something slip, Edward would still need gemstones, the hair of an Abraham descendant, and a full moon ritual to attempt the summoning. But then again, if he really got his hands on the hair of an Abraham descendant, would he even need to contact Mr. Dorr? No. Contacting Mr. Dorr was mainly to confirm his current state, whether the uniqueness of the Dorr pathway was still with him, and how to act in accordance with potion digestion. Forget it. I'll first make a circuit of the ports along the Intis Lone Sea route. According to the scant clues so far, like the Abraham that Palez had once parasitized, there were indeed a branch of Abrahams living there in seclusion. And there were also the usual supply islands, Demir, Bansi, Tiana, Longtail. At this point in history, there were still 20 or 30 years before Rozel pioneered the route to the southern continent. If the wandering Abrahams wanted to flee the northern continent, their only real destination was Byam. A voyage that long would have to stop at these ports. Let's go. I'll take you out for some fun. Taking Bernadette's small hand, the two of them teleported straight to Constant City, a city in the Lone Kingdom of the Intis Lone Sea region. Constant City boasted the largest northern harbor in all of Lone. This was Bernadette's second true trip abroad. On earlier outings to find mermaids, she had left Intis but never left the deck of the ship. And though they had gone to the Aurak archipelagos recently, that place was still dominated by Intis natives. Constant, by contrast, was filled with lone citizens. The bustling docks rang with the Loanese. Bernadette was stunned. She didn't even like learning piano or painting, let alone a foreign language. Walking down the crowded streets, she couldn't understand a single word. But soon, the vibrant atmosphere and exotic flair captivated her. Her blue eyes roamed constantly, taking in the architecture, the clothing styles of Lone, and everything else around her. From time to time, Bernadette asked curious questions, and Edward patiently answered them one by one. In this way, time slipped by as the two of them teleported between the ports around the Intis Lone Sea. At noon, Edward treated Bernadette to a proper Lone-style feast. The flavor wasn't much different from Intis cuisine, but the novelty was enough for her to give it glowing praise. In the afternoon, he took her to several of the supply islands in turn, letting her witness their unique cultures and styles. The little girl was beside herself with excitement, and their whirlwind tour finally ended with a specialty meal of blood curd in Bansi. Hee. I ate blood curd before Daddy did. By my estimate, if your father left Aurak Archipelagos straight for Bansi, even with the Black King's enhanced speed, it would take him at least 10 days to arrive. Rubbing her full belly, Bernadette suddenly sighed. Ah, I wonder how Daddy is doing right now. Out on the boundless, mist-shrouded sea. The Black King surged steadily across the waves. Roselle stood at the bow, holding an ancient parchment map. He had found it tucked beneath a floorboard in a corner of the ship, a treasure map pointing to an unnamed island. According to the markings, it was the final refuge of a powerful noble from the fallen Solomon Empire. Everything that noble had left behind was on that island. What's more, Roselle had uncovered scraps of information about the Western continent in old tomes. Fired with ambition, he scrapped his original plan and turned the ship toward the nameless island. After several days, his confidence and spirit had returned in full. Gazing at the sparkling ocean, he spread his arms and laughed with pride. This treasure shall be mine. The Western continent shall be discovered by me. And the first man to circumnavigate the globe shall be none other than me, the great Roselle Gustave. He turned back and shouted, Edwards, where's the wine? A scene like this deserves a full cup. Roselle had indeed issued a prohibition on alcohol a few days prior. But that was simply impossible at sea. With limited conditions of the era, fresh water could not be preserved unspoiled for long. Thus, sailors used liquor, far less perishable than water, as their staple drink. Edwards hurried over with a bottle of blood wine, but after a moment's hesitation, he said, Captain, best not drink too much, your butt might start hurting again. Roselle's grin froze. Memories he had nearly managed to forget came crashing back to the surface. Damn it. Back in Backlund, on William Street. This was Edward's third visit, or rather, his third time in this timeline, to the underground palace that sealed away Medici's fused form. As the twin rows of floating lanterns illuminated the cavern, the dust stirred at once, spelling out a mocking greeting. Yo, little thing, you finally came back. I thought you'd died out there. Edward casually transfigured a chair and sat before the sealed door. Rest assured, Lord Medici, unless something goes horribly wrong, I'll definitely die after you. Ha 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 ha. The dust trembled violently. I died over 1,000 years ago. And you still haven't caught up. Hurry up and drop dead. Edward thought for a moment, then slipped into spirit form. Done. Dead already. After a long silence, the dust stirred again. Little thing, you're not simple. That trick of yours just now wasn't the effect of a sealed artifact, was it? Every time you come here, you use the traveler's door of the door pathway to teleport, and you can also use theft. Edward replied lightly, that's because I'm only using recorded abilities. Heh. You think I can't tell the difference between recorded abilities and the real thing? The words scrawled in dust grew jagged, twisted. The last time I saw such a complicated blend of abilities was back in the second epoch, when I fought alongside my lord against the ancient gods. You're not some old monster who survived from the third epoch, are you? Edward grinned. Close enough. In fact, I could barely count as a remnant of the ancient humans from before the first epoch. TCH. So what are you here for this time? Edward stuffed his hands in his pockets, smiling slyly. Why didn't you recite the threefold incantation I left you last time? Weren't you so desperate to get out? Or, are you afraid? Don't use such a cheap provocation on me. Afraid? Ha. You think being sealed here is as simple as not being able to leave? That was a god's seal. Even if Tudor was already half mad, a madman is still a god. This seal doesn't just confine me, it confines everything about me. All that I am has been bound to this underground palace, behind this door. Whatever I do here cannot affect the outside world. Otherwise, what do you think I've been doing all these years? If I could, I would have tricked someone into digging me out long ago. Edward pondered. Then how did Medici eventually lure Rafterpound into breaking the seal in the future? Was it because time weakened it? Oh. Then if I shout the tyrant's true name here, he won't hear it. Go ahead. Try. Edward shrugged. No need. You said it yourself, you are sealed here, not this entire region. Little thing, that threefold incantation isn't your true name, is it? No. If you really were a god, you wouldn't be wasting time chatting with me. But, if you're actually a contingency of some ancient god from the second epoch, then it might make sense. A name without a throne or power, just a pitiful little insect. Edward smiled indifferently. No need to test me. That incantation points to a great existence I serve. I'm just his follower, running errands. Oh. And who is he? You should know him well from the fourth epoch. Back then, everyone called him Mr. Door. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 518, Chapter 518, I can, but that doesn't mean. Mr. Door's corruption by the mother goddess of depravity and his subsequent banishment happened after Medici was stewed in hot pot. Predictably, Medici should have been completely unaware of Mr. Door's later misfortunes. Bethel. Ha 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 ha, so he actually succeeded in advancing. How amusing, far too amusing. In that case, the Lil Raven has absolutely no hope left. Edward understood what he meant. Honestly, if Mr. Door hadn't been tainted by the mother goddess of depravity, then in the end, there really would have been no place for Adam or Amon to interfere. The seven gods, the true creator, and the others would very likely have supported Mr. Door's ascension to the position of Lord of the Mysteries. Granted, the timing was wrong in the fourth epoch, too easy for Celestial Worthy to revive within him, but he could still have gathered the coward family's Beyonder characteristics and the Sapphira Castle first, and waited until now to ascend. After all, judging from Mr. Door's later conduct, his character was absolutely comparable to Klein's. However, the words formed from dust shifted. Why has Bethel's honorific name changed? No, changes are normal, but how could it completely transform into something with no relation whatsoever to what it used to be? Edward feigned surprise. Oh. So the being I worship has other honorific names as well? I wouldn't know about that. A hint of curiosity flickered across his face. Lord Medici, might I be fortunate enough to learn what my deity's past honorific name once was? The dust quivered for a moment, then formed 2 lines of text. Great Door of all doors. Guide of endless cosmos. Just as Edward was silently waiting for the final line to appear, the dust abruptly distorted and broke into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Edward sighed inwardly. As expected, trying to hoodwink 3 veteran conspirers, how could it ever be that simple? So you came here for Bethel's honorific name? Meaning everything you said just now was utter nonsense. Bethel never succeeded in advancing. You're trying to contact him. For what reason? A pause. Tell me, then, who exactly does your so-called honorific point to? Edward maintained an innocent expression. I don't quite understand what you mean, Lord Medici. Oh. If you're a Beyonder of the Door pathway, then it makes sense, you're hoping to obtain higher sequence formulas from Bethel. There's no need for all that trouble. I've read the blasphemy slate, I can tell you any formula you desire. The Door pathway, the Error pathway, the Seer pathway, any of them. Edward grinned broadly. What a coincidence. I've also read the blasphemy slate, so there's no need to trouble yourself over formulas. So it's not formulas you're after? Then why do you want Bethel? Edward didn't answer. The reason he wanted to chat with Mr. Door was, at the surface level, of course to obtain the Beyonder characteristics of a Sequence 3 Wanderer or even a Sequence 2 Planeswalker. But deeper than that, he wanted to know Mr. Door's current condition in this timeline, whether he had already made a deal with Adam or the true creator, and whether he had lost his uniqueness as the Door. Lord Medici. Edward propped his chin on his folded arms, still looking relaxed. If you're unwilling to tell me the final line, then let's just skip this topic for now. Immediately, Medici scrawled with dust, Oi, brat. Do you even know what negotiation means? Negotiation is about finding a balance point both sides can accept and profit from. You can't just take without giving anything in return, can you? My contribution, Edward replied lightly, is standing here and talking with you, Lord Medici. And continuously giving you opportunities to hoodwink me, to bluff me, to try and make me change my mind and let you out. After a long silence, Medici finally spat out a single line, you're clearly sitting down. Fine then, my contribution is sitting here talking to you, and then. Shut up. All right. Edward thought for a moment, then suddenly reached into his spatial pocket and drew out the brass rod he had previously retrieved from the Sapphira Castle. Lord Medici, someone as worldly and experienced as you, who's eaten more salt than I've eaten bread, must surely know what this rod is used for, right? The moment his words fell, the underground palace trembled faintly. 10 seconds later, a voice, Medici's mixed with the other 2 evil spirits, echoed from the crack of the door. I'll tell you Bethel's complete honorific name. Give me that rod. The sudden voice made Edward's heart jolt. He immediately grew alert, preparing to either strike or bolt at any moment. So, Lord Medici, you've been able to speak all along. You've just been playing with me these past few times. Medici spoke again, but this time the other two evil spirits' voices were absent. I've got no time to play with you. It's only because of the thing in your hand that I'm able to transmit my voice to you. Edward froze. Really? I don't believe you. As he spoke, he shoved the brass rod back into his pocket. At once, the underground palace shuddered violently again. Dust rose from the ground, gathering into countless words in various languages, all conveying the same meaning. Your mother. Of course, that was merely the succinct version. In reality, the curses were far filthier. Now, Lord Medici, and you too as well. You were once Sequence 1 angels, could you not at least maintain some dignity? Try to act calm. Calm your dignity The curses only got dirtier. Could it be that Medici 3-in-1 was telling the truth? So this plain-looking brass rod really could let him, or rather, them, speak. Its function was to amplify spirituality. If everything about Medici's fused existence, his spirit, spirituality, shadow, and essence, was sealed behind that bloody gate, then when the rod magnified his spirituality, it allowed his voice to leak out from within. Was that the principle? Then what exactly had Intis intended to do with this thing? Wait. A sudden realization made Edward's expression darken, flickering with unease. The brass rod was known to have come from the Twilight Hermit Order, one could even say from the Russian priest himself, then buried beneath number 7 Rose Street by Intis. As king, Intis had countless ways to learn who had rented that cursed villa. Yet instead, he deliberately raised the commission at the Twilight Hermit Order gathering. No matter whether Edward accepted or not, he would definitely inspect the house, and discover the brass rod. That would lead him to Medici. And if Medici could use the rod to amplify his spirituality and speak, surely it granted him other benefits as well. Put together, the whole thing stank of manipulation. Damn it. Don't tell me I've been set up again. At this moment, Edward's mind was overflowing with curses no cleaner than the ones Medici's 3-in-1 had just screamed. In the future, Medici had seemingly fallen under Priscilla's control due to some arrangement of the Russian priest. So now, in the past, what was he arranging Medici to do? If this really was tied to the Russian priest, then Edward had to admit, his will to save the world was admirable. But when it came to those around him, his ruthlessness was merciless. Still, it was too early to jump to conclusions. Judging by the digestion laws of the spirit caster and the secret sorcerer potions, if the Russian priest truly knew Edward's identity, he would never have shown absolutely no reaction. With that in mind, Edward once again pulled out the brass rod. Then, Lord Medici, please first tell me the third segment of Mr. Door's honorific. This time Medici was surprisingly forthright. The last line is, key to all mysterious worlds. Thank you. Medici then said, speak, what else do I need to do for you to hand that thing over? As for news about Lilith, forget it. I personally witnessed her fall back then. Unless you provide definite proof, I will never believe she still lives. And I also don't believe that with that brain of hers, so pathetically simple, she could have left behind any contingencies. Edward chuckled. I'll be sure to relay your evaluation to her, word for word, when I meet her. King. Edward casually twirled the brass rod. Before deciding whether you want this, Lord Medici, shouldn't you first hear where it came from? I don't give a damn where it came from. I want it regardless. Don't speak too soon. Do you remember how you ended up here, in this state? Humph. Tudor. Edward shook his head. No. I mean, how you fell into Tudor's hands in the first place. Medici's voice sank into a shadowed growl. It was Adam. Correct. And this rod? It's his. So the one who had just shouted, I want it no matter what, hesitated, fell silent the moment he heard Adam's name. You're trying to scare me with Adam. Edward flicked the rod into the stone floor, leaving it standing upright in the crack. Surely by now you can tell whether I'm speaking truth or lies. Adam. From behind the blood-stained gate came Medici's voice, shaking with suppressed fury. At last, he recited in a flat, emotionless tone. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. I've spoken it. If you have business with me, come find me anytime. Almost simultaneously, a low buzzing filled Edward's ears. He raised his brows in surprise. Lord Medici, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you ask me to chant it? Then I will. I want to see for myself, who exactly that fellow standing behind you really is. Take that thing, and get lost. With that, a surge of malice crashed against Edward like a wave. Unfazed, he pressed his hand to his chest and offered a small bow, then vanished, brass rod and all. Inside the Sapphira castle, Edward leaned back into the bronze throne, staring into the grey fog where a crimson star pulsed and contracted endlessly. His fingers unconsciously rubbed against the armrest. If what Medici had said about the seal was true, then this brass rod really was something remarkable. It could let him bypass the restrictions of the gate to a degree, even successfully complete a prayer. Edward tried channeling spirituality into it, and realized, whether or not the rod was inside the underground palace, he could now summon Medici. Of course. As a Sapphira, its rank naturally surpassed the mad tutor who had set the seal. Before, the only reason Medici's calls had failed was that the line simply wasn't connected. But Edward hesitated. Yes, he had handed Medici a threefold honorific. But that didn't mean he intended to bring him into the Sapphira Castle. Double standards. Instant death. Note, vote if you like the chapters and, as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. Chapter 519, Red and Black. It was easy to imagine that Medici would never be as obedient as Oldman Palace, even though, in truth, their current states were not all that different. But this 3-in-1 old schemer had more tricks up his sleeve than anyone. To make him listen, mere words were far from enough. Edward's fingers twitched, and a gold coin appeared between them. Fortunately, I'm still within the bounds of the Sapphira Castle, and I've got Madman to the right. For the digestion of the Spiritcaster potion, come forth. A great surge of spirituality poured into the Crimson Star. With the roll of grey fog, a man clad in blood-stained black armor, his hair a striking red, manifested within the Sapphira Castle, before the round table. Ding! Almost at the same time, the coin fell and was caught by Edward. He slowly loosened his fingers, letting the coin dissolve into a golden speck of light. With a lazy pose, chin propped on his hand, Edward gazed at the newcomer, who was sizing up the surroundings. He said calmly, "Sauron Einhorn Medici." After a long stare, Medici suddenly frowned. "Why is my name placed after those two old hags? Don't you see this form is based on me?" Edward chuckled. An amusing point of focus. "Very well, Medici Sauron Einhorn." Satisfied now. Before Medici could reply, 2 extra mouths sprouted on his cheeks, ready to spew curses. Edward snapped his fingers lightly, and the mouths vanished instantly, without managing to utter a single word. "Choose a seat on the left, any but that one." Medici frowned, unmoving. His gaze fixed instead on the figure seated at the head of the table, whose features were obscured. "We've already met face to face. No need for all these mysteries. Who are you really? Sit." Edward's voice pressed down again. In the very next moment, Medici lost control of his body and was forced to stride to a chair on the left, where he sat. TCH. Even though he had been prepared, Medici still felt a surge of irritation. "Not even my lord treated me like this. You've been in contact with the City of Calamity. Surely you understand what this place is." Leaning back with arms crossed, Medici snorted. "Spherote. Damn, Tudor's seal really is something. I clearly left its range by coming here in spiritual form, yet I'm still bound by it. The moment I step out, I'll be dragged back into that underground palace." Indeed, that was precisely the point Edward had been paying attention to. As an evil spirit, Medici's condition was unique. Others entered the Sapphira Castle by shedding their flesh and arriving in spirit, but Medici was already a spirit, yet the seal still prevented him from truly escaping the underground palace. Edward's imagination began to wander. If someone prayed to me right now, opening the illusory gate of offering and bestowal, could I toss him out as an item and break the seal's hold? At this moment, Medici glanced around. "You're not really Bethel, are you?" "No." "If so, then why did that little brat try to learn Bethel's 3-segment honorific from me?" "Amon." "No, can't be. If it were Lil Raven, he'd be far more insufferable. That leaves only Antigonus." Edward smiled. "Have you forgotten Zeradol?" "No. That guy's impossible. I worked with him for a time, he's nowhere near qualified." Waving dismissively, Medici added, "Forget it. Enough guessing. Out with it, why bring me here? If it's about Lilith, my answer hasn't changed. I saw her fall with my own eyes when Adam, Amon, and Cheek joined forces. Not long after, I died as well, became an evil spirit, and have been sealed here ever since. I know all of that." Edward gave a small nod. "I didn't summon you for anything in particular. Just wanted to see the once high and mighty Red Angel, who nearly ascended to sequence 0, only to be boiled in a stew, and say hello." Medici clicked his tongue. You're the Lil Raven, aren't you?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Edward burst into loud laughter, then said, "Soon I'll likely host a most entertaining gathering here. You're cordially invited. Do I have the option to refuse?" "Of course." Medici stared at him intently for half a minute, then curled his lip. "Forget it. Sealed up as I am, I've got nothing better to do anyway. Might as well find some amusement." "Good. Then let me wish you joy in advance. With that, Edward severed the connection with Medici. One had to admit, their first meeting in the Sapphira Castle was far calmer than expected. No matter what kind of personality Medici once had, however unruly, he was no fool. Faced with an existence that could wholly control him and seem to be a god, however much dissatisfaction he harbored, he would never be so reckless as to seek death. Of course, Medici hadn't simply sat idly through the encounter. The entire time he had been probing, testing Edward's identity. If he could determine who the other truly was, then he could infer his purpose, why he sought Medici out, and, most importantly, how to use him to escape the seal. Unfortunately, Edward was not someone drawn from the distant past, but a figure from Medici's utterly unknown future. His probings were meaningless from the start. Feeling the potion digesting within him, Edward mused. Both the secret sorcerer and the spirit caster potions have digested a bit more. Judging from the spirit caster's rate of digestion, I haven't reached the limit yet. Which means, it's necessary to hold another, who's more miserable contest. So, who should be pitted against Medici this time? And what kind of reward would make him behave? He hissed a laugh. There's only Roselle. After all, one was the Red Priest, the other the Black Emperor. Red and black, is it not? Meanwhile, back in the underground palace, Medici had already begun a discussion with his two other selves. He was the first to ask. Who do you think that fellow might be? How should I know? Didn't you say he might be some ancient god who survived the second epoch? Now that I've seen more, I doubt it. And what about the names you rattled off just now? Also unlikely. Ha 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 ha, Medici, have you considered the possibility that he isn't someone you know at all? We've been sealed here for nearly 1,000 years. Isn't it reasonable that some newcomers have risen in that span? True. I've long suspected that even if we did get out, someone else might already have ascended to Red Priest. Your brains must have rotted in confinement. Didn't Tudor already ascend to Red Priest? Forgive me for looking down on him, but in the state he was back then, I can't believe he could hold on to that seat. You too, shut it. Medici cut off Sauron and Einhorn's bickering. Do you think that fellow is truly a god? I have my doubts. At first I didn't think so either, until he made us sit down with a single word. Even as evil spirits, we still carry the weight of Sequence 1. For him to suppress us so easily. Then what does a true god want, sending his people to us again and again, making us recite his honorific, dragging us onto a spherote? What's his aim? That depends on whether you still have some use. My use. Medici pondered for a while, but found little clarity. There were, in fact, some things he hadn't voiced. For instance, that brat's first visit, his second, and now his third, all 3 times, his state and his intentions had been markedly different. That wasn't normal. If he had truly come under the orders of a god, shouldn't his purpose and plan have remained consistent from start to finish? Yet Medici distinctly felt that, in making certain decisions, the boy had acted with a degree of improvisation. Of course, it was possible the one behind him had given sudden orders. Still, Medici couldn't help but feel curious about his obsession with Lilith. As one of the few back then who had been on good terms with her, he simply couldn't match this stranger with anyone he once knew. In other words, the little brat, or the being behind him, might really be someone he had never met. Which only made it stranger, what purpose did they have in pursuing Lilith? And finally, there was that brass staff, the one that amplified his spirituality and let him temporarily break free of the seal's constraints. Was that truly Adam's work? What scheme was he plotting now? I don't believe it. What worse fate could he possibly put me in than I already am? Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative. Inside an ordinary duplex townhouse, Marcia sat quietly before her vanity. Since that night she had encountered the mysterious old man, she had not left the house once. She remembered nothing of what had happened after he appeared, what questions he had asked, what tricks he had used, whether he was still watching her even now. To avoid saying too much, exposing too much, or making more mistakes, she had chosen to do nothing at all. That didn't mean she had given up resisting. She was waiting for Tarek to appear, hoping that he, and the great figure behind him, might draw away the eyes fixed upon her. The night deepened. Crimson moonlight poured into the room, as if draping it in a veil of gauze, serene and tranquil. Suddenly, a faint glow flickered across the darkened mirror. Within it, a woman in a black dress gradually came into view. Startled, Marcia blurted, "My lady, I may have been targeted by a powerful being. It's not safe here, please, leave quickly." "It's fine," said the woman in the black dress within the mirror. "You are safe. There is no one around you." Marcia froze, surprised. "So that's why you suddenly cut off contact these past days?" "Yes, my lady." "Tell me what happened." Her calm tone steadied Marcia as well. She began. The day after Count Clare was successfully assassinated, I went to the Aurora Order and met Mr. F. From him, I retrieved the item taken from number 7 Rose Street. Then. She spoke slowly, doing her best to faithfully recount that night's events so her lady could glean as much useful information as possible. When I awoke, I was still in the same place. I don't know what happened while I was unconscious. And the item? Marcia lowered her head. It was taken. What did the old man look like? She quickly opened a drawer, pulled out a sketch, and held it to the mirror. I drew this from memory. The woman in the mirror frowned slightly. Lil Zeridal. What business does he have meddling in this? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 520, Little Chrismona. Since becoming a miracle invoker, Zeridal Jr. had spent all these years scheming toward a Sequence 1 advancement. Everything he did revolved around that goal. But this matter clearly had nothing to do with his promotion to Attendant of Mysteries. To rashly intervene would only invite endless trouble while yielding no benefit whatsoever. So what was he plotting? After a moment's silence, the woman in the black dress said, I understand. I'll seek him out and speak with him face to face. Lil Zeridal sneezed, a sudden foreboding that something unpleasant was about to happen. What news of that Tariq lately? Marcia shook her head. He hasn't contacted me in over a week. Find a way to learn his current situation as soon as possible. Yes, my lady. Be careful. Thank you for your concern, my lady. The woman in the black dress faded from the mirror, the faint glow along its surface dimming away. At the same time, at number 20 Emerald Street, just a short distance from where Edward was renting his place. The woman in the black dress stood serenely before her vanity mirror, but her tone carried a trace of doubt. Even if it really was Zeridal, he would have countless means to prevent others from seeing or remembering his appearance, or simply turn Marcia into a marionette. Now she remembers nothing else, except for Zeridal's face. That's far too deliberate. That's exactly the point. Someone wants people to chase after Zeridal. Once they question him about who he's recently quarreled with, perhaps they can deduce who the true culprit is. The woman in the black robe nodded in sudden understanding. I see. She hesitated briefly, then asked, now that one of Intis' brass pillars has gone missing without a trace, should we still carry out the plan as originally arranged? Let me think. And with that, her voice disappeared. 20 minutes later, the woman in the black robe cleared her throat softly. Ahem. Ah, sorry. I dozed off just now, you know my condition these days. If I don't pay attention, I fall asleep. What were we talking about again? About whether to proceed with the plan as arranged. Oh, right, I don't know either. How about, we wait until we find Lil Zeridal and question him, then decide. All right. Then I'm going back to sleep. Thank you for your hard work, little Chrismona. The woman in the black dress broke into a bright smile. You're welcome, Mama. The next morning. Over breakfast, Edward said to Du Bois, I need you to purchase a batch of gemstones as quickly as possible, before the next full moon. The next full moon? Du Bois thought for a moment. That's just in a few days, boss. May I ask what kinds of gemstones you need? Edward only remembered that when contacting Mr. Dorr, he had needed quite a few gemstones. But the exact kinds? How could he possibly recall? Bring a mix of whatever gemstones are available on the market. Oh, quality doesn't matter, as long as they're gemstones. That might still cost a fortune, the money I have on hand probably won't be enough. Yes, I know. Edward felt a twinge of frustration. His pockets were stuffed with pound notes, but in this era they were nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. The Falcons from before had all been exchanged for gold coins and jewels. Of course, he also still had a pile of Beyonder characteristics he had exchanged back in Mon City. The problem was, how was he supposed to convert them into money? A Beyonder gathering. There had to be such gatherings in Trier, but Edward had never paid attention before. So he asked, do you know where I can ask about Beyonder gatherings in Trier? Past or future, Beyonder gatherings always prized secrecy and safety. Participation typically relied on invitations from trusted acquaintances. Here, Edward couldn't help but criticize Mr. F of the Aurora Order. He had been in Trier for years, yet unlike the future Mr. A, he had never thought to establish a Beyonder gathering of his own. Du Bois thought for a moment. I'll try. Be careful. Understood. Once Du Bois left, Edward muttered to himself, if it really doesn't work, I can just use Transfiguration. With my current strength, forging some banknotes should last me at least a few years, maybe more than a decade. As long as the magic isn't dispelled, it's no different from real money, right? But then he remembered something he had once read on a forum in his past life. Apparently, the currency of the world of mysteries was tied to the gods. Otherwise, in a world where extraordinary powers existed, why had no one ever tampered with banknotes? Although it was purely speculation with no confirmation from the creator Cuttlefish, it still seemed safer to avoid it. If things came to that, it would be better to rob pirates or crime syndicates directly. Yes, next time he went to sea, he would start right away. As he was still mulling over money-making plans, Du Bois unexpectedly returned after being gone for barely 2 minutes. Following behind him was a blonde-haired man, Henry, the one they had met yesterday who wanted to rent the house at 7 Rose Street. Judging by his expression now, he had clearly made up his mind to go through with it. Edward didn't mind in the slightest. If Henry really had someone backing him or some secret agenda, then letting him rent the place was a perfect chance to lure the snake out of its hole. If, on the other hand, he simply wanted to reclaim his ancestral home, then Edward would gladly let him. "Mr. Sparrow, sorry to trouble you again. Henry came alone today." With an apologetic look, he stepped into the room, removed his hat, and gave Edward a slight bow. "Mr. Onston, I take it you've made your decision." "That's right." Henry nodded seriously. "I thought it over all night and discussed it with my wife and children. We agreed that we should seize this opportunity to reclaim the family estate." "Very well." Edward stepped forward and extended his hand. "Then allow me to congratulate you in advance on your new home." The two shook hands. Edward then turned to Du Bois. "Du Bois, I'll leave the rental contract in your hands. Take care of all the formalities." "Understood, boss." Du Bois gestured politely toward Henry, and the two of them left together. Edward watched their backs disappear down the street, his mind full of curiosity. Could there really be another secret hidden in 7 Rose Street? But the divination he had done from the Sapphira Castle had shown absolutely nothing. Strange. Very strange indeed. Future, year 1349. December was drawing to an end. In just a few days, the new year 1350 would arrive, and with it, Audrey's 18th birthday. Turning 18 meant coming of age, and when that day came, the Earl Hall would surely host a grand birthday ball for her. Yet Edward still had not sent a single word. Sitting in her room, Audrey stared blankly into the withering garden. Her green eyes were distant and unfocused, her chin resting in one hand. 2 days had passed since she had gone to Tingen to see Melissa. Recently, she had advanced to Sequence 6, Hypnotist, but strangely, she didn't need to use her new powers right after promotion. Melissa had been completely forthcoming with her answers. Klein was indeed her and Benson's biological brother. He truly was born and raised in Lone. Before his feigned death, he had never even left Tingen. And Tingen had never shown any trace of the so-called Edward's world. So how could Mr. World have judged that girl to be his fellow countryman just by her clothing? Had he simply made up an excuse to find someone? Or, could it be that Mr. World truly had some connection to another world? With that thought, Audrey recalled something else. Edward's attitude toward Mr. World had always seemed different. Was it only because he had foreseen the future, and therefore already knew Klein well? But the trust and affection between her and Edward had been forged through traveling between worlds together and spending long stretches of time side by side. So where had Edward's special regard for Klein come from? They had barely worked together for a week. Family members, who can understand this? What had begun as idle curiosity had somehow twisted into the suspicion that her husband had someone else outside, worse, that someone else was a man. Flustered, Audrey slapped her cheeks lightly. "What nonsense are you thinking, Audrey? Should I just ask Mr. World directly?" But no, right now it was nothing but conjecture. If she guessed wrong, she would only be exposing Edward's secrets to someone else. How stupid would that be? She frowned. What if I pretend that I'm the Transmigrator and question Mr. World myself? That term, of course, was one she had learned from Edward. Her reasoning was simple: whether or not Mr. World was a Transmigrator, the girl he had been searching for definitely had a problem. And not long after Edward disappeared, that girl had appeared. Could there be a connection? It wasn't that Audrey wanted to be suspicious, but she truly had no other clues left. Yes. She didn't want to just sit and wait anymore. Note: 210 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. Chapter 521, Chapter 521, The Wheel of Fortune. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street. Furs sat quietly and obediently in Dorian's home, watching the old man busily concocting a potion. Her heart was both delighted and uneasy. After more than 2 weeks of interaction, Dorian Gray had finally decided to take her on as his disciple, offering her guidance on the path of a Beyonder. Furs was, of course, overjoyed. From their previous correspondence, she had already realized that Dorian possessed an immense wealth of mysticism knowledge, exactly the kind of help she, a completely self-taught, wild Beyonder, desperately needed. But every time she remembered that scene from not long ago, when she and her friends had ganged up on her now teacher, her heart trembled with guilt. In any world, wasn't beating up your teacher one of the gravest of sins? In the pot, the beyonder ingredients melted and merged into a shimmering liquid flecked with starlight. Dorian's face softened into a smile. He poured the liquid into a glass vial and handed it to Furs. Here. Drink. Thank you, teacher. Because she had revealed her beyonder identity early on, Furs didn't have to repeat what had happened in the original timeline, where she had been forced to drink 2 different apprentice and trickmaster potions while keeping secrets. Instead, she was able to begin directly with the astrologer's potion. Tilting back her head, she drained the vial in one gulp. Almost instantly, a star-filled sky appeared before her eyes, her body trembling lightly under its brilliance. Several minutes later, all the discomfort faded. Furs opened her eyes, certain she had advanced to sequence 7, astrologer. Once again she bowed gratefully. Thank you, teacher. MHM. Dorian handed her a handwritten notebook. This contains the acting experiences I've accumulated over the years. You may use it as reference. But remember, each person's method of acting differs. This is only for reference. I understand. Dorian was about to add more instructions, but seeing the flicker of guilt in Furs' eyes, he chuckled. I know, you're still bothered by that misunderstanding from before. But you probably don't realize, it was precisely that incident that convinced me to take you as my student. Furs blinked. Ha. If even I, the victim, don't mind, then you needn't dwell on it. Furs nodded heavily. Yes, teacher. I understand. Leaving Dorian's home, she hurried straight to Pritz Harbor's train station. She had to catch the earliest train back to Backlund, in time to buy divination tools, crystal balls, astrolabes, and the like, before the shops closed. But as she approached the station entrance, she noticed a familiar figure stepping out of the crowd. It was a sharply dressed, strikingly handsome man with vivid crimson eyes. The vampire Emlyn, Mr. Moon of the Tarot Club. Furs' first instinct was to hide. But then she remembered, in real life, he had no idea who she was. What was there to fear? Instead, she allowed herself to look more closely. Soon, her imagination drifted, spinning into a story of a long-lived vampire count who fell in love with an ordinary girl. They came together because of love, only to be torn apart by their unequal lifespans. In the end. But just as the tragic romance was taking shape, she saw a blonde-haired man throw an arm around Emlyn with boisterous laughter. Emlyn glared at him, trying in vain to push him away, only to be squeezed tighter. He rolled his eyes, beautifully expressive, full of exasperation. What the? This isn't the story I wanted to see. Furs howled silently in her heart. Meanwhile, Danitz rubbed his chin, studying Emlyn. Emlyn, you look awfully nervous. What do I have to be nervous about? Emlyn snapped, trying to pry Danitz's arm off. Let go, you're messing up my hair. What's wrong? Reluctant to leave the home you've lived in for centuries? Or reluctant to part with your treasures? Humph. Of course I brought my treasures with me. Emlyn clutched his suitcase tighter, then, still uneasy, wrapped his other arm protectively around it. Danitz tilted his head curiously. By the way, why did you suddenly agree to sail with me? Didn't you say going to sea was a quick way to make money? Was it really just because of that? What else would it be? I thought maybe you couldn't bear to be without me. Emlyn bared his sharp fangs with a snarl. Don't make me hit you in front of all these people. Hey, you say that as if you're the sequence 6 and I'm the sequence 7. TCH. The two had already fought several times at the Harvest Church, with neither gaining the upper hand. Danitz was a sequence 6 conspirer, but most of his advancement was in cunning, intellect and misdirection, not in raw combat strength. Of course, they haven't fought seriously. When they reached the docks and saw the colossal passenger liner waiting, Emlyn swallowed hard, then drew a deep breath, as if walking to his own execution. Why was Emlyn boarding a ship with Danitz? Certainly not out of his own desire. No, 2 nights ago, he had received a divine revelation directly from ancestor Lilith. Thinking of that, his gaze grew firm, his demeanor solemn, as though swearing an oath. To resist the apocalypse, to save the world, I will risk it all. Past, 1160. By noon, Du Bois had finished handling the rental paperwork for number 7 Rose Street and returned. Boss, my spectator potion is completely digested, he announced the moment he stepped inside, brimming with delight. Oh. Edward was somewhat surprised. Just a few days ago, you still had nearly half left undigested. How did it finish so suddenly? Du Bois shook his head with a look of puzzlement. I don't know either. Where did you go just now? Tell me in detail. First, the Market District's tooth merchant to process the lease transfer, then I took Henry's family to check the house at number 7 Rose Street. After that I went to a gemstone shop, and then just wandered around the neighborhood, staying in spectator state and observing the passers-by. Edward thought for a moment, then chuckled. Then it's 9 out of 10 that you must have brushed past some high-sequence beyonder. Huh. But I didn't notice anyone unusual. Just Henry's son, he seemed a little too sharp for his age. Edward caught onto something. His tone turned light. Don't be nervous. For you, this counts as a good thing. Casually, he asked, by the way, do you know where Henry's family is living now? Just 7 streets away, at 125 Montague Street. Du Bois hesitated, then asked, so, can I advance to sequence 8 now? Of course. Edward smiled. The formula for telepathist, I can still give you for free. But surely you're not expecting me to provide the potion ingredients for free as well. Du Bois very nearly said yes with a thick skin, but the moment he thought of the exorbitant cost of the ingredients, he swallowed the words. How about this? Edward raised 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. First, you owe me the money. 2 main ingredients plus 4 supplementary ones, let's call it 1,000 felkin. That's roughly 16 years of your salary. With the occasional bonuses and rewards, 10 years at least. But wait. He clicked his tongue. Doesn't that mean I'd be giving you both the Sequence 8 materials for free and 10 years of employment in advance? That's a double reward. Du Bois laughed. Then I should thank you in advance, boss. The second option, help me with something. Helping you handle matters is my duty in the first place. If I'm bringing it up separately, naturally it's different. Edward fixed him with a serious look. Through your particular channels, help me gather as much information as possible about the King of Intis. Or, if you already know enough about him, you can tell me directly. Du Bois's eyes widened in shock. The king. He almost blurted out a question about what Edward intended, but restraining curiosity was the most basic requirement for a competent butler. Except this involved the king, and he couldn't quite hold back. Luckily, he held his tongue. Almost without needing to think, he said, I'll choose the second option. When your superior offers you a great benefit, then asks you to choose between 2 tasks, you must take the harder one. Good. Edward drew from his leather pouch the beyonder characteristic of a telepathist along with some supplementary ingredients. Then I'll await your good news. That day, Bernadette did not come to play. No doubt her mother, Matilda, had grounded her. After all, she was always running around outside, neglecting her lessons, constantly dropping by other people's homes. How could that be acceptable? The one Matilda was truly familiar with was Du Bois, not Edward himself. Edward found the peace and quiet refreshing. In the afternoon, Du Bois returned with a small pouch of gemstones, rubies, sapphires, agates, crystals, 2 or 3 of each. The quality was mostly middling, but sufficient for ritual materials. Now, the only thing missing for summoning Mr. Dorr was a lock of hair from an Abraham descendant. If only he'd plucked a few strands from Christine or Lawrence back then. Forget it. Best to first investigate Henry's family. Edward didn't believe Du Bois could just happen to stumble across a high-sequence beyonder and digest his potion in one glance. Something was definitely off. Back home, Edward altered his appearance into that of a random passerby and teleported into a deserted alley off Montague Street. This street lay in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera, a mixed commercial and residential area. Along it were all manner of shops frequented by local residents for daily shopping and socializing. Before long, Edward reached number 125. It was a spice shop, bustling with customers. Several attendants were busy weighing and packing spices while introducing the products. Edward entered naturally, selecting 2 or 3 varieties, and brought them to the counter. There he saw Henry's wife seated behind it with a sturdy, bright-eyed boy. She was speaking to him with a smile. Mother and son both looked cheerful. When she noticed Edward, Mrs. Onston quickly turned to serve him. After tallying up, she smiled, that will be 3 felkins and 22 kopecks. All right. Edward deliberately pulled out a slip of paper, cast a confundus charm on it, and handed it over. Here. Mrs. Onston frowned slightly, puzzled. Sir, you gave me the wrong money. Oh, my apologies. Edward offered a sheepish smile. One of the children at home must have stuffed that in my pocket. He drew out another note, carefully checked it, and handed it across. This one should be correct. Then he glanced at the boy, who was peeking at him curiously with wide eyes. Don't you think so? The boy shrank back behind Mrs. Onston, seemingly wary. Here's your change, sir. Thank you. At that moment Edward pulled out a deck of tarot cards, shuffled them quickly, then said, Madam, I am actually a diviner. My intuition tells me that giving your child a reading will bring you good fortune. Would you like to try? Mrs. Onston patted her son's head. Of course. Will, go on and draw one. Oh. The boy hesitated a moment, then quickly drew a card, covering it with his hand. He lifted it cautiously, inch by inch. When his eyes landed on the card's face, he blinked, then turned it over. It's the Wheel of Fortune. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 522, Chapter 522, The Male Die and the Female Die. Edward smiled as he looked over. Congratulations, you're about to have good fortune. He gave the boy a wink, then turned and left. Mrs. Onston hurriedly called after him, Sir, your tarot card. Consider it a gift for the child. A tarot card wasn't worth much, and since it carried a good omen, Mrs. Onston didn't refuse. She patted her son's head and urged, Will, quickly thank this gentleman. The boy pouted. Thank you, uncle. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly clutched his trousers and whispered, Mama, I need to pee. Be careful not to wet your trousers. Okay. After leaving the spice shop, Edward strolled leisurely down the street before ducking into a nearby restaurant. He ordered a cup of coffee and a bowl of ice cream, then sat quietly. Moments later, a small head popped up across from him, Henry's son, Will Onston. Go on. Edward pushed the ice cream across the table. The boy helped himself without ceremony, spooning mouthfuls while staring curiously at Edward. Who are you? You knew I would come. And how did you know I love ice cream? Secret. TCH. Edward sipped his coffee. Moving into number 7 Rose Street, that was your idea, wasn't it? The boy blinked innocently. I'm just a child. How could I have ideas like that? This brat was playing innocent, truly a professional. All right, let me rephrase. Was it you who influenced Mr. and Mrs. Onston? He muttered while licking his spoon, sort of. Why? I don't know. He shrugged. It was just a feeling. I sensed that moving there would be good for me. And it seems I wasn't wrong. Before we even moved in, you've already shown up. Suddenly, he pulled out a deck of tarot cards from his pocket. Perfect timing. I can divine with tarot too. Do you want to draw a card? The boy, Will Onston, the little snake, looked up at Edward and posed the question exactly as he would in their first meeting in the future. But this time, Edward neither refused nor fled in embarrassment. Instead, he reached out and flipped over the top card in the little snake's deck. Huh. Edward had expected it to be the Tower, perhaps even the Fool. But the card's face was completely blank, nothing at all. You are not normal. Will stopped eating his ice cream. You have no past, and no future. Did someone conceal everything about you? No. This doesn't feel like concealment. It's simply that you don't have them. Edward frowned. No past, that he could understand. But no future. What was that supposed to mean? What do you think, good or bad? Will scratched his head childishly. I don't know. I can't read anything from a card with no image. But, maybe it can be interpreted like this, your future will be whatever you create with your own hands. Your future lies in your own grasp. That's one sweet bowl of chicken soup. Chicken soup. Never mind. Edward lifted his cup again, letting the rich bitterness of the coffee seep across his tongue. Do you know Lilith? You mean the witch Lilith? Will resumed eating his ice cream. Of course. Something I've always yearned for is in her hands. How could I not know her? The die. Exactly. How do you know so much? Fate tells me I've never met you before. I told you, it's a secret. Now, let's get back to that die. Edward still remembered, when Lilith returned to the past, the uniqueness of the fate pathway, the die, had traveled back with her as well. Will sighed. I tried all kinds of promises and bargains to get her to trade, but she told me the die in her possession wasn't the one I sought. Oh. She told me this, at the dawn of creation, 2 dice appeared in the world. One female, one male. The one in her hands is the female die. The one I want is the male die, they're not the same. To find the male die, one must use the female to lure it out. And then, she made me work for her, for free. Edward. When did Lilith start reading Journey to the West? Will continued, at the time, I almost believed her. Why? Because the die in her hand was just, too well behaved. It would always show numbers no lower than 5. And if anyone harbored ill intent toward Lilith, it would instantly roll to 1, bringing disaster upon them, then roll to 6 to grant Lilith good fortune, negating that very disaster. Will scowled in frustration. I think she must be the true Wheel of Fortune. All those years I fought against Ouroboros, it was nothing but a joke. Then why was she eventually killed? Perhaps because she'd been too lucky before. You must know this, good fortune isn't infinite. It must be stored up, or borrowed against. After so many years of unbroken luck, it wouldn't be strange for it to suddenly turn against her. But correction, Will lifted a finger and wagged it. She was ambushed, that's true, but she didn't die. I don't know what exactly happened, but she did survive by some means. Edward's eyes lit up. Compared to Medici and Palez, the little snake actually knew, and was certain, that Lilith wasn't dead. Do you know where she might be now? Of course not. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Fine. Will shook his head. All right, my turn to ask questions. Same ones as before, who are you? How did you recognize me? And how do you know Lilith? What are you after with her? Me. Well, let me make up something, think about it. Will twitched at the corner of his mouth. You just admitted it. Edward laughed. Ha 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 ha, my identity is secret. As for why I know Lilith, it's because she's my relative. And what I want from her doesn't seem all that important. I'll wait until we meet again. Will arched a brow. That was a whole lot of words with not a single useful answer. You think because I'm a kid right now, you can just fob me off. Careful, I might lose my temper. Sorry. I'll explain when the time comes. Fine. The little snake didn't seem to care much. Do you need anything else from me? Not for now. Edward paused, then added, actually, could you fold me an origami crane? An origami crane? Why that? Well, you know, in case I need to contact you, I can use it as a medium. Will looked at him suspiciously. If it has to be origami, shouldn't it at least be a snake? Why a crane? Even Lilith once asked me to fold an origami crane. Back then I'd never even heard of such a thing, she was the one who taught me how to fold it. Give me a sheet of paper. A few minutes later, Edward left the restaurant with a paper crane tucked in his pocket. Meanwhile, Will propped his chin in his hands and muttered to himself. No, that's not right. The good fortune I sensed wasn't from him. On the contrary, he feels like trouble. He mumbled, should I just run away instead? At that moment, a hand reached from behind and pinched his ear. It was Mrs. Onston. Well. Sneaking off to eat ice cream again. Ah. I won't do it again. I swear, never again, Mama. Back at home, Edward was in excellent spirits. He'd originally thought Henry's rental of the house must have hidden issues, but it turned out to be Little Snake Will all along. He had to admit, among all the big shots of the mysteries world, Will was the one he held the best impression of. Time and again, whenever Edward had been in danger, the little snake had truly stepped in to help. Especially before Edward's return to the past, even when facing Leotaro's wrath, Will had dared to stand his ground. It could be said that if not for him, Edward might not have survived at all, let alone made it back to the past. Should he bring the little snake into the Sapphira Castle too? But then again, in a contest of who had suffered most, the little snake didn't exactly qualify. Still, the brief encounter, full of mysterious airs and feigned childishness, had nearly completed the digestion of his secret sorcerer potion. Only the final shake of clarity remained. Meanwhile, the spirit caster potion was already 2/3 digested. Complete digestion was now within sight. As for the 2 Beyonder characteristics required for his promotion to Sequence 3, though, he still hadn't even glimpsed a shadow of them. Damn it, I should have asked the little snake to throw some good luck my way. The next morning, Edward was jolted awake by the droning hum of a prayer ringing in his ears. He pulled the pillow over his head, but it was useless. Sapphira Castle's prayers weren't really heard with the ears but felt directly through spirituality. Covering his head wouldn't help. Thankfully, the buzzing didn't last long. Edward lingered in bed for a while, but in the end couldn't fall back asleep. Grumbling, he got up, reversed 4 steps, and entered the Sapphira Castle. There, he saw the crimson star that represented Bernadette flickering. As his spirituality spread outward, he saw her figure within the grey fog, yawning, eyes full of grievance, muttering softly. Mr. Sparrow, my mother's gone mad. She made me get up before 7 for lessons. Please save me. Mama's terrifying. Edward was speechless. He hadn't expected it. Matilda, who usually looked so gentle, always smiling serenely at Roselle's side, turned out to be this strict when it came to her child's education. No wonder Bernadette couldn't stand it. Roselle had spoiled her too much, he hadn't allowed her to suffer even the tiniest grievance. But what could Edward do about this? Starting school at 6 was already late by noble standards, and it really was for Bernadette's own good. So after some thought, he gave her a firm and resolute reply, endure. Just as he was about to leave, another crimson star flickered, this time, it was Palez. Chairman, I've found that descendant of the Abraham family. Oh ho, right on time. Any later, and they would have had to wait for the next full moon a month from now. Note, 370 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow go, vote. Chapter 523, Mr. Door. A quarter of an hour later. Edward arrived at a small inn in Quartier de Noël, and, following the information Palez had given him, went straight to the second floor to the room rented by a descendant of the Abraham family. The moment he entered, he saw a man in his 30s wearing a thin coat, sitting at a desk and writing something. From time to time, the man would pause, pen hovering midair, deep in thought. After a while, he closed his notebook. On its grey-brown cover, written in intis, was his name, Benjamin. Huh. Edward froze. A Benjamin, and an Abraham at that. Could this be the same Benjamin who, after Grimm's death, would become one of Roselle's new 4 horsemen? At this time, however, he clearly wasn't working for Roselle yet. Like most Abrahams, he lived rootless and unsettled. Without hesitation, Edward suddenly materialized and cast the Imperious Curse, taking control of Benjamin before the men had time to react. After all, when it came to matters involving the Abraham family's hidden settlements and a sequence 3 beyonder characteristic, this was the most direct and effective method. Edward recalled how, during his first encounter with Christine in the future, he had been cautious and deferential, trying to build rapport in hopes of later securing a formula. Truly, the growth of strength changed a man's behavior. You are Benjamin Abraham. Benjamin's eyes glazed over as he replied, yes. Tell me the hiding places of the Abraham family you know of. 10 years ago, when I left the family, they were in Limone's city of Mid-Seashire. And now? I don't know. Do you know that the Abraham family recently experienced internal strife, with some members choosing to migrate away from the northern continent? I know. Where are they living now? Mid-Seashire. Edward's heart stirred with excitement. Do you know when they plan to leave? Sometime soon, but I don't know the exact date. Do you know how they plan to leave, or where they intend to go? They plan to sail away, but the destination is still unknown. It said they want to go to the southern continent, but I can't confirm if it's true. The southern continent. In this era, no reliable routes to the southern continent had yet been established. Ordinary beyonders couldn't reach it safely, let alone the Abrahams, who didn't even have a demigod among them. From which port? Not yet decided. Are they taking with them the sequence 3 Wanderer's Beyonder characteristic, or any sealed items related to a Wanderer? I don't know. TSK. Clearly, he wouldn't get much more useful information out of this. Edward thought carefully. Do you know the reason behind the Abraham family's schism? Some say they heard an oracle from the ancestor, Mr. Dorr, commanding the Abraham family to migrate to the southern continent. But others believed it was the bewitchment of an evil god. Both sides held fast to their beliefs, and eventually they split. Obviously, the one delivering this oracle wasn't the true Mr. Dorr, but either the corrupted, mad Mr. Dorr, or the mother goddess of depravity. As for migrating to the southern continent, that was likely an attempt to escape the control of the 7 gods, to find a chance for Abraham's descendants to undo Mr. Dorr's seal and bring him back. That, in turn, solved a long-standing puzzle in Edward's heart. The ritual and requirements for Mr. Dorr's return weren't particularly difficult, and the Abraham family had never given up on their ancestor. So why, in all these years, had no one ever attempted it? Edward never believed that, without divine intervention, the Abrahams couldn't have contacted Mr. Dorr for 1,000 years, or obtained the method to break the seal from him. The truth was that in the future, Mr. Dorr's return was deliberately permitted, because the time had come. His return was nothing but a stepping stone for the birth of the Lord of Mysteries. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin Abraham. With a wave of his hand, Edward plucked a small handful of Benjamin's hair, then vanished without a trace. A dozen seconds later, Benjamin woke up as if from a dream. He didn't realize anything had happened, only scratched at the back of his head, which now throbbed faintly. What the hell? Am I overusing my brain lately? Why is my hair thinning back here? His expression turned stricken. If I'm balding this early, how will I ever find a lady to marry? Without a wife, I can't leave heirs for the Abraham family. Without heirs, that would make me the sinner of the Abrahams. Ah! Edward watched silently and covered his face in exasperation. Compared to the questions Benjamin had just answered under the Imperious Curse, losing a tuft of hair hardly counted as a sin. Now that everything was in place, he could finally seek out Mr. Dorr for a conversation. 2 days later, on the night of the full moon. On a desolate island in the Rorstad archipelago, Edward stood within a simply arranged altar. Around him lay rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, lapis lazuli, and other ritual materials. He lit the flames of the altar, set alight a strand of hair in his hand, and dropped it into a cauldron. As the fire dimmed into a shadowy hue, he stepped back 2 paces, expression solemn, and recited in Jotun. Great door of all doors. Guide of endless cosmos. Key to all mysterious worlds. Mr. Dorr, I wish to speak with you. The next instant, the gems around him cracked in succession, bursting into powder that floated upward. They glimmered, red, blue, green, dazzling white, and streamed together into a current that poured into the altar's flame. As the Abraham descendants' hair burned away, the fire suddenly expanded, intertwining upon itself, becoming ever darker, like a phantasmal door leading to another world. Half a minute later, the shadowy fire twisted, transforming into a massive vortex, deep and hidden with faint crimson. From its depths finally came a voice, ethereal yet sharp enough to pierce the spirit. A demigod of the door pathway. HM. Why does your aura feel so familiar? The instant the voice struck, Edward felt again that same soul-rending agony he had suffered the night he first took the apprentice potion and heard the whispers. But the pain was fleeting, as quickly gone as it came. He steadied himself and replied evenly, "Good evening, Mr. Dorr." After a pause, he asked, "May I ask, do you know me?" There was a note of doubt in Mr. Dorr's tone. "Should I know you? The aura is familiar, but..." He seemed to be straining to discern, and after a long moment, his whispering voice murmured, "You are not an Abraham, nor someone I once knew, nor a follower of any of them. Then, who are you?" So, he doesn't recognize me. So, this wasn't the lucid Mr. Dorr who had bargained with the Russian priest, the true creator, but the one still corroded and polluted by the mother goddess of depravity. Which meant, right now, he still held the uniqueness of the door pathway. And the familiar aura he mentioned, that was the uniqueness as well. If so, then at this very moment, this timeline contained two door uniquenesses. Another monumental violation of the so-called laws of beyonder characteristics. I'll have to find a way to confirm this later. With that thought, Edward said aloud, "I am merely a fortunate one who happened to walk the door pathway and reach demigod. Tonight I sought you out to ask, where can I obtain a wanderer's beyonder characteristic?" Wanderer. Mr. Dorr's voice was a whisper of dreams. "If I am not mistaken, at present the wanderer characteristics are divided, some are in the hands of the churches, and some remain with the Abrahams." Edward nodded. "But the church would never grant such a precious thing to an outsider. That is why I wish to know how to find the Abrahams. Haven't you already obtained the hair of an Abraham descendant? You can simply ask him. You don't know. Since your disappearance, the Abrahams have fragmented, scattered across the continent. None stay long in one place, to avoid discovery. The descendant I found left the family over 10 years ago and knows nothing of their present whereabouts. I even tried divining with his hair, but to no avail." The dark vortex was silent for a moment before Mr. Dorr's whisper returned, "Forgive me, but I cannot tell you where they are either." "I see." Edward showed no particular disappointment. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Dorr, I heard that the Abrahams recently suffered an internal strife, some claiming to have received your oracle, commanding them to migrate to the southern continent. Is this true?" "It is true, but not entirely true." "What do you mean?" "I did command them to leave the northern continent, but not to the southern continent. Rather, to a certain safe and hidden isle upon the fog sea. Before I left, I found that place especially for them, and left behind sufficient mystical materials and sealed items to sustain their survival and growth for a time." "An island in the fog sea. Don't tell me you mean that nameless island corrupted by the mother goddess." "Hey, what a transparent lure." Edward sighed with feigned emotion. "In my homeland, there's a saying, parents who love their children plan deeply for them. It seems you two have thought deeply for your descendants." Mr. Dorr's voice was calm. "Not as noble as you make it sound. I simply did not wish the Abrahams to vanish from history on account of me." "Oh. Yet I also heard that on every full moon, your descendants hear your whispers. These whispers bring them unbearable pain, the higher their sequence the worse, until in the end they go mad and die. That is why for so many years, the Abrahams have never produced a demigod. Why is that? You seem very familiar with me, and with the Abraham family." Edward replied solemnly, "Of course. I am myself a beyonder of the door pathway. How could I not strive to learn as much as possible about you, the one closest to the door itself?" Mr. Dorr fell silent for a while, then said, "Those whispers, they do come from me, but not of my will. Years of drifting through the starry void have left me unstable, especially on nights of the full moon. Then, I cannot control the whispers, and they harm my bloodline descendants who share the door pathway. Then how can I help you? When I return to reality, the problem will naturally cease to exist." His tone grew earnest. "If you can aid me, I, and all the Abrahams, will be profoundly grateful." "Truly? Then, could you grant me one small request?" "Of course." Edward's face broke into a delighted grin. "Wonderful. Then what I want, is the uniqueness in your hands. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 524, Intelligence on the King of Intis. What? Even in his polluted and half-mad state, that question left Mr. Dorr dumbfounded. Were young people nowadays always this ambitious? The very first thing out of his mouth was asking for the uniqueness. "You should understand the significance of the uniqueness to me, shouldn't you?" Edward replied smoothly, "Of course. But compared to your return from the starry sky, it doesn't seem like much, does it? After all, that's been your pursuit for over 1,000 years. From behind the swirling darkness, Mr. Door fell silent for several seconds before sighing. You do know a thing or two about me. Do you also know how I might return to reality? That's right. Edward nodded. The price is your uniqueness. Another stretch of silence followed. Then came the response. Very well. But since you understand how important uniqueness is to me, I must be honest. Once I return and give it to you, I will allow you a month to hide. After that month, I will reclaim it. Edward agreed without hesitation. No problem. Then how do you intend to help me return? Edward said calmly, you only need to have someone prepare a ritual like this, using as sacrifices one demigod each from the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. That will allow you to break free of the storm, pierce the darkness, and return to reality. Mr. Door slowly manifested 3 question marks. Do I really need you to tell me that? Well, I've already told you the method. When you do return, remember to keep your promise. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Door suddenly burst into wild laughter. In an instant, Edward once again felt his spirituality being torn apart, as though steel needles were scraping inside his skull. You are amusing. After wandering in the starry sky for so long, encountering someone like you is truly a delightful surprise. Then his tone shifted. Do you know the formula and advancement ritual for the Door Pathway Sequence 2, Planeswalker? Edward said nothing. Mr. Door answered himself, the formula for Planeswalker requires the corresponding Beyonder characteristic, along with a Worm of Time, a Worm of Stars, and a Worm of Spirit. As for its advancement ritual, one must leave legends in 9 different locations outside this planet. As for the Beyonder characteristic of Wanderer, go to Mid-Seashire. There, you might encounter descendants of the Abraham family. That location coincided with what Benjamin Abraham had provided, serving as a confirmation of his words. The moment he finished speaking, the dark swirling firelight collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the powdered gemstones vanished as though they had never been. Edward remained standing in place, lifting his head to gaze at the crimson full moon overhead. As for the Planeswalker formula, he had already seen it last time, carved upon the blasphemy state beside Sassurer in the Giant King's palace within the forsaken land of the gods. So this so-called parting gift from Mr. Door brought no real surprise. What's more, it was obvious, this was just a ploy to push him toward advancing to Sequence 3, and then force him to leave Earth for the cosmos in pursuit of the Sequence 2 ritual, where he would undoubtedly be pummeled by him. All that, just because of one joke. Such a strong sense of vengeance. Strange, neither the polluted, frenzied Mr. Door nor the mother goddess of depravity behind him should possess such strong, human-like emotions. Then again, maybe not. After all, the future fallen mother goddess, Christine, had never seemed like a purely mad outer god. Heh. Whatever schemes you're plotting, you're doomed to disappointment. Even though I don't yet know the advancement ritual for Sequence 2, it certainly won't be the same as Planeswalkers. And even if it is, with the Harry Potter world as my foundation, I have no need to venture into the starry sky of the Mysteries world. Unfortunately, this attempt to contact Mr. Door had yielded little, other than confirming his current state and that he hadn't yet struck a deal with the Russian priest, the true creator. Now, all he could hope was that he might truly find an Abraham descendant in Mid-Seashire and secure the Wanderer Beyonder characteristic. Du Bois, as always, worked with remarkable efficiency. On the 3rd day after the full moon, he brought Edward the intelligence he had gathered on the King of Intis. Edward sat on a garden bench in the villa, listening as Du Bois reported at his side, while Bernadette stood several meters away at her easel, sketching them. The current king, His Majesty, is the youngest son of the late monarch. His name is Dorian Sauron. The reason he managed to ascend to the throne despite being the youngest son was due to a supernatural incident in the royal palace many years ago. The 2 elder brothers who stood before him in succession both perished tragically in that event, leaving him the sole heir. Edward raised his brows in surprise. A struggle for the throne among 3 princes that turned into mutual slaughter. Although he didn't quite understand Edward's words, Du Bois could guess the meaning. But according to what I've heard, that incident had nothing to do with the current king. Judging by his past behavior, rather than becoming king, he actually seemed more inclined to be a carefree prince who only sought pleasure. Edward didn't comment on it. Under the sun, nothing was new. Among princes competing for the throne, the ones who looked harmless and guileless but were in fact deeply calculating were far too common. Since His Majesty was pushed onto the throne on short notice, he had no supporters in either the military or political circles. So, while his position appeared exalted, in reality he never truly held power. At first, he didn't seem to care. That was, until our Son of Steam suddenly rose to prominence, bringing Intis a flood of inventions and creations. The young king realized that promoting those inventions would surely strengthen the nation's power, so he sought to push them vigorously. But the majority of the old nobles opposed him, and so conflict erupted. This time, however, His Majesty did not back down. After a series of struggles, what followed was the prosperity Intis enjoys today. Pausing to take a breath, Du Bois continued, yet, as a result, His Majesty became even more restricted, and the ones restricting him are said to be the older generation of the royal family. But His Majesty seems unconcerned by this. His sole demand is to continue supporting Roselle's inventions and their application across Intis's various industries, so as to strengthen the nation. TSK. That sounded less like the king's own demand, and more like the demand of the Twilight Hermit Order. Still, 2 points of Du Bois's report puzzled Edward. After all, royal families across the Mysteries world were never simple. In the fourth epoch, the kings of each kingdom, or empire, were often among the most powerful figures in their nations. Even if now, under the Church's restrictions, kings were forbidden from advancing to demigod, the old royals were no weaklings. How could these old monsters sit by and watch their king be bullied by nobles and bureaucrats? More precisely, not only did the old royals of Intis fail to support their king, they actually helped outsiders to restrict him. That was highly abnormal. By contrast, in the future, when George III of Lone advanced to Sequence 0, those demigods and even angels of the royal family had all jumped out to lend him support. So, was that why the king relied on puppets to do things for him? And the reason he didn't buy or rent the house at 7 Rose Street was because he feared being discovered. Then what was he plotting by painstakingly planting those brass rods that amplified spirituality? Closing his notebook, Du Bois said, "Boss, that's all I've managed to gather about His Majesty these past 2 days. If I find anything new, I'll report it to you right away. MHM. Well done. Mr. Sparrow, don't move." Bernadette's voice rang out. She looked utterly serious, pencil flying as she sketched quickly across her paper. "It's been an hour already, and you're still not done." "How could it be that fast?" she muttered. "The folds in your clothes are so hard to draw. The shading is impossible to get right. Oh, by the way, boss," Du Bois added, "that Henry fellow seems to be moving into the house at 7 Rose Street today. Don't bother with them. I've already confirmed there's no problem." Edward gave him a long look. "You're a telepathist now?" "Yes. I drank the potion last night." Du Bois's face brightened with a smile. Compared to spectator, telepathist allows one to probe deeper into auras, astral bodies, and other mystical layers, reading the hidden thoughts of the target. "I'm already impatient to meet Roselle in person. You two really are something." Just then, Bernadette approached with her sketch. "I heard you talking about Daddy. What were you saying about him?" Du Bois said he's gained a power that lets him glimpse people's inner thoughts, and that he plans to use it on your father. If you want to know any of your father's secrets, you can tell Du Bois. "Daddy's secrets?" She pursed her lips in thought, then huffed. I don't want to know." "Mr. Sparrow, here, look." Edward accepted the sketch. It was a pencil drawing of himself sitting on the bench. Compared to her earlier childish doodles, this sketch showed an enormous improvement. It was clear she had already grasped some of the basics of drawing. Clever people really did pick things up quickly. Not bad at all. Hard to believe this was drawn by someone who's only been learning for a few days. Bernadette sat down beside him. "It's pretty simple, really. It's just that while I know how the line should go, my fingers don't always listen." That was probably due to her young body still developing. "You're only 6. Give it another 2 years and you'll be fine." She immediately corrected him. "I'll be 7 soon." "Oh, really? June 6th is my birthday. That's only a month and a half away." "Mr. Sparrow, you didn't even know my birthday." Edward crossed his arms and chuckled. "Then do you know mine?" Bernadette glanced at Du Bois, then admitted, "I secretly asked him before, but he didn't know either." Her voice softened. "Mr. Sparrow, when is your birthday?" "My birthday?" Edward thought for a moment, then said, "October 10th. In truth, he had no idea what the birthday of his transmigrated body was. October 10th was his birthday before crossing over. Oh, that's still a long way off. Bernadette blinked, already seeming to consider what gift she might give him when the day came. Suddenly, her small body shivered, and she hugged herself, shrinking her head into her shoulders in puzzlement. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? A bat-like spiritual creature, invisible to ordinary eyes, emerged from the air, dropped a letter into Edward's hand, then slipped back into the spirit world. It's not cold anymore, huh? How come you suddenly have a piece of paper in your hand? Edward smiled. Maybe a gust of cold wind just blew by. I've been holding this the whole time, you must not have noticed. Oh. She rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Edward unfolded the letter. On it, scrawled in crooked intis, were the words. Mr. Sparrow, help. Note, 540 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow, go, vote. Chapter 525, Chapter 525, The Sanguine's Invitation. Edward's brows furrowed tightly. This bat-like spirit world creature, he had seen it in the future as well. It was Akasha's messenger. But hadn't I already sent her back to the Sanguine's headquarters at Fainapotter? With a marquis for a great-grandfather, what kind of danger could she possibly encounter? Bernie, I have something urgent to take care of. Let Du Bois send you home, all right. Okay. Edward hurried back to his room and entered the Sapphira Castle, immediately performing a divination regarding Akasha's plea for help. Akasha is in danger. After silently repeating it 7 times, the green divination crystal began spinning counterclockwise. No danger. Then why cry out for help? Frowning, he tried another casting. Going to Fainapotter to find Akasha will be dangerous. This time, the green crystal slowly rotated clockwise. Though the movement was sluggish, it still signified danger. Akasha is fine, but it's dangerous for me. That letter is 9 out of 10 chances a trick of the Sanguine Elders. In that case, I might as well see for myself. Wasn't this the very reason I began approaching those vampire siblings in the first place? After all, with my method of praying to myself and answering myself, if things go badly, I can always cut off the summoning and forcefully return. With that thought, Edward descended from the Sapphira Castle and began his prayer. The last time he had come to Fainapotter, it was night. The entire city was steeped in scarlet-tinted darkness and silence. By day, however, Fainapotter bustled no less than Trier or Backlund. Walking along the streets, it wasn't unusual to see handsome men and beautiful women with scarlet eyes. As the heartland of the clan, vampires here were nothing out of the ordinary. Using dowsing, Edward soon found himself before a massive villa in the northern part of the city. Compared even to the luxurious future estate of Count Hall, this one was larger, and far older, exuding the weight of centuries, perhaps millennia. Edward once again drew out the green crystal. Its motion remained the same, a slow, clockwise turn. Danger, but not immediate. He stepped forward cautiously. Mr. Klein Sparrow. A middle-aged vampire in a sharp suit came out to greet him, his expression mild, his smile courteous. That's me. Please, come in. The men gestured politely and walked beside Edward into the courtyard. Akasha and Arlda are my children. I must thank you for taking care of them recently. I am their father, Bexon Punk. No need for thanks. Hearing this, Edward couldn't help but study him more closely. In the future, both Akasha's grandfather and great-grandfather would fall to the Shaman King, Klarman. But when exactly would that happen? I'm sorry for contacting you in this manner. It wasn't Akasha who betrayed you, it was we who forced her hand. The one who wishes to see you is my grandfather, Marquis Punk of Sanguines. Edward feigned puzzlement, asking deliberately, may I know why the Marquis wishes to meet me? That I do not know. Bexon shook his head. Together they entered the ancient villa. Everything Edward saw confirmed the classic image of a vampire's residence, a dim, time-worn castle interior, oil portraits hanging everywhere, opulent furnishings rich with age. Soon, they reached the 3rd floor, stopping before a massive, weighty wooden door. My grandfather awaits you inside. Please. Edward stepped forward and knocked. The door swung open on its own. Inside was the same heavy dimness. Though a great window loomed, it was shrouded with strange coverings, letting only thin slivers of sunlight seep through. This was clearly a study, or rather, a private library. Shelves stretched up to the ceiling, crowded with books of every sort. Welcome, Mr. Klein Sparrow. A voice sounded as an old man descended the ladder. His hair was snow-white, a short beard bristled on his chin, and he wore a simple robe, looking for all the world like a harmless old man, if not for the faint glow in his blood-red eyes. Phew. He blew the dust from the leather cover of a tome in his hands, then stepped closer and opened it. Thank you for looking after Arlda and Akasha. Though they've each lived for centuries by human reckoning, to us, they're nothing more than children. You flatter me, Edward replied politely. Apologies, I don't keep chairs in here. You'll have to stand with me. Edward waved his hand, transfiguring 2 sofas. Fortunately, I always come prepared. Much obliged. The 2 sat down. The old man, Marquis Punk, spoke calmly, Mr. Sparrow, surely you know why I've asked to meet you. Actually, I'm not sure. Edward shook his head. When I received Akasha's plea for help, I suspected it might be one of her elders wishing to see me. But as for your reasons, I truly had no idea. After a brief silence, Marquis Punk said softly, it is because of the ancestor Lilith. He continued, voice low yet steady, we have been out of contact with her for thousands of years. Some claim she perished in the 2nd epoch, betrayed by the Elf King and the Giant King. Yet some of our elders believed she never truly fell, merely concealed herself somewhere. This speculation seemed to find proof in the 4th epoch, when our ancestor, after millennia of silence, once more responded to our prayers. But, we could not comprehend what she was trying to convey. Not until the end of the fourth epoch did she deliver a clear message at last, ordering our clan to relocate to the newly founded kingdom of Fainapotter, where we remain to this day. Edward listened quietly, then asked, "May I ask, Marquis, why you are telling me this?" "I only wish to make clear that our clan has never abandoned the search for Ancestor, nor ceased our attempts to contact her. We care deeply for any information tied to her." He paused. "So when you told young Arlda that you'd once met a Beyonder who called herself Lilith, was that true?" "Of course." "Where?" "The Rorstad archipelago." "That Beyonder, the one who called herself Lilith, did she do anything, or tell you anything?" Edward shook his head. "No. It was just a chance encounter." "Do you believe she was truly connected to the ancestor Lilith?" "Marquis, how could I possibly know something like that?" Marquis Punk pondered for a moment, then pressed, "And beyond that, do you know anything more about the ancestor?" "I do not." "I see. Then tell me this, Mr. Sparrow, what you were hoping to learn from Arlda when you sought to approach her clan." By this point, everything was laid bare. Edward answered frankly, "I want to know, when your ancestor responded to you in the fourth epoch, what exactly was that incomprehensible message she conveyed? And later, when she gave you clear instructions, did she ever explain the earlier message? May I ask why you wish to know this?" Edward hesitated. From the Marquis's reaction, it seemed the Sanguines truly knew nothing of that other Lilith who had once existed. Looking back at the wars and chaos of the fourth epoch, the Blood Clan's presence seemed oddly muted. Especially after the fall of the goddess of beauty, Aurania, they had almost vanished from the stage altogether. Before I answer, allow me one question. During the millennia-long wars between the northern and southern continents in the fourth epoch, your clan seemed largely absent. Why? Marquis Punk was startled, then replied, "Not entirely absent. Before the War of Four Emperors, our Blood Moon Queen, Lady Aurania, led part of the clan into alliance with the Night Emperor through marriage. Sadly, when that war erupted, the Night Emperor perished, and Lady Aurania fell soon after. Those clansmen who followed her were nearly annihilated. Only part of the clan. That description didn't quite match the accounts in the original story. Was it simply a vague part of the chronicles, or had history itself been tampered with?" Curious, Edward pressed, "I've heard it said that your clan emerged from its dark age precisely under the Blood Moon Queen's leadership. Shouldn't she, with a single call, have rallied all Sanguines to support the Night Emperor?" "Why only a portion?" "That I cannot say, I was not yet born. But in my understanding, there were two reasons. First, after the progenitor's disappearance, our clan's overall strength lagged far behind humanity's. Second, relations between humans and vampires in the fourth epoch were nothing like today. In earlier eras, we were often mortal enemies." He paused. "Now then, will you answer my question?" Edward nodded. "I am searching for someone. She appeared in the fourth epoch. And her name happened to be the same as your ancestors. Lilith." Marquis Punk's expression did not shift, but his aura rippled subtly. The next instant, a pitch-black coffin manifested abruptly within the small library. It was wreathed in grass, flowers, wheat, even insects. Yet each was grotesque. The grass had mouths like tears, spewing fibers, flowers used their leaves as arms to harvest nectar, heavy wheat grains wept with faint cries, insects bore snake heads or bird faces. Marquis Punk immediately rose and bowed. "Duke Ulmer." He then introduced gravely, "Mr. Klein Sparrow, this is one of the three great dukes who rule our clan. He is an ancient being who existed before the cataclysm, one who once followed the ancestor Lilith herself." From the coffin came a mellow, ageless voice, chuckling softly, "Young man, why do you seek that Lilith of the fourth epoch?" Edward gazed at the coffin. "She is my friend." "Friend?" Duke Ulmer sounded faintly surprised. "Ah, then I was mistaken. You, like me, are one of those old fellows who have lived far too long. Since you were a friend, and since you've gone to such lengths to seek her, your bond must run deep. That makes things simple. She once caused our clan heavy losses. You shall repay them in her stead. How does that sound? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 526, Chapter 526, A New Commission from Intis. Edward. Wait a minute. Why did things turn out so differently from what he had expected? Weren't the two Liliths supposed to be on good terms? Why, in the mouth of this vampire duke, did it sound as though his Lilith was actually the mortal enemy of the vampires, one who had even inflicted enormous losses on them? His expression grew grave. What kind of losses? The strange vegetations entangling the coffin seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, going into a frenzy. Then Duke Ulmer's indifferent voice came from within. "Nothing much. Merely that she impersonated our ancestor Lilith for several centuries, made the entire clan serve her for hundreds of years, and carried off countless of our treasures." Marquis Punk, standing to the side, wore the expression of a man in pain. This is exactly the kind of thing I absolutely did not want to know. At this moment, he finally understood why, in those rumored days, the revelations said to have been passed down by ancestor Lilith had been completely incomprehensible. It wasn't that they couldn't be understood, it was that after the clan obeyed them to the letter, they realized she was a fraud. To save face, the higher-ups had deliberately passed it down as incomprehensible instead. Edward now understood as well. His face darkened, but he forced himself to ask, "Your Grace, may I know in which exact period of the fourth epoch this happened?" "Of course," Ulmer replied. "But, you'll have to come with me first." Suddenly, the plants coiled around the coffin went berserk, stretching at high speed to entangle Edward. Though they looked like nothing more than casually broken vines, they radiated such overwhelming danger that Edward ended the summoning without hesitation, vanishing instantly from the small library. Inside the coffin, Duke Ulmer's voice held a trace of surprise. "The space here has already been sealed. How did he escape?" "Punk. Here." Marquis Punk responded at once, then hurriedly added, "I didn't hear anything just now. I don't know anything." Ulmer was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Keep a close eye on your granddaughter." "Why?" "Akasha doesn't know anything at all." "Don't worry. Didn't she claim to have received ancestor Lilith's response? If that's true, I only want to know whether the one responding to her was truly our ancestor, or if that woman has returned again." He paused briefly, then continued, "As for your guess about why our clan didn't participate in the events of the fourth epoch, you were only half right. The truth is, back then, our entire race revolved around that woman. We had neither the time nor the energy to bother with anything else." Marquis Punk once again put on the mask of anguish. "I really didn't want to know any of this. I'm going to be silenced for sure, aren't I?" In the Sapphira Castle, Edward sat in silence upon the bronze throne, still unable to digest the information he had just learned. Lilith had impersonated the sanguine ancestor for centuries, ordered them around for hundreds of years, and taken away countless treasures. The hell? Could Lilith, his silly little daughter, really have pulled something like that off? It wasn't that Edward doubted her character, it was that he doubted her intelligence. Just then, he remembered what the little snake-will had told him about the male die and female die. His thoughts grew heavy. Lilith had lived in the past for so many years. Naturally, she could not have remained forever the innocent and adorable girl she once was. On the contrary, if she wanted to blend in with the likes of Medici, Cheek, and Russian priest, she had no choice but to become just like them. Edward suddenly wondered, even if he really did find Lilith, would she still be the Lilith he knew? All told, she had spent barely 3 years at his side, yet in the past she had lived 2 to 3 millennia. 3 years compared to 2 or 3,000, far too short, far too fleeting. Time was the sharpest blade of erosion. Hatred, affection, everything was rendered pale and powerless when stretched across such vast spans. Could it be that searching for Lilith was nothing more than his own wishful thinking? As that thought crossed his mind, Edward's heart grew tangled with confusion. "I'll be waiting for you in the future." Suddenly, that figure resurfaced in his mind, and that sweet voice whispered again by his ear. Edward lifted a hand to his forehead with a soft sigh. Hadn't Lilith said it herself? She would wait for him. They would meet again, in the end. The next day. He spent the entire day in leisure. Of course, that leisure was more a state of mind than a literal fact. He wasn't sitting around doing nothing. He had already begun preparations for the second round of the misery contest. Hopefully, this time, he could finish digesting both potions in one go. During the day, Du Bois thoughtfully conducted a psychological survey of all the villa staff. In truth, he was simply playing the part of a telepathist. Faced with ordinary people, his ability to read minds was pinpoint accurate. Overnight, the butler's image in everyone's eyes became steeped in mystery. In the afternoon, Du Bois went out again, have to keep acting, have to continue probing for news about the king. By dusk, he returned with a constipated expression plastered across his face. "Oh. What's with that look?" Du Bois hesitated, then said, "I met with a few good friends today." He had put particular emphasis on the word good. Edward immediately understood what he meant. "They clearly told me before that they liked me, not just my face. Even when I watched them during the performance, I thought they were telling the truth. But today, when I read their auras and etheric bodies, I realized they'd been lying all along." Edward frowned slightly. And then. "Roselle once told me that the only reason I could attract women was thanks to the face my parents gave me. When it came to true charm, I was far beneath him." Du Bois sighed. "At the time, I thought he was just jealous. I didn't expect that it really has always been just this face." Edward stared at him silently for a few seconds. "Are you bragging about how handsome you are?" "I'm simply lamenting how shallow those women are. They only ever saw my surface, never once caring for my mind or my soul." Before he could finish, Edward kicked him. "Keep running your mouth and I'll turn you into an ugly bastard." Just as he said this, Edward suddenly felt his spirituality stir. The silver cross of the Twilight Hermit Order within the Sapphire Castle was reacting. He frowned in puzzlement. Didn't this month's gathering just end? Why another one already? Could something major have happened, prompting an emergency meeting? Noticing the change in Edward's expression, Du Bois wisely said, "Boss, I'll head out for dinner. I recently found a restaurant with excellent food." Edward nodded, turned, and went upstairs into the study. He retraced the 4 steps in reverse and entered the Sapphire Castle, taking out the silver cross. As expected, it was glowing faintly once again. Resting his chin on one hand, he stared at it for half a minute before infusing it with spirituality. The cross floated up, projecting a blurry vision, the corpse cathedral, with only a single figure standing within. From the position, Edward could tell it was Intis. What's going on? The others aren't here yet. In that case, I'm not in a hurry either. He sat quietly for several minutes, but no new figures appeared in the church. A thought sprang to his mind, could this be a one-on-one meeting arranged just for me by Intis? But why would he want to see me alone? Could it be about that brass rod? Thinking this, Edward extended his spirituality once more. After a brief blur, he arrived at the church again. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he deliberately glanced around with feigned confusion. Isn't the gathering once a month? Where is everyone? Did I come too early? No. Intis spoke flatly. I requested from the leader to meet you alone, number 8. Our gathering has that function. How does it work? Can I do that too? You can ask the leader yourself next time. Why wait for next time? Can't I just ask now? Edward glanced at the massive cross, putting on an act of looking for Adam. The leader's not here. He is never here. Fair enough. Edward shrugged. So, tell me, Mr. Intis, what's the reason you wanted to meet me alone? Intis looked straight at him and asked calmly, the item beneath the basement of number 7 Rose Street, the one in the villa. Did you take it? Edward's brows rose in mild surprise. You mean that brass rod? No. I did think about taking it, but after fiddling with it for a long time, I couldn't find any use for it. So I decided it wasn't worth offending an unknown powerhouse over something worthless. He sneered, then added, but I regret it. You know why? I almost lost my life in those ruins. Did you already know what was down there? Were you deliberately trying to get me killed? Intis merely regarded him with composure. Intis looked at him evenly. I only gave you a location, and I warned you beforehand that it was dangerous. The decision to risk entering was yours. If you had died in there, the one who killed you wouldn't have been me, but your own greed. Clap, clap, clap. Edward gave a slow, mocking round of applause. Well, well. Very nice. Turning this into a lesson on human nature, are we? His eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Then if I find a chance to kill you, would it be fair to say it wasn't me who killed you, but your stupidity? Intis fell silent for a moment, then said, I wish to issue you another commission. You. The reward is the beyonder characteristic of a wanderer. The murderous light in Edward's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a warm, genial smile. What do you need me to do? Note, 700 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, Low EQ versus High EQ. I need you to guard a certain place and prevent anyone from taking what's buried there. Intis' words made Edward freeze for a moment. Based on his earlier divination, there were supposed to be 8 brass rods. At the time, he had already guessed that perhaps they had been buried in various places beneath Trier by Intis. Still, he feigned ignorance and asked, what thing? The brass rods you mentioned. There are 7 of them in total, and I buried them in 7 different locations. 7. If not for the Sapphire Castle's divination, you really might have tricked me. Can I know what exactly those things are used for? They block spirituality. More specifically. Intis thought for a moment. Beneath Trier lie some remnants of the Tudor Empire. Those remnants constantly emit a kind of polluting aura. The 7 brass staffs were meant to shield against that pollution. Edward immediately pressed him, if they're that important, why would you deliberately bring them up in a gathering and ask others to check on them? Isn't that basically waving a flag and inviting trouble? I'm not afraid of you people taking them. In your hands, it's already a form of protection. With the Twilight Hermit Order and the leader around, as long as I'm willing to pay the price, I can always reclaim them. Heh. If you hadn't given me that map to Amon's ruins, I might have believed you. Edward chuckled coldly, then asked, so, who wants the brass rods, and what's their goal? Unclear for now. It could be the Demonist sect, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, perhaps even the Aurora Order or the Secret Order. Their goal is the legacy of the Tudor Empire. For that, they're willing to throw all of Trier, millions of lives, into danger. Edward's mind stirred. Though part of what Intis said was obvious nonsense, some of it seemed to hint at genuine information, the Tudor Empire's legacy. What else could inspire such greed, other than the conqueror's beyonder characteristics? You're overestimating me. I've only just advanced to Sequence 4, a newly born demigod. How could I possibly guard something that important for you? Intis replied evenly, rest assured. For members of the gathering have already accepted this commission. You would be the 5th. I'm attempting to persuade Mr. Hermes to be the 6th. Each of you will guard one location. If something happens, you only need to delay the enemy long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Oh. I thought your relationships in the gathering were terrible. After all, you skipped the last meeting, and everyone seemed so happy about it. Commissioning others doesn't require good relationships, only sufficient benefit. Edward arched a brow. Do you really have a Wanderer's Beyonder characteristic? Of course. But what if I told you I don't need it anymore? This time, Intis was clearly taken aback, regarding Edward as though in thought. Edward laughed. Do you have a Dreamweaver's characteristic, then? He shook his head. Perhaps the leader does. Can you get one from the leader for me? I can't be sure. The leader never participates in trades. Only when we complete tasks set by him will he give us what we desire. That works too. Didn't you arrange the assassination attempt on Count Clare? I've already obtained what I wanted, Intis said coolly. Fine. Edward spread his hands. So then, what benefit do you plan to use to buy my help this time? The two stared at each other in silence. Since both of their faces were completely concealed, neither could read the other's true thoughts. At times like this, it all came down to who had stronger, strategic endurance. Minutes later. Just kidding. Edward was the first to break the silence, laughing. How could I possibly not need a Wanderer's characteristic? I'll take your commission. Intis continued staring without a word. Go ahead, when and where? Edward asked, then suddenly thought of something. Wait, this commission must have a time limit, right? I can't just sit in one place forever, guarding till the end of time, can I? It will last no more than 3 days. I'll notify you in advance when it begins. No problem. Intis gave a slight nod. Then that's that. Goodbye. Hold on, you're really leaving it at just a verbal agreement. Shouldn't we sign a contract as proof? If you renege later, what recourse do I have? I don't even know your true identity. This commission involves several members of the gathering. If I go back on it, even if none of you act, the leader will punish me. The moment his words fell, the ossuary-like church collapsed into countless bones. Everything in Edward's vision rapidly retreated, and he found himself back inside the Sapphira Castle. Leaning against the bronze chair, Edward sank into thought. This commission from Intis had truly caught him off guard. If it were him, he would never commission several people with whom he had conflicts. Yes, benefits mattered, but there was always the risk that someone would backstab you. The biggest question now was, what exactly was the true function of those brass rods? Intis acted both obsessed and dismissive toward them. Take, for example, the rod Edward had seized. Intis had only asked a single question about it, and upon hearing Edward's denial, dropped the matter entirely, as if it were irrelevant. Moreover, he had spun the rod's function completely backwards. In reality, they amplified spirituality. Yet in his mouth, they blocked spirituality. He had even painted himself as a righteous protector of Trier's million citizens. If everything Intis says should be understood in reverse, then when he says the rods block pollution, doesn't that mean he actually wants to amplify some kind of pollution buried beneath Trier? This was going to unleash a calamity that would sweep across all of Trier. Wait, calamity. Didn't that sound suspiciously like the ritual for a demoness of affliction advancing to Sequence 4? Impossible. Wasn't Intis supposed to be the king of the Intis kingdom? How could he suddenly turn out to be a witch? Even setting that aside, even if he were on the witch pathway, there was no way he'd still be stuck at Sequence 5, right? Either it's a coincidence, or my guess is wrong, or there's another explanation. Edward's thoughts grew tangled. After leaving the Sapphira Castle, Edward felt a wave of hunger. He was about to find Chef Endelai when he suddenly recalled that Du Bois had mentioned discovering a restaurant with excellent food. After a quick divination, he had a coachman take him to Montorgueil Street, where he arrived at a rather artistically decorated restaurant. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Du Bois leaning against the piano with a tender smile, saying something to the girl playing. The girl gazed at him with rapt attention, nodding shyly from time to time, occasionally showing a look of sudden realization. Edward snorted inwardly. So this is what you meant by a place with great taste. More like, the women here taste great, huh? Just then, Du Bois sat beside the girl and smoothly joined in on the piano, nodding encouragingly at her. She took a deep breath and joined his duet. For a while, cheerful music filled the restaurant, drawing the attention of the guests, who all looked on with admiration. This Du Bois really is relying on skill to pick up girls. Edward didn't disturb him. He ordered a meal, enjoying dinner while watching Du Bois play piano and flirt. By the time he finished his food, the pair had already performed several duets. The girl's eyes were practically glued to Du Bois, shimmering like water, reluctant to leave him for even a second. But finally, Du Bois noticed Edward. He pressed a light kiss onto the back of the girl's hand, then walked over amid her disappointed gaze. Ah. You just left her hanging like that? Du Bois chuckled. She's a student at Intis University. She comes here every Tuesday and Thursday to play piano and earn her living expenses. Oh, so you can find her here anytime, huh? What's her name? Didn't ask. Edward's eye twitched. Du Bois, Edward suddenly thought of something. That Marcia you knew before, you must have had some wonderful moments together, right? Low EQ, you slept with her, didn't you? High EQ, you must have shared some wonderful moments together, right? Du Bois gave a carefree smile. If I told you we only ever played Fighting Evil together, you wouldn't believe me, would you? At least you're honest. This sort of thing is perfectly normal in Intis, you know. Edward patted his shoulder. No wonder you got along so well with Roselle. Keep it up, enjoy the taste of demonesses while you can. Du Bois froze. When Edward had introduced him to the 22 pathways, he described each one's characteristics. There was no way he'd forgotten the special pathway where a man could become a woman. Realizing Edward's implication, Du Bois's face turned utterly grim. Wait, Marcia was actually a witch. Which meant she used to be a man. With a man. But wait. You mean to say Roselle also did that? Most likely. Du Bois's expression instantly returned to normal. Then it doesn't matter. Now I know about him, but he doesn't know about me. When he comes back, that'll be fun. Sorry to disappoint you, but he proudly recorded, "The taste of a demoness ain't bad," in his diary. Fog Sea. The Black King had been sailing across the foggy waters for several days. During this long voyage, they hadn't encountered a single island. Every day, they opened their eyes to nothing but an endless ocean. If not for Roselle's early invention of fighting evil, everyone on board would have died of boredom. Looking at the miserable hand of cards before him, not even a single 10, Roselle tossed them aside. Ugh, I'm bored. Don't want to play anymore. Grim calmly revealed his winning hand. Captain, no surprise here, you lost again. With the evil you snatched, you now owe me. Grim. If you keep playing like this, nobody will ever want you in a card game again. No skill, all luck. You're not on the sailor pathway at all, you're on the fate pathway. Edwards, aren't you always running your mouth? Go on, explain this. Edwards thought for a moment, then said seriously, I think Grim is simply lucky. His greatest fortune was meeting you, Captain Roselle. Roselle blinked. The hell, was that a straight-faced flattery? Edwards, you've changed. As the captain always says, this is simply, approach cinnabar and you'll be stained red, approach ink and you'll be stained black. What kind of nonsense is that? Suddenly, Roselle's vision blurred. He saw boundless gray-white fog, and in its depths sat a hazy figure. The figure's voice was calm and distant, count to 100 silently, and I will seek you out. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 528, the second, Misery Contest. Roselle's heart tightened. Up until now, that evil god above the gray fog had only taken the initiative to contact him once, and that was to generously gift him the news that the hidden sage was keeping him under surveillance. This time, could it be another massive surprise? Damn it, why am I so popular with evil gods? I'm tired, I'll head back first. You guys should get some rest soon too. Roselle silently counted numbers in his head as he returned to the captain's quarters. Not even bothering to wash, he crawled into bed, pulled up the blanket, and pretended to sleep. As his countdown reached 100, the boundless gray-white fog surged forward once again. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the small garden shrouded by mist. But this time, he wasn't standing before the round table. Instead, he sat in the bronze chair he had chosen previously. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed faint red ripples pulsing on either side of him. Two new figures materialized, each veiled in a layer of hazy fog. He could only roughly discern their gender and clothing, nothing more. Right, last time when I was here, he mentioned organizing some interesting gatherings, this must be it. TSK. A gathering hosted by an evil god, how could that possibly be interesting? And yet, he had to admit, there was a flicker of anticipation in his heart. The other two figures remained silent. Roselle wanted to ask questions, but could only hold them back, focusing instead on observation. One was a woman in a flowing black dress, with a strikingly good figure. He couldn't see her face, but given his extensive experience with women, he was certain she was top tier in both looks and build. The other seemed to be an old man, slumped weakly with his head lowered. When Roselle's gaze lingered on him, the figure raised his head slightly in response. That single glance sent Roselle's heart lurching. He knew this feeling, it was the same suffocating pressure he'd felt the first time he met Zeradal. Roselle instinctively shrank his neck and feigned a cowardly demeanor. Half a minute later, another figure appeared to his left. Though only a spiritual body, it carried such a thick stench of blood that it seemed to pierce into Roselle's nose, making his scalp prickle. Just how many people has this guy slaughtered, for even his spirit to reek of blood? Good. Everyone's here. Edward had barely spoken the first sentence when Palez and Medici simultaneously snapped their heads toward one another, exclaiming in unison. It's you. Medici. It's you. Palez. Clearly, these two, former colleagues from the Solomon Empire during the Fourth Epoch, recognized one another. Thankfully, Edward promptly cut off their exchange before it could escalate. Although the Sapphira Castle blurred everyone's appearances, if one was familiar enough, subtle details could still give things away. Of course, Edward could adjust this degree of concealment, but he hadn't bothered to, letting the default setting stand. It didn't matter. If they recognized each other, so be it. Edward smiled. Here, no matter what your past relationship was, I prefer you treat this as a first meeting. After all, it's been thousands of years. Your impressions of each other are frozen in the past, aren't they? Medici clicked his tongue. Heh, I thought you'd long since been killed by Amon. Palez chuckled. Thanks for the concern, Lord Medici. I, on the other hand, heard it was you who'd been finished off by Adam. Medici's expression darkened. What the hell? Did the whole world start learning how to mock people after I got sealed? All right. Edward lifted the barrier of silence. Let me introduce everyone. He pointed first at Raynette and Palez. These two are old members of our gatherings, their codenames are Miss No Head and Mr. No Characteristic. Medici burst into booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now I understand how you survived, Pa, no, Mr. No Characteristic. Palez only replied calmly, better alive than dead. Then Edward gestured at Medici and Roselle. And these two are our new members, Mr. Not Quite Dead, and Mr. Didn't Live Properly. Medici's grin froze on his face. Roselle. Palez immediately extended a hand. Hello there, Mr. Not Quite Dead. A pleasure to meet you. Medici, however, glared at Edward and growled, You're not seriously Lil Raven, are you? At that moment, Palez felt a rare surge of empathy. Yes, I thought the same thing when I first met him too. Edward only asked with a smile, Don't you think the codename suits you perfectly? Medici barked, No. Then, how about calling you, Mr. No Little Brother? Don't deny, it'd really suit you perfectly if you ever switch to the witch pathway. Medici's fists clenched tight. Roselle coughed lightly at that moment, raising his hand timidly. Mighty and mysterious. Just call me Chairman, Edward cut in smoothly. Yes, Chairman. Could you tell me why my codename is Didn't Live Properly? It feels a bit ominous. Edward rubbed his forehead. Ah, today's really a failure. I finally thought up two codenames, and both new members dislike them. He pretended to ponder, then brightened. Fine, let me think again. Oh, I've got it. We'll change yours to No Morals. Roselle immediately sat upright and declared with exaggerated seriousness, on second thought, I find Didn't Live Properly rather nice. It has a sort of postmodern, unlucky yet strangely pleasant aesthetic to it. Pfft. Medici burst into laughter again. This brat, where did you dig him up? Raynette sat silently at the right side of the round table, quietly observing the three men across from her. She wasn't much interested in their banter, her mind was instead working on how to seize this chance to make the mysterious chairman truly lend his aid to her in the Rose School of Thought. Edward's voice carried through the mist. As you know, today's gathering has a purpose. Our two veteran members should already be familiar, after all, not long ago we shared a most memorable event. Last time, though, you were participants in the contest. This time, the stars are our new members, Not Quite Dead, and Didn't Live Properly. You'll tell your tales, and the others will vote. The winner will receive a small reward from me. Of course, the voters who choose correctly will also receive a reward. As for what the rewards are, not sealed artifacts, no. But I can provide information, truths of the past, riddles of the present, glimpses of the future. Medici snorted. So in other words, you're tricking us into playing your little games in exchange for rumors of uncertain truth. He paused, then sneered, and if I win, I want you to let me out of here. Of course. Edward spread his hands. As the host, I gave myself a tiny privilege, my vote counts as 2. Note that if the final tally is a tie, then there will be no winner. No winner means no rewards. Roselle raised his hand again. Do Mr. Not Quite Dead and I have voting rights too? Of course. So if both senior members voted for the same person, and the other one voted for himself, while you, Chairman, voted for the opposite, that would mean no winner at all, right? Exactly. Medici folded his arms with a derisive hum. So, either the two of them pick different candidates, or the loser even has to vote for his opponent. He jerked his chin toward Roselle. Oi, kid. Let's skip the nonsense. You vote for me, I'll vote for me, and then we'll all win something. Everybody gets a prize. Roselle blinked. Ah, is that allowed? Raynette narrowed her eyes slightly. It wasn't a bad idea, but her heart bristled in silent protest. Why should she have to bear her tragic past, only for others to reap rewards without effort? Pallas sneered in his mind. As if he'd ever let us exploit a loophole like that. But to everyone's surprise, Edward clapped his hands and grinned. Now that's an interesting suggestion. You'd better coordinate well beforehand, though. The votes are anonymous, until the reveal, none of you will know who voted for whom. The four glanced at each other. Medici, visibly impatient, urged, enough talk. Whatever this is, let's just start already. As you wish. Edward waved his hand. Banners materialized across the little garden, inscribed in Intision, Loanese, Jotun, Hermes, and more, each declaring. Warm congratulations on the grand opening of the second, who's more miserable, contest. On either side of the garden hung two looming portraits, blurred, indistinct depictions of Roselle and Medici, facing each other like dueling titans, while arcs of lightning and fire crackled between them. Edward proclaimed grandly, I declare the second, misery contest, officially underway. Clap, clap, clap. Pallas applauded, nodding in admiration. Compared to the first time, this second event felt far more official, a proper production, even with ceremony. As a spectator, he was delighted. But he wondered what Not Quite Dead and Didn't Live Properly themselves thought. Raynette followed with a soft, perfunctory clap, silently grateful she hadn't been chosen as the subject for this round. Roselle sat bewildered, while Medici frowned deeply. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Pallas reminded him smoothly, the chairman calls these, misery contest. The theme is to compete in misery. You two must share your most tragic experiences, and we'll vote on who's worse. The winner gets the prize. Medici sneered, then nodded appreciatively toward Edward. I'll give you this, you're much more entertaining than that Lil Raven ever was. Interesting. Truly, interesting. Roselle scratched his head and finally raised his hand again. Chairman, there must be some mistake. I think my life's been pretty lucky, actually, quite happy. I don't have any tragic experiences to share. Well, unless you count being targeted by you, evil god. Pallas murmured darkly, in that case, your future must be very tragic. The chairman can glimpse the future, Pallas said with the conviction of a sycophant. If you're invited here to compete, then surely your destiny is filled with misery. In this moment, he resembled the future Tarot Club's hangman Alger, though unlike Alger's excessive reverence and overinterpretation of the fool, Pallas was merely flattering Edward for safety. Pride is nothing. Life is everything. Roselle stared blankly. His instincts told him this Mr. No Characteristic was talking nonsense. With the backing of the Intis royal family and the support of the churches, how could his future not be bright? Medici, on the other hand, remained composed. A beyonder who had dabbled in all three coward pathways and now wielded control over the Sapphira Castle certainly had the ability to divine fragments of the future. But even that was still limited at best. To claim one could truly see the future. That was a stretch. His estimation of this so-called chairman dropped slightly. Heh. Since you want to play games, fine, I'll play along. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 529, Chapter 529, A Prophecy for Roselle. Medici folded his arms and said, I think I get how this works now. Misery contest, is it? Then I'll go first. As everyone's eyes turned toward him, his expression remained unruffled. In the second and third epochs, I'd say my life was pretty good. Sure, there was a painful stretch in the middle, but it hardly counts as miserable. He opened straight from the second epoch. For Pallas, who had worked alongside Medici, that was not surprising, he already knew some of the man's history. Raynette, however, looked at him differently. Born at the dawn of the fifth epoch, she was already considered ancient by most, yet compared to this Mr. Not Quite Dead, she suddenly felt like a mere child. As for Roselle, he was dumbstruck. From the second epoch until now, that's at least 3,000 or 4,000 years. These Beyonders really can live forever. Though he had already met Zeradal, suspected to be from the fourth epoch, that man always spoke in riddles and revealed little. This not quite dead fellow, by contrast, was refreshingly candid. But what level of power is he exactly? Zeradal was already sequence 2 in the fourth epoch. Don't tell me this guy is also a god. If so, does that mean even gods have ranks, like some endless leveling system? Medici continued evenly. Up until the early fourth epoch, my life was still going well. I aided my lord in supporting Solomon, helping establish the Solomon Empire and unify the northern continent. Ah, we met around that time too, didn't we, Mr. No Characteristic? Do you still recall? Palez's tone carried a faint nostalgia. Yes. Later, the 6 gods came to an agreement and struck against Solomon. The Solomon Empire fell. That was when I saw my chance. I schemed to capture Sauron and Einhorn, those 2 old hags, in hopes of advancing to Red Priest. He sneered faintly. But what I hadn't realized was this: I thought myself the hunter, yet while I was hunting others, I had become prey in someone else's eyes. In the end, Adam, Aman, and Tutor joined forces, captured me along with the 2 women, and brewed us into a potion, stepping stones for Tutor's ascension to godhood. Roselle's jaw dropped. What the hell? Did I just hear that right? Even gods ascend from Beyonders. This is monumental. So this not quite dead really is a half-step god. But the 3 of us didn't perish completely. We fused into an evil spirit and were sealed within the sight of Tutor's godhood ascension. And so I remain, alive, but confined. In that sense, yes, the codename, Not Quite Dead, suits me rather well. He chuckled. That's right, I am still sealed in that ruin. My presence here is thanks to the chairman's great power. Oh, and if any of you can help release me, I'll grant you one wish, anything within my ability. It's simple. Find the direct descendants of Sauron, Einhorn, and the Medici family. Collect 10 milliliters of their blood, more is fine, less is not. Mix it with holy water and pour it into my seal. As for the location of that seal, it lies at %, and %. The rest of his words, Edward immediately blocked. Taking over smoothly, Edward said, "Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Not Quite Dead, for getting us started. Although compared to Miss No Head and Mr. No Characteristic, your experience seems rather ordinary." Medici's face darkened. Oi. What do you mean ordinary? Isn't it so? When humans speak of tragedy, they always return to death and betrayal. Edward gestured toward Palez and Raynette. His people and descendants are all dead. Her parents and friends, all gone. But your kin still live on. You merely lost your freedom, while they lost entire families. Palez, Raynette. Was it really necessary to drag us into this? Edward added casually, of course, if you count your eventual betrayal, and the fact that your descendants will all perish in the future, then perhaps you could be considered their equal. Medici didn't care much about the dead descendants, but his brows furrowed at one word. Betrayal? Who betrayed me? Adam. Aman. Ha. I've been their enemy from the start. Even if they caused my downfall, that's not betrayal. Edward smiled knowingly. Lies don't wound. It is truth that cuts like a blade. And that blade will one day stab deep into your chest, forcing you onto a path of betrayal. But that time has not yet come. Edward turned, his eyes falling on Roselle. Your turn, Mr. Didn't live properly. Roselle's body stiffened. He snapped out of spectator mode, heart filled with a stampede of curses. My turn. What the hell am I supposed to say? That I went to sleep and woke up in another world? That I became the son of steam through inventions and creations? That I've been dating noble ladies and mistresses every other day? How the hell am I supposed to compete in misery against someone who was half a step from godhood, only to be turned into potion? Roselle's head throbbed as he racked his brains. Palez, Raynette, and even Medici himself were all quietly curious. What sort of tragic past could this Mr. Didn't live properly, who so far seemed like nothing more than an ordinary person, possibly present that would compare with Medici's? And what exactly did his codename mean? So far, the other 3 codenames had all been targeted and deliberate, surely this last one wasn't an exception. Honestly, I've always lived a pretty good life, Roselle said after a long internal struggle. I was born into a declining noble family, sure, but our living conditions were always decent. Later, I even caught the church's eye and became a Beyonder. My sequence isn't high yet, but I've been quite satisfied. He hesitated, then added, oh, well, I was recently targeted by 1 evil god, Hidden Sage, but before he could do anything, I had the church help me deal with it. So, my past really doesn't have much to do with misery. He swallowed and looked nervously at Edward. Chairman, does this mean that in the future something truly terrible happens to me? Feeling the stares of the four, Edward summarized in clipped, merciless words. Your wife and child die. Your son loses his humanity. Your daughter sees you as an enemy. You are betrayed. You discover a cruel truth. Your obsessions shatter. You fall into despair, paranoia, and madness. You stake everything in one last gamble, and ultimately fail, dying with your eyes open and unclosed. Roselle. It was only a few dozen words, spoken almost casually, but Roselle's body broke out in goosebumps. His instincts screamed that every word was true. But why would it turn out like that? He could accept death. He could accept betrayal. He could accept despair, madness, and failure. But the one thing he could not accept was that his beloved daughter, who adored and cherished him, would one day come to hate him. See him as her enemy. At that moment, the surrounding gray fog rippled, and images appeared out of thin air. An aged Roselle sat by the window, holding the frail hand of Matilda as she breathed her last, a boy beside him staring blankly with dead eyes. A grown Bernadette looked upon him with scorn and fury before walking away in disappointment. He stood high above the continent, eyes hollow with despair. Like a wounded lion, he became sensitive, irritable, and insane. He sat alone upon a darkened throne, blood and tears streaming down his face, his expression so numb it no longer even carried despair. Emotion was contagious. And when that emotion came from his future self, Roselle was engulfed in a wave of helplessness. After a long silence, he forced a wry smile. I once heard a saying, once the future is known, it is no longer the future. If my future is so terrible, then I'll just find a way to change it. Edward's voice was cool, and how do you know that every step you take to change it is not precisely what brings that future about? Roselle fell silent. Before Transmigrating, he'd read countless time travel novels and watched movies where people tried to alter the future, or past, only to fulfill it instead, closing the loop. From the outside, it was entertaining. But as the person trapped inside it. That's truly despair, isn't it? Medici sneered. Aren't we competing in misery? If your future is that tragic, isn't that a good thing for you? Roselle, thanks, but no thanks. I'm not that desperate to win this damn misery contest. Medici chuckled coldly. Heh. Honestly, experiences like yours. I've seen too many. Power and authority always bring misunderstandings and hatred. Being betrayed, losing your wife and children, commonplace. Hardly unique. Roselle gave him a polite bow. You win. You're the most miserable. Respect. Pallas interjected smoothly, Chairman, shouldn't we now take a look at Mr. Not Quite Dead's future? Of course. The vision surrounding Roselle dissolved, replaced by scenes of Medici's future. A shadowed figure held 3 test tubes filled with blood. He poured them together with a vial of holy water onto a massive, blood-stained door. With a boom, the door burst open. Medici strode out laughing, rage and elation mingling in his expression. He said something inaudible, then possessed the body of the shadowed figure and left the underground palace. But as he walked into the night, his spirit was suddenly expelled. His body twisted and spiraled smaller, dragged by an unseen force. With fury and despair, he was caught in a pristine white palm. The hand belonged to a priest clad in plain white robes, with a thick, pale golden beard. His golden eyes were gentle and merciful, but utterly devoid of emotion. Adam. Edward had, of course, fabricated this vision. He hadn't forgotten for a second, the reason for this whole tragedy contest wasn't amusement, wasn't theatrics, wasn't prophecy. It was to digest the potion. And to break someone like Medici required the harshest of blows. If necessary, I'll tear away the veil entirely and expose the truth that Adam is the ancient sun god. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 900 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 530, Potion completely digested. As expected, Medici, who had been standing with arms crossed, sneering in disdain, finally lost his composure. Even though he knew the so-called visions of the future were questionable, the moment they involved Adam, he couldn't endure it at all. Damn that bastard Adam. You're deliberately targeting me, aren't you? Just wait. Once I get out of here, I'll tear the world apart and send your so-called trend of time straight to hell. Medici's crack in composure immediately drew Roselle's and Rionette's curiosity. Really? Isn't it just getting captured? At worst it's death. When you talked about being tricked and turned into a potion earlier, didn't you act like it was nothing? At this moment, Roselle even thought, maybe he actually had a chance of winning this misery contest. As Medici's vision dissipated, Edward announced, "All right, now that everyone has a general understanding of Mr. Not Quite Dead and Mr. Didn't Live Properly's circumstances, the two of you will each have one last chance to defend yourselves, state why you are the more miserable one, and try to earn everyone's vote. Please, go ahead." Roselle's expression twisted strangely. He suddenly recalled that scene from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, where Quasimodo, despite all his suffering, forces himself to appear even more monstrous to elicit sympathy. Are we supposed to start hurting ourselves on the spot to look more pathetic? Hell, even my beloved daughter grows to despise and hate me. How's that not miserable enough? He really wanted to say that, but it felt unconvincing. Medici, on the other hand, sat dark-faced and silent. If not for knowing he couldn't overpower this so-called chairman, he would have grabbed him by the throat and forced him to explain everything right now. "All right then," Edward smiled faintly, "it seems our members are as reserved as ever. Just like last time, no one's fighting for that final chance to campaign for themselves. Well, no need to force it. Since that's the case, let's proceed to the vote." Before each of them appeared a pen and a slip of paper. Pallas didn't even hesitate, he immediately wrote down his choice. Reinette considered both Medici and Roselle for a moment, then also began to scribble. But Roselle and Medici both delayed. Logically, they should have each voted for themselves without hesitation. Yet they both worried that if the others' votes split evenly, their self-votes might result in a tie. And a tie meant no rewards. Which meant all the frustration and humiliation of tonight's breaking defenses would have to be swallowed with nothing to show for it. Medici cracked his knuckles, forcing himself to clear away his inner turmoil. He raised his head and asked, "Mr. No Characteristic, Miss No Head, who did you vote for?" Seeing that Edward didn't forbid them from speaking, Pallas replied calmly, "You." "Really?" "Of course. I know your hatred for that one. Everything that's happened to you stems from him. That's why I think you're more miserable." "Truly?" "Utterly miserable." Medici's eye twitched. Was that a compliment? Or an insult? Reinette said softly, "I voted for Mr. Didn't Live Properly." Roselle hurriedly bowed, "Thank you, thank you." "No need," Reinette answered. "I simply think that being hated by your own family is even more tragic." "Roselle." Medici turned to him coldly. "Kid, if they're telling the truth, then the two of us are left with two options, vote for ourselves, or vote for each other. Otherwise, the two votes they cast could force a tie." He sneered. "I see it now. Whether or not our chairman really is Lil Raven, he's the same kind of person. He doesn't care about the result. He doesn't care who's more miserable. What he wants is to savor joy from other people's wounds. So if there's even a chance, he'll make sure a tie happens." Roselle frowned. "So what?" "So," Medici said, "whoever wins, the prize itself can still be steered by us." He leaned closer, voice low. "If you win, give the reward to me. Let me out of the seal, and I'll repay you 100-fold. Pallas chuckled faintly. "Mr. Not Quite Dead, a reminder, from my last experience, the reward's contents aren't named by you. The chairman offers you a few options to choose from instead." "Heh. Expected as much. Still, one has to grab at every chance." Edward didn't interfere, just propped his chin on one hand, watching them with amusement. Roselle thought for a while, then wrote his own name on the slip. "Let's wait for the result." Medici also stopped talking and wrote his own name. "Excellent," Edward said cheerfully. "It seems everyone has made their choice. Now let's reveal the results," with bated breath. He picked up the first slip of paper. The first vote, Mr. Not Quite Dead. He then picked up the second slip of paper. The second one, Mr. Not Quite Dead. Medici merely leaned back in his chair and sneered. Edward proceeded to pick up the remaining two slips in turn. After a glance, he shook his head and sighed. "Ah, as expected, all of them are, Mr. Didn't Live Properly. Truly boring. Not a trace of surprise or accident in it." He looked at the four. "Honestly, I don't want to be the deciding hand here. No matter whom I choose, one side will be left dissatisfied." Edward pinched his chin, thought for a moment, then said, "Here's what we'll do. I'll give up the two votes in my hand, contribute them to Miss No Head and Mr. No Characteristic, and let the two of you hold a second round of voting to decide the final winner. This way, no matter what the result is, none of you can blame me, right?" The four. No sooner had his words fallen than another sheet of parchment and quill appeared before Pallas and Reinette. "The two of you must seize this last chance to campaign for yourselves, Edward turned to Roselle with a smile. "Mr. Didn't Live Properly, if you win, you may obtain from me more revelations of the future, and perhaps use them to try and overturn events that have yet to occur." He then turned to Medici. "Mr. Not Quite Dead, you will not only have a chance to alter the future held in the hands of those you despise, but also to ask me questions about the past, secrets that have troubled you for years. For instance, what truly became of the ancient sun god? Was the true creator really him? That grand banquet of betrayal, was the truth really as you saw it? Do you truly understand certain people as well as you think? Medici abruptly sprang to his feet. Who the hell are you? Why do you know these things? Sit. With a single word, Medici once again felt the sickening weight of another's control and was forced back into his seat. Edward's tone held a trace of amusement. Think about it. Someone who rules this place, knows the truths and secrets behind ancient history, and even toys with you by playing such little games, who could that be? Medici pressed both hands to the table, his expression shifting from shadow to gloom and back again. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're the Lord of Mysteries. In that instant, the grey fog within the Sapphira Castle surged and boiled. It was not the words, Lord of Mysteries, that stirred the spheroid, but rather, Edward's 2 potions had, at that very moment, dissolved completely. The secret sorcerer potion had long been on the verge, that was only natural. But why had the final third of the spirit caster suddenly digested, precisely when Medici assumed he was the Lord of Mysteries? Edward's mind raced, and after a long moment, sudden clarity dawned. So this was false reality. When a falsehood is believed by others, the more they believe it, the more real it becomes, until falsehood and reality blur. The master of this place, the Sapphira Castle, is the Lord of Mysteries. That is both false and true. False in the present, true in the future. So, this had been a false reality spanning nearly 200 years. No wonder he had struggled so hard, dancing around in front of multiple angels, leaving memories aplenty, yet finding the potion's digestion always limited. Memory was merely the foundation. The true act of role-playing required fulfilling the false reality. If he had realized this earlier, with so many angels present, digestion would have been a matter of minutes. The rioting of the grey-white fog within the Sapphira Castle put all but Medici on edge. Pallas, in particular, he had only suspected this being was the Sapphira Castle incarnate, or perhaps an old friend who had quietly advanced to the fool. But Medici had blurted out, Lord of Mysteries. Yet Amon wasn't dead. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 1 characteristic was still in his and Amon's possession. How could the chairman have ascended to Lord of Mysteries? Unless, Medici spoke of the previous one, who had been resurrected within someone's body. Yes. At the last gathering, the chairman had mentioned he was still no match for the Mother Tree of Desire. If this being truly was the resurrected Lord of Mysteries, then once he reclaimed the uniquenesses and beyonder characteristics of the 3 pathways, his strength would naturally leap above that of the Mother Tree. Pallas felt a tremor of alarm. If this were true, it would spell ill not only for the beyonders of the 3 coward families, but for the entire world. Yet he quickly calmed. What did it matter to him? After all, if the sky fell, the 7 gods would be the first to bear it. Reinette did not share the same depth of understanding of the Lord of Mysteries as Medici and Pallas. She only remembered her teacher once telling her that he was an existence even more terrifying than the outer gods, whose coming always heralded calamity and misfortune. Roselle, meanwhile, was utterly baffled. He had no idea why the others were shaken to the core. But seeing a being who had nearly become a god so utterly unsettled, the entity above the grey fog might be even more dreadful than he imagined. Knock, knock, knock. Edward did not answer Medici, but tapped the table instead. In the future, this place will indeed give birth to mysteries, but not yet. As for who I am, you will learn in time. Medici sneered darkly. I almost hope you are him. Then Amon and Adam would truly be in for grave misfortune. The resurrected Lord of Mysteries would inevitably reclaim the 3 families' characteristics. No matter how cunning Amon was, he could never best him. And Adam, who always sought to ascend as the new God Almighty, would be stopped by Old Mysteries himself. If no one wishes to campaign further, then let us vote. Pallas finally reacted. He immediately looked toward Reinette, and the 2 of them exchanged a nod. With consensus reached, they each put pen to parchment. 2 slips appeared before Edward. He blinked, then turned them over. On Reinette's parchment, Roselle's name had been replaced with Medici's. On Pallas' parchment, Medici's name had been replaced with Roselle's. The 2 turned to each other in stunned disbelief, their expressions saying, "Why did you switch?" Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 531, Chapter 531, Questions of Their Own. Even Edward hadn't expected this result. Now that he had fully digested both potions, there was no need to keep toying with the 4 of them. All that remained was to conclude the misery contest in an orderly fashion and give some vague, half answers to their questions. And yet, as expected of the first ever contestants of the misery contest, at the final moment, you both chose to switch your votes simultaneously. Setting the 2 slips aside, Edward announced with a smile, then the final tally stands at 3-3. A tie once again. Which means, today's misery contest has no winner, and naturally, no reward. That was your choice, so don't blame me. The Sapphira Castle fell silent. After a few moments, Edward added, his tone light but tinged with mock disappointment, to be honest, I'm rather let down that today has no victor. I was actually looking forward to the winner's acceptance speech. Don't you agree, Mr. No Characteristic? Pallas gave a dry cough. Ahem, I was rather looking forward to it myself. Edward laced his fingers together, thought for a moment, then chuckled softly. Still, your performances today did manage to entertain me. So, I'll allow each of you one free question. Of course, since it's free, my answer might not necessarily satisfy you. But this is my domain, and the right of interpretation lies with me. Well then, who will go first? Pallas was the first to speak. Chairman, I want to know, how can I make sure that great-grandson of mine walks out of that book alive? Aside from promoting him to sequence 4. Simple, Edward replied. All he has to do is recite my honorific name. Then I can draw him in here, sparing him from death by the instant passage of 1,000 years. Of course, the price is that he'll never leave again, he would become a wraith. Edward grinned. But being a wraith isn't so bad, you know. Just look at Mr. Not Quite Dead, he's doing quite well, isn't he? And how am I supposed to make him recite your honorific? Edward didn't even let him ask it out loud, simply supplied the answer himself, don't worry. The opportunity will come. Oh, and when you return, sacrifice one of your worm of time to me. I understand, Chairman. In the world of mysticism, such an act was unquestionably dangerous, but Pallas had long since resigned himself. What did it matter anymore? Good. Next. Raynette raised her hand, mimicking how Roselle had done earlier. Chairman, how can the Rose School of Thought ever escape the control of the Mother Tree of Desire? TCH. Now that's a troublesome question. Edward tapped the table thoughtfully. The easy answer would be, kill the Mother Tree. But. He thought a little longer, then said, seek the future Lord of Mysteries. Only he can truly help you. Of course, you could also wait until I've recovered enough strength, and then ask me. Raynette was silent. Edward leaned forward, eyes glinting. And if you truly wish to avoid the fate of becoming Miss No-Head, then abandon the Rose School's temperance faction. She shook her head slowly. If Raynette had been capable of abandoning the temperance faction, she would have done it centuries ago. Edward hadn't expected otherwise. He turned now toward Medici and Roselle. And you too. Medici folded his arms and sneered, if I ask you to release me, would you agree? Edward chuckled. Didn't I just say, you each only get one question? Still. He paused, then added, if you insist, then yes. Medici froze. Really? Of course. But only 189 years from now. Medici's eyes narrowed. Playing word games, are we? Edward only laughed. Then I'll change my question, Medici said darkly. Earlier you mentioned it yourself, is the true creator really him? I want the answer. Edward's reply was calm and faint, when you are finally freed from your seal in the future, he is. What do you mean? What about now? What about the past? Have you forgotten? Each of you only gets one question. Edward's gaze then shifted to the last of the 4. Finally, Mr. Didn't Live Properly. What's your question? Roselle didn't hesitate, I want to know, why would my daughter ever hate me? Edward said with a smile, now that is a complicated question. Edward gazed into the depths of the grey fog, as if he had truly pierced through time and glimpsed the future. In the days to come, you will grow deranged, paranoid, irritable. From a great man, a great father, you will become a tyrant and a madman who resorts to any means necessary. Your daughter will be unable to accept such a change in her father. Disappointment will consume her. She will try to reach you, to ask why you changed, to bring you back to who you once were. But she will fail. Edward's voice dropped lower, heavy as iron. And so disappointment turns to hatred. In the end, she will choose to leave you. Until the day you die, you will never see each other again. Roselle slumped back into his seat, his body limp, muttering to himself, but, why would I ever become what you describe? Right now, Roselle was in his prime, he had just set out on his first voyage, full of ambition and vitality. He had not yet been tainted by Mother Goddess of Depravity. He did not know that this was Earth, nor that the apocalypse loomed ahead. Naturally, he could not comprehend how, in the future, he would transform into such a person. Edward dared to spoil these truths precisely because he knew, even if Roselle learned of them now, it would hardly alter his future choices. In time, Roselle would discover the truth. He would learn of the apocalypse. And when that moment came, 9 times out of 10, he would still walk the same path, for by then, no better choice would remain. Roselle Gustave was not the kind of man who would shrink back simply because he knew the ending. In a sense, Rozelle's fate had been sealed the moment he ingested the savant potion. Still, there was one thing he could change, not venturing to that primordial island, not being corrupted by the fallen mother goddess power. If he avoided that, perhaps his future might be different, perhaps he could even resurrect successfully, returning as the Black Emperor, a king reborn. Enough. That concludes today's gathering. Though the process was a bit tangled and the result somewhat disappointing, overall I am satisfied. I hope each of you also found enjoyment, and perhaps discovered your own kind of amusement. Pallas asked respectfully, Chairman, when will the next gathering be? Edward shook his head. That's uncertain. After all, a misery contest requires new participants, doesn't it? Unfortunately, I haven't spotted any suitable candidates lately. Oh, but if you happen to know of someone fitting, feel free to recommend them. Then we can all enjoy watching them break down, he smiled faintly. And share in their misery together. Until next time. Farewell. As he severed the connection, the four figures dissolved into crimson light, vanishing. The vast Sapphira castle fell silent once more. Phew. Edward leaned back in his bronze chair, exhaling deeply. Too exhausting. Yes, posing as an inscrutable god before three angels and a future emperor god had been exhilarating, delicious, even, but it was not without psychological strain. Still, he had kept control until the end. And with Medici's unwitting help, he had fully digested both potions. In the end, the old saying proved true, the Medici brand professional potion digestion assistant, hotpot edition. Whoever uses it, swears by it. Edward steadied his mind, feeling out the changes brought by the complete digestion of the Magister and Spirit Warlock potions. Secret Sorcerer, the abilities from the apprentice pathway had all strengthened again, especially his manipulation of space, which had become even more versatile and potent. Spirit Caster, beyond the general enhancements, the ability Silverfish, Solidify had been upgraded, allowing him to fix 2 abilities instead of 1. This meant that, in addition to Theft, he could now choose another past ability as a permanent skill. Last time, he had agonized between Magnify and Theft. Now, there was no hesitation, he immediately chose Magnify. After all, this ability magnified all others. To select it was to upgrade everything. Now all that's left are 2 sequence 3 characteristics and the advancement ritual. As for the Wanderer characteristic, 2 avenues remained, the promise from Intis, or the descendants of the Abraham family who had chosen to migrate. One of them would have to suffice. But the Dreamweaver characteristic, he still had no lead. As for the advancement ritual, he pinned his hopes on Grozelle's travels. Edward drew the book from his spatial pocket and flipped to the end. There were still 3 blank, stuck-together pages, meaning at least 3 more people would need to enter before the ending could be unlocked. With my current strength, going into Grozelle's travels would be like a max-level boss descending on a starter village. I could steamroll the entire way. So, maybe I should just bring along 2 servants to make up the numbers, then wipe their memories after we return. Fog C. Captain's cabin of the Black King. Rozelle lay on his bed, eyes wide open. Slowly, he sat up, gazing blankly at the crimson moonlight streaming through the window. His mind replayed everything he had just seen and heard above the gray fog. Why would I become paranoid, violent, a madman, from a father into a monster? The truth was, Rozelle could accept becoming insane. He could accept being reviled by the world. But the one thing he could never accept was, his beloved daughter, Bernadette, hating him. It was her birth that had given him a sense of belonging to this world, a feeling of reality. Without her, he might still see everyone else as NPCs in a game. I have to end this voyage quickly. He leapt from his bed, strode out of the captain's quarters, and told the card-playing knights. Plans have changed. From this moment forward, increase speed. Day and night, no stops until we reach our destination. The 4 horsemen froze only a moment before answering as one, yes, Captain. In the darkness, the sails of the Black King billowed open with a boom. The ship shot forward like an arrow loosed from its string, bound for the first stop of this voyage, an unnamed island marked on an ancient map. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 532, Klein and Audrey. Year 1349 of the Future Timeline. Klein sat at the bow of the Future, watching as the ship's prow split through the deep blue sea, sending foaming waves crashing against the hull, spray occasionally bursting up onto the deck. It had to be said, the ghost ship of a pirate admiral truly lived up to its reputation. Its speed far surpassed that of any steam vessel. So much for technology, nothing could compete with the extraordinary. Thunk, thunk, thunk. A flurry of hurried footsteps came from behind. A burly man in his 30s, dressed in suspenders and a white shirt, came jogging over, arms full of bizarrely shaped, brightly colored mushrooms. His face was glowing with excitement. Gehrman. I went to your room just now and didn't find you, turns out you're up so early. The sight of that pile of mushrooms made Klein's stomach clench. His brows furrowed instantly into a shaped crease. This was Frank Lee, first mate of the future. A decent man overall, if not for one fatal flaw. The only problem was, his ideas were too unconventional. He loved using his biologist's abilities to create all sorts of bizarre mushrooms, ones that never failed to shock Klein's worldview. Especially yesterday, the mushrooms that spread all over the ship and continuously sprayed milk, that memory would haunt him forever. Frank said eagerly, "Last night, with your inspiration, I developed a new species. This one tastes like chicken. It's a mushroom crossbred with fish, but after roasting or frying, it tastes just like roast chicken or fried chicken. And this one, tomato-flavored mushrooms. Toss some in when stewing lamb, and you get the sweet acidity of tomatoes, paired with the umami of mushrooms. And there's also..." Klein cut him off flatly, face expressionless. "Frank, I need to correct you. I did not inspire you. I merely made a casual remark." "Impossible. I can testify to that." A hoarse voice drifted from a nearby patch of shadow. The darkness solidified into the form of a tall, sickly man, Heath Doyle, second mate of the future. He cast Frank a weary glance. "Frank, the mushrooms you gave us yesterday are enough to feed us for a long time. You really don't need to rush into another round. At this point, everyone's starting to avoid you." Frank looked crestfallen. Klein hesitated, then relented, unwilling to crush the man's pure enthusiasm completely. "Frank, what if there were monsters whose bodies contained lethal toxins and pollution? Could you invent a kind of mushroom that, after absorbing their flesh and blood, turned into edible food, without retaining the toxins or corruption?" This was something Klein had pondered since little son Derek's plea beneath the temple. In the City of Silver, the citizens had subsisted for centuries on nothing but foul-tasting black-faced grass. The result was tragic. They were forced to personally execute their dead loved ones, lest the corpses transform into monsters. With Edward's suitcase, the Tarot Club could now smuggle food in from the outside. But food in this era was not as abundant as one might think. To feed the entire population of the City of Silver this way was unrealistic. If Frank could truly invent mushrooms that consumed monster flesh and transmuted it into safe, edible food, then the food crisis of the City of Silver could be solved in one stroke. Frank's eyes lit up instantly. Muttering to himself, already lost in speculation, he spun around and dashed back to the cabin. Heath Doyle's pale face twisted in concern. "Oh, Mr. Sparrow. I only hope your suggestion doesn't lead to something dreadful." Klein's reply was calm. "Frank can never sit still anyway. This makes no difference." Just then, a prayer resounded in his ears. "I need to visit the washroom." Leaving only those words, he hurried back into his cabin's bathroom and, reversing the 4 steps, ascended into the Sapphira Castle. In the depths of the gray fog, the crimson star representing Miss Justice was pulsating, expanding, and contracting. Klein extended his spirituality, and Audrey's blurred figure appeared. "Respected Mr. Fool, I wish to meet Mr. World in person. Could you pass this request along to him?" Klein was briefly startled. "Miss Justice wants to see me. Why? Is it about Edward again?" He glanced at the crimson stars that represented Edward and Lilith. Both remained intact. Sigh, where exactly did he go? Not even above the gray fog can I divine anything about him. After a pause, Klein replied coolly, "Very well." But then a frown tugged at his lips. "I'm still at sea. How can I meet her? I'll probably have to wait until I advance to Sequence 5 before I can return to Backlund." Whoa. Just as he left the gray fog, a long horn rang out across the future. Klein's heart tightened. His hand instinctively brushed the revolver under his armpit as he strode out quickly. He knew this sound. It was the alarm signal. The ship had encountered another pirate vessel. Sure enough, a massive sailing ship was visible on the distant horizon. Kathlia strode from the cabin, stepping on starlight as she ascended to the future's highest point. She raised her telescope, scanning the horizon. After half a minute, she leapt lightly back down, her expression calm. "Relax. They're not enemies. Bring us closer." Her words carried weight. The crew quickly relaxed, scattering back to their posts. Klein stepped closer and asked, "Who is it?" "The last pirate admiral you've never met. Vice Admiral Iceberg." "MHM." Kathlia nodded, her eyes fixed on the ship drawing nearer. "Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards. I can't say I know her well, but we're not enemies either." Klein quietly exhaled in relief. 10 minutes later, a ship came fully into view, several dozen meters long, sails gleaming in golden sunlight, its hull spotless and orderly, nothing like a pirate ship at all. A beautiful woman in a beige waist-fitted coat over a dark knee-length skirt and leather boots walked to the edge of the deck. Men gathered deferentially around her. Then, with effortless grace, she leapt across and landed lightly on the Future's deck. "Eh?" Klein froze when his eyes caught on one particular face among the entourage, a handsome young man whose blood-red irises made him instantly recognizable. That's Emlyn White, the Moon of the Tarot Club. Why in the world was he aboard the Vice Admiral Iceberg's ship? Worse, he looked in rough shape, like someone who had recently suffered through torment. Don't tell me he was captured during one of her raids. Damn it, am I supposed to find a way to rescue him? Good morning, Admiral of Stars. Edwina pressed a hand lightly against her chest, bowing in greeting. Good morning, Katlia replied with polite brevity before asking, what brings you here? In fact, I'm not here for you. Edwina's clear, spring water blue eyes swept over the crew until they settled firmly. I heard Gehrman Sparrow is aboard your ship. He is the one I came to see. Katlia blinked, startled. She turned to Klein, who wore the same look of puzzlement. This is Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, she introduced. Klein kept his persona steady, gaze cool as he asked flatly, what business do you have with me? Edwina studied his face for more than 10 seconds before speaking. You are not the Gehrman Sparrow I know. What the hell? Why does everyone see through me in a single glance? Sure, I don't look the same, but doesn't the entire sea know I can change my face at will? Though he was inwardly cursing, Klein's expression didn't so much as twitch. He offered no rebuttal, simply returning her gaze with calm detachment. A moment later, Edwina shook her head. Since you're not him, then I've nothing further to say. Katlia's brows furrowed tightly. Why do you claim he isn't the Gehrman Sparrow you knew? Are you suggesting there's another Gehrman out there? Her nerves were taut. She had only just received a mission from the Queen to deliver Gehrman Sparrow to Emerald City. If she accidentally brought the wrong man, the consequences would be dire. Edwina hesitated. I can't explain it clearly. But I know this much, the man aboard your ship is not the one I knew. Feeling the weight of both women's gazes, Klein realized he couldn't keep up the pretense. After all, the faceless potion was fully digested, exposure wouldn't harm him much anymore. So, in a low voice, he admitted, Gehrman Sparrow is a shared identity. The previous Gehrman and I are not the same person. He pressed further, eyes locked on Edwina. You know who the previous one really was, don't you? That's right. Klein declared decisively, I am a friend of Edward's. Then, after a beat, he added for Katlia's benefit, and likewise, a friend of Queen Mystic. Otherwise, how could I dare accompany you to seek her out? Katlia nodded slowly. That much was indeed reasonable. Edwina asked, do you know where Edward has gone? He vanished suddenly some time ago, I haven't been able to contact him since. I don't know. I'm looking for him as well. But I can assure you this, at least for now, he's safe. I see. What business did you have with Edward? I promised him I would retrieve something from Lenberg. I've found it now, and intended to deliver it to him. What is it? Apologies. I cannot say. Fine. Edwina's gaze shifted to Katlia. You're bound for Queen Mystic, aren't you? Katlia hesitated for several seconds before giving a nod. Please wait. Edwina turned and leapt back to the Golden Dream. The crew immediately swarmed her with questions about the men she'd just spoken with, but she gave no answer. She strode straight into her captain's cabin, retrieved a long, slender case, and returned to the future. Please deliver this to Queen Mystic. It belonged to her, it was found in my family's estate in Lenberg. She didn't caution Katlia not to open it. Instead, she dipped her head once more. Thank you. Then she turned as if to depart. Wait. Klein couldn't help himself. Vice Admiral Iceberg, that vampire on your ship, was he taken prisoner in one of your raids? Almost immediately, a weak but defiant voice rang out. I am a sanguine. Bleg. It was Emlyn White. Backlund. Inside the grand villa of Earl Hall. Not long after a prayer, Audrey's vision was engulfed by boundless grey fog. The image of the world emerged, his characteristic voice echoing. I am at sea. It will take 2 to 3 weeks before I return to Backlund. Can you tell me what this is about first? Moments later, the grey fog receded. Audrey shook her head, muttering to herself. Of course not, I was planning to impersonate a fellow compatriot to claim kinship with you. Sigh, 2 or 3 weeks. That's far too long. Should I just ride my broomstick all the way and go find him directly? Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 1120 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 533, Chapter 533, Enemy of Enemy. Past, 5th Epoch, Year 1160. 2 days had hurried by since the second misery contest. During this time, aside from brief rests, Edward hardly stayed in the villa at number 28 Emerald Street. He spent nearly all his hours scouring several cities across the Intis coastal province, trying to uncover the whereabouts of the wandering Abraham family branch. Yet he found nothing. No wonder, over the span of more than 1,000 years, the descendants of Abraham, whose highest rank had never exceeded sequence 5, could remain standing, never tracked down by the countless beyonders coveting their collections. Clearly, among the sealed artifacts they held, there must be at least a grade 1 or even grade 0 sealed artifact capable of tremendous concealment. Sigh, if that branch of the Abraham family that fled also used a sealed artifact to cover their tracks, what hope do my dockside informants and common port watchers have of ever finding them? Worse, they might not even sail through official harbors at all, making the trail completely invisible. The only scrap of good news, if it could be called that, was this: in the future, the sunken laurel would become a legend of the seas, which meant it was eventually discovered. But discovered only after its sinking. That suggested other beyonders or factions besides Edward had already fixed their sights on it. Unless, of course, it was me who sank it. For the chance to seize a sequence 3, or even higher, characteristic of the door pathway, Edward was already mentally prepared to snatch it by force. He had no qualms about robbery. But he would never slaughter them and sink the entire ship, unless the Abrahams unleashed their sealed artifacts. In that case, the outcome might spiral beyond his control. Edward sighed heavily in the new stronghold of the Aurora Order. Never thought the day would come when I, too, would walk the road of killing to seize treasures. The Church's policy of concealing the laws of potion digestion and beyonder characteristics was indeed wise. If they hadn't, the world would undoubtedly be 1,000 times more chaotic than it already was. He turned his gaze to the attendant bowing before him. Does the Aurora Order have a branch in the Intis coastal province? The men gave him a "why are you asking me" look. I don't know. Obliviate. In the next instant, white light washed over the attendant, erasing the last minute of memory. He blinked in confusion. Forgive me, Mr. F., what did you just ask? Strange, why do I always seem to blank out when speaking with Mr. F. lately? Edward smoothly changed the subject. The inquiry I tasked you with, about the King of Intis and his ties to the royal family. What did you find? We learned only this: the present King of Intis first came to the throne with the support of the royal family. At the beginning, relations were harmonious. But about 2 or 3 years ago, for reasons unknown, tension arose. The king's authority seemed curbed, yet we found nothing more specific. Is it a power struggle between king and royals? It doesn't appear so. Dig deeper. Yes, sir. The attendant saluted and withdrew. The Aurora Order's findings only deepened Edward's curiosity about the king. Looking at future loan, George III's relationship with his royal family, Edward could glimpse the broader pattern. Compared with the limited, church-checked authority of a monarch, the long lifespan that came with advancing to sequence 4 might prove far more tempting to most royal bloodlines. Knock, knock, knock. The door rapped again. It was the same attendant, returned in haste. Mr. F., urgent news. The one you asked us to watch for, Tarek, he's resurfaced. Who? Edward blinked, momentarily blank. Then his eyes sharpened. Are you certain? Hadn't he dismantled that puppet into pieces last time? Yes. He appeared just now at one of the surveillance sites you ordered us to monitor, a grand villa in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera. The villa was one of Marcia's properties in Trier. Edward had never ceased keeping tabs on her. He hadn't expected Tarek to show up there. Has Intis switched to a new puppet? When was he spotted? Approximately 20 minutes ago. He entered the villa. No sign of him leaving yet. A smile crept across Edward's lips. Excellent. Edward took on Zeradal's appearance, turned into his spirit form, cloaked himself with invisibility, and approached the lavish villa. The houses along this street were nothing like the old-style mansions of Rose Street or Emerald Street. These were clearly newly built within the last decade, modern in design, bustling with a different kind of vitality. He flipped a gold coin to confirm there was no danger inside, then silently infiltrated the courtyard. Gliding in a circle around the sprawling villa, he stopped before a dining room enclosed by tall panes of glass. Inside, Marcia and Tarek sat opposite each other at a table covered in delicacies. Marcia raised a wineglass, speaking animatedly, while Tarek, still in that knight's garb, sat expressionless, merely listening. Edward had intended to eavesdrop, but just as he slipped through the glass wall, Tarek abruptly rose. I understand. Since you cannot decide, then wait until someone in the demonist sect who can decide arrives. We'll speak then. Marcia frowned. You keep asking for our help, yet refuse to reveal even a scrap of information. How am I supposed to approach the upper echelons of the demonist sect without answers? If I'm pressed and know nothing, I'll be the one to suffer. As long as you contact them, they will understand. He turned to leave. Hurry. Time is running out. Time. Marcia's voice rose. What time is running out? Yes, came another voice, aged and hoarse. I'd like to know that as well. Both Marcia and Tarek froze. At some unknown moment, a bearded old man in a black robe had appeared inside the dining room. His eyes were deep and black, like the surface of a lightless pool. Marcia's face drained of color. She instinctively tried to slip into invisibility and flee. But Edward flicked his wrist, stealing her current thoughts. She froze mid-motion, stiff and unresponsive. Tarek, however, remained motionless, gazing at Edward with faint suspicion. Zeradal. Are you here for her, or for me? Both. Edward smiled. A brass rod materialized in his palm. I only want to know, where are the others? Tarek's pupils quivered. So you were the one who took it, why are you involved? This doesn't align with your interests. Curiosity. No. You are not the sort to risk your life out of mere curiosity. Tarek paused, then asked, did someone put you up to this? Or was it an exchange of benefits? No. Pure curiosity. Edward slipped the brass rod away again. I'm curious what these rods are really for. Curious who controls you. And curious about your true purpose. If you tell me outright and satisfy my curiosity, perhaps I'll walk away. Tarek was silent for a long moment. You're not Zeradal. Edward's eyes narrowed. So, you don't plan on talking? He raised his hand. Silver-white lightning sparked and crackled in his palm. Boom. In the next instant, thunder consumed Tarek. Bolts ripped through him with unstoppable force, tearing apart the puppet's internal framework before detonating it into a cloud of fragments. Boom. A second blast scattered the puppet into countless shards, clattering across the floor. But all the destruction remained confined within the sealed pocket space Edward had split off. No sound, no ripple reached the outside world. After all, Tarek would never say a word. The Imperious curse had no effect on puppets, and spirit channeling was useless when there was no soul to contact. Why keep him around, then? Blown to pieces, he still wouldn't interfere with divinations. On the contrary, destroying him might even provoke the king of Intis behind him into a rash misstep, then Edward could finally confirm whether that man and Intis were truly one and the same. Next. Edward turned toward Marcia and began spirit channeling anew. Minutes later, he withdrew with disappointment. Before his arrival, Marcia and Tarek had only discussed half a matter. Tarek wanted to meet with the Demoness sect's higher-ups to propose some cooperation. But what exactly, he hadn't revealed. Strange, Intis had just commissioned members of the Twilight Hermit Order, and here Tarek is seeking witches for collaboration. If that isn't coincidence, then it all but proves Intis really is the king. So the earlier guesses about witches and calamity were wrong after all. As for Marcia herself, she had nothing of value. After her last scare, she'd hidden away for days, only daring to move about again recently, when Tarek came knocking today. No contact from the Demoness sect at all. Edward's lips curved. Then this bait stays in the water. Who knows what else it might lure out? His figure flickered and vanished. Moments later, Marcia's consciousness returned. She instinctively prepared to flee, but then froze. Tarek and the old man were gone. The dining room was unchanged, save for the mysterious fragments littering the floor. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Which only terrified her more. Twice now, she had been effortlessly subdued by that old man. Twice spared without a scratch. Plainly, she was being used as bait. But what could she do? Flee Trier altogether? Sever ties with Lady Crismona? Or simply kill herself and end it? And yet, that old man had let her go. But where's Tarek? She whispered. He. The reply came from a melodious, mocking voice. Marcia turned with a jolt. A woman in a black dress stepped gracefully from the air itself. He's all over the floor. Marcia blinked blankly at her. Ah. Tarek was merely a puppet under someone's control. Those scraps and fragments, the black-garbed woman gestured at the floor, are all that remains. Marcia stared in shock. To think that someone she had met countless times, interacted with like a living person, had been a puppet all along. Crismona smiled faintly and turned toward the glass wall, gazing at her faint reflection. So it truly wasn't Zeradal who took the Intis brass rod. A soft, amused laugh followed. No wonder he looked so aggrieved when we pummeled him. Hee, how very amusing. Why not keep that impostor here? First, we may not have been able to. Second, why should we? The enemy of our enemy, even if not a friend, shouldn't be treated as an enemy either. Clearly, that man too is after the Intis brass rods. The murkier the waters, the better, don't you agree? Crismona blinked in realization. Ah, I see now. That makes sense. TCH. You knew it all along. You just wanted me to say it out loud, so you could praise me after. Hee hee, Mama saw through me. You're amazing. You're doing it again. But, I do love being flattered, being praised, it feels so good. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 534, Chapter 534, The Commission begins. On the other side, after leaving Marcia's villa, Edward didn't go far. Instead, he lurked nearby, watching a little longer, hoping a bigger fish might show up. Unfortunately, after waiting half an hour, nothing happened. TCH, why do these people feel even more cautious than the three coward families combined? Edward frowned. Humph. Should I take a risk and blow up the waters again to see what surfaces? The Intis Royal Palace. Though it was already late into the night, the palace still gleamed brightly. Roselle's inventions and innovations had first and foremost benefited the upper echelons of the kingdom. Even the conservative Count Clare, a staunch opponent of Roselle, hadn't rejected the convenience of technology, so long as it remained a privilege for the few, and not something to be spread among the masses. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared above the palace. His face was fully bearded, his body wrapped in a black hooded robe, and he made no attempt to conceal his aura or his movements. Almost the instant he revealed himself, two figures blocked his way, one clad in resplendent royal armor, the other dressed in luxurious, regal robes. Though both looked like men in their 30s or 40s, in truth they were ancient monsters who had lived far too long. Zeridal. What are you doing here? Edward, imitating Zeridal's hoarse tone, rasped, I need this. I am willing to make an equal exchange. Name your price. He produced the brass rod. The two royal family angels frowned. What is that? Oh. Edward's voice was calm. Shouldn't your royal family know better than I? Flames danced in the armored man's eyes. Zeridal, do you believe I won't kill you here and now? The robed man, however, raised a hand to stop him. Zeridal, why don't you explain more clearly? This is indeed the first time we've seen such a thing. The first time? Edward chuckled. Impossible. I obtained this from one of your royals. Who? Heh. Go investigate yourselves. Once you uncover the truth, contact me. I'll buy the rest at a high price, fair and square. With that, Edward began to retreat, preparing to vanish. Zeridal, you mocking us? The armored men growled. Do you think the royal palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? Die. He shoved the other aside and turned into a blazing mass of flame, lunging at Edward. But Edward remained utterly calm. Simulating the Scholar of Yours powers, he reached out with one hand, and a man with a full head of curly blue hair appeared. If this were in the future, people from the Rorsted archipelagos would surely recognize him as none other than the Sea King, John Cotman. The moment Cotman appeared, dazzling silver-white radiance erupted from him. Bolts of silver lightning burst forth, carrying a savagely destructive force so real it felt tangible. They lashed out in dense torrents, engulfing the area within 1,000 meters, transforming it into a forest of raging thunder. Zeridal, how dare you? Boom. The explosion of silver-white lightning illuminated nearly all of Trier, as if the entire city had been set ablaze with daybreak. The deafening roar jolted half the city's slumbering citizens awake. When the thunderlight faded, Zeridal, Edward, was already gone, leaving behind only the furious bellow that echoed across the night. Zeridal. Emerald Street, no. When Edward returned home, he saw Dubois sitting on the sofa, smiling as he watched Bernadette sleeping peacefully, sprawled across the cushions. Hearing footsteps, Dubois immediately looked up. Boss, you're back. MHM. When did this little girl get here? Just after dinner, Dubois replied. She said she was waiting for you to take her out to play. But she ended up falling asleep while waiting. Should I wake her? Don't wake her, Edward said quickly. I've been busy all day and I truly don't have the energy. Have Endelai carry her to the bedroom, and let Matilda know as well. Understood. Dubois nodded, then asked with concern, did everything go smoothly today? Edward rubbed his chin and nodded. Hard to say whether it went smoothly, but it sure felt good. Felt good. Dubois fell silent. Boss, are you sure what you did tonight was serious business? That line sounded much more in character for Roselle than for you. But as a butler, he didn't need to know more. He gave a slight bow and quickly withdrew. Not long after, Endelai tiptoed in, gently lifted Bernadette into her arms, and carried her off to the bedroom. After a wash and change, Edward brought a few pieces of the puppet's remains into the Sapphira Castle. The origin of this puppet. He performed another divination, sinking into the hazy dreamscape. 2 or 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes again. This new puppet was exactly like the last one, both originated from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. And in both cases, the trail pointed to the same person, that lavishly dressed young man, the king of Intis. Edward studied the puppet fragments for a moment, then suddenly had a thought. He wrote out a new divination statement. The controller of this puppet. Closing his eyes, he sank into the void once more. The mist grew hazy, then abruptly turned pitch black. Half a minute later, the dream shattered, and Edward woke again. A divination failure? Or is the controller hiding in that darkness? The result genuinely surprised him. Either way, it likely meant that the one pulling the puppet strings was not the king of Intis. Otherwise, why would the divination reveal that the king had requested the puppet from the church, yet fail to identify him as its controller? If someone was interfering, they wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole. If Tarek's controller wasn't the king of Intis, then didn't that also imply the king wasn't Intis at all? Then all that pride I felt over unmasking Intis might have been nothing but foolishness. Still, since the king was involved, Intis must be tied to him in some way. Could it be one of the royal demigods or angels? No, that didn't make sense either. The royal family and the king were clearly at odds. Why would the king request a puppet from the church only to then cooperate with them in its use? Well, maybe tonight's bait will lure the real Intis into the open. Just as he thought this, Edward's spirituality stirred. Oh! Speak of the devil, and he appears. He drew out the faintly glowing silver cross. Injecting spirituality into it, the image of Intis once more emerged, waiting calmly inside the empty ossuary-like church. As Edward poured in more spirituality, he once again descended into that sacred and terrifying church. Almost as soon as he landed, Intis said flatly, "The commission begins tomorrow, lasting 3 days." Oh. That soon? The course of events has shifted slightly from what I expected, Intis replied. For these 3 days, you must remain at a designated location around the clock. If anyone attempts to seize what lies beneath, you are to obstruct and delay them at all costs until reinforcements arrive. Ah, so this time I finally get to meet Mr. Hunter and Ms. Witch, is that it? Edward chuckled. By the way, if I really can't stop them, can I just take the item and run? You may. Then here's what puzzles me, why not just take the thing out now and store it somewhere safe? Intis answered calmly, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to touch it, and certainly not to remove it from its resting place. The reason, I've told you before. What the Tudor Empire left behind is extremely dangerous. Heh. And you really think anyone's going to listen to you? I don't. But if you want your payment, I expect you to comply. A brief pause. I can assure you on behalf of the leader that the item holds no value for you. Edward snapped his fingers. Fine. Where's the address? Quartier de Noël, 11 Yadin Street. Got it. Edward extended a hand. Now, about that wanderer beyonder characteristic I owed. Intis replied coolly, naturally, it will only be given once the commission is over. Edward curled his lip. TCH, stingy. Then asked, by the way, did Mr. Hermes ever agree to help you? No. Ah. Then where are you going to find the last person you need? That is not your concern. Che. Fine, fine. Last question, who's the enemy? What identity? What strength? A traitor of the Demonis sect. Sequence 2, Demonis of Catastrophe, Chrismona. Edward. Wait, what? Me, a Sequence 4, up against a Sequence 2. You've got to be joking. Intis replied, a Sequence 3 beyonder characteristic doesn't come so cheaply. You may still back out if you wish. After a long hesitation, Edward gritted his teeth. Screw it. I'm in. Intis' voice turned cold. I warned you before, true peril comes not from traps, but from greed, the kind that drives one forward despite knowing the danger. It was so with Amon's ruins, and so it will be with this commission. Edward simply gave him the middle finger, then watched as the ossuary-like church collapsed and fell away, returning him swiftly to the Sapphira Castle. Chrismona, Sequence 2 Demonis of Catastrophe, a traitor of the Demonis sect. This was the first time Edward had ever heard the name. He had no recollection of her at all. In the original timeline, the most powerful witches to appear, aside from the primordial Demonis Cheek, were the mother of Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, a Demonis of Unaging at Sequence 3. As for the purple-gowned witch he had once met before transmigrating, the one capable of summoning catastrophic tsunamis, she had undoubtedly been a Demonis of Catastrophe, her power unquestionable. If she fought without restraint, she could flatten the entire city of Trier. But if she truly did so, the god of steam would inevitably descend, obliterating her instantly. Still, what weighed more on Edward's mind was this, since Chrismona was a traitor to the Demonis sect, that opened the door to cooperation. After all, the entire sect, including Cheek herself, could be counted among his enemies. If a traitor within their ranks could be turned against them, let the dogs fight amongst themselves, well, that was no bad thing. And besides, if something in Trier's underground could attract the covetous eyes of a Sequence 2 demoness, then it could only be one thing, the Conqueror Bee under characteristic buried below. Which left one last question. If such a grand event is about to unfold, will Lilith make her move as well? Note, as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't forget to vote if you like the chapter. Chapter 535, Chapter 535, The Hunter Arrives. Early the next morning, a knock sounded at the door. From outside came Bernadette's voice, "Mr. Sparrow, are you awake?" Edward lazily replied, "No." Though his mouth said so, with a wave of his hand he opened the door. The little girl tiptoed in. She was still wearing yesterday's exquisite princess dress, but her hairstyle looked rather strange, dozens of tiny braids hanging down her back, clearly the handiwork of Endeli, a local island style. "Where did you go last night?" "I waited so long I fell asleep." Edward, sitting on the bed, looked at her. "And what exactly were you waiting for?" She leaned against the bed, pursing her lips. I miss Daddy. I want to go see him." Edward chuckled. "Didn't you swear last time that you never wanted to see him again?" Bernadette lifted her chin. "I was angry then. Besides, didn't you already help me vent my anger?" Her wide, glistening eyes pleaded with him. "Can you take me to see Daddy again?" "All right." She barely had time to feel happy before Edward added, "But it'll have to wait 3 days. I have something very important to do, and I'll be away during that time." "Where are you going?" "Can I come along?" "It's dangerous." "I can't take you." "Oh." Bernadette looked a little disappointed. "All right, then 3 days from now." At that moment, she pulled a small box from her pocket and handed it to him. "Mr. Sparrow, this is for you." "What is it?" "A little pastry." She lifted her chin proudly. "I made it myself." Edward raised his brows. "You can make pastries?" "Mama often makes pastries for Daddy. Yesterday, when she was baking, I learned from her. It was my first time, but I think it turned out pretty well." Opening the box, Edward saw a round pastry with a smiling face drawn on it. At first glance, it actually looked quite decent. He carefully pinched it up, popped it into his mouth, and took a bite. Bernadette immediately held her breath, her expression full of nervous anticipation. "Well. How is it?" "Tasty." Edward frowned slightly, dragging out his tone as though he were contemplating deeply, savoring it like a critic. After a long moment, he smacked his lips and said, "Can't really taste it." "Ah. Why?" He touched his chin thoughtfully. "Probably because I didn't brush my teeth." The little girl instantly let out a wail. "Ah. Mr. Sparrow, you're awful." Edward stuffed the rest of the pastry into his mouth, patted her head, and burst out laughing. In truth, the flavor wasn't bad at all. Quartier de Noël, 11 Yadin Street. This was a rather old-fashioned house, barely qualifying as a detached villa. When Edward arrived, having altered his appearance, he found it still occupied, a family of 6, an elderly couple, a younger couple, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. They were all ordinary people, of course, and had no way of realizing that another person had quietly appeared inside their home. This made Edward frown. That Intis fellow knew witches might come here, yet never thought to temporarily move this family out. To most high-sequence beyonders, the lives of ordinary people truly were worth nothing. I wonder, if I advance to an even higher sequence, will I also start to lose my humanity like this? The house itself was dated, its decor old-fashioned. Along the staircase walls hung numerous old portraits, each labeled with the subject's name and date of birth. After looking through them, Edward discovered that the original owner of this house had once earned a count's title for his service in a war. That title had been passed down through the generations, only for the family to dwindle until nothing remained of its former glory. This instantly made him think of number 7 Rose Street, that villa where, according to the rebooted version of Henry's story, his ancestor had also been granted a noble title for military merit. When the same pattern repeated itself, it was rarely a coincidence. Could it be that the other locations hiding brass rods are also tied to such cases? But what exactly was the special reason or purpose behind all this? Soon, Edward finished making a round through the house, everywhere except the basement. He then appeared before the family, who were still gathered in the dining room for breakfast. A few imperious curses later, he instructed them to pack a change of clothes and move into a hotel for 3 days. Afterwards, he used space concealment to hide the villa itself, supplementing it with false reality to construct a labyrinth. Only then did he follow his divination into the basement. As before at number 7 Rose Street, he performed the same steps and successfully uncovered another brass pillar buried beneath the floor. Confirming there was no danger, Edward retrieved it with an invisible hand. From appearance alone, it was no different from the previous one, its surface etched with shallow, circular patterns, giving off no aura of supernatural power. Edward casually tossed it into his spatial pocket, then crafted a fake replacement and slid it back into the mechanism. With that done, he strolled leisurely into the living room, stretched out on a sofa he had conjured, and closed his eyes for a nap. There was nothing left for him now but to wait. The day slipped by quickly in that dull waiting. Through the windows, Edward watched daylight turn to dusk to the glow of street lamps. He almost felt like a lonely old pensioner, left behind in a large, empty house, spending the entire day in solitude and boredom. After grabbing a quick dinner, he followed his habit of circling the villa. The full moon had only just passed, so tonight it still appeared nearly round. Crimson moonlight spilt over the streets, painting everything in a surreal, dreamlike haze. It was nearly 9 o'clock when light footsteps approached. From the far end of the street, a figure cloaked in a billowing black robe slowly walked forward. He strode straight to the villa, and the eyes hidden beneath his had seemed to pierce through Edward's layered concealments, meeting Edward's own gaze at the doorway. Edward instantly grew tense, ready to bolt at any moment. If it really is that witch, there's no way I can fight her head-on. Yo, is that you, number 8? The robed figure chuckled. Turns out you really are a secret sorcerer. Huh. That voice, wasn't it that hunter fellow? Senior Hunter. Edward's tone carried a hint of surprise, though inwardly he remained wary. Weren't you supposed to be guarding a different site? What brings you here? As long as the brass rod gets put back after 3 days, why should I sit obediently in one spot? That's boring as hell. The hunter leaned against the courtyard wall, arms folded, grinning. You're not seriously planning to just stay here for 3 days, are you? Of course. Edward nodded. Didn't Mr. Intis tell you what happens if that thing is removed? Oh, you mean that whole story about Tudor-era pollution beneath Trier? Ha 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 ha. Why should I care? Besides, since when does that fellow ever speak the truth? Who would you rather trust, him or me, a modest, gentle gentleman who never causes trouble? The hunter smirked. And anyway, you're not really leaving that brass rod in place beneath this house, are you? Edward gave no answer. Senior Hunter, how do you even know this is one of Mr. Intis's designated locations? Didn't he only give each of us a single site? That's easy. I spent the day wandering Trier. Not only did I find you, I also found the witch and the coward. The coward? Didn't he always claim he never gets involved in any trades during gatherings? Ha ha ha. As long as Intis pays enough, even the most timid men can't resist temptation. The hunter shrugged. Take me, for instance, I can't stand that guy Intis, yet here I am working for him. Didn't you nearly get killed by his map last time? And yet here you are, trusting him again. He chuckled. So tell me, if that demoness of catastrophe really shows up here, what will you do? Run the moment she arrives. No reward is worth dying for. Ha ha ha. Great minds think alike. That's exactly my plan. He paused. Where would you run? Both men spoke at once, the church. Ha. A pity we didn't meet earlier, we'd get along so well. Edward laughed. Indeed, indeed. Senior Hunter, do you have any idea what Mr. Intis's true identity is? How did he get his hands on so many treasures to hire us? That's not hard to guess. 9 times out of 10, he's a royal angel of Intis. Only such long-standing bloodlines would have such wealth. And don't you wonder why he'd go so far as to use those treasures to protect these rods? What exactly are they for? Huh. Just pure curiosity. Dropping his folded arms, the hunter straightened up. As much as that Intis bastard lies, on some matters, he's told us bits of the truth. Intis was founded atop the ruins of the Tudor Empire. Especially beneath Trier, countless secrets still remain from the Empire's fall 1,000 years ago. Naturally, there would also be plenty of relics capable of attracting demigods, or even angels. He paused. But I know my limits. Whatever is buried down there, it's far beyond a sequence 4 like me. Better to help Intis finish the job and take the rewards than let greed get me killed. TSK, don't tell me you're actually tempted by Tudor relics and planning to stab Intis in the back. Edward quickly waved his hands. I don't even know who Intis really is, how would I even backstab him? Ha ha ha. I don't care what you really think. But, I do hope that at least until this commission is over, you don't cause trouble. Afterwards, who knows? If the chance comes, I might even help you kick a dog when it's down. With that, he waved. All right, I'm off. I'll see if I can track down the others. Then the hunter sauntered away, soon vanishing into the night. Clink. Edward flicked a coin into the air. The robed man just now was indeed Mr. Hunter. The coin landed heads up in his palm. So it really was him. A trace of doubt stirred in Edward's heart. The hunter's words just now all carried a probing undertone. Either he was simply bored and talkative, or he was connected to the witch. Or perhaps, he actually was that Sequence 2 witch. After all, who said someone with the codename Hunter couldn't really be a witch in disguise? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 536, Chapter 536, The Hunter is Dead. Elsewhere. After leaving number 11 Yadin Street, the hunter strolled leisurely into a commercial street in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Unlike the rest of the city, which had already fallen into quiet slumber, this street was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. The hunter wandered along, eating and drinking as he pleased, before stepping into a bar. He ordered a few bottles of liquor and retreated into a private room. Pulling out a sheet of paper, he quickly scribbled down a few lines, then summoned a winged, big-headed messenger. Along with the letter, he handed over 3 bottles of alcohol. Deliver this to Tony Twain. The liquor is your payment. The oversized-headed messenger immediately popped open a bottle, inhaled deeply, and sucked the entire contents into its mouth. With the remaining 2 bottles tucked under its arms and the letter in its hand, it wobbled off into the spirit world. The Demonist sect and the Iron and Blood Cross Order, they all showed up at once. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, truly wonderful. Suddenly, another voice rang out inside the private room. The hunter's heart lurched, and without hesitation, he prepared to flee. But before he could move, a figure in blood-red armor materialized before him. Its eyes blazed with madness, like those of a ravenous beast, its entire body radiating an aura of terrifying danger. You are. Boom. The next instant, the entire bar erupted in a deafening explosion. It collapsed into rubble, taking several neighboring buildings down with it. Passers-by caught in the blast wave were torn apart, buried, or burned alive, leaving countless dead and wounded. In a single moment, that street became a living hell. Edward, of course, knew nothing of what had transpired in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. After the hunter left, he chose to stay inside the house, waiting in peace. He waited the entire night. When dawn finally broke the next morning, Edward heard the newsboy outside hawking papers. Gas explosion on Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman's commercial street. So far, 45 dead. Edward frowned, flashed out to intercept the boy, bought a copy with 10 coins, and returned to the small villa. The report was sparse. Around 9:30 p.m. last night, an explosion had occurred in a bar on the Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman's main street. The bar and several nearby buildings collapsed, leaving 45 dead and nearly 100 injured. The official explanation given was improper handling of gas. Such a convenient excuse, one that could cover up just about any supernatural incidents under the sun. Right, Fuyuki City. Could the explosion site have been one of the locations where Intis hit a brass staff? Did that witch already make her move last night? Edward's fingers tightened around the newspaper. He didn't feel much sympathy for strangers, but such blatant disregard for the lives of ordinary people filled him with disgust. Half an hour later, a ripple of spirituality stirred. It was the Twilight Hermit Order's cross, once again resonating. Edward quickly stepped into the washroom, retraced 4 steps, and entered the Sapphira Castle. Drawing out the cross, he infused it with spirituality, seamlessly arriving once more in the Corpse Cathedral. This time, besides Intis, 3 others were already present. Judging from their positions, they were likely Miss Witch, Mr. Coward, and Mr. Wisdom. What's going on, Mr. Intis? Yes, why summon us in such haste? Why do I get the feeling these gatherings have turned into Mr. Intis' personal meetings, called whenever he pleases? After everyone had spoken, Intis said simply, the hunter is dead. The ossuary-like church fell into silence. Edward froze, instantly connecting it with the gas explosion he'd read about. The hunter had come to him around 9 o'clock last night. The explosion happened around 9:30. Which meant, it was highly likely that the hunter had died right after leaving him. But how? If the hunter had been stationed at a hidden site like Edward, then being killed by the Demoness of Catastrophe was plausible. But the men had been wandering around, how could he have been found? Could the witches somehow locate the brass rods themselves? That didn't make sense. Or had the hunter stumbled across another member's position, sparking a conflict that ended in his death? Edward had to admit, though the hunter's mouth was always full of taunts and provocation, at least up to this point, he had never wronged Edward. Sometimes, Edward even found him amusing. The witch was the first to break the silence. You're not joking, are you, Mr. Intis? How did he die? The coward's tone was thick with worry. I don't know, Intis replied. Wisdom spoke in a muffled voice. Then what did you call us here for? Just to announce the hunter's death. No. I wanted to warn you. I've discovered that aside from Chris Mona, there are others, forces and individuals alike, who also have their eyes on those items. Edward asked, So, if you run into enemies in the coming days, you might not be able to count on help arriving in time. The coward immediately snapped, his voice sharp with anger. That's not what you promised us before. I'm sorry, Mr. Coward. I never wanted things to turn out this way. Then I'm out. Intis was silent for a few moments, then said, I can add an extra share of payment, on top of the original agreement, as compensation. I don't care. I'm done. With that, the coward's figure vanished from the ossuary-like church. What about you? Intis looked at the remaining three. Edward raised his hand. I'll keep at it for a while longer. The witch chuckled seductively. Then I'll stay as well. Wealth and danger always walk hand in hand, don't they? So will I, Wisdom finally said. Edward then asked, what about the site the coward was originally guarding? What happens with that now? Intis swept his gaze over the three of them, answering calmly, I'll find someone else to fill the gap. As for the rest, I'll have to trouble the three of you. In Trier, on the outskirts of Avenue du Boulevard, stood a secluded wooden cabin. It was home to a 70-year-old man. Supposedly, his ancestors had once been wealthy landowners, the surrounding fields and houses for several hundred meters in all directions had belonged to his family. But generation by generation, the fortune dwindled, until only this original homestead remained. The old man sat by the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket, rocking gently in a chair with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened them, eyes far too sharp for someone of his years. He leapt up from the chair, cast off the blanket, seized a cane, and strode out the door. Yet the moment he stepped outside, he reverted to a frail, hunched elder with faltering steps. He hobbled along the path, greeting neighbors with kindly smiles and warm waves whenever he passed them. But beneath his mask of friendliness seethed a storm of resentment. I never should have trusted Intis lies. This whole commission could well be a trap, a scheme to wipe out the Twilight Hermit Order in one stroke. Damn it, what is the leader thinking? If everyone dies, how can one Intis alone steer the trend of the times? Just then, he heard footsteps closing in from every direction. He lifted his head. To his shock, it was all the neighbors he had passed on the way. Somehow, they had followed him here. You need something from me. They all stopped in unison. Each wore the same strange smile. Then, as though rehearsed, they reached into their pockets, pulled out translucent monocles, and fixed them over their right eyes. Found you, descendant of Jacobs. The old man, no, the coward, trembled violently, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Amon. Number 11 Yadden Street. Edward opened his eyes while still seated on the toilet. Out of habit, he pressed the flush before remembering he was the only one in the house. There was no need for the pretense. So why did I bother going into the washroom to log into the Sapphira Castle? Is the washroom the true divine kingdom of the fool? Must be some subconscious pull from the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle, but his mind quickly returned to the hunter's death. His instincts told him things weren't nearly as simple as they appeared. Wait. That was it, the hunter had died too quietly. According to Intis, the enemy pursuing the brass rods was a demoness of catastrophe capable of unleashing sequence 1 level power. That was why Intis only wanted them to hold out for a while, delay the enemy until reinforcements could arrive. But from everyone's reaction at the meeting, it was obvious they hadn't known anything until after the fact. Which meant the hunter hadn't even managed to send a signal for help before dying. Either he was an idiot, or the gap in power was so overwhelming that he had been slain instantly. Edward believed the latter. Which meant the others could easily be wiped out as well. In other words, this plan of stalling for time until rescue was fundamentally unworkable. If Intis knew Crismona's true strength, how could he not foresee this outcome? Then why issue the commission, asking others to guard the brass rods for him? Was it simply desperation? A gamble on slim hope? Or, had this all been part of his design from the beginning? And just now, Intis had added that aside from Crismona, other forces and individuals were also eyeing the rods. That made the whole buying time strategy even more idiotic. Moreover, why had all of these powers moved within the same few days? As if they had agreed on it beforehand. Coincidence? In the face of the Twilight Hermit Order, calling it coincidence was laughable. More likely, it was orchestrated by that Russian priest. There was definitely some deeper plot at work here. So, should he simply return the brass rods and wash his hands of the commission? That left a bad taste in his mouth. With his method of praying to himself and answering himself, Edward was far safer than the others. But the problem was, it consumed an enormous amount of spirituality. He couldn't maintain that state indefinitely. That was why, until now, he had only used it when he knew exactly where he was going and what he needed to do. But now, the enemy's arrival was completely unpredictable. If he started too early and exhausted his spirituality, only for them to show up afterwards, he'd be utterly doomed. TSK. There was only one option left. Edward flicked a coin into the air. Madman to the right. Note, 210 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 537, Coward Amon. The April sun was warm, its rays so drowsy that Edward, seated in the courtyard, began to feel sleepy. He simply laid Groselle's Travels, a book he had flipped through countless times out of boredom, across his face and, lulled by the sun's hypnotic embrace, remained lying there until dusk. The entire day passed, calm and uneventful. It was not that Edward had nerves of steel or was utterly fearless. It was simply that waiting idly like this was unbearably dull. Otherwise, he would not have pulled out Groselle's Travels, a book he had read so many times that he could recite it cover to cover. Why that particular book? Naturally, because of its invincible defensive power. In the original story, Klein had once used it to withstand a strike from the abomination, Sua, and emerged unscathed. As a Sequence 4 spirit caster, Edward possessed impressive regenerative powers and vitality. But if his head were obliterated, he would still be left gravely injured, if not outright dead. Most importantly, if things turned dire, he could smear it with blood. Well, the original text had said, bodily fluid, so even spit would do. In that case, wouldn't people with the habit of licking their fingers to turn pages risk getting pulled in immediately? Regardless, retreating inside at a critical moment could buy him more time. As night fell, Edward left for a nearby restaurant, ate a meal, and wandered back only after 8 o'clock. He sharpened his spirit, ready for the enemy's arrival. Yet again, the night was peaceful. Thus, time slipped into the third day, the final day of his commission. The newspapers reported no new gas explosions or mysterious deaths. Intis had not convened another gathering to announce fresh casualties. Yet Edward was certain, beneath the calm surface, waves were building. By noon, he sensed someone intruding upon his false reality. The labyrinth he had woven posed little difficulty for the intruder, but it had bought him just enough time to complete his pray to myself, answer myself setup, allowing him to maintain the special state where he could cancel the summoning at any moment and return to the Sapphira Castle. A few minutes later, the door creaked open. An old man of 70 or 80 rushed in, his face lined with panic. "Quick, help me. Someone's chasing me. Who's on guard here?" "It's me, coward." Coward. Edward, concealed in invisibility, arched an eyebrow. Hadn't he withdrawn already? He flicked a coin. Heads, truth. The old man wasn't lying. Just then, another intruder broke into the false reality. An intense sense of danger swept over Edward. He instantly retreated backwards, phasing through the wall. At once, countless nearly invisible threads filled the villa like an intricate spiderweb. Shying. In the next second, the centuries-old house was sliced into innumerable fragments and collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust billowing into the sky. The old man burst out of the debris, cursing furiously, "Damn it. Weren't we supposed to support each other? You ran faster than me." Cough, cough. A fit of coughing overtook him. When he pulled his hand away from his mouth, it was smeared with fresh, scarlet blood. With a swift theft, he reappeared 1,000 meters away. The moment his feet touched down, a rain of pitch-black flames poured from above. He quickly used theft again, swapping places with a tree outside the Black Inferno's range. Then, twisting his body, he clawed at the air. A stunning woman in a long white dress materialized out of nothingness, stunned. In the same instant, the old man turned invisible and vanished. Edward's brows furrowed tighter and tighter as he witnessed this. Wasn't this witch far too brazen? To act so wantonly in broad daylight, before the eyes of ordinary citizens, did she truly feel no fear of the Intis royal family, the church's angels, or their sealed artifacts? The witch, deprived of her target, was visibly enraged. She alighted gracefully upon the ground, and before the stunned, curious gazes of nearby civilians, she unleashed a billowing, thick, yellow mist. Edward recognized it instantly. It was the very same plague-laden fog the Lady Despair of the future had once unleashed upon Backlund during the Great Smog. Within moments, those around her doubled over in violent coughs, collapsing in agony and confusion, their lives snuffed out swiftly in despair. The others who realized what was happening fled in panic, but none could outrun the spreading fog. They fell like wheat before a scythe. Fury burned hot in Edward's chest. He was no saint like Klein, but neither could he stand by while a beyonder slaughtered ordinary people in front of him. Damn that coward. He cursed under his breath and reached out toward the witch. Magnify combined with theft, he attempted to steal her disease powers. It failed. His action, however, immediately revealed his position to the witch. Invisible threads crisscrossed like a web around him. But before they could tighten, scorching flames consumed them. Casting aside his cloak of invisibility, Edward shot southeast, streaking toward the city outskirts. The white-robed witch gave chase without hesitation. A few minutes later, Edward crossed Trier's walls and reached the desolate wilderness beyond. He spun in midair, halting abruptly. Ancient gears turned within his eyes, and silver-white lightning crackled forth. Boom. The next instant, accompanied by surging silver-white serpents of lightning, terrifying thunder crashed down with a brutal, tangible aura of destruction, striking toward the white-robed witch whose aura had suddenly weakened. Crack! In the moment the lightning hit her, the witch's body turned into nothing more than a snapped staff. Her true form reappeared hundreds of meters away, but another bolt of thunder, long prepared, crashed down. The moment she emerged, she was swallowed whole by the silver-white storm. Though she invoked her mirror substitute again, she could not fully escape the lightning storm. When she reappeared, half her body was charred black, and she staggered to her knees. Terror filled her pupils. Had she not clawed her way back to demigod strength at the very last instant, she, fallen to sequence 5, would have been reduced to nothing but a charred husk. Escape. This was the only thought in the witch's mind as she turned to flee at full speed. Edward was about to give chase when he noticed her hair turning white at a rate visible to the naked eye. Her skin withered into the brittle dryness of age. Then her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, transformed into a decrepit old woman. Her pupils overflowed with the terror of death as the light in her eyes faded rapidly, until at last, all signs of life vanished. "Chasing me, were you?" The old man, coward, dropped his invisibility and stood beside the witch's corpse, his face full of satisfaction. He glanced at Edward in mild surprise. "First you steal, then you unleash a lightning storm, a secret sorcerer. Are you number 8? Edward remained wary, his tone flat. "Why couldn't I be a shepherd?" "Ha! The Twilight Hermit Order would never allow a shepherd among their ranks." "Unexpected, but not unreasonable. You quit, didn't you? Then why are they still after you?" The coward seethed. "I did quit. But I was so furious at the time that I took that bronze rod from their underground stash. Who knew it would drag me into this mess?" "Then how did you know there was a Twilight Hermit Order member in that villa just now?" "Hunter told me, before he died." "So, after leaving me 2 nights ago, Hunter sought out Coward again. Or, was Coward lying?" Either way, Edward had no intention of entangling himself with him. "Enough. The one chasing you is dead. Run while you still can." "Heh, I don't need you to tell me twice." The coward chuckled, then pulled a bronze rod from his coat. "You want this? I'm afraid if I keep it, it'll only bring me more trouble. Better I hand it off to you." He tossed the staff lightly through the air. Edward caught it with his invisible hand, suspending it in midair. "Consider this as me owing you a favor. I'll pay it back someday." With that, the coward faded back into invisibility and vanished. Edward frowned, staring at the bronze rod held aloft in his invisible hand. After pondering briefly, he teleported to the front of the Intis royal palace. He hurled the bronze rod forcefully toward the palace's highest point, then sketched a retreating arc as he faded from sight. The staff shot hundreds of meters upward, but suddenly, as if striking an invisible wall, it plummeted straight down into a pale, slender hand. Dressed in a black gown, Mona caught the staff and examined it curiously. Her face lit up with surprise. "Mama, didn't you always say pies don't fall from the sky? Who could be so generous, handing me a gift the moment I arrive?" Her lively voice held a trace of suspicion. "Are we sure it's safe?" Mona turned the staff over once more, up and down. "Doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it." "Then pocket it for now." She spun the staff in her hand, tucked it into the pouch at her waist, and strolled lightly toward the palace. "I really wonder what awaits us inside. So exciting." Edward returned to 11 Yadin Street. By now, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's machinery hive mind had taken over the street. Some members were dealing with the civilians who had perished in the plague, while others worked to comfort survivors and search the area. Edward immediately spotted 2 familiar faces, the future Archbishop, Oramic, and his captain. Both wore heavy expressions. Because of space concealment and false reality, the original scene of the attack, the villa at number 11, remained unnoticed. To outsiders, it still stood intact, as if nothing had happened. Hesitating briefly before the ruins, Edward finally raised his hand. Reparo Maxima. In an instant, the shattered debris began to rewind as though time itself were turning back. Within half a minute, the wreckage reassembled into the villa's pristine form. He stepped inside, flipped a coin to confirm safety, then ended the summoning and returned to the Sapphira Castle, before descending back into reality once more. Walking to the bay window on the 2nd floor, he gazed down at the busy machinery hive mind operatives. Doubt gnawed at him. Even when a demigod level beyonder had gone on a killing spree, why hadn't the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Archbishop appeared? Could it be, the Church and Intis had struck some kind of agreement not to interfere in this matter? But why? On what grounds could Intis persuade the Church? A hoarse, elderly voice suddenly sounded behind him. The coward had returned, his wrinkled face full of astonishment. "Didn't think you'd know the Snake of Mercury enough to record his reboot." Edward's heart jolted. How had this man appeared so silently? Even with the stolen witch's invisibility, his spiritual intuition should have sensed him. I knew it, the coward went on, smiling faintly. Since you moved out the residence ahead of time, there's no way you'd sit by and let a demoness massacre ordinary people. Ha! Such fascinating humanity. He then plucked out a crystal-carved monocle and perched it over his right eye. MHM. You can't use that special ability to return to the Sapphira Castle at will anymore, can you? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 538, Fraud and Counterfraud. Edward instantly put on a look of panic. Magnify, no parasitism allowed here. No need to waste your efforts. Coward, or rather, Amon, adjusted his iconic monocle. Last time, I let you slip away. This time, however. Before he could finish, Edward vanished without a trace. The smile on Amon's face froze for a heartbeat before curling back up. Interesting. He reached out with one hand, and the world around him shattered like a fragile dream. The house, once rebooted into pristine form, collapsed again into rubble. Amon now stood amid the ruins, speaking toward a half-fallen wall. Well done. A fraud indeed. I, Amon, acknowledge you as the strongest fraud beneath myself. He strolled leisurely through the wreckage, curiosity flickering in his eyes. An illusion conjured by a trickmaster. To think it could fool even my sight. Suddenly, he paused in surprise. Theft, teleportation, and illusions. You've already dabbled in 3 pathways powers. You're quite the little mysteries, aren't you? Tap. His footsteps halted. Forget it. I'll spare you again. Let's look forward to our next meeting. With that, Amon disappeared. Silence returned to the ruins. More than 10 minutes later, Amon reappeared, this time dressed in a black classical robe, monocle glinting as he stroked his chin in thought. So, did you really escape? The monocle shimmered faintly. Countless obscure symbols floated across its lens as he tried to unravel the scene before him. Yet the conclusion was clear, this was no illusion. Then why do I feel you're still here? Did you deliberately leave me with a false impression, or is this yet another layer of fraud? He smirked. Ah, if you swallowed a swindler potion right now, I'm sure it would melt in your mouth like sugar. Amon circled the ruins slowly. Have you considered switching to the error pathway? You could become an angel under my command. He suddenly whipped his head around, extending his right hand with a grin. Found you. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Half a minute. He held the posture for a full minute. Ah. Amon finally drooped his head in mock defeat. You know, if in a game one side just sits there doing nothing while the other keeps guessing and moving, it gets terribly boring. Still, this trick of yours is fascinating. If I could learn it, I'd swindle others with far greater ease. Want to teach it to me? I'll let you go this time. From what I know, at least a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries would be required to craft illusions even I can't see through. Whose ability did you record this from? Lil Zeridal. No, he should still only be a miracle invoker. Then it must have been Antigonus. But he should still be insane. How did you persuade him to help you record an ability? Could it be he has regained sanity? Or do you possess some special method of countering derangement and madness? Amon rambled on endlessly, like an actor absorbed in a one-man performance. But Edward understood all too well, Amon likely had confirmed through some method that he had not truly left. Yes, what Edward had reversed through Madman to the right was an extreme strengthening of false reality, so potent it could deceive even Amon's sight. But such fraud only tricked his eyes and spirituality, it could not deceive the instincts of an ancient fraudster. That was why Edward's original plan of slipping away collapsed entirely. It wasn't that Edward refused to attempt a stronger reversal. Rather, he had to consider the negative consequences. For example, if he reversed lightning to directly kill Amon, the next second might see Amon's true body descending in person. For now, the only option was to stack false reality in nested layers, layer upon layer, thick enough and deep enough, before sneaking away quietly. You're only Sequence 4. Your spirituality is abundant, but not limitless. I may also be Sequence 4, but I just devoured a descendant of the Jacob family and that witch. My condition is several times better than yours. Amon prattled on. Your spirituality will burn out long before mine does. By then, you'll have no chance to escape. Wouldn't it be better to gamble now? Maybe, just maybe, you'd get away. You're right. But the fact that you're the one saying it, that's the problem. Wait. Could it be that Amon deliberately tossed out the correct answer, just to make him second-guess, to make him assume it was fraud, and thus drag things into a stalemate? But then again, it could also be, I anticipated that you anticipated me. You know, why I could so accurately find the Jacob descendant, and then so accurately find you. Amon's lips curved in a faint smile. Because, from the very beginning, you were nothing more than the bargaining chip someone handed me. He clicked his tongue. Tisk, TSK, you coveted someone else's reward, yet in return, someone else has fixed their eyes on your life. That is the price of greed. How many generations has the Jacob family lived through, and still they've learned nothing? Timid as mice, and yet, in the end, unable to resist greed, just like that old ancestor of theirs. Are you curious? His voice dropped lower, drawing out the words. Curious about what that fellow who commissioned you, yes, you call him Intis, was really trying to do with this little arrangement? Amon leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Let me whisper it to you, what he actually wanted was. Before he could finish, he suddenly stretched out his hand and tore at the air. The space before him split open like a curtain, revealing what had been hidden behind the ruins. Inside the perfectly restored villa, Edward was in the middle of opening a traveler's door, stepping through to escape. Unhurried, Amon reached out again. Instantly, Edward, who had just passed into the portal, was yanked backwards, sucked straight into his grasp, and turned into a lump of stone. But in the very next instant, the entire scene shattered. No, at that moment, even Amon couldn't tell whether what he saw was reality or illusion. Dozens, hundreds, of Edwards erupted forth like a fountain, rushing in all directions. One after another, teleportation doors flared open, and they dove through recklessly. The patterns in Amon's monocle flared, cracking apart the portals one by one, dissolving them almost as quickly as they appeared. Yet, each figure that fled was real. No, more precisely, they weren't illusions. They were all transfigured from stone, wood, and debris. Just as Amon raised his hand again, a wave of weakness surged through his body. For the first time, he felt something utterly foreign. His level had dropped, inexplicably, to sequence 5. His hand slowly lowered. He merely stood there, silently watching as the hundreds of Edwards scattered beyond his sight. A moment later, his power returned to sequence 4. Now standing on the second floor of the villa, he smiled faintly. Well, you really did manage to deceive me. Interesting. Sea of ruins. The moment Edward stepped out of the spirit world, he chained together a rapid series of blinks, landing in a heap of ruins. Only after layering, space concealment, and false reality, did he finally dare to pause and breathe. Ding! A gold coin spun into the air. Did Amon follow me? The coin landed, no. Only then did the tight knot in his chest ease slightly. Edward lifted his gaze. Didn't expect to end up here. It was true. His landing point had been wholly unexpected. Out of the dozens, hundreds, of teleportation gates just now, most had been conjured by false reality, but some were real, opened at random purely to confuse Amon's judgment. He had then dove headlong into one of them without checking the destination, blindly charging through until he stumbled out here, into the battlefield of gods. But what Amon said just now, was that truth, or yet another fraud? Edward's face darkened at the thought of what Amon had revealed about Intis. If the statement wasn't a lie, then it was almost certain the map to Amon's ruins that Intis had given him earlier had been intentional. He must have had dealings with Amon from the very beginning. Well, that makes sense, Edward murmured. Back then, he had wondered why Intis would deliberately trick him. Setting aside the possibility that he was simply an agent of chaos, most high-sequence beyonders never acted without purpose. They always had a reason. What he couldn't figure out before now fit perfectly. Coward, most likely really was sacrificed. Edward sighed. He guarded himself for so long, refusing to strike any deals, only to give in once, and that was enough to ruin him. The descendants of the Jacob family really had been swindled miserably by Amon. Though, it was still better than Palez. At least they had descendants. I wonder what the situation in Trier is like right now. For a moment, Edward hesitated. He didn't know whether to hope Intis's commission had succeeded or failed. If it succeeded, then regardless of whether Intis had plotted to trade him to Amon, the promised Wanderer Beyonder characteristic would have to be handed over. After all, it had received the Russian priest's blessing, and there was no way to renege. But if it truly succeeded, Edward would be very unhappy. Better to go back first. Watch and wait. After a brief thought, he shifted into Mr. F's appearance and prepared to return to the Aurora Order's base. He stepped forward, re-entering the spirit world, flashing rapidly through its dense, oil-painted landscape. Then, all at once, his spirituality jolted violently. Every cell in his body seemed to scream a single message, danger. Amon caught up. Edward's heart lurched. He spun around, panic flashing in his eyes. Instead of Amon, what he saw was a towering old man, with 4 pairs of vast, solemn wings fanning out behind his back. The man's gaze burned like lightning, locked unerringly on him. Who? Before Edward could even process, the old man's voice rang cold and sharp, this place forbids spirit world traversal. Almost instantly, an overwhelming pressure forced Edward out of the spirit world, hurling him back into reality. A salty, damp sea breeze slammed into his face. He was surrounded on all sides by endless ocean. Overhead stretched a rift that seemed to pierce eternity, with torrents of seawater cascading endlessly from its heights. Edward instantly recognized the location, the entrance to the battlefield of gods. A sudden drop yawned beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he shifted into spirit form, hovering in midair. He flung out his hand. A bolt of thunder infused with raw annihilation burst forth, a strike powerful enough to shatter heavens and earth. It lanced straight at the old man, who had just emerged from the spirit world. But the man's form instantly dissolved into shadow, evading the thunder. He lifted his hand, and, to Edward's shock, stole away the next bolt as it formed, then hurled it back at him. Another Damamon. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 539, Lilith. Boom. Thunder exploded in all directions, forming a silver-white prison of lightning that stretched for a full kilometer. Edward had absorbed many high-sequence abilities from the Tyrant pathway through the Book of Calamity, but he was, after all, not a true sequence to Calamity. Without the corresponding physical resilience, taking a direct hit from his own thunder was still unbearable. At once, he waved his hand, conjuring a phantom door before him. His true body stood behind it, in a world apart from the raging lightning, completely untouched. In that instant, the old man, wings flaring, 4 pairs of black, solemn wings, rushed toward him. His voice resounded with pious fervor. I am Steph, angel of the holy word, attendant to the Lord's throne. I walk this earth in my Lord's stead. You dare impersonate the messenger of my God? Your sin cannot be forgiven. With every word he spoke, his aura, strength, and very essence surged higher. Though his body had not yet arrived, the sheer oppressive force already pressed down on Edward until he could hardly breathe. Edward's eyes widened. He recalled the elderly man's identity. This was the very man who, in the original narrative, had forced Klein into such dire straits with just a few words that he had no choice but to cry out the tyrant's true name for aid. A sequence 2 of the secret suppliant pathway, angel of the holy word. He could twist the answers of others, seizing fragments, amplifying ambiguities, turning them into word spirits with tangible effects. The countermeasure was simple: do not answer him. Damn it, all I did was impersonate Mr. F and borrow some manpower from the Aurora Order, and they sent a full angel after me. No, that wasn't it. This was very likely the backlash from forcibly reversing with madness to the right. Steph hurtled closer. A layer of black, icy armor quickly coated his body, and in his hand appeared a straight, abyssal greatsword. With a single swing, shadows gathered into a colossal black blade of light, swelling to 10 meters wide as it slashed toward Edward. What the hell? It's bad enough getting bullied by Amon, but does that mean anyone and everyone gets to bully me now? Magnify, regression. Magnify, steal. The ancient gears in Edward's eyes spun as his hand snapped forward. While Steph dropped to sequence 3 for a few precious seconds, Edward pierced his defenses, stealing 2 or 3 seconds of his current thoughts, then reached further, attempting to seize the grazed prohibition ability. Unfortunately, the second theft failed. Edward immediately drew his wand, whipping off a barrage of spells: Fiend Fire, the Killing Curse, Transfiguration Charms. He didn't expect these spells to harm an angel, but at least they might throw him off balance. Steph shook off the interference. With his withered hand, he reached out and stole the distance as he appeared before Edward. The massive blade of flesh and spirit swung down mercilessly toward him. Edward repeated his trick, slipping behind another phantom door. But this time, faced with a sword that could corrode flesh, annihilate souls, and even cleave barriers, the illusory portal lasted only seconds before shattering. Fortunately, those seconds were enough. Edward twisted away at the last instant, retreating violently. The phantom pages in his eyes turned, and in his hands materialized an ancient, dusky horn. He raised it to his lips and blew. It was the final ability he had recorded from Bernadette before his regression, the miraculous horn. Ho! The deep, weighty blare resounded with an overwhelming force. Steph took the blast head-on. His black armor splintered apart under the dreadful resonance, exposing a desiccated yet blood-soaked body brimming with terrifying vitality. All around him, space itself cracked apart under the note, tearing open fissures that yawned into the spirit world. Edward wasted no time. He flickered rapidly, flashing into 6 positions: above, below, ahead, behind, to the left, and to the right of Steph. At each point, he left behind a phantom door, hemming the angel in like a dumpling sealed from all sides. Exile. All 6 doors flared open at once, unleashing torrents of chaotic spacetime. The terrifying pull dragged relentlessly at Steph, drawing him into the outer void. Edward didn't wait to see the result, he bolted immediately. Steph pressed his hands together devoutly, his voice solemn. The Lord says, that which cannot bind me will only make me stronger. In an instant, his aura swelled once more. No, what swelled was not only his aura, but his very body. Crack! One of the illusory doors splintered apart. Yet Steph's body was still being slowly drawn into another of the gates. Chi! Suddenly, a blood-drenched head sprouted from his left shoulder, its features resembling his own but much younger, seemingly only in his 40s. Immediately after, a childlike, tender face burst forth on his right shoulder, also slick with blood. Around both heads grew two flayed, skinless arms, raw flesh exposed. One head invoked a prohibition: teleportation is forbidden here. The other repeatedly cast theft. Even though Edward had already flown some distance away, he was still affected, his thoughts blanked out for several seconds, and his body plummeted downward. Boom. 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 6 consecutive explosions rang out as the illusory doors restraining Steph shattered one after another. With 3 heads upon his shoulders, Steph leapt forward like an arrow loosed, rushing toward the falling Edward. The blade of spirit and flesh in his hand cleaved down at Edward's skull. At that very moment, the world abruptly darkened. The once eternal noon vanished. The sun disappeared, and the sky was swallowed by a dense, impenetrable night. Just regaining clarity, Edward instantly blinked toward a nearby reef. Yet he did not immediately slip into slumber. Instead, he watched the angel of the holy word cautiously. Who could say whether Steph would pursue regardless of the night's descent? Fortunately, Steph too knew well the peril of the battlefield of gods at night. He descended into a ruin, cast a distant glance at Edward, then closed his eyes and sank into sleep. Edward sneered coldly, conjured a lightning arrow in his hand, and hurled it toward Steph. Without waiting to see the result, he leaned against the reef and quickly closed his eyes. Almost the very next second, Edward's eyes snapped open again. He had returned to that gray, misty world. This time, he appeared directly within the Black Monastery. Around him stood rows of ancient, black houses. Raising his gaze to the distant sky outside the window, he could still see the colossal mountain covered by countless palaces, towers, and walls. I wonder if that angel of the holy word can maintain consciousness here. If he can, things will become troublesome. In this dreamscape, woven together from the dreams of all beings and infused with the power of the Evernight goddess, ordinary people could not remain lucid. As far as he knew, only himself, Klein, Bernadette, Amon, and Ouroboros could. He and Klein were most likely blessed by the Evernight goddess. Bernadette, perhaps talent, perhaps the hidden sage. As for the latter two, they were kings of angels. Ah, nearly forgot. The strongest hunter, Anderson, also seemed able to remain awake here. He'd even put on airs to spook coward Klein. Considering his later work with the Russian priest, perhaps that too was his doing. Speaking of which, could I hide in the Sapphira Castle now, wait until that old man leaves, and only then come out? But my body in the dream world seems to be just my consciousness. If I let my consciousness retreat into the Sapphira Castle, wouldn't that mean abandoning my physical body? Though Edward could shift between spirit and flesh, it was a special state, much like a Sequence 5 Wraith of the Prisoner pathway. At its core, it was still merely an extraordinary ability. If his physical body were destroyed, then he would truly become nothing more than an evil spirit. So the only choice is to find a safe, hidden room and wait until morning. No. At dawn, the old man's pursuit would resume. And from the looks of it, even with all his advantages, a Sequence 4 was no match for a Sequence 2 angel. The enemy hadn't even employed his most devastating, foul speech, and had already forced Edward into chaos. No, he had to find an opening through the dream world. If Steph was as dazed here as the future Aurora Order Saint of Darkness, then perhaps he could set a trap. Changing his face and attire, Edward donned his invisibility cloak and walked deeper into the Black Monastery. Along the way, he encountered many who were caught in dreams. Judging by their clothing, most were pirates, with a few harder to identify. They moved in a haze, acting purely on instinct. Soon, Edward entered the monastery's main hall. No candles lit the space, it was cloaked in darkness. Only the light spilling through the front doors gave the place some faint illumination. Brilliant frescoes, lavishly painted with golden hues, covered the walls and ceiling seamlessly, their grandeur evoking a sense of the sacred. On one wall stretched an immense fresco depicting Ouroboros in pilgrimage. Yet Edward, who had seen Ouroboros with his own eyes and witnessed his innocent foolishness, found that the painting lacked the same awe. Suddenly, on the once empty wall before him appeared an ancient, worn chamber. Its door stood ajar. From where he stood, Edward could already make out the familiar layout within. It was the very same room he and Bernadette had hidden in during their first visit here, the one where they had discovered Lilith's elementary school textbook. His heart surged with excitement. At last, another encounter with Lilith. Edward hurried in, rushing to the spot where Bernadette had once found the book. Yet while everything else remained, the elementary school textbook was gone. Why is it missing? He scoured the shelves on both sides, checking every inch. Still nothing. Could it be that its appearance last time was only a coincidence? Just then, a narrow door appeared in the wall beside the desk, opening into another dim chamber. Inside, everything was shrouded in shadow. Only a vague black silhouette could be seen crouching on the floor, its actions indiscernible. Is that Lilith? Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 430 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 540, Battle in the Dream World. Edward's heart raced with excitement as he strode quickly toward the room, only to halt abruptly at the threshold. His spirituality stirred faintly, sending him a warning. At once, he flipped a gold coin into the air for divination. Entering this room is dangerous. The coin was still spinning in midair when a familiar, crisp voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Why are you here? Eh? How do you know Miss Lilith likes eating rats? Do you want to eat with me? It was Lilith. It really was Lilith. Edward no longer cared about the divination result. He stepped through the doorway into the pitch-black room. It was a stone chamber, barely 10 square meters in size. In the corner squatted a small figure, gazing blankly forward. Lilith's lively voice continued, Miss Lilith likes rat chops, but Edward won't cook them for me. Right now, even though I've turned into a human, I still don't really know how to use my paws to cook. But I can roast rat meat. Slurp. It tastes really good. Humph. One day I'll learn 100 ways to cook rats, and then I'll prepare a grand feast. Yet as Edward listened to Lilith's cheerful chatter, his expression grew dazed. Because the figure squatting in the corner was not Lilith at all. It was a scrawny, raggedly dressed boy, his thin face smeared with dirt and bloodstains, his eyes filled with icy indifference. That face. It was identical to the child's head that had just sprouted from the Angel of the Holy Word's right shoulder. This boy was that Angel of the Holy Word. Edward glanced again around the bare stone chamber. But why, then, was Lilith's voice here? You don't speak. Then Miss Lilith will take it as your agreement. I'll roast the mouse, okay. I really will. Here, all done. This one's for you. The boy instinctively lifted his hand to receive it, yet grasped nothing. Still, he didn't seem to notice, but lowered his head and pretended to eat the air. Isn't it delicious? Miss Lilith's roast rat is so good that even Edward praised it. Too bad, he's only had it once. The boy finally opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. Why do you like eating rats? Lilith's merry voice answered, because that's just what kitties do. And with that, her voice faded away. Edward froze for a long moment, a faint melancholy stirring in his heart. If his guess was correct, what he had heard was a fragment of memory belonging to this boy, resurfacing in the dream world as sound. If this boy really was the Angel of the Holy Word in his childhood, then it meant that he had once known Lilith, and perhaps even shared a decent relationship with her. Should he try to speak with him? Maybe, for Lilith's sake, the angel would spare him. With that thought, Edward crouched before the boy, preparing to say something. But then he noticed that in the boy's arms lay a book. One glance at its familiar cover made Edward instantly recognize it, Lilith's elementary school textbook. He froze, realization dawning. So that was it. The textbook's appearance in the night's dream world wasn't because Lilith herself was in the battlefield of gods, but because of the Angel of the Holy Word. And last time, too, had it been the same. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a violent rumbling shook the chamber. The next instant, one wall of the stone house burst apart as a black-armored knight with 2 heads stormed through, each heavy step echoing like thunder. He charged straight at Edward. Bloody hell. You old bastard, why the hell are you chasing me in this dream world? Wait. I already changed my appearance. And you can still recognize me. The massive black greatsword in Steph's hand turned crimson, transforming into a blade forged of blood itself. One head cast a prohibition, movement is forbidden in this area. The other swung the blood-drenched sword, releasing a slash steeped in corruption. Edward instantly invoked theft of distance to evade. The scarlet arc shot past him and struck the boy instead, piercing straight through his body before slamming into the wall behind. The entire surface rapidly decayed and collapsed into rubble. Steph's target suddenly vanished. He froze, slightly bewildered, but quickly locked onto Edward's new position and charged forward with thunderous steps. That reaction instantly made Edward realize the Angel of the Holy Word seemed unable to remain lucid in the dream world. He was pursuing him purely by instinct. As expected of the true Creator's most fanatical zealot. Which meant, there was no way to talk things out here. Magnify, steal. The next moment, the massive black greatsword in Steph's hands appeared in Edward's own grip. Heat and pain seared his palm almost instantly, forcing him to fling it away. Steph stared dumbly at his now empty right hand. His reaction slowed considerably, until he lifted his head again and fixed his gaze back on Edward. "So you've marked me as the enemy no matter what, huh?" Edward's heart stirred. A bold idea struck him, and he immediately turned and fled. He remembered that in the original story, after the Saint of Darkness gazed into the full-length mirror, a good version of himself had been created, after which the evil Saint of Darkness relentlessly pursued his good counterpart. Maybe the same trick could be used on this angel of the Holy Word, trapping him in self-slaughter, and giving Edward the chance to strike. Though he wasn't sure the mirror would appear every time in the dream world, it was worth a gamble. Edward soon found a staircase leading underground. He dashed into the monastery's depths and arrived at a cluttered hall, where, sure enough, in the corner stood a nondescript black wooden door. Striding forward, he gripped the handle. At once, the interior scene surfaced in his mind, a storage room with a full-length mirror standing on the right. Perfect. He slipped inside through the wall behind the mirror and draped a conjured black cloth over its surface. Rumble. Steph tore straight down through the floors above, crashing heavily into the chamber, and wasted no time lunging forward with his blade. Edward shoved the mirror to the doorway and yanked away the cloth. Steph's reflection instantly appeared. The mirror rippled briefly, and then the image twisted into a wicked grin. Waves spread across the surface. The next second, a duplicate Steph stepped out of the mirror, his expression twisted with malice, and immediately clashed with the original. Edward was momentarily stunned. This duplicate was clearly the evil side, which meant the one who had been chasing him all along had actually been the good side. What the hell? The two angels collided with terrifying force. The entire monastery shook violently under their battle. Edward hurriedly stowed the mirror to prevent it from shattering in the chaos. If it broke, the duplicate Steph would vanish instantly. Hiding to the side, he unleashed spell after spell and extraordinary abilities, focusing all attacks on Steph's original body. The duplicate glanced back at Edward, his face filled with even greater malice, openly radiating hostility toward him. But at this moment, he clearly knew who the true priority target was. Coordinating with Edward's interference, he pressed his original self hard. Steph was quickly overwhelmed. He snatched away Edward's lightning arrow mid-flight and hurled it back at the duplicate. Then he swung his greatsword to cleave apart the Avada lightning chain, but missed. But Edward's constant use of space concealment disrupted his aim, rendering his attacks ineffective. Instead, the duplicate's blade hacked deeply into his neck. With his left hand, he suddenly stole the original's head straight from his shoulders. Crunch. In an instant, the head was crushed into fragments. Yet the shepherd pathway possessed extraordinary regenerative power. Flesh writhed rapidly at the stump of Steph's neck, beginning to regrow. The duplicate wasn't satisfied. He shouted aloud, "This place forbids recovery." The healing halted, only to resume at an even greater pace. For this was a profane presbyter's ability, he intercepted that recovery in the prohibition and magnified it, instantly gaining a regenerative speed far beyond the ordinary. He spun and rammed a newly regrown, bloody arm through the duplicate's chest. Yet he himself was struck down by the flesh and spirit blade at the neck again, nearly cleaving his torso in half. At that moment, Edward unleashed the lightning storm he had been preparing. Boom. A sea of silver-white thunder engulfed the chamber, swallowing both Steph's whole. True, in the original story, Steph had once endured Leotaro's lightning storm, powered the tyrant's lingering authority and survived. His defense and regeneration were maxed out. But that had been at full sequence too. This time, as the storm consumed them, Edward invoked regression, dragging Steph down briefly to sequence 3. Then he poured nearly all his spirituality into a magnified Avada Kedavra, directly striking at the angel's soul. Combined with the injuries the duplicate and original had inflicted upon each other, the simultaneous barrage delivered near-fatal damage to both flesh and spirit. Snap. Both Stephs exploded at once, scattering into a writhing sea of flesh. Yes, he still wasn't dead. The fragments squirmed toward each other, fusing rapidly, Steph regenerating once more with frightening speed. Edward conjured door after phantasmal doors, blocking the merging pieces, banishing the majority into unknown spaces. Then he tried asking. "Do you know Lilith? What's your relationship with her?" The flesh only twitched mindlessly, merging on instinct to survive. Edward pressed his forehead, exasperated. "Really? I'm asking a pile of minced meat for answers. I must be desperate. If that was the case, then, sorry. So be it. Sorry." The ancient gears turned in his eyes once more as he cast regression, and he raised his wand to unleash another Avada Kedavra. Emerald light flared. But a voice rang out beside him. "How do you know Lilith?" Edward's heart jolted violently. Recognizing the voice instantly, he reacted without hesitation, invoking prohibition. "Magnify, this place forbids parasitism. Magnify, this place forbids theft." Amon's figure appeared abruptly, clad in his signature wizard's robe, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh. You know me," he said, as if seeing Edward for the first time. You know Lilith, and you know me. But I have no impression of you at all. Who exactly are you? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 541, Chapter 541, Blasphemer. Amon's words left Edward momentarily stunned. The Amon standing before him wasn't the one in Trier, it had to be another avatar. That realization didn't delay his choice. He bolted immediately, vanishing in a flash. Oh. So you've dealt with another one of my avatars before. Amon adjusted his monocle with a pinch of his fingers. I was only tagging along with Steph to satisfy a bit of curiosity, but I didn't expect such an interesting surprise. He turned his head toward the heap of writhing flesh on the ground and shook his head. Sigh, to be bullied like this by a sequence 4, how pitiful. Elsewhere, Edward reappeared outside the Black Monastery, cursing under his breath. This damned Amon, why did he have to be everywhere? Just when he'd shaken off one, another had popped up. The biggest problem now was that Amon's appearance here meant he was physically present in the Sea of Ruins. At dawn, if Edward couldn't teleport away in time, and if Amon decided to make a move, that could really be the end. Then again, given Amon's relationship with the true creator, would he take the chance to eliminate Steph, that fanatical zealot? TSK. Best to plan for the worst, he might have to deal with both enemies at once. For the next half hour, Edward kept changing his appearance and clothing, slipping from place to place within the dream world. Steph never reappeared. Nor did Amon. It was as if neither of them cared about him at all. Half an hour later, as the surrounding gloom abruptly brightened, a brilliant white light startled Edward awake from the dream world. The moment he opened his eyes, he summoned the traveler's door and looked in Steph's direction, just in time to see the angel awaken. 3 pairs of pupils, black, frenzied, cold, all flared with mania and violence, no different from their state within the dream. Knew it. Amon was never going to kill him for me. In a single step, Steph appeared right before Edward. Edward retreated at once, diving into the spirit world. This place forbids spirit world traversal. But Steph's prohibition had no effect. Edward's figure darted swiftly through the spirit world, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Steph only gave a cold snort. The flesh and spirit blade in his hand slashed forward, sending a scarlet sword light tearing across space. It split the traveler's door and the spirit world within like shards of shattered glass. Ripples spread across the glass, thinning, fading, and vanishing, nothing more than an illusion. Edward had evaporated into thin air. Not invisibility. Steph immediately came to that conclusion. One head shifted to the spectator pathway, searching for Edward's whereabouts, but still, there was nothing. If teleportation was impossible, then how had he disappeared before his very eyes? Even if Steph had been in a lucid state, he would not have been able to reason it out. So instead, he chose madness. The sequence 2 angel launched wild, indiscriminate attacks in all directions, obliterating everything within a kilometer. That was the scene Amon arrived to witness. So he really managed to escape. Amon wasn't disappointed, if anything, he seemed intrigued. He watched the frenzied angel with amusement. To think, merging 2 personalities' flesh within a dream could turn a sequence 2 into a lunatic. Ah, so you've noticed. The moment Steph spotted Amon, he attacked without hesitation. Though his eyes brimmed with madness, the words he spoke were resolute and sonorous. I am the attendant beside the Lord's throne, Steph, the angel of the holy word. I walk this land in my Lord's name. Blasphemer Amon, prepare to die. Amon pinched his monocle into place, smiling faintly. Although I do quite like the title blasphemer, if we're talking true blasphemy, who could rival the one you worship? After all, he was born from the corpse of a god. Steph paid his words no heed. All 3 heads switched to different abilities as he closed the distance in a flash, attacking with the most straightforward, brutal strike of all, a cleave from the flesh and spirit blade. Amon retreated leisurely, avoiding the strike. Then, in a series of deft movements, he stole away the current thoughts of Steph's 3 heads. Only then did he smile. Heh. Not going to play with you anymore. His mind stirred, preparing to steal distance and leave. But just then, his spirituality jolted violently. The next instant, Amon's consciousness wavered. His first reaction was sharp and instinctive. Battle hypnosis. And potent enough to seize him without the slightest warning. Who was it? The expected attack never came. It was as if, in that instant, Amon had simply blanked out. He brushed his cheek with a fingertip and found a smear of blood. His brows furrowed in mild puzzlement. After a hypnosis, just a cut across my cheek. Who was it? Why? What are they trying to do? Steph, likewise emerging from the haze of hypnosis, launched into another frenzied assault. Blasphemer, die. Tisk, troublesome. In a boundless world of snow and ice, Edward suddenly appeared. All around him stretched endless whiteness, blizzards howling with shards of ice and thick flurries of snow that bit into his bones. At once, he switched into spirit form, retraced 4 steps against the grey fog, and entered the Sapphire Castle. Inside, he flipped 2 coins in quick succession. Has Steph discovered I hid here? Has Amon discovered I hid here? Both times, the result was a number on top, negative. Edward let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed his plan had worked. Yes. That snowy world outside was none other than the Book of Grozel's Travels. This had been the best solution he could think of before leaving the dream world: use false reality to conjure an illusion to briefly mislead Steph, and while stepping into the spirit world, smear his blood across the cover of Grozel's Travels, slipping inside the book's world. As for the book itself, he had let it fall deep into the spirit world. Of course, Edward had prepared for the possibility of being discovered. His backup plan was simple: reverse 4 steps on the spot, enter the Sapphire Castle, and pray to Roselle or Pallas to open a sacrificial door. From there, he could sacrifice himself out of the castle and back to Trier. But that would mean losing Grozel's Travels, and his advancement to Sequence 3 would become extremely troublesome. Luckily, fortune was with him. None of them had noticed. Since that was the case, the next step was to follow the book's storyline as intended, leave the world alongside the heroes, fulfilling the regret he'd once had as a reader of Lord of the Mysteries, and at the same time completing the ritual for his Sequence 3 advancement ahead of schedule. And yet, Edward gazed past the swirling snowflakes into the distance, and an inexplicable unease tugged at him. Why, when everything had gone according to plan, did he feel no joy at all? Why did it all feel out of tune? As though he had made a very foolish decision. But in that situation, hadn't this clearly been the best option? He pondered in silence for a long time, but found no answer. Finally, he turned his focus back to the matter at hand. According to the book's setup, I'm still 2 people short of reaching the end. If I were to slay the dragon known as the King of the North under these conditions, what would happen? Would I clear the story immediately? Or would the dragon never appear at all? Would it appear, but prove unkillable? Or, even if killed, would it fail to trigger the ending? Worse still, might it cause a bug in the story itself? Surely the Dragon King who crafted this book must have accounted for such possibilities. After all, it made no sense that, across centuries, every Beyonder who stumbled into Grozel's Travels had to be below demigod. Best to follow the story for now. If things truly became stuck, then perhaps Roselle, or someone else, could use an undetectable extension charm suitcase to smuggle in 2 extra people as sacrifices, to see if they could be counted toward the tally. With his decision made, Edward didn't rush to descend. Instead, he waited patiently within the Sapphire Castle for half an hour. Another round of divination confirmed no danger. Only then did he return to the snowy world. The gale roared. His vision was filled with thick sheets of snow. It was impossible to see more than 4 or 5 meters ahead. In such a world, trying to locate the protagonist's party was nothing short of a fool's dream. Fortunately, Edward had made preparations. He had Pallas sacrifice a worm of time beforehand. With it, Edward could use dowsing to divine the position of Pallas' great-grandson, Mobit Zoroast, and then follow the trail. Dusk fell. Perhaps because it was the book's world, Edward experienced something for the first time in the Lord of Mysteries world, night without the crimson moon. The storm only worsened with darkness. Snow and wind became walls of pitch black, and if not for the lantern he conjured, not even spirit form and dowsing would have been enough to move forward. Guided by his staff and the divinations, Edward finally reached a mountain. Circling around a massive rock sheet in thick ice, he spotted a yawning cave mouth. At the entrance stood a woman holding an ancient bow. Her black hair gleamed softly in the lantern light, tied back simply in a ponytail. Her features were delicate, gentle. There was no doubt, she was the elven songstress, the very one who had developed feelings for Pallas' descendant. If elves in the Lord of Mysteries world truly had ties to the Chinese bloodline, then this elven songstress was, in all likelihood, a Sichuan Chongqing girl. Note, 590 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 542, Chapter 542, you really don't need to worry. As soon as the stranger drew near, the female elf's ears gave a subtle twitch. Without hesitation, she raised her longbow, the arrow knocked upon it crackling with silver-white lightning, and aimed straight at the intruder. Who? Her voice rang coldly. Come out. A man in a black overcoat, wrapped in a scarf and wearing a hat, appeared out of thin air. He looked to be in his 20s. Removing his hat with a slight nod, he said, My lady, I mean no harm. I've only come on behalf of a friend, to find someone. Yet the elf, Ciatas, did not lower her guard in the slightest. The arrow, glowing with electric light, still pointed unwaveringly at Edward. Find who? Mobit Zoroast. Ciatas arched her brows. That name was one she could not possibly be unfamiliar with. Over the years, the two had squabbled and bantered, and somewhere along the way, feelings had begun to take root. They had even tried being together once, though it had always ended with Mobit fleeing in embarrassment. Because of that, anyone who came seeking Mobit was far more likely to win her goodwill, so long as they were a friend, and not an enemy. How did you come here? You say you're here on behalf of a friend to find Mobit Zoroast. Who is this friend of yours? And for what purpose are you seeking him? Edward gave a weary shiver and said helplessly, My lady, could you at least let me inside first? I nearly froze to death just making it here. Her tone remained icy. I don't believe for a moment that a wandering spirit fears the cold. If you refuse to answer my questions, you'll either leave immediately, or be treated as my enemy. At that moment, heavy thuds echoed from within the cavern, and a massive figure emerged, his voice resonating like a drum. Ciatas, what's the matter? It was a giant nearly 4 meters tall, his skin tinged a grayish-blue. His chest, belly, and hips were wrapped in thick beast pelts, while the rest of his massive body was bare. He leaned upon a broadsword wider than a human door, his single vertical eye gazing down at Edward as his deep voice rumbled. Who are you? Why have you come to Grozel's camp? This was none other than the protagonist of the travelogue, Groel himself, a giant of courage, justice, and kindness. Greetings, Mr. Giant, Edward said politely. I am a friend of Mobit Zoroast's great-grandfather. At his request, I've come here to find Mobit and take him safely away from this place. Ciatas immediately asked, Take him where? Why, to leave this world, of course, to return to the outside. Groel tilted his head, puzzled. The outside? Why would you take Mobit out into the cold, away from the warmth of the cave? But Ciatas understood the implication in Edward's words. You're from the outside as well. Of course. She hesitated. Though she still could not determine whether this man was friend or foe, it seemed likely that he had indeed entered this world of his own volition. If that was the case, perhaps he really did have a way to leave. At that moment, a voice called out from deeper within. You truly were sent by my great-grandfather to find me. The speaker was a man in his 30s with a strange, unsettling appearance. He wore a sharp, stiff black hat, the buttons on his coat were fastened unevenly, and though his face was rather handsome, it was filled with wariness. Why didn't he come himself, Mobit demanded, and instead sent someone else to help? Well, Edward said with a shrug, he wanted to, but the circumstances wouldn't allow it. Then, do you have any proof that he really sent you? Something like a token, perhaps. Edward was momentarily taken aback. No. Wait. He pulled out the worm of time. Would this count? Mobit's pupils shrank. Whatever he recalled in that moment made his expression visibly panic. His voice trembled. What did you do to him? So this kid thinks I must have done something to Old Man Palez in order to seize the worm of time, huh? Mobit suddenly stepped forward, moving to shield Ciatas with his own body. His voice was firm, his expression serious. Please leave here at once. Otherwise, we will not show mercy. Edward couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of that face, which bore such a strong resemblance to Old Man Palez. Oh. And how exactly would you not show mercy? Of course, we would. Edward suddenly grinned before the words could leave Mobit's mouth. If I were to take out a monocle and put it on right now, would you still dare to not show me mercy? Mobit's expression froze at once. Ciatas seized him by the ear and yanked him aside, frowning with irritation. Since when did I need you to protect me? You think you're even capable of protecting me? Ah, ow, ow, ow. With a heavy thud, Groel planted his enormous sword into the ground and asked seriously, Mobit, is he an enemy? No. Mobit shouted quickly. By then, he had realized how foolish his earlier threat had been. If this man truly had the ability to harm the old men, then their little team of 5 didn't stand a chance at all. If it really were a mon, well, they might as well lie down and wait for the end. Edward tucked away the monocle. All right, no more jokes. I truly am here at Palez's request to find you. If you don't believe me, I'll call him over later so you two can recognize each other, how about that? Don't just stand there, outside's freezing. Come on in. Suddenly, Edward's voice drifted from inside the cavern behind them. When they turned back, the spot where he had stood was already empty. All 3 started in alarm and hurriedly dashed back into the cave. Inside the spacious, drafty cavern, 2 figures sat crouched on either side of a blazing fire that radiated both light and warmth. One was a middle-aged man in an austere white robe, eyes closed in devout prayer. The other was a young man clad in heavy, resilient black full armor, a coldly gleaming straight sword thrust into the ground at his side. The moment they noticed a stranger had appeared within the cave, both men tensed and rose at once, their gazes sharp and wary. Within moments, the other 3 rushed in after them, surrounding Edward in the middle from inside and out. None, however, made a rash move. TCH. I should have claimed to be another adventurer who'd been inexplicably dragged here, like them. That might have earned me their trust more easily. If it comes down to it, I can always force them to recite the 3-part incantation. After all, saving them is more about completing the ritual, and perhaps resolving the regret from the original story, than about making friends with them. Everyone, Mobit spoke up then, let me talk to him first. Aside from Groel, the others were no fools. At once they caught on that Mobit had deliberately used him as a pronoun. That alone was enough to hint at the stranger's identity. Their wariness only deepened, yet at the same time, none dared act recklessly. Mr. Sparrow, Edward said lightly. Mr. Sparrow, Mobit nodded. Edward waved a hand, reshaping the stones on the ground into 6 single-seat sofas, one of them enormous, and conjuring a ring of torches upon the walls. The cave's temperature rose noticeably at once. Please, sit. Except for the ascetic monk, the others exchanged glances before lowering themselves, suspicion still in their eyes. And indeed, the plush, warm sofas were far more comfortable than the icy, unyielding ground or bare rock. Are you from Lone? The armored youth suddenly asked in a muffled voice. It's been a long time since I've seen sofas of this style. Mobit hesitated before introducing him. This is Frunzier. He claims to be a soldier from Lone, though none of us have ever heard of such a nation. Of course not. You 4 are all originally from the 4th epoch and earlier. But as Edward carefully recalled this so-called lone soldier, Frunzier, he found himself startled. If he remembered correctly, Klein had once noted that Frunzier had been missing for about 160 years when he entered the Grozel's travels. Yet the current time inside the book was 190 years later, 1160 to 1350. That meant, if Frunzier were to leave now, the outside world would actually be his past. At this point in the timeline, he might not even have been born yet, or at most, he would be a small child. So even if he made it out intact, he could not return to his family until nearly 30 years later, when his future self went missing. After a moment of visible daze, Frunzier gathered himself again. Do you know the Edward family in Backlund? Edward. What a common name. There are a lot of Edwards in Backlund, Edward answered dryly. Frunzier quickly added, the Edward family at 18 Delaher Street, Northwest District. I'm afraid I wouldn't know. Once you're out, you can check for yourself. Frunzier fell silent for a few seconds, then exhaled slowly. I don't know how much time has passed outside, but it must have been a long time. Most of the time, I was asleep here. It's as if time itself is frozen in this place. But outside, I fear it may already be. Edward thought for a moment, then said, sometimes things aren't always as bad as you think. Cough, cough. Mobit cleared his throat, giving Frunzier a pointed look. We still don't know whether he's an enemy or not, why are you chatting with him like that? Mr. Sparrow, Mobit asked carefully, how is my great-grandfather now? Edward blinked. Shouldn't you be calling him the old man? Mobit's pupils quivered. Within the Zoroast family, only those especially close to his great-grandfather, those truly favored by him, knew of that nickname. The instant he heard it, Mobit's vigilance toward Edward dropped by more than half. His tone softened, tinged with nostalgia. Yes, 'tis been so many years since I last used that name. So, how is he now? To be frank, Edward said, his condition is poor. He's only half a step away from falling. That's impossible. Mobit blurted. The old man, he's a sequence 1 angel. After being hunted by Amon for thousands of years, the fact he's still alive at all is already remarkable. Amon. Mobit's body gave an involuntary shudder. For a child of the Zoroast line, that name was no different from the big bad wolf in children's tales, used to frighten him with lines like, behave, or Amon will come for you, or eat your food, or Amon will eat you instead. And what about the rest of the Zoroast family? Mobit asked anxiously. If the old man has been hunted for so long, what's become of everyone else? Edward replied calmly, oh, you really don't need to worry about that. Mobit let out a breath of relief. Because the Zoroast family was annihilated not long after Palez was first hunted. You and Palez are the only 2 who remain of the Zoroast family. And unless something unexpected happens, you won't be alive much longer, either. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 543, Chapter 543, the plot begins. 3 successive revelations landed on him like 3 critical strikes, leaving him completely stunned. The conversation between the 2 hadn't been concealed from the others. Ciata's, in particular, had been listening closely, her ears pricked. The moment she heard that Mobit was also about to die, she immediately asked, why? Why do you say he'll die soon? Edward's gaze swept across everyone present, and he chuckled, not just him. All of you here will be dead very soon. The line dripped with the arrogance of a villain. The group, already on guard, nearly struck out on the spot. No, Elven Songster had already raised her bow. Right. I forgot I've already fully digested the spiritcaster potion. I don't need to force these kinds of impressions on others anymore. Damn the side effects of acting. You should know by now how you ended up here, and what this world actually is, shouldn't you? Edward asked. Everyone hesitated, but nodded. Just as I said earlier, Palace has been hunted by Amon for thousands of years. Which means you've all been here for thousands of years as well. Oh, except for Mr. Frunzier, he's only been in here for a little over a century. Edward spoke to them with frankness. In other words, you guys are old bags of bones way past their expiry date. Mobit murmured, this, we've actually long known. Before meeting Frunzier, I once lived in a place where humans and intelligent races coexist peacefully. I married again and again, only to watch my wives age, grow frail, and die each time. We'd forget our purpose, spending decades, centuries even, living ordinary, peaceful lives. But we're only sequence 5s. Theoretically, we shouldn't have lived this long. So it must be some special rule of this world. Edward nodded. Exactly. But this undying rule only exists here. Once you leave and return to reality, all those years you've lived will catch up in an instant, and time will consume you. That moment will mark your death. He spread his hands. Put simply, leaving this place means dying. Even the simple, honest Groel now understood Edward's point. Silence fell over them all. After a while, Mobit asked, then why did that old man send you to find me? Congratulations, you've spotted the blind spot, Edward said with a grin. Since I came here, it naturally means I have a way for you to continue surviving after leaving this world. He paused. Strictly speaking, it's not living in the truest sense. It's existing as evil spirits. The ascetic monk, Snowman, who had been silent until now, spoke in a deep voice, you intend to use some method to preserve our souls, allowing us to continue on as evil spirits. Exactly. As expected of someone from the era of the ancient sun god, truly knowledgeable. But such methods usually only work for demigods or above, and even then require luck. For those of us at sequence 5, once our bodies die, our souls already carry the mark of the underworld. We'll be irresistibly drawn in. Even if we're fortunate enough to become evil spirits, we'd likely lose our reason. That's no different from death. Edward blinked. Becoming evil spirits is that complicated? Was my earlier idea just wishful thinking? Still, things had come this far, he had to try, no matter what. So Edward said, I don't know the specifics. But if you place your faith in my Lord, he will bring you into his divine kingdom. Then, you'll see for yourselves. Snowman fell silent again before replying, forgive me. I worship only the Lord who created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent God. Relax, Edward said with a smile. Your Lord won't mind such a small thing. After all, he has a very good relationship with the one I worship. He wasn't exactly lying. In the future, my relationship with the true Creator was indeed quite amicable. After a pause, he added cheerfully, besides, you can continue your old faith while also believing in mine. My Lord truly doesn't mind such things. Whether they minded or not was another matter. After all, the Elf King, the Giant King, and even the ancient Sun God were already dead. The dead deserved respect. Snowman froze, a flicker of doubt flashing through his eyes as he rasped, the Lord, is he truly still there? He had deliberately chosen the vague word there instead of alive. Clearly, through conversations with the others, he had long suspected that the ancient sun god was no more. It wasn't just because Mobit and Frunzier, later arrivals, had never even heard of him. It was also because among the 7 gods they spoke of, several clearly wielded authorities that should have belonged to the Lord. Whether he is or isn't, you'll find out once you're outside, won't you? Edward replied. Snowman lapsed into silence. All right, that's the situation. Aside from Mobit, I won't force anyone else. Here is the honorific name of my Lord. Speak it aloud, and you'll be able to enter his divine kingdom. He handed Mobit a piece of parchment inscribed with the 3-part honorific. Mobit blinked in confusion. Why are you forcing me, specifically? I told you, I came here on Palez's request to find you. I can't exactly bring your bones back to him, can I? Though, well, whether or not you become an evil spirit, your bodies will probably still turn into skeletons. At this point, even though everyone still harbored doubts about Edward, they could tell he likely meant no harm. Otherwise, why waste so many words? Of course, there remained another possibility, he was toying with them for his own amusement. But really, who would be that bored? The thought had barely formed when Mobit's heart suddenly tightened. No. There really was someone that bored, Amon. He would disguise himself as someone pretending not to be Amon, tricking others into believing he wasn't. He'd gain their trust, feed them hope, only to suddenly reveal at the end that he was Amon all along. That was exactly the kind of thing Amon would do. What rotten luck. Frunzier was the first to speak. I'm willing to place my faith in that great being. As a soldier of Lone, he bore little burden when it came to faith. Ciatas frowned, thinking hard. I'm sorry, but I cannot place my faith in a false god. Edward casually pulled out the Book of Calamity and shook it. Oh, but I happen to be on rather good terms with your elves, Queen of Calamity. This is a gift from her. The elf's eyes widened at the sight of the book. But, according to Mobit and Frunzier, our elven race should have already, they didn't even know she ever existed. How did you come to know her? The elves are indeed nearly extinct. Queen Kohinum fell long ago. But she didn't completely perish, she left contingencies within certain elven ruins, hoping for a chance to revive herself. Edward smiled at her. But tell me, there haven't been elves in the outside world for many years now. Even if some descendants still exist after millennia, do they truly have the ability or the will to aid their queen? Ciatas, like Snowman, fell into hesitation. Of course she wished to help her queen, but, was this man telling the truth? If the Book of Calamity had been stolen from the queen, then he could very well be an enemy of the elves, tricking her into faith for his own ends. Meanwhile, Groel the giant laughed heartily. I'm willing as well. Frunzier says the giants outside have long gone extinct. If I can keep living, then I must bear the duty of carrying on my people's legacy. Edward shot him a surprised glance. Legacy, huh? Don't tell me you mean reproduction. With that body of yours, you won't exactly find a suitable partner. And even if you did, once you're out there, you'll be an evil spirit. How would you even continue the bloodline? Well, then again, there were giants in the Harry Potter world. Different species, perhaps. Was there reproductive isolation? He clapped his hands sharply. All right, everyone. I understand life and faith are not easy things to give up. You don't need to decide right away. In any case, before we can leave this place, we must first reach the end of this book story. Mobit immediately asked, how do we reach the end? Over the years, each of us has tried. But every so often, we'd forget everything, drifting into a daze, some wandering off to live elsewhere, some falling into long sleeps, until the next new arrival appeared. Simple, Edward replied. We just have to slay the King of the North, you listen. At that, Groel straightened at once. But all these years, we've never managed to find it. Every time we hear of it attacking villages or towns, by the time we arrive, it's already gone. Edward frowned. You mean to say, you haven't even seen it with your own eyes? No. This time it was Frunzier who spoke. Strictly speaking, Groel saw it once. He witnessed it destroy a town with his own eyes, causing enormous casualties. That was why he swore to slay the dragon. So that was it, this book really was structured like a game storyline. If the right conditions weren't met, the plot simply wouldn't trigger. In that case, perhaps the so-called King of the North only spawned when the trigger was fulfilled. Until then, it might not exist in this world at all. That would be troublesome. So, should he really find someone to stuff his suitcase, 2 more people inside just to fill the roster? But if people brought in by abnormal means didn't count, what then? Roar. At that moment, the entire cavern shook violently. A wave of savage, frenzied power crashed down upon them. Groel shot to his feet. It's you listen, it's here. Edward was stunned. So his guess was wrong. They hadn't failed to meet the King of the North because it didn't exist, it had just been sheer bad luck. But in the original, the dragon only appeared once the cast had gathered. Why was it here now? The group rushed through the cavern toward the entrance. A colossal figure descended from the skies, landing upon a massive, ice-encrusted boulder nearby. Its membranous wings did not fold away but stretched wide, blotting out what little light there was. Shimmering, crystalline scales like frozen dreams. Eyes of raging, abyssal blue. Its scales shimmered like crystalline frost. Its dragon eyes glowed with a violent, abyssal blue. Almost at once, it opened its maw and spewed forth a torrent of unstable, twisting ice-blue flame. Wherever it passed, the air itself froze into transparent solid crystals. In the blink of an eye, the firestorm rose into a surging tide of prismatic frostlight, flooding toward the cave's mouth, freezing everything in its path. Faces paled. Everyone fell back, everyone except Edward, who stood unmoving, staring up at the approaching azure blaze. Groel hesitated for only a second before thrusting out his massive hand toward him. Quick, move. Note, 755 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 544, Chapter 544, the plot collapsed. Yet Grozel's massive hand was suddenly stopped by an invisible force, unable to advance even an inch. Before Edward, a massive illusory door manifested, swallowing the surging tide of icy blue waves with ease, leaving the cave utterly untouched. Edward raised his hand toward the dragon again, stealing its current thoughts, then cast a transfiguration spell to turn it into a colossal ice sculpture. Only then did he turn back to the others and say calmly, "If I kill it right now, this story will come to an end. Do you all need more time to consider?" Everyone froze. They hadn't expected that this frost dragon, whose presence crushed them with unbearable pressure, could be subdued by Mr. Sparrow as easily as an adult toying with a child. He really was a demigod, an exceedingly powerful demigod. The good news was, they no longer had to risk their lives against the frost dragon. The bad news was, if Sparrow bore even the slightest malice, they might end up no different from the dragon, without the power to resist. Thus, the only choice left to them was to pray that everything he had just said was the truth. Their gazes, almost in unison, turned toward Seatas and Snowman. Mobit nudged Seatas with his hand, pleading softly, "Seatas." She was indeed a hot-tempered, prideful elf who disdained the idea of worshipping any false god beyond the Elven King. Yet at this moment, she wavered, not only because of Edward's claim that the Queen of Calamity awaited the elves' aid, but also because of the look in Mobit's eyes. "I am willing." She lowered her head slightly. "Her Majesty is waiting for me. I hope to have the chance to aid her." Snowman then traced a symbol across his chest resembling a cross, closed his eyes halfway, and intoned, "I am willing as well." "Good." Edward smiled and nodded. "Then silently recite the honorific name I gave you." The group did not hesitate further. In voices loud, soft, or silent in their hearts, they recited Edward's threefold honorific. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. Almost instantly, Edward's ears were filled with overlapping waves of prayer. Perfect. He grinned, turned back toward the dragon now frozen into sculpture, and let violent lightning surge through his body, coiling into writhing serpents of thunder. Boom. A silver-white thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel split the air, striking the dragon directly. With a resounding crack, the massive ice sculpture shattered into fragments, then vaporized into steaming mist under the searing heat. Mobit murmured, "Seatas, that lightning strike was far more terrifying than the ones you usually wield." Seatas's eyes flickered with surprise. It felt as if Her Majesty herself had cast it. "He is clearly a beyonder of the door pathway. Perhaps this ability was recorded from your Queen of Calamity. If so, then his relationship with your queen might truly be close." For Seatas, that was undoubtedly good news, and her expression instantly softened. Minutes later, the steam dispersed. Where the frost dragon had once stood, only a charred corpse remained. Collapsed upon the ground like a blackened hill, its head drooped lifelessly against the floor. Yet Edward sensed something amiss. First, a dragon turned into an ice statue should not have left behind an intact corpse after being struck by such a bolt of lightning. Second, according to the original story, once the King of the North perished, its corpse should have dissolved into a pair of doors leading outward. But after so long, the dragon's body still lay there intact. Nothing happened. This could only mean one thing, just as he had suspected before, because two individuals were missing, the story had bugged out, causing the plot to collapse. The moment this thought arose, the charred corpse suddenly quivered. The outermost layer of blackened flesh quickly sloughed away, revealing beneath it scales gleaming like frozen crystal. It wasn't dead. Could it be that my presence as a demigod caused this final boss to receive a version upgrade? But that's cheating, isn't it? In an instant, all the charred flesh crumbled off the dragon's body, restoring it to the exact state it had been when they first saw it, Edward's devastating attack seeming to have left no trace whatsoever. Edward's vigilance sharpened at once. Boom. The frost dragon suddenly spread its colossal wings and shot upward. As it exhaled another torrent of ice-blue flame, it twisted its head and, without hesitation, sped north. "Don't think of escaping." The elven woman Seatas sprinted forward a few steps, drawing her bow to full tension, silver-white lightning crackling furiously along the bowstring. At the same time, the ascetic Snowman intoned solemnly. "God says it's effective." Whoosh. The arrow streaked forth, wrapped in both silvery white and golden radiance. It pierced the dragon's crystalline armor, tearing open its scales, and scattered blood across the snow. The beast let out a deep, guttural roar. But even that blow did not halt its retreat. Edward no longer dared to underestimate it. He unleashed a storm of spells, regression, lightning, exile, and many more, erupting outward like a torrential downpour. Even a demigod should have perished under such a barrage if it neither dodged nor resisted. Yet, to his astonishment, the dragon's colossal body suddenly turned half-transparent, becoming a spectral phantom. Every attack passed straight through it without harm, as it vanished unscathed into the boundless darkness. Damn it. What kind of ability is that? Seatas furiously slammed her bow against the cavern wall. What's going on? All eyes turned to Edward. He thought for a moment before replying. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, perhaps this world has an error. He had wanted to say bug, but changed it at the last moment. You all stay here and wait. I'll chase it down and see. Edward stepped forward, dissolving into a spiritual body, and flickered northward in pursuit of the frost dragon. Using the blood it had just spilt as a guide, he employed dowsing to confirm the direction. He dared not attempt teleportation, for in this book world, there seemed to be no such thing as the spirit world. Thus he pressed on, stopping and starting as he went. From night into day, he pursued it. As the pitch-black sky began to pale with dawn, the heavy snowfall eased into a lighter drift. In the grey morning glow, Edward glimpsed a towering peak in the distance, its summit lost beyond sight. Stranger still, its slopes were cloaked in vast stretches of lush greenery, utterly unnatural in these icy lands. But as he drew nearer, a vast primeval forest unfurled before him, and the towering mountain suddenly vanished, as though it had never existed at all. Clearly abnormal. Edward halted at once, first flipping a coin to divine whether danger lurked nearby. When none appeared, he recited his threefold honorific name in prayer to himself. Then he retraced 4 steps. In a haze of pale mist, he ascended into the Sapphira Castle, seating himself upon his bronze throne. Lifting his gaze, he saw 6 crimson stars glowing within the grey fog. 5 belonged to Groel and his companions, 1 was his own. Edward stretched out his hand, letting his spirituality flow into them one by one, establishing connections with all 5. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Since they would eventually abandon their bodies to become wraiths, why should he bother following the plot? Why not directly draw Groel and the other spirits into the Sapphira Castle, then release them through the illusory doors of sacrifice and bestowal? That way, no matter what mystery surrounded this resurrected frost dragon, he wouldn't need to risk himself at all. He acted the moment the idea formed. Spirituality surged into the 5 stars, attempting to pull them upward. But this time, it failed. Their spirits could not leave their bodies to enter the Sapphira Castle, as though they were locked in place. No, more precisely, as though they were locked inside Grozel's travels itself. TCH. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. He recalled how the original story mentioned that the longer one stayed in this book world, the more one forgot one's true purpose, eventually becoming no different from the book's characters. Only when new figures appeared did they briefly recover awareness. The latest of the 5, Frunzier, had already been in Grozel's travels for over 160 years. By now, they had long become part of the book. And this book had been created by the Dragon of Imagination, infused with the power of the Chaos Sea. As Spherotes, the Sapphira Castle and the Chaos Sea were equals, neither higher nor lower. But because these 5 had remained here so long, branded with its marks, they could no longer be pulled out. So, no exploiting glitches after all. Edward connected to his own star, completed the ritual of praying to himself and receiving his own response, then withdrew from the Sapphira Castle and returned to the forest. He pressed onward, sometimes straight, sometimes turning, until, after an unknown span, he reached a steep, jutting cliff. The landscape suddenly opened wide. A colossal, abyssal crater stretched across the land. At its center lay a city the size of an island. Its foundation was grayish-white, upon which stood stone pillars dozens, even hundreds, of meters tall. Some rose alone, others bore the weight of towering, ancient palaces. The whole scene was bizarre yet awe-inspiring. Edward froze in place, whispering in awe. The City of Miracles, Liveseed. How did I end up here? In the original story, Klein and the others had relied on Audrey's spectator pathway ability, dream traversal, to enter Groel, Ciata's, and the others' collective subconscious, piecing together a road that led them to this legendary city. But he had merely pursued the frost dragon using dowsing. How had he arrived here? Then he recalled the dragon's final act, its phantom state that rendered it immune to every attack. He had assumed it was some kind of bug, a forced invulnerability. But now it seemed more like the spectator pathway's ability, dream traversal. Yet how had it not only entered the sea of collective subconscious, but dragged him into it as well, without his realizing? Wasn't this far too outrageous? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 545, Cooperating with Amon. Edward's heart instantly tensed. When something was abnormal, it was never a good sign. If this were just Grozel's travels, his current strength was more than enough to keep him safe. But the city before his eyes was the City of Miracles, and that was a different matter entirely. Especially. His gaze locked on the enormous grey-white palace, over 200 meters tall, not far from the deep-sea crater. If his memory was correct, that was the residence of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, the so-called Hall of Truth. Edward tossed out his divining rod again. Unsurprisingly, it pointed straight toward the Hall of Truth. But this time, he didn't dare advance rashly. Since the frost dragon had fled all the way here, it clearly believed this place to be advantageous for it. Who knew what kind of surprises lurked within the floating City of Miracles? The sealed, polluted persona of the Dragon King inside the Hall of Truth alone would be enough to give Edward a headache. Yet if he didn't pursue and kill the dragon, wouldn't the book's storyline stall? That would trap everyone inside and lock his advancement ritual in place as well. After a moment of hesitation, Edward tapped his toes lightly and flew off, circling the outer rim of the deep-sea crater. He divined continuously while observing the city from all angles. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. A rumbling explosion rang out. Below, one massive stone pillar after another collapsed within the floating city, echoing through the strange dimension. Edward's attention snapped downward. From amidst the collapsing pillars soared a man in a magician's robe, wearing a monocle. His face bore rare irritation. Behind him was an elderly man with 3 heads and 4 pairs of black wings. Amon and Steph. Edward's pupils contracted sharply. Why are they here? Then it clicked. In the original story, the Frost Dragon had appeared to attack the adventuring party precisely because Klein and the others' entry had completed the number of characters required for the final pages of Grozel's travels. But this time, when Edward entered, the head count had still been short by 2, yet the Frost Dragon had still appeared. He'd been confused at first, but now it was obvious, Amon and Steph had entered as well. At that moment, Steph was clearly in pursuit. The crimson flesh and spirit blade slashed again and again, each stroke radiating the waves of corruption. His 3 heads alternated through various abilities, launching a relentless assault on Amon. As for Amon, he fled, occasionally turning back to reach out and steal Steph's thoughts or abilities, but with little effect. He actually looked rather battered. Don't be fooled by the original novel, where a sequence 4 Amon nearly turned the tables even when encircled by Palez, a sequence 1, Klein, a sequence 4, and the Snake of Mercury. Back then, Palez and the Wool were so weakened they could hardly unleash their true might. But Steph was the real thing, a fully intact sequence 2 profane presbyter. Hey! The moment Amon spotted Edward, his eyes lit up. He pointed at him and shouted to Steph. See? He's your real target, not me. Steph glanced at Edward. Instantly, mad killing intent flared in those crazed eyes. But with 2 enemies appearing at once, he hesitated, uncertain whom to pursue. Amon, of course, made the choice for him. With a sudden grab, he stole positions and swapped places with Edward, placing Edward closer to Steph. Steph immediately abandoned all doubt and lunged furiously at the suddenly nearer Edward. Damn you, Amon. Edward flashed away in rapid succession, leaving behind a string of afterimages as he retreated at top speed, intending to flee the way he had come. Don't bother. Once you're in here, you can't leave. Amon watched with leisurely amusement as Steph chased Edward, a faint smile curling his lips. Otherwise, why would I have been chased by him in here for so long? Sure enough, when Edward reached the cliff where he'd first arrived, the forest and road he had come through had vanished. In their place stretched only void-like darkness. Though nothing was visible within, his spirituality screamed of terrible danger lurking inside. Boom. He had no time to ponder further. Steph's flesh and spirit blade swung down once more, brimming with the aura of corruption. In this deranged state, Steph's shepherd abilities had been abandoned. He fought like a berserker, relying only on raw strength, speed, and destruction. Yet even so, Edward could tell, in this form, Steph was stronger than before. One blow from that blade, and even a demigod might lose half his life. Edward flashed aside, the corrupted edge grazing him as it fell. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Amon smiling faintly, raising a hand. Magnify, steal. In the very next second, their positions swapped. Amon's smile froze on his face. He, the ancestor of the Marauder pathway, had actually been countered with a theft. He immediately tried to repeat the trick, but Edward had already anticipated it. Magnify, stealing is forbidden here. Fine, fine, fine. Almost simultaneously, Steph's flesh and spirit blade came cleaving down toward Amon's skull. His figure vanished abruptly, dodging the fatal strike by parasiticing into Steph's body. Magnify, parasitism is forbidden here. The second prohibition landed. A worm of time burst out of Steph's flesh, quickly morphing back into Amon's form. The monocle on his face gleamed faintly, and Steph froze as if caught in a petrification spell, standing motionless for several seconds. This was Amon's deception. Unfortunately, the pause lasted only a few seconds. Amon slipped away again, using deception to bend the rules of physics for extreme speed, but Steph had already shaken it off, resuming the relentless chase. From the side, Edward asked evenly. He doesn't look normal. What happened to him? Amon grinned. Oh, I just mixed his 2 personalities together in the dream. Then, voila, he turned into a mindless lunatic. Edward. You're truly a menace. As he fled, Amon suddenly called out. Hey, let's talk. Whoever dragged us in here clearly wants to use us for something. If we keep fighting like this, we'll all die. Edward was startled. Amon and Steph were brought in here by someone. Who could possibly have the power to pull that off? You're saying we should cooperate? Deep down, Edward couldn't believe it. Amon, of all people, suggesting cooperation. But at the moment, Edward was under the unique state of praying to himself and responding to himself. He didn't fear a mere Amon clone. At worst, he could cut the summoning short and retreat to the Sapphira Castle. Since you know all that, why did you try to screw me over just now? That was just a joke. Oh. Then I suppose the angel of the holy word here is also just joking with you. Once again, Amon froze Steph with deception. He spread his hands, smiling. Since you put it that way, I don't really care. I'm just a clone. If I die, I die. I'm not afraid of death. Heh. Edward sneered. Not afraid of death. From Amon. Even his avatars were still him. And across the entire narrative, Amon's most human trait had always been the fear of death. Still, staying stuck in this three-way deadlock wouldn't benefit Edward either. After a pause, he said, I don't mind trusting you this once, cooperating, but what about this angel? Do you know how to bring him back to his senses? Amon scratched his cheek. Probably only by killing us. Die. Suddenly, Steph ceased his frenzied assault. The madness in his 6 eyes seemed to ease. His 3 heads turned toward Edward and Amon, seizing upon that single word, killing, from their conversation. He seemed to remember that he was not merely a berserker who only knew how to swing a blade. Edward felt his heart seize as if clamped in a vice. He retreated behind an illusory door, isolating himself in another space to ward off the lingering effects of the profane word. Amon grinned again. Seizing the moment when Edward's prohibition expired, he stretched out a hand toward him. This bastard is trying to steal my door. Magnify, theft is forbidden here. Again Amon's attempt was thwarted. The corruption of death crawled across his body, sprouting writhing worms of time from his skin. A moment later, they all vanished, but his hair had gained a streak of white. He had resisted death's grip, for now. Steph took the chance to close in. His flesh and spirit blade hacked down. At the same time, he intercepted Edward's words, capturing the forbidden from theft is forbidden here. With one stroke, he cleaved Amon in 2. Crash. Amon exploded into a cloud of worms of time, scattering into the depths below. Having killed Amon, Steph immediately turned his blade upon Edward. His left head switched to a new beyonder ability. Madness. In an instant, Edward's thoughts dissolved into chaos. His body refused to obey. Teleportation is forbidden here. As he advanced, Steph prohibited Edward's teleportation. His flesh and spirit blade pierced through the illusory door, shattering the barrier between 2 worlds, and stabbed deep into Edward's body. Drip, drip. Droplets of light slid from Edward's form. As they fell, they transformed into wriggling, radiant insects shaped like bent crescents, weaving rings of starlight that overlapped into countless illusory doors. Boom. A moment later, Edward burst apart like a firework of starry worms, disintegrating completely. Having completed 2 kills in succession, Steph froze. His frenzied haze suddenly dissipated. After a long pause, the 2 additional heads writhed and withdrew. He landed lightly on a massive stone pillar, grasped at his chest, and pulled something from within his own shadow. The instant his shadow came alive, Steph fully regained lucidity. He had used the shadow of deprivation ability, separating his evil, corrupted persona and merging it with his shadow. With a light stomp, the living shadow transformed into armor and wrapped around him. You're not coming out yet? Steph asked blandly, his expression once again calm and unreadable. My. A sequence 2 with a brain really is sharper than one without. Amon stepped out of the void as if strolling in casually. Don't you agree? Edward also reappeared, but kept a wary distance from both Amon and Steph. Amon tilted his head, curious. Your illusions can deceive even a sequence 2, though only while he was insane. From whom did you record that ability? Zeratul. Edward didn't answer. He only asked coldly, so? What now? How exactly do you plan to cooperate? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 546, The Hall of Truth. Amon smiled pleasantly. I can't say for sure. Just make sure you don't secretly look for a chance to stab me in the back. Edward almost laughed in disbelief. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? Who could possibly be more insidious than you? Amon cast a glance toward the Hall of Truth. When Steph was chasing me just now, we circled around nearly the whole place, except that palace. Let's go take a look. I've actually never been inside the old dragon's palace before. You two saw that frost dragon fly into the palace earlier, didn't you? Amon shook his head. Didn't notice. Steph looked even less informed. There's something wrong here. Even after being resurrected, that frost dragon should only be sequence 4 at best. How could it slip past the 2 of you and enter the Hall of Truth? Was it deliberately leading me here along the way? What does it want? And who was it that dragged Amon and Steph into this book? With what goal? Questions tumbled endlessly through Edward's mind. What he thought would be a carefree stroll, an overpowered boy from the last dungeon moves to a starter town for fun, had suddenly twisted into a tangled mess of uncertainty. Even thinking with my knees is enough to know, there's something dirty hidden in all this. By then, Amon had stolen distance to appear before the grey-white palace gates. Back then, we searched so long for the City of Miracles. Who would have thought the old dragon hid it inside a book? No wonder it was once the dragon of imagination, truly impressive. Steph said nothing, simply following along and striding straight through the massive doors. Amon turned back toward Edward, who still lingered behind an illusory door, and grinned. Not planning on joining us? After you. Heh. Cautious fellow. Once the two of them entered the palace, Edward flipped a coin to attempt a divination. As expected, it slipped straight from his fingers and fell uselessly. Divination had failed. Whether that was due to the dragon of imagination Ankwelt himself, or the pollution sealed within from the Chaos Sea, he couldn't be sure. Frowning, Edward suddenly thought of something. He reached into his dimensional pouch and pulled out Will-O-Septon's origami crane. Quickly, he scribbled a message. Can you see this? I need to speak with you. Trier, the Intis Royal Palace. Crismona stepped lightly into the understated yet opulent king's chambers, encountering no obstacles along the way, not because of her exceptional stealth, but because there simply was no one to stop her. Tonight, the city of Trier was mired in chaos. Beyonder battles had erupted across multiple districts, involving the Demonis sect, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and several other factions, drawing in double-digit high-sequence Beyonders. The royal family's two old powerhouses, a Sequence 3 and a Sequence 2, had already been dispatched. Together with the churches, they had brought out sealed artifacts, scrambling to put out fires everywhere. The palace, by contrast, was left relatively unguarded, whether out of neglect or deliberate choice, it was hard to say. Tap. Crismona halted, her gaze landing on the young men in luxurious attire seated upon the golden throne. She inclined her head slightly in greeting. Good evening, Your Majesty. After a pause, the young king, Dorian Sauron, replied in a clear voice, Good evening, madam. He straightened, a trace of puzzlement on his face. Right now, shouldn't you be occupied with searching for those brass pillars? Crismona smiled. Indeed. That's precisely why I'm here, for the 8th pillar. Oh, and as it happens. She raised a slender finger, holding a brass rod. When I arrived at the palace earlier, someone tossed me this as a welcome gift. With that, she tossed it toward King Dorian. He caught it effortlessly and set it aside without ceremony. You know the true purpose of the brass pillars? Crismona nodded. I can guess, more or less. To magnify his spirituality so he can pierce through the seal and influence the outside world. Then, using the locations of the 8 pillars, those tied to his 7 most trusted subordinates and his own tomb, and the chain of command of the war bishop, he anchors himself to them, dispersing the madness that plagues him. Dorian pressed further. And beyond that? Beyond that? I don't know. The king was silent for a moment, then said, dispelling the madness is only temporary. His true goal is to use the brass pillars to lure 7 demigod-level hunters or witches as prey, as sacrifices, to replace the remnant spirits of his subordinates. That way, he can shed his madness entirely, break free of the seal, and claw his way out from beneath Trier. Oh, no wonder news of the brass pillars only seemed to reach the witch and hunter pathways. King Dorian pinched his fingers together and murmured, which means, you should never have come. When Vermonda Sauron breaks free of his seal, Trier will be destroyed. His resurrection will come at the price of the entire city, and the whole kingdom of Intis. Crismona's eyes widened in surprise. You sound as though you don't want that to happen. Then why have you been helping him all this time? I was deceived. The young king revealed a pained, bitter smile. I thought I was someone valued and admired by my ancestors, that I was the future of Intis. I believed that helping him resurrect and break free from his seal was to add a mighty supporter to the Sauron family. I thought he was sealed away only because of betrayal and envy from others. But those were nothing more than my beliefs. Vermonda Sauron has always been a man who cared only for himself. That is why he fell into madness during his conqueror advancement, and why he had to be sealed beneath Trier. By the time I realized this truth, it was already too late. Dorian continued with a heavy voice, up to now, he has already killed 4 demigod-level witches and hunters. He is very close to succeeding. Crismona frowned. Only 4. Even if you count me, that makes 5. He's still too short of the 7 demigods you mentioned. And, as far as I know, quite a few of those brass rods are missing, aren't they? Can his plan really succeed? Add the 2 from the Sauron family. She froze for a second, her expression shifting to surprise. Well, he certainly does have guts. After thinking for a moment, Chrismona said, still, you've spoken at length, yet you've overlooked something. What is that? The church. Do you think they will stand idly by and watch Trier be destroyed? Dorian lowered his voice. Vermonda Sauron seems to have already made an agreement with the church. The Seven needs a new red priest. Heh. But, for someone who struggled even to advance to sequence 1, why would the Seven believe he has any chance of ascending to sequence 0? Chrismona smiled faintly. If the church really did make such an agreement with him, then it's only to use him as a probe, to test the state of the Tudor ruins buried beneath Trier. As she spoke, she turned her head to one side. What do you say, Vermonda Sauron? Creak. 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 Accompanied by harsh, grating footsteps, a figure in blood-red armor corroded with rust emerged from the darkness. His eyes glowed scarlet and deranged, like those of a frenzied beast stripped of reason, exuding a terrifying and twisted aura. The last one. He moved, his form erupting into a blur of crimson as he lunged toward Chrismona. But Chrismona merely stepped back with unhurried grace. In the instant the figure closed in, a translucent hand emerged from her chest, pressing against the armored man. Boom. The blood-red armor shattered in an instant, exploding into a shower of fragments that clattered across the floor. The king was struck dumb. Chrismona, however, strode slowly toward the direction from which the armored figure had appeared. Her tone was light, touched with laughter. Vermonda Champagne Sauron, here I come. 7 Rose Street, inside the villa. Little Snake Will Septon lay sprawled on the window ledge, chin resting in his hands, face full of worry. Sigh, did fate's revelation get it wrong? Why has Trier suddenly fallen into such chaos? Could something really disastrous be about to happen? Clutching his head, he cried. I can't tell, I really can't tell. Suddenly, Will froze mid-motion. He felt something, then his eyes widened in shock. Whoa. The grand play in Trier isn't even over yet, and another show has already begun. That one doesn't seem any smaller than this side. He pressed his lips together, hesitated for quite some time, then closed his eyes and murmured, there's nothing more to say. The best I can do is give you some good luck, but I can't promise how much it will help. You'll have to fend for yourself. With that, he scuttled over to the bed in small steps, climbed under the covers, and let out a long sigh. I'd best do what a child my age ought to do. Good night, everyone. May you live to see tomorrow's sun. Inside the world of Grozel's travels. After finishing his message on the paper crane, Edward chose not to dreamwalk. Instead, he waited patiently for quite some time. At last, Little Snake's voice sounded at his ear. Nothing more to say, give you some good luck, you'll have to fend for yourself. Edward let out a long breath. Little Snake really had received it. The Fate Pathway's abilities were indeed frighteningly strong at times. Truthfully, Edward was already satisfied that Will had bestowed him some good fortune. After all, in this timeline, they had only ever met once before, speaking for just a few minutes. It hardly counted as friendship. He strongly suspected that Will's willingness to help was largely out of deference to Lilith. Still, since Little Snake had not warned him against entering the Hall of Truth, it probably meant, maybe, hopefully, it wasn't that dangerous after all. Yes. The greatest danger had always been Amon. Edward was well aware that Amon's so-called cooperation was utter nonsense. Whether or not Amon had sensed the Saphira Castle's aura on him, he was certainly far more interested in Edward than in anyone else. But he had likely realized that Edward was as slippery as an eel at the moment, hard to catch, and so he was stalling for time, just like in Trier when he had played the coward game. Edward waited a few minutes longer before finally flashing to the palace entrance. Occlumency probably won't work inside the Hall of Truth, right? Despite the thought, Edward still reinforced his occlumency, filling his mind with a chorus of nursery rhymes. He passed through the colossal doorway once used by dragons, entering a palace so vast and ornate it defied imagination. In that instant, he felt like nothing more than an ant who had wandered into a human dwelling. On either side of the palace stood towering stone pillars, forming a massive hall. The hall's walls were lined with vivid frescoes, stretching forward until they converged around a colossal half-column that would have taken many men holding hands to encircle. That immense column rose from the hall's deepest point, directly ahead, resembling the petrified figure of a god. Amon and Steph stood a dozen meters away, having not gone any further inside, their gazes fixed upward on the pale gray silhouette sketched upon the column. Not until Edward entered did they finally move, striding forward together. One can only imagine the dragon's strength at its peak, Amon's voice echoed through the hall, yet even so, it was still defeated by him. That's my voice. Oh, so here, whatever you think is spoken aloud. TCH. So it really is. As Amon's words faded, Edward's own voice resounded, Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 970 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 547, Chapter 547, The Dragon of Mind. Amon and Steph both turned their heads in puzzlement. Oh, Southwest, this place only reads the shallow, surface layer of thoughts. That makes things simple, ring-a-ring, oh, roses, a pocket full of posies. Amon drawled, if I were that old dragon, I'd have woken up right now just to beat you senseless. With the nursery rhyme echoing in the background, Edward looked at Amon and asked. Amon, what exactly are you planning? Amon grinned. Why, of course I'm. Before he could finish, his voice reverberated across the hall, of course I'm planning to first check out what's going on here, then parasitus you to see what you really are. Ah, oops. How did that slip out? My mistake, let me rephrase that. Edward turned to Steph. And you, sir. Leave this place first. Then kill you. Steph hadn't the slightest inclination to hide his intent. Great, what a blessing it is to cooperate with these two bastards. Edward spat inwardly, and the hall's background music shifted into 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4, knock at the door. As for Amon and Steph, the two naturally devised their own means of shielding their thoughts from the Hall of Truth's probing. You know a witch named Lilith, don't you? The instant the question landed, Steph's formerly placid expression rippled ever so slightly. I do. Did you know Lilith was killed through Amon and Cheek's collusion? Steph replied coldly, I know. Amon immediately raised his hand. Oi, don't pin that on me. That was my main body. Besides, aren't you forgetting the real culprit, that paranoid zealot? He was the one who plotted everything. I was just the assistant. Pausing, he added with interest, by the way, who exactly are you? Why are you so obsessed with Lilith? Hearing this, Steph also gave Edward a few long, searching looks, his eyes faint with thought. Edward did not answer. Instead, he pressed on, why did Adam want Lilith dead? Was there some grudge between them? Does a zealot need a specific reason to kill? Amon sneered. No, he hides behind his favorite line, that it was simply the trend of times. And why didn't Lilith's godhood ascension match his so-called trend of times? Amon chuckled. He claimed that both the primordial demoness and the Red Priest are extremely special pathways, tied to matters of great importance. For either of them, gender transformation during ascension is absolutely required. Lilith was female from start to finish. Naturally, she didn't qualify as the primordial demoness. Gender transformation. And why would that be necessary? How should I know? Edward fell into deep thought. So that's why Lilith turned to gathering conquerors beyond her characteristics. She really was trying to leap toward the Red Priest. But something still didn't add up. If that's the case, then Adam tricking Medici could make sense. But why help Tudor? He was male too, so advancing him to Red Priest would still match the so-called trend, except he'd be a mad, forcibly converted Red Priest. Wait, could it be precisely because Tudor was mad, unstable, that Adam helped him? Adam must have known Tudor could never truly hold the Red Priest seat. His end was bound to be annihilation. Then the related beyonder characteristics would spill out, left for future claimants. And in the end, that was exactly how events unfolded. At that moment, Steph suddenly spoke, his tone flat but in surprisingly decent Chinese, little red flower. Edward froze in shock, turning toward him. Lilith taught you that? Steph gave no reply, but faint ripples stirred in his gaze. Hey! Amon cut in irritably. Weren't you two just trying to kill each other a moment ago? Why are you suddenly exchanging secret codes? And what language was that anyway? What did it mean? Neither Edward nor Steph answered him. Amon felt left out. Damn it. You two are insufferable. I'll parasitus you both sooner or later, then you'll be part of the great Amon family too. As they pressed forward, the frescoes along the Grand Hall told the sweep of history, the building of cities, plains buried under snow, wars and migrations, the rise and fall of nations and city-states. Suddenly, amid the murals, a familiar figure emerged. A colossal dragon with glacial blue eyes and scales of ice crystal. The King of the North, you listen. The instant Edward laid eyes on it, the dragon's pair of ghostly blue pupils suddenly came alive. Accompanied by a shrill whistle laced with icy wind, the massive beast flapped its leathery wings and actually flew out of the mural. At first it was ethereal, but it swiftly solidified into flesh and scale, then charged straight toward the enormous stone pillar at the far end of the hall, the throne that had once belonged to the King of Dragons. Boom. The frost dragon crashed down onto the throne pillar, its frigid gaze bearing down coldly on the three of them. Heh, so this frost dragon harbors ambition. Does it wish to become the new Dragon King? Amon adjusted his monocle with a smile, then immediately cast a flurry of abilities at the beast, stealing, deceiving, parasiticing. Almost simultaneously, the dragon threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar. The cry was steeped in overwhelming might, and in an instant the three of them fell into confusion, their consciousnesses thrown into disarray, their bodies scattering uncontrollably in all directions. This was a mind dragon, or rather, awe and frenzy from the spectator pathway. But hadn't it been a frost dragon just now? As if to answer their doubts, the frost dragon on the throne suddenly closed its eyes. Its enormous body convulsed violently. Those dreamlike crystalline scales, like plates of frozen diamond, cascaded off one after another, clattering onto the floor. Yet what was revealed beneath was not flesh and sinew, but a layer of ashen-gray scales. Swish. When the dragon's massive eyes opened again, they had become a pair of pale gold vertical pupils. It lifted its head, the molting accelerating until the frost-like armor shed entirely. Moments later, before them stood a colossal dragon whose entire body gleamed a pallid gray. It had transformed from a frost dragon into a mind dragon. And crucially, Edward recognized this dragon. It was none other than the supposed final contingency left behind by the Dragon King for his resurrection, the ancient mind dragon Arihog. In that instant, Edward felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, his whole body chilled to the marrow. Why had the frost dragon suddenly become Arihog? Was this its false body within Grossel's travel city of miracles, Liveseed, or had it truly infiltrated this book world without a trace? Amon's eyes lit up with dawning realization, his lips curling. So it was you behind all this. Boom. Arihog beat its titanic, rune-etched wings, whipping up a storm that raged through the hall. It rose into the air, hovering loftily as its pale golden pupils swept swiftly over them, finally locking onto Edward. Thank you, for bringing me here. F***CK. Edward instantly understood. This had to be the handiwork of the future Arihog. Back when they'd encountered it in that dragon-worshipping village, Arihog had offered him the spectator pathway formulas in a verbal bargain, yet hadn't shown the slightest concern whether Edward would keep his word. Later, Bernadette had discovered traces of psychological cues on him. Edward had assumed that was Arihog's safeguard, and once dispelled, he had never thought more of it. But now it was clear, that had been a red herring. The real preparation had been this, lying in wait for him here all along. So, back then, Arihog already knew Edward would return to the past. It had planted some mark upon him, allowing its past self to follow the trail into Grossel's travels, a perfect closed loop. Wait. According to the original accounts, Arihog was the Dragon King's final measure for resurrection, and its rebirth was tied intimately to Liveseed, the city of miracles. Now that it had entered the book world and even ascended the Dragon King's throne, did this mean the Dragon King had already completed resurrection in the past? Was the Liveseed they'd seen in the future already under the dominion of Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt? What a pleasant surprise. Indeed, in the world of mysticism, everyone was a cunning bastard. Suddenly, Edward's heart jolted. The ability to instantly transport to several special anchor points. Instead, he had teleported first to the battlefield ruins, drawing Steph's pursuit. Then, confronted by Amon, he'd chosen to enter Grossel's travels. Step by step, he had been herded into this very moment. This wasn't just a psychological cue, it felt orchestrated. So had the Dragon King, Ankwelt, truly been resurrected in the future? Was he capable of arranging matters across 190 years, shaping even the past? This was absurd beyond belief. Adam, you son of a... Aren't you going to show yourself yet? If Ankwelt has resurrected, won't that spell disaster for you too? Edward immediately withdrew a step, hiding behind the illusory door, ready at any moment to retreat to the Sapphira Castle or invoke Heath. Amon, smiling faintly, flicked a glance at Edward before addressing the dragon, whether Arihog or Ankwelt, floating before them. Oi, you didn't bring us here just to flaunt your marvelous transformation, did you? If so, congratulations, you've succeeded. Quite spectacular, very impressive. Now then, how about letting us leave? Boom. Arihog folded its massive, rune-scribed wings and landed heavily upon the throne. Its pale golden eyes betrayed no emotion as its voice reverberated like a droning bell. I need you to do me a favor. Its words filled the entire hall with an unceasing buzz. Amon tilted his head, smiling. And what favor might that be? Kill me. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 548, Chapter 548, The Dragon of Imagination. After a brief pause of puzzlement, Amon readily said, Sure, lie down and don't move, let me just steal away all your vitality. He reached out to use theft on Arihog again, but his own feet suddenly staggered back 2 steps, the attempt interrupted. His expression darkened with displeasure. Didn't you want to die? Why stop me? Not yet. Hidden behind the illusory door, Edward's heart stirred as he asked, When you say kill you, do you mean killing off one of your personalities? Exactly. Arihog continued, There's a personality within me that has been tampered with. It lurks at the very bottom of my consciousness. Even as a Sequence 2 spectator, I cannot expel it. Worse, the higher my sequence climbs, the stronger it grows, waiting for its chance to replace me. Amon chuckled. Dragon King Ankwelt. The pale gold vertical pupils of Arihog flickered. As expected of that one's child, you truly do know much. So then, are you Arihog, or the Dragon King Ankwelt? Arihog. Its voice thrummed like a resonant hum. But soon, I will become Ankwelt. That answer confirmed the original speculation. Arihog was indeed the contingency left for the Dragon King's resurrection. Only now, what trick was it playing with this act? Edward pressed further. Why do you want to kill Arihog? Aren't you the vessel left behind for his return? Arihog replied, no one wishes to be merely another's vessel for resurrection. I am no exception. More importantly, Ankwelt has already been corrupted. The resurrected him will not be who he once was. Perhaps in his madness, he no longer cares, but I do. Edward could not tell whether it was speaking truth or falsehood, but he had no choice except to follow its lead. So how do we kill you, him? Do you mean literally? Of course. Edward scoffed. You think too highly of us, don't you? Asking us to kill a former deity. And the three of us. Right, just look at this merry band. 3 people, each with their own schemes, ready to stab the others at the first chance. You really expect us to help you kill Ankwelt? Are you insane? Sensing Edward's doubts, Arihog said, at this time, I had no other choice. If I miss this chance, I will never have another. When he first awakens, his state will be extremely poor. More than half his strength will be diverted simply to keep his corruption at bay. And I will interfere with him as much as I can, to win you an opening. If you fail, only annihilation awaits you. But if you succeed, you will reach your ending, and leave this place. Great. Just great. So this was what they called driving ducks onto the rack. Forget whether they could cooperate, forget even whether Ankwelt's personality could actually be killed. More crucially, all this talk of not wanting to be a resurrection vessel, of needing Ankwelt's personality destroyed, it was entirely the words of the mind dragon before them. There was no way to distinguish truth from deception. For all they knew, it might flip at the last second. What if the one destroyed was the Arihog personality, leaving Ankwelt behind instead? If so, Edward and the others would truly end up facing the dragon of imagination in battle. At that moment, Arihog's pale golden eyes began to lose their color, fading into lifeless gray. Its massive body slumped low upon the stone pillar. Almost simultaneously, a violent, terrifying aura surged forth from behind that colossal throne pillar, the supposed seat of the dragon of imagination. On the mural-covered wall, at some unknown moment, a black, yawning passage had appeared, slanting downward into the depths. A gentle, pure radiance then shone out, illuminating the tunnel in startling clarity. At its deepest end stood a pair of towering bronze doors, ancient and imposing. Upon them sprawled countless indescribable sigils, interwoven like chains that extended endlessly into the beyond, sealing something within, emanating an oppressive weight and unfathomable mystery. This gate. I've seen it before. A sudden flash struck Edward's mind. He recalled the ancient bronze gate deep beneath the vampire castle on the outskirts of Backlund. Some had claimed that beyond the gate lay the abyss, while others insisted it was the Chaos Sea. But whichever it was, the truth remained the same. It was unimaginably dangerous. Creak. The massive bronze doors suddenly swung open. From within, boundless, pitch-black darkness poured out like liquid, spilling in all directions before surging straight into the body of the mind dragon. At once, a powerful heartbeat echoed through the vast hall. Thump, thump. It sounded both like the dragon's heart being invaded by darkness and like their very own hearts beating in unison. The 3 immediately turned pale, preparing either to strike or to flee. In no time, the mind dragon, now engulfed in darkness, had its once pale, gray pupils turn an abyssal black, laced with eerie blue fissures. The next moment, Edward felt a strange chill seep into his body. It was as though every single cell had developed a consciousness of its own, striving to assemble another self. Almost simultaneously, countless identical eyes snapped open across his body, cold and unfeeling, staring at him as silent cries echoed in his mind, an irresistible summons. This was corruption. And not just any corruption, it carried an exceptionally high degree of authority. Even Edward, whose body was supposed to be immune to such pollution, found himself showing signs of being affected. Rebuke. Without hesitation, Edward invoked, rebuke. His figure flickered repeatedly in the mind dragon's low growls, and phantasmal doors manifested around him. Some doors stood ajar, some opened into unfathomable depths, some bore mysterious sigils, and others had hollow centers through which infinite darkness could be glimpsed. The number of these spectral gates multiplied rapidly, overlapping one another until they encircled Edward in dense layers, shielding him from the liquid-like darkness. But Amon and Steph lacked such a defense. The moment the heartbeat resounded, both of their bodies were forced into mythical creature forms. Every worm of time on Amon's body opened an eye, fixing him with a chilling, horrifying gaze. Steph, meanwhile, transformed into a mass of black shadow and writhing flesh, yet even his flesh sprouted eyes, countless eyes, even within a single massive bronze one, smaller eyes began to grow at frightening speed. Roar! At that moment, the corrupted mind dragon let out a guttural roar. Its abyssal eyes, crisscrossed with blue fissures, suddenly regained a faint golden glow. Its pupils reflected raw agony. Hurry! That was Arihog's voice. In that instant, the aberrations consuming Amon and Steph abruptly stopped and quickly began to recede. Amon reached toward Edward as though to snatch something. He stole away one of the phantasmal doors to place before himself, then pinched his monocle. A faint glimmer flashed. Within his dark irises appeared 2 dim worms of time, each with 12 translucent segments. They joined head to tail, forming a vertical circle. The ring rotated slowly, casting a vast, ancient phantom behind him. It resembled a stone-carved clock face divided into 12 sections. Each segment was modeled in shades of gray or dark cyan, their boundaries sharp, each bearing a unique sigil. Dong! A bell toll, as if resonating through the ages, reverberated across the empty hall of truth. The next second, an indescribable, formless torrent burst forth, surging against the endless darkness and hurling it toward the colossal stone-carved clock. But just then, Amon's body once again began to mutate. Fixing his many eyes on Edward, he said, "Steal the corruption from me." "What did you say?" Eyes sprouted rapidly across his face. "I don't know why, but you're unaffected by it, aren't you?" Normally, corruption couldn't simply be stolen away with theft, otherwise Roselle's resurrection wouldn't have been so painstaking. Even if Amon's main body attempted such a theft, it would only spread the corruption into himself, leaving both him and his target contaminated. But Edward possessed dullness, allowing him to use theft to actually steal corruption, just as he had done with Rainet earlier. After a brief hesitation, Edward reached out and snatched the corruption from Amon. Yet the moment he drew away a portion, Amon's body immediately began accumulating more. By then, Steph had also recovered. He swiftly entered the peak state of the Trinity body, his 3 heads alternating abilities. Cloaked in holy radiance, he lunged at the mind dragon. The fallen shadow that once clung to his form split away again, quietly emerging from the dragon's own shadow, striking with the flesh and spirit blade at its body. Clang! The blade was deflected by the dragon's pale scales. Its abyss-dark eyes, streaked with blue cracks, lowered coldly. In an instant, the fallen shadow exploded. But Steph had already ascended to the massive dragon head. The flesh and spirit blade stabbed straight toward its most vulnerable eye. Whether this mind dragon was Arihog or Ankwelt, in the end it was only a sequence 2. Its true threat came from the overwhelming corruption. And now, with that corruption temporarily diverted by Amon and Edward's unorthodox means, Steph, also a sequence 2, naturally had the power to harm it. Yet, just as the blade struck, Steph's movements froze. His otherwise impassive eyes trembled violently, as though he had glimpsed something unimaginably terrifying. This was the Spectator's Pathway Sequence 2's ability, able to pierce into the target's latent mental vulnerabilities, to discern its deepest fear, and then strike directly at the heart. Swish! The gray-white dragon thrashed violently, its massive tail lashing out and flinging Steph away. He plummeted to the ground like a rag doll, unconscious, lost within an endless labyrinth of the mind. He was not dead, merely trapped in a psychic maze. On Amon's face, eyes blooming and vanishing, there was a hint of surprise. This zealot has mental weaknesses too. And they were caught so easily. He turned his gaze toward Edward. "Looks like it's up to you now. Use the strongest ability you've recorded, kill him. Note, 1150 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 549, Chapter 549, Almighty. No sooner had Amon finished speaking than the mind dragon straightened atop the colossal stone pillar. Its abyssal black pupils pierced through the layers of illusory doors, sweeping across both him and Edward. The instant their gazes met, both felt their spirits lurch, their thoughts unraveling into chaotic disarray. Signs of imminent loss of control crackled through their minds. Low, overlapping murmurs rose within their consciousness, high, low, indistinct, each whisper carving out a new, alien persona inside them, as if they were splitting into fractured selves. "I'm only a mere sequence 4, how could I dare fight the dragon of imagination? It isn't that I want to fight, but if I don't resist, I'll die. I can't win, not a chance. I should flee, quickly. I must be insane, cooperating with Amon. He must have dug a pit for me long ago. Why am I risking my life here? I could leave this place right now. No. If I run, my advancement ritual will be ruined. Which matters more, advancement or survival? Both." A torrent of contradictory thoughts surged ceaselessly, dragging Edward into a state of dull stupor. Even the act of siphoning corruption from Amon slowed to a crawl, until it stopped altogether. The first to suffer from his stagnation was Amon. In just over 10 seconds, the endless tide of black liquid he had been absorbing clung to the vast phantom stone clock behind him like maggots burrowing into bone. Even that dead object sprouted countless eyes. And then, so too did Amon's own body rapidly begin mutating. As for the mental plague unleashed by the dragon, Amon himself was not so greatly affected. After all, he had long since split into hundreds, even thousands of avatars, each with different tasks, different thoughts, and different personalities. Heh. And still you refuse to return to the Sapphira Castle. The corners of Amon's lips curled upward in amusement. Guarding against me? Or is this merely a suggestion planted in your heart? With the thought, he reached toward Edward and snatched away the tangle of chaotic thoughts the plague had spawned within him, then barked. Don't just stand there. Edward's mind snapped clear in an instant. His understanding of the spectator pathway deepened yet again. Such attacks, aimed purely at the level of consciousness, could strike even through layers upon layers of phantasmal doors. Unaware, he had still been caught. Hastily, he used several placates he had recorded upon himself, calming the turbulence of his psyche. Only then did he resume stealing away the corruption from Amon. When he turned back toward the mind dragon, however, it had already vanished without a trace, together with the endless flow of darkness. This was psychological invisibility. Lightning flashed within Edward's eyes. Thunder roared in his veins. At his will. Rumble. Bolts of lightning cascaded down from the heavens. The vast hall of truth was blanketed in serpents of silver, white electricity, arcs leaping and writhing, their aura of destruction leaving not a single corner untouched. In moments, the gray, white mind dragon was revealed once more. Its stone-like scales crackled with darting sparks, fissures splitting open to expose crimson flesh beneath. A low, guttural growl rumbled out. But this time, the sound was laced with two voices, Aerihog's, and another, alien one. Its abyssal eyes, laced with blue fissures, burned with madness and hatred as they locked onto Edward. Edward's body went rigid. Then, without hesitation, he flung a thunderbolt spear, speed not toward the dragon, but straight at Amon. That bastard, is it deliberately succumbing to battle hypnosis, coming straight for me without hesitation? Amon muttered under his breath. With a casual gesture, he stole the thunderbolt spear and hurled it back at the mind dragon instead. He was just about to speak when a sudden brilliance flashed in his eyes. A few seconds later, the corners of Amon's mouth rose again. His hand clawed through the air once more, successfully stealing away several of its extraordinary abilities. Immediately after, he reached for Steph, yanking him out of the psychic maze. Steph's gaze cleared from dazed sorrow back into impassive calm. With a forceful step, he surged forward, chanting swiftly. I am the servant beside the throne of the Lord, the angel of the holy words, Steph. I walk this land in his name. Ankwelt, fallen hound of yore, accept the punishment of my lord. Die. As the final two words were spoken, his aura surged to its peak, while simultaneously seizing upon the punishment he had just uttered. The depraved power upon the blade of spirit and flesh abruptly turned sacred, savagely piercing through the thick, ashen scales of the dragon and cutting into the flesh of its neck. The mind dragon let out a mournful wail. Twisting its head, it clamped down viciously on Steph, its sharp teeth easily crunching through the black armor before snapping him cleanly in half with a resounding crack. Boom. Almost at the same time, Steph's bisected body exploded outward, bursting into a mass of flesh and blood. Some surged down the dragon's throat and invaded its body, some smeared themselves within its jaws, some clung parasitically to its torso, and some splattered across the walls and floor of the Hall of Truth. Yet every single fragment of flesh writhed instinctively, squirming into the mind dragon's body, burrowing into its flesh, crawling like a swarm of parasites. The colossal dragon of the mind immediately convulsed in agony, writhing uncontrollably. At this moment, Edward also succeeded in breaking free from the effects of the battle hypnosis with the help of Unfettered. The ancient gears within his eyes began to slowly turn. With the amplification of Magnify, torrents of spirituality surged forth as he unleashed Regression upon the mind dragon. But unlike the immediate, decisive effect from his previous attempts, this time Edward felt as though his opponent were some ancient, decrepit machine, rusted through, corroded, its gears and bearings long since jammed together, utterly immovable. In his ears faintly echoed the harsh creaking of strained metal. Forced to push onward, he poured more spirituality in, violently wrenching those decayed gears into motion, dragging along shattered bearings piece by piece. His gaze seemed to pierce through the dragon's grayish scales, glimpsing the blood and bone within its body, the surging streams in its vessels, the heart thudding sluggishly, the countless cells blackened by the taint of pitch-dark liquid. The next second. Rumble. The gears turned at last, driving the bearings, linking the chains, forcing the machine to move, only in reverse. In an instant, the dragon's aura plummeted, weakening at a staggering pace, from sequence 2 down to sequence 3, and from sequence 3 again down to sequence 4, still in decline. This was abnormal. Edward was shaken to the core. When facing Zeradal, he had also managed to force a regression, but it had merely dropped him to sequence 3, and only for 2 or 3 fleeting seconds. Yet now, this mind dragon, tainted by a high-order corruption, infused with the persona of the dragon of imagination, was collapsing like floodwaters breaching a dam, tumbling down 2 full sequences in succession. Could this be the blessing of luck from Little Snake taking effect? No time to dwell on it. Edward once more summoned forth a lightning storm and flicked his wand, unleashing streaks of Emerald Avada Kedavra curses. Scales shattered and scattered, blood sprayed in torrents, destructive lightning crackled through its flesh, spreading across its body, while the green killing curses gnawed savagely at its very soul. The mind dragon thrashed in torment, its pupils shifting between pale gold and abyssal black, its body flickering between transparency and illusion. Just as Edward thought it was about to perish, the effect of regression abruptly vanished. The dragon surged back from the brink of Sequence 5, regaining the power of a Sequence 2 angel in the blink of an eye. Its state instantly stabilized. With a mighty breath, it spewed both dragon fire and writhing flesh toward Amon and Edward, corroding one phantom gate after another while spreading its wings to soar aloft. Its form split into countless phantom dragons, rushing toward the two, then vanished without a trace. Edward's heart clenched. It was diving into the deeper layers of the sea of collective subconscious to assault his mind directly. This was the true domain of the spectator pathway, the most terrifying battleground of all. Throughout the earlier battle, the mind dragon had never attempted such a move. Edward had assumed perhaps Arihog's interference prevented it from doing so. Now, within the hidden world of the mind, the jet-black dragon soared among islands of consciousness, searching frantically for the one that truly belonged to Edward. It unleashed dragon fire, blasted out shockwaves, whipping the sea of collective subconscious into a tempestuous storm of psychic terror, again and again hammering against Edward's island of consciousness. In the instant a crack appeared in Edward's defenses, it beat its wings and dove, invading his mental body. But at that precise moment, boundless grey-white mist poured forth, and the sea of collective subconscious and islands vanished. One after another, ancient stone pillars sprouted around them, and blossoms of brilliant hues burst into bloom. In the blink of an eye, the place transformed into a garden wreathed in fog. At its heart stood a bronze round table with 13 bronze chairs. Upon the high-backed chair sat a faceless figure who gazed calmly at the mind dragon. Edward was panicking inside, but still forced himself to feign composure. "Welcome to my domain." The mind dragon's black eyes writhed with madness. Veins of blue fire cracked through them, spilling devouring brilliance. Its jaws parted, and it spoke, not with Arihog's voice, nor Anquelt's, but something far older, far stranger. Celestial worthy. Holy shit. That voice, could it be the god? In the Hall of Truth, the personality sealed behind the throne by the Dragon of Imagination seemed to be influenced by the Chaos Sea. And since the Chaos Sea had been split apart from the fall of the previous God Almighty, it inevitably retained fragments of his consciousness. In other words, the personality of the Dragon of Imagination might not merely have been polluted by the Chaos Sea, it could very well be that the consciousness of God Almighty himself was reviving within it. That was why this fragment had split off and was sealed behind the throne of the City of Miracles. Thinking further, it seemed this move had originally been Anquelt's attempt to preserve himself, like a lizard abandoning its tail. But when he was slain by the ancient sun god, madness, fear of death, or the corruption's influence drove him to twist the severed tail into a contingency for resurrection. In that case, if the Dragon of Imagination truly resurrected through this contingency, wouldn't that also mean the resurrection of God Almighty? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 550, Chapter 550, can you accept such an outcome? Edward was dumbstruck. One layer after another, was this endless scheme really determined to see him dead before it stopped? He had thought that being inexplicably dragged into the Dragon of Imagination's resurrection was already troublesome enough. Who could have imagined that hidden within all this mess was also the matter of God Almighty's resurrection? But he was only sequence 4. Wasn't this happening far, far too early? Adam, with the situation this dire, do you truly still know nothing, still do nothing? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the mind dragon suddenly let out a shrill, agonized scream. From above, a silver-white cross glowing faintly with golden radiance manifested out of thin air, piercing straight through the dragon's body. No. The dragon roared in fury, slashing frantically with its claws, biting wildly with its fangs against the cross, yet it was utterly useless. Buzz. Golden light rippled outward from the cross, dispersing into the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the darkness covering the dragon's body rapidly melted away. No. The dragon's second roar shook reality itself, but in the next instant its body turned illusory, and then vanished. That was. Before Edward could even piece it together, everything before his eyes dissolved. Enveloped once more by boundless grey fog, he opened his eyes to find himself back within the Hall of Truth. But the great hall of the dragon had somehow changed. The ancient stone pillar that had stood within had transformed into a towering cross over 100 meters tall. Before the cross stood a vast and indistinct silhouette, gazing with pity and compassion upon all spirits, bearing the weight of all things. Within the Hall of Truth itself, rows of black-backed seats had appeared, but upon them sat only a single praying figure. That lone figure sat in the very center of the first row, eyes closed, dressed in a plain white robe. A faint golden beard covered the lower half of his face, and his hands clasped a silver crucifix pendant over his chest. His expression was gentle, serene, and calm. Adam. Amon stood silently off to one side, the corners of his lips curved in a subtle smile. The flesh and blood that had once been Steph still writhed weakly upon the ground, trying in vain to piece itself back together into resurrection. As for the dragon, whether Hog, Ankwelt, or even God Almighty himself, its massive form now lay collapsed before the cross. The darkness that had shrouded it was gone, its eyes restored to their faint golden hue. Behind the throne, the bronze doors had shut once more, sealing away whatever horror had been lurking within that pitch-black abyss. I knew it. How could something of this magnitude possibly escape Adam's awareness, possibly be left unattended? At that moment, Adam raised his head, revealing eyes clear and pure as those of a child. He rose slowly to his feet, his expression tranquil as he spoke. You've done well, number 8. Edward's pupils constricted. In that instant, everything became clear. From the very beginning, he had guessed that all of this might have been orchestrated by future Hog or Ankwelt, or perhaps even the present ones. But never, not once, had he considered that Adam himself was the one orchestrating it all. Of course. If the fallen dragon of imagination and even God Almighty could leave behind contingency plans, how could Adam, who was still alive, possibly have no countermeasures of his own? From the start, Adam's aim had been unmistakable. The resurrection, the contingency, of the dragon of imagination was never a true threat to him. The real danger lay in the pollution of the Chaos Sea, in the possible revival of God Almighty's consciousness. So he had deftly made use of the dragon of imagination's contingency, made use of Edward's immunity to corruption, made use of the power of the Sapphira Castle, made use of Amon and Steph, even the luck blessed by the little snake had been factored into his calculations. All of it, for one purpose, to draw out the lurking consciousness of God Almighty. Adam could not destroy that consciousness, of course. But he had succeeded in erasing the dragon of imagination's persona, turning the revived fragment of God Almighty into a rootless phantom, and then resealing it, severing its chance at resurrection. And then Adam extended his hand toward the dragon collapsed upon the ground. A shimmering scale floated free from its body, glimmering faintly before settling into his palm. Edward's instincts screamed at him, this was the sequence 1B characteristic of the spectator pathway. He had always believed Adam was already 2 + 1. Never would he have thought that one of the sequence 1 characteristics had remained in Hog's possession all this time. Adam's entire scheme had borne fruit, he had erased the persona the dragon of imagination had left behind as its contingency, sealed away the consciousness of God Almighty, and claimed a sequence 1B characteristic. Truly, he'd hit the jackpot. If schemes were gambling, Adam had just won big. The first emperor of Qin had once touched lightning, Adam had gone a step further, he'd harnessed it. But what about me? Was I nothing more than an actor playing my role in someone else's drama? Leader, when did you realize that Adam's gaze remained gentle. Not long ago. Do you remember what I said at the last gathering? The trend of the times had shifted. Edward nodded. But such a shift, to me, it was more boon than bane. All I had to do was find the one who caused it, and ride the current. His golden eyes softened. So, thank you, number 8. As he spoke, a bronze green cross appeared in his hand. Adam stepped lightly toward the dragon's massive head, yet somehow, it was he, not the dragon, who seemed immeasurably great. He drove the cross into the mind dragon's body. A flash of light crossed his golden pupils, and from within the dragon's flesh emerged a faint, dream-like mass of gray-white matter, shaped like a brain but thin as mist, unreal as a dream. This was clearly a beyonder characteristic of the spectator pathway. Adam caught the cluster of power and casually tossed it to Edward. This is the dream weaver's beyonder characteristic you wanted. Edward accepted it, but he felt no joy, no gratitude, he couldn't even form the words, thank you. After a pause, he asked quietly, and what about me? I don't care, Adam said evenly. I am not curious. Nor will I interfere. I will not ask you anything, and you need not tell me anything. All you need do is treat today's events as a transaction. The price, this dream weaver's characteristic. His golden eyes met Edward's directly. Primordial One's contingency has been severed. Ankwelt is utterly dead. I have achieved my goal, and you have obtained what you desired. Each has taken what they need. So tell me, can you accept such an outcome? Could he say no? Everything was already set in place. By Adam's account, they had all won. Yet the sense of being controlled, arranged, made Edward feel suffocated. And he had not forgotten, Adam, Amon, and Cheek had joined hands to kill Lilith. Though Lilith had not truly perished, that grudge could never simply be set aside. Amon chuckled, adjusting his monocle. What are the two of you discussing? I, too, contributed quite a bit. Shouldn't I receive a share as well? Edward's voice was calm as he answered, Magnify, theft is forbidden here. Heh. Amusing. Adam's voice was mild as ever. You may leave. At once, Edward felt himself forcibly expelled, by the Hall of Truth, by the City of Miracles, and by the sea of collective subconscious of the book world itself. His body rose weightlessly, drifting backwards. In that moment, he glimpsed Adam once more seated at the foremost black chair, silver crucifix clasped in both hands, eyes closed, whispering a devout prayer to that vast, indistinct silhouette before the cross. A phantom door appeared silently in the air. Edward was swept backwards through it. Light and day dissolved into darkness. Snowflakes like goose feathers drifted across his vision once again. He was back in the frozen world of Grozel's travels. Ahead stretched the road swallowed by snow and night, and at the place where the frost dragon had fallen now stood a snow-covered illusory door. Behind him lay the cave where Groel and the others camped. Do you truly not care? Edward murmured, gazing at the Dreamweaver's characteristic. Not care for the direction of the future? Not care whether history flows along your design? Not care whether you succeed in stopping the outer gods and protecting Earth? Or is it that you care deeply, but fear that knowing the future too soon would influence the choices you make now? After a long silence, he tucked away the characteristic and turned into the cave. The five were still gathered by the fire, sitting on sofas around the crackling flames. At the sound of footsteps, they all lifted their heads. Mobit immediately leapt up. How did it go? Edward nodded slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. We can leave this place. For a moment, silence hung heavy, then the 5 pairs of eyes shone with excitement. Even the ascetic snowman, usually stoic and taciturn, showed a flicker of anticipation in his expression. But are you prepared, Edward asked quietly, to live on as evil spirits from this day forward? Groel chuckled, voice rumbling. Living is worth more than anything else. Then let's go. Edward took the lead, the 5 following close behind as they stepped out of the cave and toward the snow-laden illusory door. He strode forward, bent slightly, and pressed both palms against its surface. Let's take one last look at this world. At his words, the others turned their heads, gazing out at the frozen land. Their faces carried all manner of emotions, but not a shred of attachment. Who would cling to a false world? Let's go. Edward heaved with both arms, pushing the snow-covered door wide open. Silently, everything before them turned illusory, then transparent, then vanished. In its place appeared a simple living room, furnished with several sofas and scattered uniquely styled ornaments, neither Intis nor alone in design. Through the window, they saw green trees in the near distance, the golden glow of dusk in the sky farther out, and beyond that, the endless expanse of deep blue sea. We're out, we actually got out. Mobit whispered first. Edward exhaled deeply. Where has the Russian priest tossed Grozel's travels this time? What is this place? Edward looked around, lowering his gaze to search, but the book was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, Adam had taken it away. Which meant, once the ability he had consumed expired, he would no longer be able to use prohibition. He wasted no time. Ending the summoning, Edward vanished before the astonished eyes of the others, returning to the Sapphira Castle. Dropping heavily into the bronze chair, he immediately channeled spirituality into the crimson stars symbolizing the 5 companions. This time, with little effort, he pulled them into the castle. Note, no extra chapter tomorrow, obviously. Still, vote if you like the chapters so far. Chapter 551, Chapter 551, the ritual was complete. The 5 people's spirit bodies appeared before the bronze table amid crimson light, each of them bewildered and tense. Don't be nervous. A double, forged through transfiguration and false reality, sat in a chair to the left and smiled. This is the Lord I believe in, the great being who extended a hand to help you. I'll be taking my leave. With that, his figure vanished. The 5 instinctively looked at Edward's true body, then lowered their heads in unison. Even Frunzier Edward understood the principle that one must not gaze directly upon a deity. Although the giants, the elf, and the ascetic each had their own faith, Ciadas even went so far as to bluntly label any god other than the elven king a false god, when they were truly faced with a deity, especially one who had just saved them. Not a single one of them dared show the slightest disrespect. Thank you, great being. Edward said mildly, no need to thank me. My intention wasn't to help you. At most, I went along with things for Pala's sake. Silence fell. All eyes turned to Mobit. Mobit scratched his head and feigned ignorance. Ah, thank you. At that moment Edward raised a hand, condensing a screen out of the depths of the grey fog. On it played the scene of their physical bodies lying on the sea of ruins. Their forms were rapidly withering, aging, and decaying, collapsing to the ground one after another. Mobit's flaxen hair turned white at alarming speed, and obvious wrinkles surfaced on his once smooth face. Ciatas's hair withered and fell out in clumps. In the blink of an eye she became an emaciated old woman. Frunzier changed fastest and most dramatically. As he aged, the flesh on his body began to rot away, leaving only stark white bones. Groel and Snowmen likewise rotted swiftly, their flesh vaporizing until only skeletons and precipitated beyonder characteristics remained. The 5 members of Grozel's team had never feared death, yet watching themselves die like this still sent a chill rising from the depths of their hearts. Had this great being not brought their spirit bodies into this mysterious place, their spirits would surely have dissipated entirely along with the decay of their flesh. Edward waved the screen away, looked down at the 5, and fell into thought. How should I deal with them next? First off, he definitely couldn't just toss them somewhere and let them do as they pleased. After all, some of them were from the 3rd epoch, some from the 4th, and Frunzier was even from 30 years in the future. But he couldn't very well spend his days carting around 5 evil spirits either. Propping his chin with one hand, he idly flipped a gold coin with his fingers. Suddenly, a thought stirred in his heart. His gaze shifted to the star deep within the grey fog that represented Palez. He lifted his hand and infused it with spirituality, dragging him straight into the Sapphira Castle. Clearly, Old Man Palez had been caught off guard by the sudden summons. Before he could react, an excited voice rang out by his ear, "Old Man." He turned at once. A face both familiar and distant, one from long ago, entered his vision. Even his heart couldn't help but ripple. "Mobit, you really are still alive." Palez then turned to Edward and bowed his head. "Thank you, Mr. Chairman." He had thought that Chairman meant to use his great-grandson again and again to make him do things. He hadn't expected the men to quietly bring Mobit back without a word. "There's no need to look at me like that," Edward replied with a faint smile. "I merely played a game with Adam and Amon, and brought him out along the way." Before Adam, Edward behaved timidly. Before Palez, he of course had to strike hard. After all, in the original story Klein had been toyed with by Amon and could still nonchalantly call it playing a game with Amon. "I only got maneuvered around a bit, naturally I can also call it a game." Sure enough, Palez harbored no suspicion. He merely hesitated and asked, "You played a game with Adam?" Edward smiled faintly. "Heh. You remember where your great-grandson used to be, don't you?" "I remember. In a book left behind by the Dragon King Ankwelt." Edward nodded. That book contained Ankwelt's contingency for resurrection. My recent cooperation with Adam was precisely to eliminate Ankwelt once and for all. The 5 members of the adventurer team instantly widened their eyes. "What? We just sat in a cave for a few hours, and that happened." Palez fell silent. Even knowing that a Dragon King stripped of his beyonder characteristics was no longer a true deity, he had still once been one. Any backup left behind by such an existence could not possibly be simple, and yet it was gone, just like that. "All that is in the past now," Edward continued. "I summoned you here to entrust these 5 to your care. Mobit is your great-grandson, the other 4 are his friends, or lovers." Ciatas instinctively opened her mouth to protest, "Who's Mobit's lover?" But before she could speak, Mobit's hand closed around hers. Though in their spiritual state there was no warmth in the touch, she could still sense the emotion surging in his heart. "This bastard." Edward went on calmly, 3 of the 4 come from the 3rd epoch, and 1, from 30 years in the future. Palez could understand those from the 3rd epoch, but 30 years in the future? What kind of nonsense was that? Edward turned to Frunzier. "It's the year 1160 now." Frunzier froze. He didn't remember exactly how long he had spent inside the book's world, but he clearly remembered entering it in 1190. He was utterly dazed. How could he have spent so many years inside the book, only to emerge earlier than when he'd entered? The good news, his family, including his younger self, were still living safely in Backlund. The bad news, to them, he was now a complete stranger, and his wife and children had not even been born yet. The other 4 looked on in shock and envy. Earlier was obviously far better than later. Earlier meant there was still a chance to change certain things, to see people they longed to meet once more. Later would mean returning to a world that no longer knew them. After a long pause, Palez said quietly, "I understand." Edward nodded. "Good. Once you leave, pray to me and open the gate to my divine kingdom." With that, he waved his hand, severing the connection to Palez and dismissing him from the Sapphira Castle. Turning back to the 5, he said evenly, "Follow Palez's arrangements." The 5 bowed their heads together. "As you command." A few minutes later, accompanied by Palez's deep, resonant prayer, a hazy, ethereal door slowly emerged from the depths of the grey fog. Layers of spiritual power rippled outward in waves, stirring the surrounding grey-white mist. Under that spiritual vibration, the 5 spirits felt as though they were standing naked in a freezing gale, on the verge of being torn apart at any moment. Edward extended his own spirituality, blending it into the trembling and resonance of that illusory door. Clang. With a sound that seemed unreal, the hazy door slowly opened. Edward flicked his hand, sweeping up their spirit bodies and casting them through the ephemeral gateway. The instant their figures vanished, he cut off the spiritual connection and closed the door. He immediately reached out again to sense the 5 crimson stars representing them, observing their states after leaving the castle. He discovered that the 5 had indeed transformed into evil spirits, and not mindless ones, but intelligent, rational evil spirits. Was it because of the Sapphire Castle? Or... Edward suddenly recalled something. According to the original story, every being who died would become a wandering soul along the river of eternal darkness. Even the miracles of a miracle invoker or an undying could not escape that. But now, the river of eternal darkness was nearly dried up. Could that be the reason? Moments later, he sensed a faint, elusive revelation: the advancement ritual for Sequence 3 was complete. A deep breath left his chest. Finally done. As expected, making a story walk into reality wasn't simply about stepping into it, it was about anchoring it in reality. If he hadn't brought them into the Sapphire Castle and preserved them as evil spirits, the ritual might have failed. Phew, now all that's left is the Wanderer's Beyonder characteristic, and a few auxiliary materials. But it had already been a whole day since he entered Grozel's travels. He had no idea what was happening in Trier now. Intis wouldn't go back on the deal just because I took away the brass staff, right? Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, crisp applause echoed through the empty Sapphire Castle. At some point, another figure had appeared within it. He wore a long, black, old-fashioned robe and a matching pointed hat. Black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, a thin face, and a crystal monocle over his right eye. Amon. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 552, Chapter 552, Amon eats worms. Intis Kingdom, Trier. The Royal Palace's underground catacombs. Crismona walked unhurriedly, her steps echoing softly as she passed the small chapel tombs and memorial pillar chambers of the first level. Descending the ancient stairway into the entrance of the second level's old ossuary, she encountered no one and nothing happened along the way. It was as though this entire underground world held only her. Apart from the light sound of her own footsteps, nothing else could be heard. She continued forward, soon arriving at a void-like wilderness. There, quietly placed upon the desolate ground, lay an ancient bronze coffin. Oh, we finally meet. Crismona smiled faintly. It truly wasn't easy. At that moment, the coffin lid shifted, revealing a deep, shadowed crevice. From it emerged a hand, its veins dark red and bulging as though near-black blood pulsed beneath the skin. In its palm rested a heart, dried to the extreme, yet still oozing a faint trickle of blood, gently and almost imperceptibly contracting and expanding. Simultaneously, a wave of intense, dreadful malice, laced with madness and loss of control, poured forth from the coffin's crack. It whipped up a gust of insanity, making Crismona's clothes and hair billow weightlessly. But she only shook her head. I wasn't talking about you, Vermonda Sauron. Crismona tilted her head slightly, looking toward her rear flank, at the purple silhouette that had appeared there without warning. I was talking about her. Don't you agree, Cheek? Her only reply was a flicker of crimson light. Inside the Sapphire Castle. Amon clapped lightly. Pretending to be a god, doesn't it feel thrilling and fun? Watching those higher in sequence than yourself quake in fear before you, doesn't that feel satisfying? Of course. Seated on the ancient bronze chair, Edward gazed at Amon calmly. Welcome to my domain, Amon. Edward's composure gave Amon a moment's pause before he chuckled. You don't seem very surprised by my appearance. Or are you just putting on a show? What do you think? A hint of a smile touched Edward's voice. Considering you and I both played our parts in this affair, since I've already received a Dreamweaver's characteristic as payment, there's no reason you'd be left empty-handed. Especially, your behavior before and after your transformation was far too obvious. Did Adam promise you something at the time? Edward went on as if speaking to himself. And what could Adam promise you? Since you were most interested in me back then, with Adam's character and way of doing things, it wouldn't be surprising if he offered me as your reward. For example, slipping you into the Sapphire Castle silently alongside me. The smile slowly faded from Amon's face. He touched the monocle over his right eye. You're not as stupid as you look. So you'd already prepared yourself to face me. I'm curious, where do you get the confidence to confront me? He lifted his gaze to the surroundings. Is it because of the Sapphire Castle? Because I'm only a Sequence 4 avatar? Or something else entirely? Isn't it possible, Edward flicked the coin in his hand once again, that I simply have confidence in myself? Actually, I'm more curious about this. Why wait until they'd all left to show yourself? Haven't you been searching for Pallas for thousands of years? Amon raised an eyebrow. I merely had a premonition that if I acted then, there would be great danger. Though I can't imagine what means you could possibly possess to threaten me. Ha 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 ha. Edward burst out laughing. Then you truly ought to thank your spiritual intuition. Amon. Oh, and by the way, something I've been meaning to ask you, Edward said. You, and that Amon in Trier, you're the same Amon, aren't you? Pretending to meet me for the first time in the dream world was just to lower my guard. Amon curved his lips into a smile. That's right. Though, unfortunately, it didn't seem to help much. He took a few unhurried steps forward and sat down on one of the bronze chairs by the round table, his posture relaxed. So, while I was waiting to parasitus you, what exactly were you waiting for? Feeling his body gradually slipping out of his own control, Edward broke free with a single burst of, unfettered, smiling. I thought you'd plan to directly steal my fate, to replace me as the master of the Sapphira Castle. What's the matter? You don't dare bear the responsibilities that come with being its master. Or are you worried that celestial worthy might resurrect within you? As he spoke, a small birdcage, about the size of his palm, appeared in Edward's hand. He set it gently on the table. I'm just helping you weave your future little home. What? Edward smiled faintly and opened the cage door. Welcome home, Lil Raven. The next instant, Amon felt an irresistible force seize him, dragging him toward the tiny cage. No matter how he tried, stealing distance, attempting to parasitus, deceiving, or escaping, it was all useless. He could only watch helplessly as his body shrank smaller and smaller, the distance between him and the cage rapidly closing. And the moment he entered it, black feathers sprouted from his skin, his body twisted and shifted. In the blink of an eye, he had turned completely into a small pitch-black crow, a single monocle gleaming over one eye. Clack. Edward shut the cage door, lifted it by the handle, and grinned. Well. Surprised. Delighted. Inside the cage, Amon stared quietly into Edward's eyes. Then, with quick precision, he lifted one wing and tapped the monocle over his right eye, laughing softly. Interesting. Edward released his hold, letting the birdcage float in midair. Originally, I intended to kill you. But then I thought, wouldn't that be a bit of a waste? After all, even as just one of your avatars, you might still prove useful. Amon replied calmly, it seems you're rather confident in whatever method you're using to restrain me. More or less. Edward conjured a pair of tweezers and opened his palm. From his flesh, he drew out a writhing worm of time, pinched it delicately, and dropped it into the cage, holding it up before the little crow's beak. Here. Dinner time. Amon didn't hesitate. He opened his beak, caught the worm of time, and swallowed it whole. The monocle on his right eye flickered with faint, mysterious sigils. Much appreciated, he said smoothly. Thud. Edward tapped the table lightly, and a willow tree sprouted up behind him. He hung the birdcage upon one of its branches. From now on, you'll be living here for a while, he said with a small smile. I plan to run an interesting experiment. Amon's jet-black pupils contracted slightly. What kind of experiment? If I were to inject you with abundant humanity, Edward said, eyes gleaming faintly, what would happen when you return to your true body? After descending from the Sapphira Castle, Edward returned to the same living room. On the rotting floorboards lay the white bones and extracted beyonder characteristics left behind by the 5 who had perished. He waved a hand, collecting them all. Strictly speaking, these remnants were the final proof that Groel and his companions had once lived in this world. As for the little crow Amon, Edward naturally left him in the Sapphira Castle. Bringing him out would only risk attracting other Amon clones, or even the main body itself. And if Amon did try to stir up trouble in the castle, well, with Madman to the right, plus the castle's forced reversals, even Amon's true body wouldn't have much of a chance. Just as Edward was about to leave the room and see where he'd ended up, a knock suddenly echoed from the door. A weary, aged voice came from outside. May I come in? It was the angel of the holy word, Steph. Edward's vigilance spiked instantly. He hadn't forgotten that this old man was still hunting him down. However, since the angel had chosen to knock politely, it meant he wasn't planning to attack, at least for now. No doubt, he was restraining himself out of respect for Lilith. Come in. Creak. The door opened, and Steph stepped inside. His hair, once pure white, now looked noticeably thinner, likely a result of the repeated attacks he had suffered in both the dream world and the book world. Your Excellency, Edward said bluntly, you came here because of Lilith. Yes. Steph gave a small nod and drew a book from his pocket. Do you recognize this? It was Lilith's elementary school notebook. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly. So it really was in his hands. Of course, he said. I gave it to her myself. Steph studied Edward's face closely, trying to discern whether he was lying. After half a minute, he handed the book over. His calm, ancient eyes flickered with a trace of sorrow. This was the keepsake she left behind before her fall. So, in Steph's understanding, Lilith had perished as well. Indeed, apart from a handful of individuals, nearly everyone who had known her believed Lilith had long since fallen. Edward took the book and opened it to the page pressed with the small red flower. He carefully lifted it out. On the back, in childish handwriting, were the words, "Miss Lilith is the smartest kitty." Edward looked up. "What was your relationship with Lilith?" Steph replied quietly, "When I was young, she took me in for a time." "Then why," Edward asked, "did you later become a follower of that lord?" "She found keeping someone by her side too troublesome," Steph said. "So she sent me to Lord Medici. And later, I came to believe in the Lord that created everything." As he spoke, his eyes grew wild and devout, his tone turning cold. "You killed the Lord's messenger and impersonated him to act in his name, that is blasphemy and sacrilege. As the angel of the holy word beneath the Lord's throne, I ought to strike you down myself, but—" He paused, then stepped back slightly. "If it happens again, one more time, it will be to the death." With that, Steph's figure vanished. Edward placed the little red flower back between the pages of the notebook, turning through Lilith's childish notes as he murmured, "Once again, I've been saved by Lilith's grace." Just what point in the past had that little girl returned to, and how on earth had she built such relationships with all these legendary figures? It really was like something out of a heroine's novel, everyone falls for me. Sighing, he offered the notebook up to the Sapphira Castle as a sacrifice, then phased through the wall, leaving the room, whose owner he still didn't know. The sun was sinking in the west, while the crimson moon had already risen high in the sky. A warm, damp sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing a trace of drowsiness. Far off along the coast, fishing boats were returning to port, and fishermen were still busy unloading their day's catch. "Ah! This is—" Edward turned around, taking in the familiar port town, his expression tinged with surprise. Bansi. This was Bansi. Though the Bansi of 190 years ago was different from the future version, the overall layout remained nearly identical. In fact, several buildings looked exactly like the ones in the mirror world he had once entered. Why would the priest throw me into Bansi of all places? If it had been somewhere else, Edward might have thought it random. But Bansi, the place linked to the City of Calamity, and even the Western continent, it was too particular to be a coincidence. There had to be some deeper purpose. As expected of Adam, Edward muttered bitterly. One moment, he's smiling and saying, "We each get what we want, are you satisfied?" The next, he's casually giving me away as a reward to Amon, and now he's already arranged my next task. Am I satisfied? He gave a dark chuckle. Satisfied, my ass. Note, 200 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 553, Chapter 553, One wave hasn't yet settled. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the last streak of sunset slipped beneath the horizon. Layers of dark clouds and mist swallowed the crimson moon, plunging the sky into an abrupt, heavy darkness. Woo-woo. Amid the raspy howling of the sea wind, a massive black sailing ship appeared on the distant waters. Slowly, it began to glide toward the harbor. The fishermen, startled, stopped what they were doing and turned to watch, murmuring to each other in confusion. The moment Edward laid eyes on the ship, he felt a dreadful malice surge toward him, a malignant will trying desperately to burrow into his body. Fortunately, it was all blocked outside by his dullness. Corruption. Ah. Ah. In the next second, the fishermen gazing at the ship screamed in agony. Their bodies swelled grotesquely, arms, legs, torsos all ballooning as if inflated from within. Ah. When the swelling reached its limit, most of them exploded with a thunderous boom, showering the port with blood and flesh. A few others twisted and warped into frenzied, horrifying monsters that lunged at the still sane survivors. In an instant, the harbor turned into a living hell. Fiend fire. Crimson flames erupted from Edward's wand, roaring across the docks. The blaze devoured the corrupted and the mutated alike, consuming even the nearby fishing boats until they were nothing but ash. He took a single step forward, then, in the blink of an eye, appeared dozens of meters from the bizarre ship. His figure flickered again and again, leaving behind a series of shimmering illusory doors encircling the vessel, sealing off the pollution that seeped from it. Then, using those phantom doors as cover, Edward raised his wand once more. Fiend fire surged out again, sweeping toward the black ship. Boom. The flames engulfed the ship instantly, spreading like maggots clinging to bone, crawling over every inch of its surface. Yet to Edward's astonishment, though the fire burned fiercely, it didn't leave a single mark. It was as if the ship merely wore the fire as a blazing cloak. By the light of the inferno, Edward finally saw the emblem embroidered on the sails, a golden laurel flower. Laurel. The laurel. Edward's heart skipped a beat. That can't be right. How could the Laurel appear in Bansi? Wasn't it supposed to have departed from the Intis side of mid-seashore, heading toward that nameless island in the fog sea? Even if it had secretly set sail early, there was no way it could have ended up here. Bansi was in the opposite direction. Either this ship, with its golden Laurel emblem, wasn't the true Laurel, or something had gone terribly wrong with the information he'd received. Clink. Edward caught the coin flickering between his fingers. The side showing the head faced up, confirmation. This was the Laurel, the very ship belonging to the Abraham family. But then, where was its crew? Had they abandoned ship? Or had they already perished, devoured by the pollution? So the information that Mr. Dorr gave me back then was false, Edward realized grimly. He never sent the Abrahams to that nameless island at all. He sent them here, to Bansi. He lied, to mislead me, to keep me from interfering with his true plan. But what plan could that be? To return from the stars into reality? Impossible. The 7 churches, especially the Evernight goddess, would never allow such a thing to happen. And what connection could his return possibly have with Bansi? At that moment, the fiend fire that had been blazing across the Laurel began to die down. The flames had burned for half an hour, yet the ship remained utterly pristine and scathed, as if brand new. Whoa. The Laurel let out another eerie, wind-like moan, straining to break through the ring of illusory doors that trapped it. Suspended in midair, Edward gazed down at the dark ship, his heart wavering. The Laurel, the very ship he had searched for so long, was right before his eyes. Yet it was likely tied to both Mr. Dorr and the mother goddess of depravity, making it unimaginably dangerous. Still, his divination had made it clear, the Wanderer's beyonder characteristic, or something closely related to it, was on that ship. Should I return to Trier first? He wondered. Check what's happening in Intis before I decide whether this risk is worth taking. Just as the thought took shape, the crimson moonlight spilling from the heavens deepened, its hue darkened, thickened, turned bloodier. Edward suddenly looked up. The clouds and mist in the sky had dispersed, revealing the crimson moon in full clarity. Its once thin outline rapidly expanded and filled out. In just a second or two, it became a full moon, blood-red and ominous. But it had only been less than a week since the last full moon. This was the blood moon, a phenomenon unique to the mysteries world. The thick, dark red moonlight poured down upon the ship, coating it in a chilling, sinister glow. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the illusory doors blocking the Laurel were squeezed and shattered, dissolving into countless specks of light. At the same time, the black ship turned translucent, its form growing faint, as though it were tearing open the air itself to sail into the spirit world. It's trying to escape. Edward knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He instantly blinked forward, shouting, "Magnify, spirit world traversal is forbidden here." The Laurel, which had already half-entered the spirit world, was forcibly ejected by an invisible force, crashing back into the sea with a thunderous splash. Edward followed immediately, flickering through the air until he landed on the ship's deck. The instant his boots touched the surface, he felt a soft, yielding texture beneath him. It wasn't wood at all, but something disturbingly pliant. He glanced down, and his heart seized. It wasn't soft mud beneath his feet. It was dark red flesh and blood. The entire ship was a living, extraordinary creature. Creak. Before he could react further, a harsh, grating sound split the air. Edward's body rose instinctively, hovering just above the deck, as the spot where he had stood moments ago split open into a gaping maw filled with scarlet fangs. Seeing its prey floating out of reach, the enormous mouth twisted. Its tongue writhed grotesquely, transforming into a blur as it lashed upward toward Edward. He blinked away again, vanishing from the tongue's path, and thrust his wand downward. A bolt of silver-white lightning shot from its tip and plunged into the mouth. The entire ship convulsed violently, as if in excruciating pain, and the giant maw snapped shut with a strangled groan. Avada Kedavra. Before the mouth could close completely, several streams of emerald green light blasted inside, followed by another round of spasms. The Laurel quivered and shuddered on the waves for a long moment before finally falling silent, drifting eerily still. Edward didn't relax. Silver lightning danced wildly in his eyes as he lifted his wand again. In the next instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel crashed down from the sky, striking the ship and exploding into writhing serpents of electricity that crawled over every surface. It was only the beginning. As dark clouds gathered rapidly above the Laurel, thunder rumbled and rolled across the sea. Bolts of lightning fell in relentless succession, some striking simultaneously, others in staggering rhythm, each one slamming into the ship with devastating force. Blinding light flashed again and again across the vast sea, refusing to fade. Edward's wand almost sparked from overuse. He hurled Avada Kedavra after Avada Kedavra, spell after spell, in between continuous thefts of power. Finally, the Laurel reached its limit. The once pristine black ship warped before his eyes. Its surface became riddled with gaping holes, its masts cracked, sails torn, decks split, and cabins collapsed inward. It now looked like an ancient wreck salvaged from the seabed after decades of decay. Thump, thump, thump. Through the ruptured deck, Edward saw a massive black-red heart pulsing slowly inside the ship, veins bulging across its surface. Embedded at its center was a half-meter-wide black wooden chest, half buried within, half exposed. Rip. With a series of wet, sickening sounds, the veinous surface of the heart tore open, and countless blood-soaked arms burst forth. They flailed and clawed wildly at the air, aimless, frenzied, horrifying. That box. Edward's spirituality stirred. He realized that the ship's unnatural vitality stemmed from the chest. He raised his hand sharply. Steel. Failure. Again, failure. A third time, still failure. After more than 10 attempts, the heart beast below seemed to lose all patience. Enraged, it used its forest of arms to pull itself up through the shattered deck, forcing its enormous form into the open. The dozens of limbs writhed madly, and in their palms, illusory, translucent books materialized, flipping open in unison. The next second, a storm of beyonder powers, dozens of abilities from different pathways and sequences, burst forth, surging toward Edward. Though most were of lower sequence, their combined assault still made his hair stand on end. Edward immediately blinked backwards, retreating through space. He tossed his coin repeatedly, ensuring the barrage effects had faded before re-emerging from the spirit world. The moment he stepped out, he unleashed another barrage, explosions of lightning, waves of fiend fire, a rain of killing curses, followed by a second thunderstorm that drowned the creature in crackling arcs. This time, his attacks clearly struck home. The black-red heart split open under the bombardment, spurting gouts of foul blood. It tried to teleport away, but Edward had already sealed the space again. Forced to stay, the heart retaliated with another flurry of chaotic powers, but Edward's form flickered rapidly, darting between one illusory door after another. He hid in layers of space separate from reality, letting all the heart's attacks fall into nothingness. The creature tried to invoke prohibition, attempting to confine him, but its recorded sequence was far too low, rendering the effort meaningless. Lightning burst. At Edward's latest swing of his wand, the section of the heart where the black chest was embedded suddenly exploded. The chest was blown free, spinning high into the air. Dozens of bloody hands stretched out in panic, clawing desperately to grab it, but Edward was faster. A single theft snatched the chest from midair, and he caught it with an invisible hand. Almost simultaneously, the monster's heart shriveled and decayed before his eyes. Foul black blood poured out, along with dozens of swollen, waterlogged corpses, men and women who must have been the missing descendants of the Abraham family. Moments later, under the groaning creak of breaking timbers, the Laurel finally succumbed. It sank beneath the waves, leaving behind only a scattering of bubbles before disappearing into the depths. Edward hovered above the sea, gazing at the spot where the ship had vanished, his expression complicated. So the Laurel really did sink, because of me. He wondered what had happened in the future, how the descendants of Medici later recovered a third of the ship's remains to use as a ritual altar, and where the rest of it had gone. Had its fragments drifted apart by the ocean's currents, or had something else caused its division? Edward lowered his gaze to the ancient black chest now suspended before him. Once again, his thoughts circled back to the same question. Why had the Laurel come to Bansi? Was it because the beyonder characteristic inside the box had awakened and drawn it here by coincidence? Or was this all part of Mr. Door's design? And if the Russian priest sent me here, why? Was it merely to deliver the Wanderer's beyonder characteristic to me, as a gesture of goodwill? Did he not realize such an arrangement would evoke resentment rather than gratitude? No. He's not that kind of person. Then the answer must lie inside this box. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated.